After eating hot pot, Gao Yan and his party were ready to leave. Suddenly, Tang Yi came up to him with a smile. "Xiao Gao, can we have a chat?" Gao Yan frowned slightly. At this time, Lin Xiumin said, "Moer and I will wait for you in the car. First." Soon, Gao Yan followed Tang Yi to the office. "Ms. Tang, if you have anything to say, please speak up." "Xiao Gao, I want to formally apologize to you," Tang Yi said seriously. "Didn't you apologize before?" Gao Yan looked at the other party suspiciously. "Tang Yi, I don't think it's sincere enough. Are you free tonight? Let's have a midnight snack together." "That's not necessary." Gao Yan waved his hand. "If there is nothing else, I will leave first." Etc. Tang Yi shouted, "Xiao Gao, can you help me introduce the Qin family?" Upon hearing this, Gao Yan suddenly realized that the Qin family was one of the 7 major dealers in the Black Myanmar rough stone mine, and the Qin family almost had the final say in the jade market in Yongdong province. Tang Yi's family's business is in jewelry and jade. If they can directly cooperate with the Qin family, the benefits will undoubtedly be huge, and Tang Yi's store should be in short supply of jade. Otherwise, a manager would not be sent to Hanyun Stone Square to stay there. If you want to cooperate with the Qin family, you can talk to the Qin family directly. Gao Yan asked, puzzledly. Hearing this, Tang Yi smiled bitterly and said, "How can the Qin family value a small business like ours? The Qin family has its own agents in every city. They will get the jade from the Qin family, and then we will buy it from the agent. If you get the goods directly from the Qin family, you will save more than 20% of the cost. I can't help you with this." Gao Yan shook his head. If he introduced Tang Yi to the Qin family, wouldn't it cut off the financial resources of Nandu City's agents? Although with his relationship with the Qin family and his own strength, he doesn't have to worry about the other party's feelings. But he and Tang Yi are not relatives, so why should he make enemies for her? The relationship hasn't gotten to that point yet. What's more, when the other party forced him to sign the transfer agreement, they didn't take into account that he was Qinghao's good brother. "Ms. Tang, there is someone waiting for me. Say goodbye." Without saying a word, Gao Yan stood up and left the office. As for Qinghao, he never showed up from beginning to end. One is a cousin and the other is a good brother. No matter which side you stand on, you will be sorry for the other. In this case, he might as well not show up. Looking at Gao Yan's leaving figure, Tang Yi laughed at herself. She thought that with her own charm and her relationship with Qinghao, Gao Yan should at least give him some face. But in fact, the other party didn't give her any face at all. Why? Tang Yi sighed lightly, feeling a little distressed. Starting from this month, the price of jadeite has increased by 20%. And after she took over her family's company, we held several promotions in succession. The company's jade inventory was almost exhausted. It seems that the turnover has increased a lot. But profits fell. As the price of jade soars, several other jewelry stores in Nandu City are stocking up on it. Therefore, their company had to follow the inventory. However, because her promotional activities led to lower profits, the company became somewhat short of funds. Coupled with several promotional activities, the company's market share increased a lot. This accelerates the consumption of jade jewelry. Once her jewelry store cannot satisfy its customers, the customers and reputation it has accumulated so hard will be lost. It's equivalent to her previous promotional activities being in vain. It was precisely because of this that she came up with the idea of cooperating directly with the Qin family. She didn't have much hope for this. As a result, she found out that Gao Yan actually went to Haimen to participate in the gambling competition on behalf of the Qin family. And Gao Yan is still the leader. So he went to the hot pot restaurant to block Gao Yan. After Gao Yan left, he got into Lin Xiumin's car. And I walked with their mother and daughter for more than an hour before returning to the school district room. Brother-in-law, grandma, and I have to go back to our hometown, Qin Yiling said with some reluctance. Today is already August 20th, and Qin Yiling will enter high school next month. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved. Lingling, do you have any thoughts about going to high school in Nandu? There is a high school near the university town. Lin Moer studied there before. Qin Yiling's eyes lit up. Is it okay? Why not? Gao Yan said, if you want to, just stay. As for your student status, I will help you handle it. But Qin Yiling subconsciously looked at Qin Yue. If it were before, Qin Yue would definitely not agree. But now, Qin Yiling can make money on her own, and even more than she does. It would be best if she could stay. After all, she doesn't want to be separated from her sister and grandma. Besides, when she returned to her hometown, her sister had to go to the county town to go to school alone, which didn't worry her. Brother Yan, this matter of student status should be quite difficult, right? It's difficult for others, but it's a piece of cake for me. Okay, but we'll pay for it ourselves. No need to spend money, Gao Yan said with a smile. You lied to me, brother-in-law. If someone like me wants to transfer to another school, he will definitely have to pay a large amount of school selection fees. Qin Yiling said quickly, I can make money now, and I can pay you back slowly. I'm not going to lie to you. If you don't believe me, I'll call you to hear it. So Gao Yan took out his mobile phone and dialed the number of his personal customer service manager. Hello Mr. Gao, I'm Suzy, how can I help you? Manager Su, my sister is from Southwest Province and wants to go to Nandu No. 7 middle school to attend high school. Can your bank help me get my student status? Suzy, of course. Gao Yan, how long will it take? Suzy, no more than a week at most, but Mr. Gao, you have to send us your sister's identity information. Gao Yan, thank you, Manager Su, and thank you, Longxing. By the way, tell me directly how much it cost, and I will transfer it to you then. He said this deliberately to Sister Qin Yue. Suzy, Mr. Gao, you are a diamond black card user of our Longxing. You don't have to pay extra for these little things. Gao Yan, that's it, thank you. Suzy, you're welcome. Does Mr. Gao have any other instructions? After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan looked at sisters Qin Yue and Chen Yiling. Do you believe what I said now? Brother-in-law, you are so flattering, I love you so much. Qin Yiling's face was full of excitement, and she came over and kissed Gao Yan on the face. Seeing this scene, Qin Yue was not dissatisfied at all, but instead had a happy smile on her face. Later, Gao Yan asked Qin Yiling for her identity information, and then sent it to Suzy. Stayed next door for a while. Gao Yan returned to his room. But less than 10 minutes. There was a knock on the door. Opening the door, Gao Yan invited Qin Yue in. Brother Yan, thank you. Qin Yue stood on tiptoes and kissed Gao Yan gently on the lips. This is not enough. Gao Yan shook his head. A flash of shame flashed in Qin Yue's eyes, and then she stood on tiptoes and came closer. At this time, Gao Yan suddenly stretched out his hand to support her and kissed her lips fiercely. 5 minutes later, Qin Yue fled his house with a red face. Gao Yan was getting ready to take a shower. Qin Zhihui's call came, but it was the second payment that was credited to his account. The system prompt also sounded immediately. The upgrade requirements have been met. Please ask him if he wants to upgrade. This time, Qin Zhihui sent him the remaining 5 billion. The upgrade experience also soared by 5 billion. This made Gao Yan feel a little regretful, because he had to waste more than 1 billion upgrade experience. Upgrade, Gao Yan said silently. Ding, the system starts upgrading. Ding, the upgrade is complete. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 13. Please make a choice. Choice 1, the return multiple is increased to 11 times, and the top lottery is rewarded once, and 3 free attribute points. Choice 2, the return multiple remains unchanged, and the top lottery is rewarded twice, and 30 free attribute points. Faced with the two choices given by the system, Gao Yan chose the second one without thinking. With a thought, the system panel emerged. God level income system, level 13. Host, Gao Yan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 180 centimeters. Appearance, 85. Physique, 130. Spirit, 125. Charm, 90. Income return multiple, 10 times. Lottery, top lottery x2. Experience, 161,375. Stored funds, 153,532 million, to be collected. Free attribute points, 30. When Gao Yan's eyes fell on the experience column, he was a little surprised that the system did not clear the extra experience this time. Haha, not bad. Gao Yan couldn't help laughing. Use the free attribute points first. Appearance is now 85 points, which is quite good, and there is no need to improve it. Therefore, these 30 free attribute points must be allocated to physical fitness and spirit. Improving physical fitness can be achieved through practice, but it is not easy to improve spirit. Therefore, Gao Yan decided to add all 30 free attribute points to spirit. +1. +1. +1. After the number in the spirit column jumped 10 times in succession, Gao Yan's spirit power also reached 135 points. First, the range of spirit induction has expanded to about 200 meters in radius. Secondly, the induction power is also clearer. It can be said that every detail is visible. Anyone within a radius of 300 meters of his body cannot escape his induction. Moreover, the strong induction power also indirectly enhances his strength. As long as they are within a range of 300 meters, anyone who wants to sneak attack him will not escape his eyes. System, use 2 top draws. Ding, open 2 top draws. The draw is successful. Congratulations to the host for getting hang up. Congratulations to the host for getting a fusion card. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. After listening to the system's broadcast, Gao Yan was quite curious about this hang-up and fusion card. His mind moved. His eyes fell on the system space. The so-called hang-up is a white light ball. With a thought, the white light ball flew out of the system space and sank into his body. Immediately afterwards, the relevant information of hang-up emerged in his mind. In short, this hang-up is very similar to the hang-up software in online games. For example, Gao Yan has to practice with Dan every day. But after using this hang-up cheat, he doesn't have to practice by himself, which can help him save 4 hours a day. In addition, if he wants to learn knowledge, he can also use this hang-up. Cheat. The only regret is that this hang-up software can only be used once a day. Try it. Gao Yan thought and ordered the hang-up cheat to start the practice hang-up. Then, a transparent little man appeared in his mind and began to practice with Dan. At the same time, there was a piece of information in his mind. Hanging up also consumes energy. If he does not provide energy, then this hang up can only last for 2 hours. So, Gao Yan took out 2 bottles of medicinal wine and signaled the hang-up cheat to absorb. The next moment, Gao Yan felt his hand lighten. The bottle was still in his hand, but the medicinal wine inside had disappeared. Gao Yan communicated with the AFK cheat again. If he continued to provide energy, would he be AFK 24 hours a day? The feedback he got was no. The AFK cheat was not omnipotent. His body could only withstand 4 hours of practice, so he could only be AFK for 4 hours. However, if it was not practice, but learning, the time could be extended. After all, learning knowledge consumes very little energy. Then, Gao Yan's eyes fell on the fusion card. After contact, he also had a detailed understanding of the function of this fusion card. Simply put, this fusion card can fuse 2 similar skills into 1 skill. Similar skills? Gao Yan thought of the golden eye and the data eye. Hesitated slightly. He decided to fuse these 2 skills into 1 skill. Use the fusion card to fuse the golden eye and the data eye. Ding, start fusion. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Eye of Insight. Then, the related functions of the Eye of Insight also emerged in his mind. First, the Insight Eye has the functions of both the golden eye and the data eye. Secondly, the data eye could only view the data of women, but now it can also view the data of men. Also, this Insight Eye divides the favorability value into intimacy, loyalty, and friendship. Intimacy is for lovers. Loyalty is for subordinates. Friendship is for others. Thinking of this, Gao Yan decided to find someone to try the Insight Eye. His eyes penetrated the wall and came to the next door. Sisters Qin Yue and Qin Yiling slept in the same bed, but they were chatting. Qin Yiling was very excited to stay in Nandu and couldn't sleep at all. With a thought, Gao Yan used the Insight Eye on Qin Yue. The original good impression became intimacy, and the number displayed behind it was 96. Then, Gao Yan used the Insight Eye on Qin Yiling again, and the original good impression column became friendly, and the number displayed behind it was 92. He was not surprised by this number. Then, Gao Yan also checked the grandmother, and the friendly value also reached 90 points. Retracting his gaze, Gao Yan first went to the bathroom to wash up. Then he took a book and lay on the bed to absorb knowledge. On the other side, Jinyang Hotel, room 508. Han Fei stood in the bathroom with a horrified look. Because he found that he couldn't get hard anymore. Although he consumed a lot in the past 2 days. But it's not to the point where it can't get hard, right? Damn, what the hell is going on? Han Fei cursed in his heart. At this time, Li Hui's voice came from outside. Honey, you stayed in the bathroom for so long, are you okay? He didn't want Li Hui to know about this embarrassing thing, so he pretended to be calm and replied, it's okay, I'll be fine soon. After a while, Han Fei came out of the bathroom. Honey, you don't look very good? Li Hui asked with concern. I'm fine. Han Fei shook his head, I'm just thinking about how to deal with Gao Yan and The loser. Humph, a beautiful woman is in the same room with you, and you actually want a stinky man. Do you still take me seriously? Li Hui pretended to be dissatisfied. Of course not. Han Fei hurriedly stepped forward and hugged Li Hui, and Li Hui took the opportunity to kiss him. But after a while, Han Fei grabbed Li Hui's hand and said gently, "Dear, we have been too exhausted these 2 days, let's take a rest tonight." Li Hui was a little dissatisfied, but she now really loves Han Fei, so she naturally won't force him. "Okay, but you have to hug me to sleep." "Okay, then let's sleep." At the same time, Gao Yan received a WeChat message from Li Chaonan. He told Gao Yan that the song Past Events will be launched on major online music platforms in the early hours of tonight. Li Chaonan not only told him the news, but also sent him an audio. Gao Yan clicked on the audio, and a slightly hoarse and low female voice sounded. After listening to this song, Past Events, Gao Yan still felt a little unsatisfied. So, he listened to it again. But after listening to it for the second time, Gao Yan still had the urge to continue listening. For a moment, he had to sigh that it was worthy of being an S-level song. He was sure that once this song, Past Events, was released, it would definitely be a hit on the internet. Yu Feifei is a professional singer. Among many singers, her fame is only at the level of second-tier singers. Moreover, she also released a single last year. Unfortunately, it didn't make much splash. Unexpectedly, her company was acquired recently. Just when she was still worried about the future. The music director personally named her to sing a new song. At first, she didn't care, but after seeing the music score and lyrics, she immediately understood that her chance had come. Especially after she heard the finished product of the song, she became more confident. Her new song will be released in the early hours of this evening. The company also attaches great importance to this song, and has spent several million on publicity alone. And she also promoted it on Weibo. Unfortunately, her Weibo fans are far behind those top stars, with only more than 4 million. However, the company's actors and other singers also helped promote the song. Therefore, her new song Past was also on Weibo's hot search, but the ranking was not high, only 7th on the hot search list. Fei, you don't have to be nervous. Director Pei praised the quality of this song. You will definitely become popular with this song. The agent next to her whispered to comfort her. Well, Sister Wu, I'm not nervous. Yu Feifei argued. The agent Sister Wu smiled and did not talk about it anymore. Instead, she changed the subject and mentioned the company's new TV series. Today, the company auditioned several actresses for the new drama. Do you know who finally got the role of the heroine? Who? Yu Feifei asked curiously. Guanzi Xin. Sister Wu didn't keep it a secret. It's her. Yu Feifei suddenly realized and said casually, I heard that Guanzi Xin has a good background? Sister Wu nodded. Indeed, she has a good background. The company she works for is opened by their Guan family. Moreover, the Guan family is not ordinary people. They have a great influence in Beijing. Does the Guan family have an official background? Yu Feifei guessed. It shouldn't be. Sister Wu shook her head. Anyway, it's quite mysterious. By the way, Feifei, if your song becomes popular, you can also try to make a TV series. I can't do it. Yu Feifei waved her hands repeatedly. This is not because she is aloof, but she is nervous in front of the camera. How can she make a good movie? Sister Wu said, I know you are nervous in front of the camera, but there is a saying that if you are good at singing, you can act, and if you are good at acting, you can direct. You know what the current music scene is like. There is no future for being a pure singer. Hearing this, Yu Feifei did not refute, because what Sister Wu said was the truth. Now is no longer the golden age of singers. Because of the development of the internet, records have long died. Therefore, singers almost always lose money when releasing albums. Although online music platforms have also started charging. But don't you look at who chooses to charge for songs. If new or ordinary singers choose to charge for releasing songs, no one will pay attention to you, which is absolutely a dead end. Therefore, ordinary and new singers have almost no income from releasing songs. Since there is no income, why release new songs? Of course, it is to become famous through songs, improve the singer's fame, and then run announcements, participate in variety shows, and get endorsements, etc. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, it was the early morning. The song Past was also released on the three major music platforms QQ Music, NetEase Cloud Music and Kugu. Because Xingchen Entertainment has spent a lot of money on publicity. In addition, the company's artists also shouted on Weibo, and the three major platforms also gave certain recommendations. Therefore, after the release of Past, the data began to soar. In just 10 minutes, it entered the top 10 of the three major music platforms. Half an hour later, QQ Music's new song ranked first, NetEase Cloud Music's new song ranked first, and Kugu's new song ranked second. 5 minutes later, Kugu's new song list was also taken down. The first place on the three major platforms. Feifei, congratulations, you are going to be a big hit. The agent Sister Wu excitedly congratulated Yu Feifei. Although she expected the song to be popular, she didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. The first place on the new song list of the three major platforms. Only the songs of those top singers have such power. Moreover, Yu Feifei did it in just 35 minutes. Next, Yu Feifei received many congratulatory text messages and phone calls. At first, she felt very happy and proud. But gradually, she was a little scared. Because she had received dozens of calls for more than an hour. Feifei, look, it's the first on the hot search list. At this time, Sister Wu shouted in surprise. Yu Feifei quickly took the phone and saw that the top 3 on the hot search list were all about her. A happy smile appeared on her face. This time she is not only popular again, if nothing unexpected happens, she should be able to enter the ranks of first-line singers with the song Past. Events. At the same time, Han Fei woke up in a sweat because he had just had a nightmare. In the dream, he was kidnapped and his kidneys were cut. Suddenly, Han Fei frowned because he felt a burst of stabbing pain in his waist. Then he thought about his inability to get hard. He suspected that there was something wrong with his kidneys. No, I'm so young, how could there be a problem with my kidneys? Han Fei said to himself. But the pain in his waist became more and more intense. Thinking of this, he quickly took out his mobile phone and called 120. The next morning, Gao Yan came to the next room to have breakfast. Then he heard Chen Yiling humming Past Events. Lingling, what song are you singing? Gao Yan asked. Chen Yiling said, a new song called Past Events, Brother-in-Law. This song was only launched online in the early hours of last night, but it is very nice. It is not only the first on the QQ New Songs list, but also the first on the Hot Songs list. As the name suggests, only new songs can be on the new songs list. As for the Hot Songs chart, there is no limit on the time of song release. As long as there is popularity, it can be on the list. Therefore, this list also has a strong gold content. Not long after breakfast, Gao Yan received a call from Li Chaonan to announce the good news. The song Past Events is so popular that it almost dominates all the charts that the 3 major music platforms can occupy. In addition, the top 3 hot searches on Weibo are also about Yu Feifei and Past Events. At the same time, Yu Feifei's agent has received invitations from 3 or 5 music variety shows, 3 of which are satellite TV stations. In addition, there are also endorsements. However, the endorsement fees and quality of this batch of endorsements are not high, and it is obvious that they are looking for leaks. This also shows that Yu Feifei has become popular with the song Past Events, and it is just around the corner to become a first-line singer. By the way, Brother Yan, the female lead of the new drama, has been selected. And it is the newly promoted top-tier young actress Guanzi Xin. Okay, I know. Gao Yan did not expect that the female lead of his company's new drama was Guanzi Xin. If he remembered correctly, Guanzi Xin should be from the Guan family in Beijing. In a high-end apartment, Chen Yusen browsed Weibo messages with a complicated expression. At the beginning, the single she bought and produced with her own money also became a little popular, and even won the first place on QQ Music's new song list. But it was the result of her new song being uploaded for a week. On the other hand, Yu Feifei. It is said that it took less than an hour to top the new song list of the 3 major music platforms. And it also topped the hot song list of QQ Music today. Although NetEase Cloud and Kuga did not top the list, they also made it into the top 3. Although the popularity of the song Past has a lot to do with its quality, if it were not for Xingchen Entertainment's heavy investment in publicity and preheating, and Xingchen Entertainment's artists posted on Weibo to support it. Otherwise, even if Past topped the list, it would not be so fast. This is the difference between having a company and someone to support it and having no company and no one to support it. Why not find a company to join? Chen Yusen said secretly. It's not that no entertainment company signed a contract with her before. Not only that, but there are quite a few. But she refused them all. There are 2 reasons. First, she doesn't want to be bound. Once she signs the contract, she has to obey the company in everything. Second, the contract issue. Although she is very successful in the live broadcast industry, the entertainment company does not consider this at all. The contracts she is given are all newcomer contracts, and the conditions are very excessive, with a long term and a small share. Even the most relaxed contract requires her to sign for 5 years, and the longest one requires her to sign for 12 years. Therefore, she refused directly with her pride. Now seeing that Yu Feifei's new song is a big hit, she is thinking about signing again. Thinking of this, she drove to Platinum Palace No. 1. Xiaoyu, have you listened to Yu Feifei's new song? Chen Yusen asked. Yes, I have listened to it more than 10 times, and I never get tired of it. Xing Xiaoyu nodded. If I remember correctly, Yu Feifei is from your husband's company, right? Chen Yusen said again. Yes, I know. Have you ever thought about releasing a single? Xing Xiaoyu said self-deprecatingly, you know my singing skills are just average KTV level, how can I release a single? Silly girl, you can fix the sound. Chen Yusen reminded. Forget it. Xing Xiaoyu waved her hand, I know myself, and I don't plan to be a singer. Seeing Jing Xiaoyu like this, Chen Yusen felt a little uncomfortable. There are obviously many good resources at her fingertips, but she just doesn't take it seriously. Feeling Chen Yusen's eyes, Jing Xiaoyu smiled. Do you think I'm stupid? Chen Yusen wanted to deny it, but finally nodded and said truthfully, "A little. My husband has more than one woman." At this time, Jing Xiaoyu said, "Ah." Chen Yusen exclaimed, but then she realized that it was abnormal for a young and rich man like Gao Yan to have only one girlfriend. She asked Jing Xiaoyu, curiously, "What do you think?" "No idea." Jing Xiaoyu smiled and shook her head. "I don't have any big ambitions. Now, I live in a big villa, drive a sports car, and I am one of the top anchors of Tiger Entertainment. Not only that, he also arranged a heroine for me. Although I know that if I want to be a singer or a heroine, he will satisfy me, but as a person, I can't be too greedy. He has given me so much. If I stretch out my hands to ask for more, it would be a bit ungrateful." Chen Yusen was silent for a while, but she had to admit that Jing Xiaoyu was right. Just listen to Jing Xiaoyu continue. "I don't have any advantages. At most, I have a beautiful skin. If I don't have a husband, I will never be able to live in a big villa or drive a luxury car worth millions of dollars. As for being the heroine, I can't even think about it. So, I am very grateful to my husband." "You are very sensible, no wonder Gao Yan likes you very much," Chen Yusen said in a deep voice. "Then do you want to live a life like mine?" Suddenly, Jing Xiaoyu changed the subject and said with a smile, "I don't have such good luck as you." Chen Yusen said inexplicably, "Maybe." Jing Xiaoyu's expression returned to normal. "Yusen, you are excellent in all aspects, but you are not without shortcomings. Do you want to hear it?" "Just say it, no matter how bad it sounds, I won't be angry." Chen Yusen bit her lip lightly. "You asked me to say it yourself, so I won't be polite. First of all, you are too ambitious and always want to ascend to the sky in one step. Secondly, you can't let go of your airs and always act like a boss. The live broadcast circle and the entertainment circle are completely two different circles. It should be said that the entertainment circle is higher than the live broadcast circle. You have achieved great success in the live broadcast circle, have a large number of fans, and many big brothers are willing to spend money on you. You are also worshipped, envied, and looked up to by many anchors. When you come to the entertainment circle, no one will take these seriously. So, it is impossible for you to enjoy the same treatment." Hearing this, Chen Yusen's heart sank. She carefully recalled Jing Xiaoyu's words. Although she didn't want to admit it, she was really in this situation. "Xiaoyu, what do you think I should do?" Jing Xiaoyu said lightly, "You have two ways to go. First, you should have accumulated a lot of wealth, right?" Chen Yusen nodded. "Yes, I have made a lot of money over the years." Jing Xiaoyu continued, "Aren't online dramas and online movies more popular now? These online dramas and online movies require low investment and are released quickly. You can spend money to promote yourself. If your online dramas and online movies are popular, you can also switch from the internet to the TV industry or the film industry. Of course, you must be mentally prepared to lose all your money. After all, internet movies and online dramas are a bit shoddy, to be honest." Hearing this, Chen Yusen nodded in agreement. "That's true. The current online movies and online dramas are really rubbish. It's too difficult to become famous through these two. Xing Xiaoyu went on to analyze. Second, you can find a reliable entertainment company to join. You are excellent in all aspects. If you can obtain the company's resources, you are likely to skyrocket. But this possibility is very small. It is almost impossible to become popular with one or two resources. If you really want to become popular, you have to constantly spend resources. But you are so beautiful that even men want to have your idea. To obtain more resources, you may have to sacrifice yourself. Chen Yusen's mood was a little low. Am I really hopeless? Have a cunning light flashed in Xing Xiaoyu's eyes. What is it? Same as me, Xing Xiaoyu said slowly. Suddenly, Chen Yusen's face changed slightly. Xiaoyu, don't make such a joke. Just think I'm joking, but you might as well think about it. Xing Xiaoyu said calmly, Gao Yan is young and handsome, and he is the boss of Xingchen Entertainment. Moreover, he has always been generous to his women. Of course, you are also very good. Instead of taking advantage of other stinky men, it is better to take advantage of my husband. Did Gao Yan ask you to do this? Chen Yusen asked, staring at Xing Xiaoyu. Of course not. Xing Xiaoyu shook her head. His real girlfriend may not be worse than you. And she is also a student at a prestigious university. Let me tell you a secret. I can be with my husband because I took the initiative to seduce him. Otherwise, he and I would also just friends. Cooning fighting gym. Looking at the frustrated people, Li Yingnan's already irritable mood became more irritable. She opened a fighting gym because she was good at martial arts, and the students in the fighting gym were all rich kids who were close to her. The reason why everyone looked frustrated was because of another fighting gym. That fighting gym was called Hero Fighting Gym. The owner of Hero Fighting Gym was Li Yingnan's mortal enemy Wei Qinlan. 3 days ago, Wei Qinlan proposed that the two fighting gyms compete. Li Yingnan was naturally not afraid and agreed. Then, they fought 2 games the day before yesterday and 2 games yesterday. In the 4 competitions, except for the one in which Li Yingnan personally won, the other 3 were all lost, and the people from Hero Fighting Gym were more ruthless, and the 3 students who played were injured and hospitalized. Especially one of them, 2 front teeth were knocked out. But the game is not over yet. But the remaining students in the Hero Fighting Gym were scared out of their wits, and no one dared to go on the field. After all, they were all young masters and young ladies from rich families. In addition, the students in the Hero Fighting Gym were more ruthless than each other, and they didn't want to be disfigured or have their front teeth knocked out. Who will go in the match tomorrow morning? Li Yingnan asked. Everyone was silent. No one wants to go? Li Yingnan showed a disappointed expression. As the saying goes, it's better to lose the battle than the fight. Even if you know you can't win, you can't retreat. Sister Yingnan, why don't we admit defeat? Wang Yao suggested in a low voice. Su Lingyao echoed, yes, Yingnan, the Hero Fighting Gym is obviously well prepared. I have inquired about it. The students of her fighting gym are all recruited from the Sonda class of the sports school. How long have we practiced? How can we be their opponents? Yingnan, I think we should just admit defeat. If we can't beat them this time, we will start over next time. Su Xiaojing said in a deep voice, this time, the Hero Fighting Gym is well prepared. We are not prepared at all. Even if we fight, we will suffer the loss. Su Xiaojing and Li Yingnan have been playing together since childhood. Therefore, others dare not let Li Yingnan admit defeat directly, but he dares. Seeing that even Su Xiaojing did not support her, Li Yingnan's face became more and more ugly. When she thought of Wei Qinlan's smug face after she admitted defeat, she felt depressed. No, I can't admit defeat just like that, but you don't have to go on the court. Leaving behind a sentence, Li Yingnan hurriedly left the fighting gym. Hero fighting gym. After Wei Qinlan received a call, she couldn't help but smile brightly. Why are you so happy, Qinlan? Asked her best friend Lan Xian. Hee, I just got the news that the losers in the Kuning fighting hall are afraid to go on stage. Then congratulations, no one is going on stage, so you will definitely win this competition. Lan Xian smiled. She knew that Wei Qinlan and Li Yingnan were mortal enemies, and each wanted to step on the other. Over the years, the two women have fought many times, but most of the time they ended in a draw. That may not be the case. Li Yingnan, that bitch, hasn't given up yet. However, I still don't believe that she can come up with any tricks in just one day. Wei Qinlan sneered. After receiving Li Yingnan's call, Gao Yan suddenly remembered that he had a female apprentice in the Magic City. Master, I have something I want to ask you for help. After a simple greeting, Li Yingnan said hesitantly. Gao Yan asked, what's the matter? Then, she recounted her grievances with Wei Qinlan. Gao Yan asked again, what do you want me to do? Li Yingnan, I want to ask Master to help me fight. Gao Yan said unhappily, even if I help you fight, I can only win one game. And in the end I still lose. Besides, with my strength, what's the difference between participating in a fight and an adult beating a child? Li Yingnan, Master, please help me. None of the students in my fighting gym dare to fight. If I admit defeat like this, I will lose face. No help. Gao Yan refused decisively. He was not interested in participating in such a bullshit. After refusing, Gao Yan hung up the phone directly. He was a big Danjin boss and went to fight with a group of people who didn't even reach Mingjin. If people knew about it in the future, they would laugh at him. Seeing that Gao Yan actually hung up the phone, Li Yingnan was completely disappointed, but she didn't give up. Since Master didn't want to come, she would go to Nandu to invite him. Time, unknowingly, has come to the afternoon. Gao Yan was lying on the sofa at home, holding his mobile phone and reading a novel. Now with the on-hook cheating device, he saved more than 4 hours of time. Half of the time was used for study, and the other half could be used to watch short videos and read novels to relax. Just then, the phone rang again. Gao Yan frowned and picked up the phone. Before he could speak, Li Yingnan's voice came, Master, I'm in Nandu. Give me a detailed address and I'll come to you. Half an hour later, Gao Yan opened the door and welcomed Li Yingnan in. Li Yingnan looked at Gao Yan's residence curiously, and said in surprise, Master, why do you live here? In her opinion, Gao Yan is not short of money. But he actually lives in an ordinary house, and it's just a small one-bedroom house. Why can't I live here? Gao Yan said lightly, drink water? Master, don't get me wrong. I don't mean anything else. I'm just curious. If you are so rich, why do you still live in a small house? Li Yingnan explained quickly. Drink water. Gao Yan took a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator and threw it to her. Thank you, Master. Li Yingnan unscrewed the bottle cap and took a sip. Master. Gao Yan waved his hand. If you still ask me to help you fight, forget it, I won't go. Master, please help me, otherwise I won't be able to hold my head up in front of that little bitch, Wei Jinlan. Li Yingnan said coquettishly, besides, I'm your apprentice. If I don't have face, your face doesn't look good, does it? You are just a registered apprentice. We can expel you from the master at any time, Gao Yan said with a half-smile. Upon hearing this, Li Yingnan was immediately speechless. But after a while, Li Yingnan began to pester Gao Yan again. Gao Yan, who was helplessly pestered by him, waved his hand and said, okay, I won't help you participate in the competition, but I can help you find two people to participate. Thank you, master. Li Yingnan couldn't help but be overjoyed. Then Gao Yan took out his mobile phone, dialed Qin Zhihui's number, and asked him to borrow two Mingjin warriors around 20 years old. Qin Zhihui naturally agreed to such a small request. He also said that he would send someone to report to him immediately. 2 hours later, two young Mingjin warriors from the Qin family arrived. Hello, Mr. Gao, I am Qin Zhou. Hello, Mr. Gao, I am Qin Yu. No need to be polite. Gao Yan nodded, then pointed at Li Yingnan and said, you two will go to the Magic City with her to participate in a fight, and go back to Hanyang directly after the fight. As you command. The two of them followed the instructions very much. Master, how strong are they? Li Yingnan asked in a low voice. You'll have no problem with two of them, Gao Yan said lightly. Li Yingnan's physique is good, comparable to ordinary Mingjin warriors, but she has not yet entered Mingjin. 9 o'clock the next morning. Magic City, Hero Fighting Gym. Wei Qinlan, wearing a white sports shirt, arrived with more than 10 people from the Hero Fighting Gym. Tomboy, I heard that no one in your fighting gym dares to fight, is that true? As soon as they met, Wei Qinlan couldn't help but mock Li Yingnan. Li Yingnan naturally wouldn't give him a good look, and sneered, Wei, I'm sorry to disappoint you. My fighting gym just happened to recruit two new students, and they will fight. New students? Wei Qinlan was startled, and his eyes swept across the crowd, locking onto two unfamiliar faces. Qinzhou and Qin Yu were not tall, only a little over 1.7 meters tall, and their looks were relatively ordinary, looking a bit mediocre. Wei Qinlan was relieved immediately. Neither of them looked like a martial arts master, so she continued to tease, could it be that your people didn't dare to fight, so you deliberately found two people to make up the number? Whether it's just to make up the number, you'll know after the fight. Li Yingnan said confidently. At first, she still had some doubts about the strength of Qinzhou and Qin Yu. After she fought with each of them, she immediately realized that these two seemingly unremarkable people were masters. Therefore, she is now particularly confident. Coach Yu, what do you think of the strength of those two people? Wei Qinlan, who was a little worried, turned her head and asked a particularly strong man beside her. This man was the head coach of her martial arts gym. He had won the national Sanda championship many times and was very strong. Coach Yu glanced at Qin Yu and Qinzhou lightly. Miss Wei, please rest assured, Xiao Luo and Xiao Zhou will not lose. That's good. Soon, the competition began. The first person to go on stage at the Kuning Fighting Gym was Qinzhou, and the first person to go on stage at the Hero Fighting Gym was Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo is nearly 1.9 meters tall and has a very strong body. Even if he just stands there, he is full of deterrence. On the other hand, Qingzhou, who is only 1.7 meters tall, is a little behind. And his body looks a little thin compared to Xiao Luo. Brother Xiaojiang, do you think the people Sister Yingnan has found can beat the other party? Su Lingyao asked in a low voice. I don't think it will be possible. Su Xiaojiang shook his head. The weight difference between the two sides is too big. Start. At this time, Li Yingnan and Wei Qinlan announced the start of the game at the same time. Neither of them made a move at the first time. Qingzhou was unwilling to take the initiative to make a move, because he was a warrior in the middle stage of Mingjin, and the other party was much taller. And taller than him, but he did not take Xiao Luo seriously. Similarly, Xiao Luo also had the same idea, and at the same time, he hooked his finger at Qingzhou with contempt. His action angered Qingzhou. He suddenly rushed out, and before Xiao Luo could react, he punched him on the chin, and Xiao Luo's tall and strong body fell down. Well done! Li Yingnan couldn't help but shout excitedly, and then looked at Wei Qinlan. Provocatively, Wei, your man is not good, he is so big, but he is useless. Wei Qinlan was furious and shouted to Xiao Luo, get up. Unfortunately, Xiao Luo struggled for a few times, but couldn't get up. After all, it's not so easy for a warrior in the middle stage of Mingjin to attack with anger. After 10 seconds, Xiao Luo didn't get up from the ring. Li Yingnan announced the result directly. Then the second game started. Because of Xiao Luo's previous experience, Xiao Zhou didn't dare to be careless this time, and launched the attack first. But Qin Yu was not a pushover. He went around behind him and slashed Xiao Zhou's neck with a knife. Then he saw Xiao Zhou fall to the ground and fainted. Mr. Wei, are you convinced? Li Yingnan looked at Wei Qinlan proudly. Why should I be convinced? In 6 games, we both won 3 and lost 3. Wei Qinlan said contemptuously, and you paid for them, right? What are you proud of? Leaving behind a word, Wei Qinlan turned around and left. After getting in the car, Wei Qinlan's anger finally broke out, and he said to Coach Yu, didn't you say that Xiao Luo and Xiao Zhou were fine? How come they were defeated in one move? Coach Yu smiled bitterly and said, Miss Wei, Xiao Luo and Xiao Zhou are indeed strong, and they can even win the City Sonda Championship. I suspect that the 2 people who just played are warriors. Warriors? As a member of the Wei family, one of the 5 major families in the Magic City, she naturally knew the existence of warriors. Then can you tell their strength? How can I tell? Coach Yu shook his head, but they can beat Xiao Luo and Xiao Zhou so easily. They must have reached Mingjin, otherwise, with the difference in size between the 2 sides, how could they easily defeat Xiao Luo and Xiao Zhou? Despicable. Wei Qinlan cursed, that tomboy has no martial ethics, and actually asked a warrior to help. She planned the fight for several months, just to step on Li Yingnan and humiliate him severely. For this reason, she hired Coach Yu with a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, and recruited more than a dozen tall and strong Sonda students from the sports school. After the first 2 fights, she saw the hope of victory, but something went wrong in the 3rd game, which made her months of hard work go to waste. With the strength of the Li family, they can definitely afford to hire warriors as bodyguards. But today, these 2 people look like they are in their early 20s. It is not easy to become a Mingjin warrior in his early 20s, and how could such a young Mingjin warrior go to be a bodyguard for someone else? So, these two people should not be the bodyguards of the Li family. But Li Yingnan found them from other places. Thinking of this, her eyes lit up. Since Li Yingnan, the tomboy, could ask those two to do it, he could do it too. Thinking of this, she quickly picked up her phone and dialed a number to make some explanations. On the other side, after the game, Qinzhou and Qinyu also said goodbye. Li Yingnan wanted to keep them, but the two were very determined to leave. To be honest, if the head of the family had not ordered it personally, they would not come to participate in this kind of childish game. Seeing that he could not keep them, Li Yingnan immediately helped them book tickets. However, Qinzhou and Qinyu had already booked their tickets in advance. To express his gratitude, Li Yingnan personally drove them to the airport. Just as the two were waiting to board the plane in the VIP lounge, Wei Qinlan led people into the VIP room and went straight to Qinzhou and Qinyu. Hello, gentlemen. My name is Wei Qinlan. Can I chat with you? Nothing to talk about, Qinzhou said indifferently. They are all children of martial arts families. And they are arrogant. Moreover, they have reached the Mingjin level in their early 20s, and there is a great hope to break through to the Anjin level before the age of 30. Feeling the attitude of the two, Wei Qinlan was slightly annoyed, but she still kept smiling and said, "You two gentlemen are martial artists, right? So what if you are, so what if you are not?" Qinzhou's tone became colder and colder. "Miss, please don't disturb us too. Rest. Why do you two gentlemen refuse people?" "I don't know what price Li Yingnan offered you, but I can give you 3 times the price," Wei Qinlan said confidently. When they heard this, Qinzhou and Qinyu both sneered. Qinzhou even said sarcastically, "You don't think we would play for others for money, do you? Isn't it?" Wei Qinlan said in surprise. "Okay, I'm not interested in telling you anything more. Hurry up and leave, or I'll really call someone." Qinzhou waved his hand impatiently. In the end, Wei Xulan did not get any more useful information from Qinzhou and Qinyu, and left the airport gloomily. On the way back, the more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became. She planned to ask the second housekeeper to check the origins of those two guys. It was too embarrassing. She was the eldest lady of the Wei family after all, but he didn't take her seriously at all. The Wei family is one of the 5 major families in the Demon City, and their ability to collect intelligence is still very strong. Besides, Qinzhou and Qinyu did not hide their identities. "Fifth Miss, we have found out that those two people are named Qinzhou and Qinyu. They are both descendants of the Qin family, a famous martial arts family in Yangdong province." The second housekeeper arrived with a piece of information. "How strong is the Qin family?" Wei Xulan asked. "In terms of wealth, the Qin family cannot compare with our Wei family. In terms of strength and influence, we are not as good as the Qin family," the second housekeeper said truthfully. After all, the Wei family can only recruit the strongest warriors. There are definitely no fewer than 10 Anjin level warriors in the Qin family. What's more, the Qin family also has Huajin warriors sitting in charge, which is even more amazing. At this time, Wei Jinlan came to his senses. No wonder those two people would laugh at him when she told her 3 times the price at the airport. She was from a martial arts family and was not short of money at all. Not to mention helping others fight in the ring, just for money. For a moment, she was a little confused. "Second housekeeper, tell me, how did That manly Li Yingnan impressed the two warriors of the Qin family? It should be related to Gao Yan, the second steward's family. Who is Gao Yan? Wei Jinlan said in confusion. Gao Yan is the boss of Xingchen Entertainment and also the boss of Sunday Mall. The prodigal? Wei Jinlan said subconsciously. It's hard not to pay attention to the behavior of throwing away money before the mall on Sunday. Even though the Wei family is as rich as any country, the behavior of spending tens of billions to sell mobile phones for others in less than a month still makes people stunned. It's hard to understand if you spend those tens of billions on yourself, and it's Rice and Zhongwei who achieve success in remote areas. Fifth Miss, your understanding of him is still too one-sided. The second housekeeper smiled and shook his head. That Gao Yan is not an ordinary person, he is also a powerful warrior himself. Puff. Wei Zilan spit out the coffee he just drank in his mouth. No, right? Gao Yan is a warrior who transforms strength, so Gao Yan shouldn't be too old, right? It's really not big. The second housekeeper nodded. He is only in his early 20s. Second housekeeper, are you sure you didn't make a mistake in your investigation? Wei Jinlan was even more shocked when she heard that Gao Yan was only 20 years old. As far as she knew, the Anjin masters recruited by the 5 major families in the Demon City were all over 40 years old. Therefore, she understood more or less how difficult it was to achieve Huajin. The second housekeeper continued, there is no mistake in the investigation. Gao Yan is indeed only 20 years old. He is a rare martial arts genius. Secondly, he also has a master who has reached Danjin. What is the realm of Danjin? Wei Zilan asked, curiously. The second steward explained, the next level of Huajin. There are only 5 warriors in this level in our daxia. It is not clear how many there are secretly, but it will not exceed the number of hands. Moreover, according to my investigation, according to the news, Li Yingnan has worshipped Gao Yan as his master. Fifth Miss, although you and Li Yingnan have been fighting for many years, you have restrained yourself after all. In the future, even if you don't have a good relationship with Li Yingnan, don't let your relationship deteriorate anymore. Keep getting worse. Han Shangyu suffered a big loss some time ago, you know, right? No. Wei Zilan nodded. I heard that his entertainment company was poached by many people, but as a result, he didn't even dare to let go. More than. The second housekeeper shook his head. Not only did he not fight back, but he also took the initiative to apologize to the other party. What? Li Yingnan said in disbelief, there is such an outrageous thing? As far as she knew, Han Shangyu was not easy to get along with, and she felt that this man had a deep mind. How could he just be beaten without fighting back? This was not like his style. The company that poaches others is Xingchen Entertainment, the second housekeeper said leisurely. This time, Wei Jinlan understood. Second butler, you mean that Han Shangyu is afraid of speaking loudly, so he has to give in. The second housekeeper nodded. The deterrent power of Huajin warriors is greater than what Fifth Miss imagined. Moreover, there is a Danjin behind them, so they can't be provoked even more. Can warriors do whatever they want? Of course not. The second housekeeper shook his head, but a powerful warrior can make you die inexplicably. Even if the forensic doctor can't find out the cause of death even after an autopsy on you, so when facing a powerful warrior, we can try our best not to provoke them. Am I going to have to bow to a man's mother-in-law from now on? Wait, Sulan said unwillingly. Just get along normally. The second housekeeper smiled. Humph, since Li Yingnan can become a disciple, I am no worse than her. I also want to become a disciple. Wei Jinlan suddenly had an idea. Fifth Miss can give it a try, but the other party may not agree. As far as I know, Li Yingnan is only a registered disciple. The second housekeeper reminded that the Wei family would be happy to have a good relationship with a Huajin warrior. Wei Tsulan's eyes lit up. She is just a registered disciple. Then I want to be a formal disciple. Second butler, give me some high-profile information. Gao Yan, who was far away in Nandu, didn't know yet that he was already attracted by a beautiful woman. At this moment, he was taking Chen Yiling to Nandu No. 7 Middle School to go through the admission procedures. It must be said that Longxing is very efficient. It didn't take long for the matter to be settled. The person who received Gao Yan was the vice principal of Nandu No. 7 Middle School. The other party was very enthusiastic. All the formalities were completed in less than an hour, and Chen Yiling only had to wait for September 1st to register directly, and she would be admitted to Class 1. In fact, the so-called Class 1 is the top class or rocket class. Because the Education Department has issued relevant policies, rocket classes or experimental classes are not allowed. But there are policies from above and countermeasures from below. If it is not allowed, then just cancel the name. But in fact, the teaching staff of Class 1 is still far superior to other classes. And Nandu No. 7 Middle School is a famous school. Therefore, the conditions for entering Class 1 are quite harsh. Either you have super good grades or your family is rich enough. Of course, even if you are rich, it is not okay if your grades are too bad. Chen Yiling's high school entrance examination results are not bad. In addition, her physique will soon reach 80 points, and she has been drinking medicinal wine for a long time. Even if her grades are not good now, she will definitely catch up with the progress if she spends more time studying in the future. If she still can't catch up, just hire a few tutors. Besides, she has already planned to take the art school entrance exam, and it's okay as long as her academic performance is acceptable. With her voice and outstanding appearance, it won't be too easy for her to get into the art school if she improves her singing skills in the future. Brother-in-law, I'll treat you to milk tea. After completing the student registration, Chen Yiling said happily. If you want to drink milk tea, just go to my milk tea shop. It's different. What's different, or do you want to treat your brother-in-law to a bad milk tea? No. Seeing that his sister-in-law was anxious, Gao Yan rubbed her head quickly. Okay, brother-in-law is teasing you, let's go to see your sister. And tell her the good news, and by the way, you treat your brother-in-law to a cup of milk tea. Yeah. Chen Yiling nodded repeatedly. Chen Yue was very happy to learn that her sister had transferred her enrollment to Nandu No. 7 Middle School and entered the top class. She also said that she must celebrate at noon today. Originally, Gao Yan planned to introduce Chen Yiling to Lin Moer. After all, the two girls were not much different in age and should be able to play together. But thinking that Lin Moer would enter Yangdong Science School after school started, he also promised to introduce Lin Moer to Xiaoxua. If she and Chen Yiling met, wouldn't there be a risk of overturning? After a hearty lunch, after calling Chen Yue to the next door under an excuse to bully her, Gao Yan extracted the AFK experience. The AFK experience twice directly increased his physical fitness by 1 point. Suddenly, Xing Xiaoyu called Gao Yan, "Honey, when are you coming to Shanghai? I have prepared a surprise for you." Gao Yan became interested. "What surprise?" Xing Xiaoyu, "I'll tell you when you come." Gao Yan, "Okay, I'll come to Shanghai today." Xing Xiaoyu, "Then I'll pick you up at the airport." Gao Yan, "No, I'll come to Platinum Palace #1 for dinner tonight." After talking on the phone for a while, Gao Yan hung up the phone. He had a portal that could teleport directly to Shanghai. So, if he teleported there at 5 o'clock, he would definitely not be more than 6 o'clock if he took a taxi to Platinum Palace. By the way, Li Chaonan gave him a Rolls-Royce. But if this car was parked here, it would be too ostentatious. Instead, it was stored at Platinum Palace. He thought about it and decided to buy a more low-key car. On the other side, Xing Xiaoyu put down her phone and said to Qin Yusen beside her, "You heard that your husband will come tonight. Are you sure you are ready?" Qin Yusen's eyes flashed with determination, and she nodded vigorously. "Xiaoyu, I have thought about it, but I still have to thank you." "Okay, we are a family and don't talk about two things. You should perform well tonight. You are so good at singing. When the time comes, let your husband help you make a song that is not worse than you Feifei's. It will definitely be a hit." "How can it be so easy?" Qin Yusen shook her head. "The song Past is definitely the ceiling among songs. Songs of this quality are hard to come by, and you can't buy them even if you spend a lot of money." "Really? Is this song so great?" Xing Xiaoyu was a little surprised. "What do you think?" Qin Yusen asked back. "If it weren't for the quality of this song, it would not be so popular. Now, the song Past has almost dominated the magazine. It is too popular." According to the information obtained by the assistant, Yu Feifei also became popular because of this song, and several major domestic variety shows have sent her invitations. At the same time, she has been approached for more than 50 endorsements. As for commercial performances, she is overwhelmed. It is said that Yu Feifei only sings one song and then leaves, and her appearance fee is at least 500,000. She runs several venues in a day. She can easily make millions. If you add endorsements and advertisements, Yu Feifei's net income can reach at least 20 million, and the company will make even more. After all, the company and her signed a 6:4 split, 60% for the company and 40% for Yu Feifei. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Gao Yan came to Xing Xiaoyu's original apartment through the random door. "Push the door out. Go downstairs and take a taxi straight to Platinum Palace." More than 40 minutes later, the taxi drove into the community and arrived in front of the #1 gate of Platinum Palace. After paying the fare, he unlocked the door and entered the villa directly with his fingerprint. "Mr. Gao, you are here. Xiaoyu is preparing dinner. Please sit down first. I'll pour you a glass of water," Qin Yusen said enthusiastically. "Miss Chen is here too." Gao Yan greeted with a smile. "I don't need water, thank you, I'll go to the kitchen first." "Come to the kitchen." Sure enough, I saw Xing Xiaoyu busy. "Honey, you're here." Xing Xiaoyu turned around, a look of surprise flashed across her face, and then she kissed Gao Yan on the face. "Why is she here?" Gao Yan hugged Xing Xiaoyu's waist and asked. "Yusen is my best friend." "Okay, then what about my surprise?" "You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, you'll know in the evening." More than 10 minutes later, in the villa restaurant, the three of them sat together to eat. "Mr. Gao, congratulations, your singer's new song is a big hit. Chen Yusen said with a smile. Thank you. Gao Yan said lightly. To be honest, he didn't take it to heart, no matter how popular the song was. Could it make a few $100 million? He was a trillionaire, and didn't care about this little money. Honey, Yusen wants to sign a contract with Xingchen Entertainment, do you think it's okay? Xing Xiaoyu suddenly said. Of course, Miss Chen has good singing and acting skills, so we welcome her to sign with our company. Gao Yan said with a smile. He was a little surprised. With Chen Yusen's conditions, it would not be difficult to sign. The reason why she did not sign was that she had greater ambitions. Now she actually wanted to sign. Did Xiaoyu convince her? Thank you, Mr. Gao. Chen Yusen hurriedly thanked. Okay, let's not talk about business during dinner. Let's talk after dinner. After dinner. Gao Yan called Chen Yusen to the study upstairs. Ms. Chen, tell me your conditions. Gao Yan looked at Chen Yusen and said. Mr. Gao, I don't have any conditions. A new contract is fine. It's best to sign for 10 years. Chen Yusen said with a smile. When Gao Yan heard this, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Miss Chen. Are you sure? Chen Yusen said, after Xiaoyu's analysis, I have realized the reason for myself. The entertainment industry and the live broadcast industry are two completely different circles. Since I want to enter the entertainment industry, I have to let go of my reserve and start over. Gao Yan nodded. It's good that you can figure this out. However, you still have a lot of traffic, and dating new people is really bullying. Besides, you are Xiaoyu's best friend, and I can't let you suffer. Hearing what Gao Yan said, Chen Yusen was secretly happy. It was exactly what Xiaoyu said. Gao Yan was a soft-spoken person, and he didn't like to take advantage of others. So she nodded. I will obey your arrangements, boss. Gao Yan thought for a while and said, in this way, we will divide the signing fee according to the B-level contract. The signing fee of 5 million will be divided into 6 for the company and 4 for you. Your singing and acting skills are both good, and you have released a single. I will give it to you within a month. You have a single, and by the way, you can also play the third female lead in the company's new drama this time. As for other resources, it depends on your development arrangements. As for the contract period, you should sign for 5 years first. What do you think? Boss, why don't you sign for 10 years? Chen Yusen said proactively. Anyway, she already planned to be a talkative woman, so she could win his favor by signing for 10 years. Are you sure? Gao Yan looked at Chen Yusen. Sure. Chen Yusen nodded solemnly. Since you are willing to sign for 10 years, then sign for 10 years. Gao Yan was not pretentious, but he still explained, but don't worry, our company's contract will also be adjusted according to your fame. You can get up to 80% of the share, so work hard. Thank you, boss, I won't let you down. Chen Yusen stood up and bowed. Okay, it's settled. I'll say hello to the company. You can go directly to the company tomorrow to sign a contract. After Chen Yusen left the study, Gao Yan took out the entertainment card. In the past 2 days, all he got from the entertainment card were scripts not used today. See if you can get a song. After deducting 1 million, entertainment cards begin to be drawn. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the A-level song My Hymn. Oh, I'm lucky. Gao Yan smiled, and he didn't expect to get an A-level song directly. Although it was not as outrageous as the past, it was perfect for praising newcomers. Just then, Xing Xiaoyu pushed the door open and entered. "Husband, how was your conversation with Uxian? B-level contract, signing fee of 5 million, a single for her within a month. And a role as the third female lead in a new drama. Honey, the surprise you prepared is not to convince Chen Yusen to sign the contract, right?" While talking, Gao Yan pulled Xing Xiaoyu onto his lap. "No." Xing Xiaoyu shook her head slyly. "What's that?" Gao Yan asked, curiously. "Now is not the time to tell you, you will know later," Xing Xiaoyu said with a mysterious face. Suddenly, she changed the subject. "Honey, let's go swimming in the rooftop pool." "Okay." So the two of them left the study and went to the bedroom to change into swimsuits and went to the rooftop swimming pool together. Unexpectedly, when I came to the roof, I saw Chen Yusen wearing a purple swimming skirt swimming in the swimming pool. The water in the swimming pool is exceptionally clear, and a pair of slender, round and white legs will occasionally jump out of the water, causing splashes of water. Sudden. Chen Yusen dived into the water and came towards the edge of the pool. Wow! A huge water splash appeared, followed by a beautiful face emerging from the water, followed by half of an extremely slim and graceful body. "Boss, Xiaoyu, you guys are here, come down quickly." Chen Yusen smiled sweetly and extended an invitation to the two of them. Xing Xiaoyu subconsciously looked at Gao Yan and found that her boyfriend's eyes were slightly straightened. Although she had orchestrated all this, there was still a sense of sourness in her heart at this moment. However, this sour feeling disappeared in a flash, because she understood Gao Yan and was not someone who liked the new and disliked the old. She would not ignore her even if she had Chen Yusen. "Husband, let's go down too." At Xing Xiaoyu's urging, Gao Yan also got into the water. Swimming is a very physically demanding sport, but to Gao Yan, it is nothing. After swimming 2 laps, Gao Yan went ashore and lay on a chair by the pool, eating fruit and drinking tea, watching the two women playing in the water. Half an hour later, the two women came ashore panting. "Honey, stop swimming, let's go down and take a shower." So the three of them took the elevator downstairs. After entering the bedroom, Gao Yan originally planned to let Xing Xiaoyu take a shower together. But she pushed Gao Yan in first and then said, "You go in first, and I will prepare a surprise for you." "Well, if your surprise doesn't satisfy me, I won't let you go," Gao Yan threatened before entering the bathroom. "Turn on the shower and let the warm water wash over your head and strong body." Then I squeezed some shampoo onto my head and started rubbing it with my hands. After rubbing bubbles on his head, he started rinsing. Suddenly, there was a soft knock on the bathroom door, and then the sound of footsteps. Gao Yan didn't open his eyes, thinking it was Xing Xiaoyu. Wensuemi.cc. Xing Xiaoyu came behind him, stuck up to him, and put her arms around his waist. Sudden. Gao Yan felt something was wrong, because judging from the touch on his back, it did not belong to Xing Xiaoyu. Besides Xing Xiaoyu, the only woman in this villa is Chen Yusen. With a thought, he activated his spiritual perception. Sure enough, he found that the person hugging him from behind was not Xing Xiaoyu, but Chen Yusen. He quickly washed away the foam on his head and looked back at Chen Yusen. Their eyes met, and he could feel the shyness and nervousness in the other person's eyes. "Why did you get in?" Gao Yan asked, while moving Chen Yusen's arm away from his body. "Boss, I want to be your woman." Chen Yusen's face turned red with embarrassment. Does Xiaoyu know? Gao Yan asked. I know. Chen Yusen whispered. Suddenly, Gao Yan realized that this was probably the surprise Jing Xiaoyu had prepared for him. Get out. Gao Yan said lightly. Upon hearing this, Chen Yusen's face suddenly turned pale. She suddenly raised her head, looked at Gao Yan, and said, Boss, my body is clean, I am not the kind of person you think. I know. The other party's specialness remains at 100, so it is naturally clean. Now that you know, why? You know why I'm still rejecting you, right? Gao Yan asked eagerly. Chen Yusen nodded. Gao Yan said, I am not a good person, but I also have my own bottom line. I know what you are worried about, but since I have signed you, I will be responsible for you. Your own conditions are good, as long as you polish your acting skills and improve your singing skills, and you will be able to stand out sooner or later. There is no need to do anything extra, and don't listen to Xiaoyu's unreliable lies in the future. Hearing Gao Yan's words, Chen Yusen was deeply moved. She knew her attraction to men so well that she could attract a large number of men to reward her even through the screen. Not to mention that she was only wearing a thin swimsuit now. But Gao Yan was able to ignore her temptation and let her leave the bathroom. Thank you, boss, you are a good person. Chen Yusen stepped forward and hugged Gao Yan, then let her go, and walked out of the bathroom. But after taking 2 steps, she suddenly turned back. Boss, are you sure you want me to go out? Get out. Gao Yan waved to her. Chen Yusen's eyes suddenly moved down, her cheeks turned red again, but there was a hint of cunning in her eyes. She bit her lips gently and let out a string of laughter like silver bells. Boss, what's wrong with your mouth? Mean? As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Yusen ran out of the bathroom quickly and closed the bathroom door. Gao Yan looked down, with a hint of embarrassment on his face. 10 minutes later, Gao Yan walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. Husband, I admire you so much, you can actually resist Yu Xian's temptation. Jing Xiaoyu said with a smile on his face. You bastard, how dare you tease your husband like this, let's see how I deal with you. As he spoke, Gao Yan rushed towards Jing Xiaoyu. Husband, spare your life, I was wrong. When Gao Yan put his hand under Jing Xiaoyu's armpit, the other party immediately surrendered. But thinking of the embarrassing scene in the bathroom just now, Gao Yan couldn't let her go so easily. After a while, Jing Xiaoyu smiled like noodles and fell softly into Gao Yan's arms. Husband, I was wrong. I don't dare to do it anymore. Please spare me. Jing Xiaoyu has a fatal flaw, that is, he is ticklish. Not only her armpits are her source of sensitivity, but her waist and soles are also quite sensitive. Okay, I'll let you go this time, and I won't let you off lightly next time. Gao Yan snorted coldly. I don't dare anymore, I don't dare anymore. Jing Xiaoyu kept saying. After resting for a while, Jing Xiaoyu finally regained his breath, rolled his eyes at Gao Yan, and hurried into the bathroom to take a shower. More than 2 hours later. The war in the canyon is over. Jing Xiaoyu clung to Gao Yan's chest. After a while, she regained some strength. She knew that her stinky husband was taking revenge on her. Husband, do you really not regret letting Yu Xian go? Jing Xiaoyu said leisurely. No regrets. Gao Yan said very decisively, as long as he is willing to spend money on the beautiful body, is he afraid that he can't find it? So he really has no regrets at all. Moreover, the moment Chen Yusen left the bathroom, Gao Yan used his insight eye and discovered that Chen Yusen's friendliness towards her had reached over 80 points. Once you become lovers, that translates into intimacy. The intimacy level of 80 points is not low. The temptation of the entertainment industry was too great, and he was not sure that Chen Yusen would not betray him. Therefore, he wants to raise Chen Yusen's friendship level to 90 points, then confirm the relationship and use the partner binding card. In this way, Chen Yusen will never betray him. Therefore, he would rather be Liu Xiaohui once than leave hidden dangers for the future. The next morning, Gao Yan drove a Rolls-Royce to take Xing Xiaoyu and Chen Yusen to Xingchen Entertainment. Boss, if I sign the contract, do I need to give up the live broadcast industry? Chen Yusen asked. When they met in the morning, Gao Yan used his inside eyes on Chen Yusen again. After a night of fermentation, the other party's friendliness towards him had climbed to 85 points. Don't give up, but don't renew the contract with Tiger Entertainment when it expires, and move to the Douyin platform for development, Gao Yan suggested. With the memory of the next 5 years, he naturally knew how awesome Douyin would be in the future. This is a short video software with a daily active volume of more than 600 million. Today's stars look down on anchors and internet celebrities. But in the future, however, many stars are jealous of those internet celebrities who make a lot of money by bringing goods, so they put down their star heirs and come to Douyin to live broadcast and bring goods. Chen Yusen is already a big anchor and a big internet celebrity. If she gives up the live broadcast industry in order to enter the entertainment industry, now, she will probably be criticized if she wants to re-enter the industry in the future. It is better to prepare now, and the effect of bringing goods as a star and internet celebrity will be better. Douyin, I know this software, Chen Yusen said with some doubts, but this software seems to be only for posting short videos, not live broadcasts. It doesn't mean it won't be available in the future. Gao Yan said confidently, Douyin's traffic has increased rapidly, but there is no good monetization channel at present. If a product cannot find a monetization channel, it will definitely not last long, and opening the live broadcast function is one of Douyin's monetization methods. Oh. Chen Yusen nodded thoughtfully. Boss, are you optimistic about Douyin? Gao Yan nodded. I am indeed optimistic. Although Douyin is not as good as Kuaishou now, it will surpass Kuaishou sooner or later and become the #1 in the short video track. If Gao Yan didn't have the memory of the future, he wouldn't dare to be so sure, but with the memory of the next 5 years, he naturally dared to say such a thing. Hubby, didn't you ask me to shoot a short drama and put it on Douyin before? Will you do it again in the future? Originally, Xing Xiaoyu was quite concerned about this matter, but later, Gao Yan acquired Xingchen Entertainment and arranged the role of the female lead for her, so she didn't take the short video shooting seriously. Shoot, of course, both of you shoot, Gao Yan said very affirmatively. At the same time, he had an idea and simply asked all the actors in the company to shoot. After all, in the future, only a few stars will be able to make money when they enter Douyin. Entering in advance can also seize the opportunity. In the future, Douyin invited a large number of stars to enter, but at that time, Douyin was already a big hit, and the entry of stars was just icing on the cake. And entering now is like sending charcoal in the snow. The two sides can also deepen cooperation in the future. Brother Yan, when did you come? Why didn't you notify your brothers? Seeing Gao Yan coming to the company, Li Chaonan couldn't help but said happily, I arrived last night. I lived at Xiaoyu's place, so I didn't notify you. Gao Yan explained. Oh. Li Chaonan showed an I understand expression, but Jing Xiaoyu's face flushed. Afterwards, Gao Yan proposed to sign Chen Yusen to Xingchen Entertainment. Li Chaonan naturally had no objection to this. After all, the manager of the artist department had proposed to him to sign Chen Yusen long before. After all, her performance in the crew was remarkable. Her own conditions were quite good, and she also brought her own traffic. As long as she was trained a little, even if she couldn't enter the first line, she would still have no problem entering the second line. However, it was rejected by Li Chaonan. It's not that he didn't want to sign Chen Yusen, but he felt that this girl had a relationship with Gao Yan, and even if he wanted to sign, he shouldn't sign it. Our company has always been optimistic about Miss Chen, and it's naturally great to be able to sign with our company. Li Chaonan said hurriedly. Thank you, Mr. Li. Chen Yusen thanked. Don't thank me, you should thank Mr. Gao. After a while, Deng Ku, the manager of the artist department, who was summoned by the boss, and the general manager, hurried over. Boss Gao, Boss Li, what do you want to do? Manager Deng, this is Miss Chen Yusen, our company's future new artist. Please have someone bring a B-level contract. Gao Yan ordered directly. Deng Ku, okay, boss, I'll arrange it right away. Boss Li, have all the female roles for the new TV series been decided? Gao Yan asked Li Chaonan. Li Chaonan glanced at Chen Yusen, and then said, there is still a female no. 3 and 2 female number 4, still under consideration. Why he didn't mention the female number 2, the reason is very simple. Because Jing Xiaoyu has already accepted one of the female number 3, if Chen Yusen is asked to play the female number 2, it will definitely cause Jing Xiaoyu's displeasure. If I remember correctly, there are 3 female third roles, Su Xiaoxiao, Wang Lucy, and Su Jieqi. Among them, Su Xiaoxiao has been taken by Xiaoyu. The role of Su Jieqi is more suitable for Miss Chen. Miss Chen, what do you think? Boss, I think so too. Chen Yusen has read the script. The role of Su Jieqi has more scenes than Su Xiaoxiao. Although she is a villain, she is also more outstanding if she plays it well. Naturally, she will not have any objections. At the same time, she was quite emotional in her heart. This is the power of capital. In one sentence, she was given a very important female third role. In the past, she wanted to play the role of female fourth or female fifth, but she couldn't do it. Soon, Deng Ku arranged the contract. Gao Yan asked him to take Chen Yusen to sign the contract, and Jing Xiaoyu also ran to watch the fun. Did you get it? As soon as the others left, Li Chaonan became unserious. Am I that kind of person? Gao Yan rolled his eyes at him. Isn't it? Li Chaonan sneered, my other sister-in-law is doing well now. Faced with Li Chaonan's ridicule, Gao Yan remained calm. Okay, let's talk about business. Do you know Douyin? Yes. Li Chaonan said, there are a lot of young ladies on it. When I have nothing to do, I like to brush it. So, Gao Yan told Li Chaonan about his ideas. After listening, Li Chaonan showed a thoughtful look. Brother Yan, are you optimistic about the development of Douyin? Yes, I am very optimistic. Gao Yan nodded. But I heard that Kuaishou has received investment from Penguin. With the support of Penguin, Douyin may not be able to beat Kuaishou, right? Li Chaonan said. That may not be the case. Gao Yan smiled. judging from the current situation, Douyin is indeed not as good as Kuaishou, but in the future, Douyin will beat Kuaishou badly. Why? Li Chaonan asked. If Gao Yan did not have the memory of the future, he might not be able to tell, but with the memory of the future, he sorted it out a little and said. 3 reasons why Douyin will definitely surpass Kuaishou. First is the management, second, autonomy, and finally the advantage in algorithm. After listening to Gao Yan's analysis, Li Chaonan said thoughtfully, Brother Yan, since you are so optimistic about short videos, why don't we set up a special short video department to shoot short videos? Okay, I have no objection, you can do it. He didn't want to manage the company's specific affairs, and he also thought Li Chaonan's proposal was good. Anyway, the company has already opened a movie and a TV series. There are many idol artists, so let's get them all to shoot short videos. Li Chaonan is also a vigorous and resolute person. Star Entertainment was formed by the integration of 3 companies. In addition, the company does not have many projects, and there are still many idle employees. Therefore, after Li Chaonan's order was issued, the senior management immediately transferred some idle employees to form a short video department. Subsequently, Li Chaonan asked someone to notify him, saying that the company's new department was in short supply of actors, and all artists could come and try. But the result made Li Chaonan a little disappointed. It's approaching noon. There were only 7 or 8 artists who came to sign up. To this end, Li Chaonan was very angry and couldn't help but complain to Gao Yan. It doesn't matter. Gao Yan smiled and waved his hand. If they don't want to shoot now, it's because they haven't seen the benefits of short videos. When they find out in the future, they will naturally beg to shoot. It's still 15 years ago, and most celebrities look down on internet. Celebrities, short video actors, and anchors. If you want to change a person's concept, you don't need to talk about it, but you need to do it. It's almost time, let's go eat. Gao Yan said to Li Chaonan, and then to Jing Xiaoyu, go and call director Pei and Qin Yusen to have dinner together. He has given the song My Hymn to Qin Yusen. After watching it, director Pei was quite optimistic about the song. Qin Yusen was signed by the boss himself, so he applied again to be the producer of this song. In a restaurant box near Xingchen Entertainment. Director Pei, did the recording go well this morning? Gao Yan asked, casually. It went very smoothly. Director Pei nodded. Qin Yusen's voice condition is very good. Although her singing skills have some minor flaws, her learning ability is very strong. I only needed a few pointers to adjust her. How long will it take to record this song? Gao Yan asked. 3 days at most. Director Pei said, but boss, the popularity of the song Past Time has not subsided yet. I suggest that this song be released later, otherwise it will become a family beating another family. Okay, let's wait until September 1st to go online again. Gao Yan thinks about the same truth. Besides, the song My Hymn is only an A-level song, and the quality is not as good as the past. Once you go online too early, you will easily be overwhelmed by Past Time. And you will lose more than you gain. After meal, Li Chaonan, Director Pei, and Qin Yusen all returned to the company. Gao Yan and Jing Xiaoyu went to the guild. Some time ago, Fable Guild recruited a lot of screenwriters to write short video scripts, and now, more than 10 scripts have been written. After listening to Gao Yan talk about Douyin today, Jing Xiaoyu plans to select a few scripts to film. Fable Guild. President's Office. Gao Yan and Jing Xiaoyu each held a short play script and watched. On the sofa, the head writer was sitting nervously. Gao Yan's speed was very fast, and he finished reading more than 10 scripts in about 20 minutes. This made the screenwriter team leader even more nervous. To put it simply, these scripts are all well written, and there are not many outstanding features. But Jing Xiaoyu's acting skills are average now, so she can use these scripts to hone her acting skills. But there are no photographers or directors here in the guild. So Gao Yan called Li Chaonan, and an hour later, a small filming team came to report. Because it's just a short play. Keep everything simple. And although the arriving director is not a famous director, he has also filmed a 30-episode TV series. The shooting experience was no problem at all. Therefore, after studying the script, the other party said that filming can start tomorrow. After it is determined. Gao Yan left first. Jing Xiaoyu will stay and discuss tomorrow's shooting with the director. And he plans to buy a low-key car. On the way, he received a call from Li Yingnan Audi 4 store. As soon as Gao Yan arrived, he found Li Yingnan standing at the door of the reception hall. Master. Li Yingnan ran forward and helped Gao Yan open the car door. You're pretty fast. I happen to be nearby. Li Yingnan said, by the way, Master, are you here to buy a car? Just tell me what car you want, and I will give you one directly. To show your courtesy, for nothing is to be either an adulterer or a thief. Gao Yan said lightly. Li Yingnan quickly argued, no way, I just want to be filial to you. Besides, if it weren't for your help, I would have lost to Wei Jinlan. No, I'll buy it myself. Just then, a sales consultant from the Audi 4S store came up to me. After a polite greeting, Gao Yan and Li Yingnan followed into the 4S store lobby, and Li Yingnan directly hugged one of Gao Yan's arms. Take me to see your Audi A6. Gao Yan said. Okay, Mr. Gao. Master, isn't it? You are so young and you actually buy an Audi A6. Li Yingnan couldn't understand. In her opinion, Gao Yan should buy a sports car, or a top-notch sports car that suits his status. Why, who said young people can't drive an Audi A6? Gao Yan asked. Rhetorically. Mr. Gao, this Audi A6 is the latest model this year. First of all, it is. Gao Yan waved his hand and interrupted the salesman's introduction. He had no interest in cars to begin with. What's more, he just wanted to buy a low-key car and asked, how much does this car cost? The price of the bear car is. Say the price on the ground. Gao Yan interrupted the salesman again. 610,000. The sales consultant said a little depressed. 600,000, I want this car. Gao Yan quoted a price. 5 minutes later. After swiping the card, the sales consultant who received Gao Yan had not come back to her senses. Buying a 600,000 car was almost the same as buying a cabbage, which made her feel no sense of accomplishment. If the other person had not come in a Rolls-Royce and was accompanied by a girl with super high appearance, she would have thought that the other party was coming for her. Mr. Gao, Miss Li, please go slowly. The sales consultant sent Gao Yan and Li Yingnan out of the hall. Responded. Gao Yan walked towards his car. Li Yingnan also got in the car. Where are you going? I'll take you. Gao Yan said. Master, do you dislike me so much? I'm your good little apprentice. Li Yingnan said coquettishly. So disgusting. Master, you have been my student for so long, why don't you teach me some Skills. Okay. So Gao Yan drove directly to Platinum Palace number 1. In the courtyard of the villa, Gao Yan and Li Yingnan stood together. Gao Yan said, "Shuanggong is the basis of all boxing, so before practicing, you have to practice Shuanggong first." Why? Li Yingnan asked, curiously. Gao Yan explained, Shuanggong has 3 benefits. First, it increases the balance of beginners. If you can't even keep your balance when fighting with others, how can you fight? Second, Shuanggong can enhance your physique and endurance. Third, practicing Shuanggong can also temper the will of those who learn martial arts. Today I will teach you how to stand in the entry level Shuanggong. While speaking, Gao Yan practiced twice, and then asked Li Yingnan to follow him. Li Yingnan's physique and understanding are still good. After Gao Yan corrected him a few times, he could do it well. Li Yingnan usually seems a bit out of place. But when it comes to practicing, he works particularly hard. After standing still for 2 hours, her whole body was wet with sweat, and her body was extremely sore. How does it feel? Gao Yan helped her into the living room. Tired? It's too hard to say even one more word. It's okay to be tired. Martial arts training is like this. There is no shortcut. Are you sure you still want to practice martial arts? Gao Yan said, without blushing, as if his strength was all due to hard training. In fact, he made Li Yingnan stand for 2 hours to test her. Yes, the results did not disappoint him. Practice. Li Yingnan uttered one word forcefully. You have to think carefully. This is just the beginning. It will be more difficult in the future. You said, you are not a good daughter of a wealthy family, so why should you practice martial arts? Or give up? Gao Yan said seductively. Master, don't ever let me give up. Li Yingnan glared at Gao Yan and understood that Gao Yan deliberately wanted her to give up. Okay, drink this half glass of wine. Gao Yan handed over half a glass of medicinal wine. Li Yingnan's eyes lit up, knowing that the medicinal wine was a good thing. But when she raised her hand, she found that her arm was as soft as noodles. And she couldn't lift it at all. So he could only look at Gao Yan pitifully. Master, I can't lift my arms. Open your mouth. Gao Yan said silently, brought the cup to Li Yingnan's mouth, and fed half the cup of wine into her mouth. Thank you, master. After a while, the medicinal power of the medicinal wine began to take effect. Li Yingnan couldn't help but close her eyes and let the medicinal wine nourish her body. At the same time, there was an extremely comfortable feeling in her body. It was so comfortable that she almost screamed. 5 minutes later. Li Yingnan's strength has been restored, his waist is no longer sore, his legs are no longer painful, and even his arms are particularly strong. She vaguely felt that her physique seemed to have improved a lot. Gao Yan also checked Li Yingnan's data with his insightful eye, and found that his physical fitness had actually increased to 73 points. It's a good material for martial arts training. Gao Yan secretly nodded. When he accepted Li Yingnan, he did so because his physique was comparable to that of a Mingjing warrior. Otherwise, if she is really a charming rich lady, she will not accept her as a registered disciple. Gao Yan said, you go upstairs and take a shower, I'll have someone bring you a set of clothes. I'll also give you a set of underwear. Li Yingnan said with a blush, she was soaked inside and out after standing still for 2 hours. Okay. Gao Yan nodded, then picked up his cell phone and prepared to dial the Property management number. Wait, I didn't say the size yet. Li Yingnan shouted. No, I know, why don't you forgive me? Gao Yan said with a smile. Master, you are disgusting. I will report you for pornography. Hurry up and take a shower. The smell of sweat is so overwhelming. No, she is a little fairy, and her sweat smells good. Li Yingnan argued, but he still got up and headed upstairs. 10 minutes later, the female property employee delivered a complete set of clothes, which cost more than 20,000 yuan in total. Do I have enough money in my account? Gao Yan asked. Previously, he recharged 100,000 yuan in his property account, and all consumption was deducted from the account. Mr. Gao, you still have a balance of more than 50,000 yuan in your account. The property employee said politely. Okay, if you run out of money in the future, call me, and I will top up the money in time. Thank you for your support, Mr. Gao. Do you have any other instructions? There is none left. After seeing off the property staff, Gao Yan took the clothes and came upstairs, then opened the door of another guest room, put the clothes on the bed, and said to Li Yingnan in the bathroom, Yingnan, the clothes are on the bed, I get out first. Thank you, master. Gao Yan left the room, closed the door, and came downstairs, just in time to see Jing Xiaoyu return. Honey, give me a hug. Gao Yan reached out and hugged Jing Xiaoyu and asked, have the filming matters been settled? Moo. Jing Xiaoyu kissed Gao Yan on the lips, we have agreed, and we can start shooting tomorrow. Also, I have registered an account on Douyin and posted a selfie video. Look, there are more than 10,000 a fan. While she was talking, she took out her mobile phone and showed Gao Yan Douyin. Gao Yan took the phone and clicked on the short selfie video that Jing Xiaoyu uploaded just this afternoon. I have to say that Douyin's beauty function is really powerful. Jing Xiaoyu originally only had a face value of 91, but through Douyin's beauty function, it reached at least 96 or even 97 points. No wonder there are so many beauties on Douyin in the future. Jing Xiaoyu uploaded 3 short selfie videos. The first uploaded has more than 10,000 likes, the other 2 have 5,000 likes, and the other has 2,000 likes. As for the first video's views, it has more than 50,000 views, the other 2 have more than 30,000 views, and the other has more than 10,000 views. Hey, we have a guest. Suddenly, Jing Xiaoyu looked up and saw Li Yingnan coming down from the shower. She is Li Yingnan, Li Chaonan's sister, and also my apprentice. You are Sister Xiaoyu, I am Li Yingnan, nice to meet you. Li Yingnan quickly went downstairs and greeted Jing Xiaoyu. Hello, handsome man. Jing Xiaoyu had no doubts about the relationship between Gao Yan and Li Yingnan. After all, Chen Yusen had all the food in her mouth last night, and her husband didn't even eat it. Not to mention Li Yingnan. Li Yingnan is good-looking, but they are a pair of a girls' friendship always comes inexplicably. After a while, the two chatted together and laughed from time to time. It seemed that they had become good girlfriends. It was almost time. Jing Xiaoyu came to the kitchen to cook, and Li Yingnan went to help. During the meal, while stuffing food into her mouth, Li Yingnan praised, Sister Xiaoyu, the dishes you cook are so delicious. My master is so lucky. Jing Xiaoyu smiled, my cooking skills are just average. This is still average, the taste is not worse than that of top chefs. Jing Xiaoyu explained, my cooking skills are really average, just the level of home cooking, but I added the seasoning provided by your master to the dishes. Because of the consumption of standing, Li Yingnan can eat a lot. She ate almost half of the 5 dishes made tonight, and even finished 4 bowls of white rice. After the meal, seeing that Li Yingnan had no intention of leaving, Gao Yan could not help but remind her, "Yingnan, you have finished the meal, isn't it? Time to go back?" "Master, I have agreed with Sister Xiaoyu that I will sleep with her tonight, and will not go back," Li Yingnan said with a smile. "Get out of here," Gao Yan said unhappily. Li Yingnan rolled her eyes and shouted to Jing Xiaoyu in the kitchen, "Sister Xiaoyu, can I stay tonight? Didn't we agree to sleep together tonight?" Jing Xiaoyu stuck her head out of the kitchen and said with a smile, "But someone doesn't want me to stay here." Li Yingnan glanced at Gao Yan, and it was self-evident who that person was. "Husband, Xiaoyu, and I hit it off right away, so let her stay," Jing Xiaoyu pleaded for Li Yingnan. "Okay." Gao Yan was a little speechless, but he glared at Li Yingnan with dissatisfaction. Feeling the master's eyes, for some reason, Li Yingnan suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. The night is as dark as water without a moon. Fu Province, in a certain manner. In a room without lights, Tu Yun stood in front of the window holding a glass of red wine. She turned her back to Xiao Dai and asked softly, "Is everything arranged?" "Madam, everything is ready, just waiting for the old turtle to enter the urn," Xiao Dai said confidently. "What about over there?" Tu Yun asked again. "We've already set off. We'll arrive in 20 minutes at most." Tu Yun nodded and stopped talking. She raised her snow-white neck slightly and drank the bright red liquid in the crystal cup. She pursed her plump lips and uttered a murmuring voice, "Good wine." Last time Gao Yan eliminated Hashimoto Shoichiro's gang, the Shui family also apologized and gave up some of their benefits. But the matter didn't end there. After all, Hashimoto Shoichiro is a martial artist with the power of transformation, and his student is a talented female warrior who is about to break through to the power of transformation. Therefore, the Hashimoto family quickly joined forces with another kendo family in the footbath, the Sato family, to retaliate against her. But she, the poisonous widow, is not a vegetarian either. What's more, the opponent also placed the battlefield in Daxia. Therefore, after more than half a month, both sides suffered losses. In general, the Hashimoto family and the Sato family suffered greater losses. 5 of them were dead at the Anjin level alone. 2 dark strength warriors also died on Tu Yun's side. Tonight, she used herself as a lure to attract warriors from the Hashimoto and Sato families to attack. As expected, the 2 families could not resist the temptation and gathered all their warriors to attack. In fact, Hashimoto and Sato also knew that this was probably a trap, but they had no extra choice. They had been fighting Tu Yun for more than half a month. Although both parties deliberately concealed it, they did not expand the scale, and they did not dare to involve ordinary people. But Daxia's game is not a vegetarian one. Both of them have been targeted. If it drags on any longer, it is very likely that the S Bureau will take action against them. By then, both of their men will probably be captured by the S Bureau, and the S Bureau is an official organization, and its members are not only warriors, but also equipped with firearms. When a warrior uses a gun, even a Huajin warrior cannot avoid it with absolute certainty, let alone a dark warrior or a bright warrior. Therefore, even though the 2 families knew it was a trap, they still had to rush in. Because they have no way out. In another building in the manor, Niu Bin, director of the S Bureau of Fujian Province, was sitting on a hardwood sofa with a straight face, a piece of Chinese medicine in his mouth. Half squinting his eyes, and puffing up smoke from time to time, but there was no expression on his face. Niu Ju, the Hashimoto family, and the Sato family are already on their way. They will arrive in 20 minutes at most. A young man walked in quickly and reported to Niu Binhui. I got it, brothers, get ready to close the door and kill the dog. At this point, Niu Bin's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Yes. The young man immediately turned and left. Niu Ju, why should we help Tu Yun? The woman sitting on the other sofa asked with some confusion. This time, all the people from their branch came out in full force and tried their best to help Tu Yun. This department of Bureau S is very special. They generally don't get involved in ordinary cases, and they only deal with cases in which warriors are involved. Therefore, Game S does not have a good impression in the eyes of warriors. And some people in Bureau S look down on those warriors. Both sides can say that they despise each other. After all, in the eyes of warriors, people in Bureau S are idiots. They are obviously capable, but they earn tens of thousands of yuan in salary and are still bound by various rules. In the eyes of the S Bureau people, these warriors obviously have abilities. But they are unwilling to serve the country. Niu Bin glanced at the female member who asked the question and said, in normal times, we are in opposition to the warriors in the country, but now we are dealing with the footbath people, so we have to put aside our prejudices. Besides, Daxia is the territory of us Daxia people. If a group of foot basin warriors come here to run wild, doesn't it mean that they don't take our S Bureau seriously? If we don't deal with them, who will deal with them? Upon hearing this, the female members also suddenly came to their senses. But there was actually another reason Niu Bin didn't say, and that was that the leader of the general administration called him and asked him to cooperate with Tu Yun to deal with the Hashimoto and Sato families. Otherwise, even if he takes action, almost all of them will not come out. Time passes slowly. 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. A convoy has arrived near the manor. The back seat of a Toyota sedan. Two middle-aged men were sitting. One is the new head of the Hashimoto family, Hashimoto Ogi, who has the strength of the early stage of transformation. He had just taken office, and the previous head of the family died in Daxia. So his first priority was to avenge Hashimoto Shoichiro. If he is unwilling to avenge Hashimoto Shoichiro, then it will be difficult for him to secure his position as the head of the family. Wensuemi.cc. After all, Shoichiro Hashimoto has high prestige in the Hashimoto family. Another middle-aged man named Sato Mori, he is the younger brother of the head of the Sato family, and his cultivation has reached the middle stage of transformation. Otherwise, they would dare to just break in even though they knew it was a trap. Head of the Hashimoto family, do we need to sneak in? Sato Mori asked with a smile. No need, this is a trap prepared for us. How about we go in openly? I wonder if she will be surprised when she sees Sato-kun. Hashimoto Oki said jokingly that Sato Mori had not taken action in the previous fight and deliberately concealed his identity. Soon, the convoy arrived at the gate of the manor. We are from the Hashimoto family and the Sato family, and we are here to visit Ms. Tu Yun. The person guarding the gate did not dare to make the decision and hurriedly reported. After a while, after receiving the news, they opened the gate directly. Soon, the convoy arrived in front of a large villa. Hashimoto Oki and Sato Mori got out of the car together. Ms. Tu-yun, we are here, why don't you show up? Hashimoto Oki shouted into the villa. Sorry to have kept Mr. Hashimoto waiting for a long time. A cold voice sounded, and then Tu-yun, wearing a cheongsam, walked out of the villa with a group of people. At the same time, people around slowly surrounded them. Do it. With a light shout, Hashimoto Oki rushed to Tu-yun first. Both sides were enemies who would never stop until they died, so there was no need to waste words. Satomori followed closely, but he was more cunning. Although he was stronger than Hashimoto Oki, he deliberately lagged behind. Dong 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 dong. A series of dense collisions continued. Under the joint attack of Satomori and Hashimoto Oki, Tu-yun was beaten back. Again and again. Her face looked a little ugly. I didn't expect that there was a strong man in the middle stage of Huajin, hidden on the side of the foot basin. Fortunately, she had a lot of physical fitness after drinking medicinal wine during this period. Otherwise, she really couldn't stop the siege of the two. At this time, the troops of both sides also fought together. Puff. The head of a warrior from the Hashimoto family suddenly exploded, like a smashed watermelon. Puff puff puff. Then, the warriors of the Hashimoto family and the Sato family were named by sniper rifles one after another. In an instant, more than 20 warriors died. There is a sniper. More than one? After the siege of Satomori and Hashimoto Oki noticed this scene, their faces became extremely ugly. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a cigarette in his mouth came with a group of people. Come and die. He stepped on the ground with his right foot, and the whole person was like a rocket, whooshing into the battlefield, turning his fist into a hammer, and hitting Hashimoto Daiki's chest. The power of this hammer was very strong, and it directly collapsed the opponent's chest, and several ribs were broken. Puff. Hashimoto Daiki, who fell to the ground, spit out blood mixed with internal organs. Run. Seeing this scene, Satomori was terrified. After forcing Tu-yun back with one move, he flew out of the villa like a dragonfly skimming the water. Unfortunately, before Satomori rushed out of the villa more than 10 meters, a hail of gunshots rang out. Caught off guard. His left arm and right thigh were grazed by bullets. The next moment, he stood on all fours, like a giant spider flying across the water, and his speed actually increased a bit. The bullets continued to splash fire on the ground around him, but they failed to hurt him at all. Spider treads water, great skill. Nyobin opened his mouth to praise, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, there was a flying knife in his hand, and he was seen flying out, faster than Satomori. In a blink of an eye, the two sides were only more than 10 meters apart. Call out. A flying knife turned into silver light and headed straight for Satomori's vest. Suddenly, Satomori's ghost appeared, and he felt as if he was about to die. At the moment of life and death, Satomori's potential was stimulated, and his speed increased by a few points. Puff. The flying knife pierced into Satomori's body, but the position where it pierced was somewhat wrong. Seeing this scene, Nyobin's face darkened, and the men on the left also showed surprise and shock. After being pierced into that position by a flying knife, Satomori was immediately discouraged and was shot to death randomly. When he came to Satomori's body and looked at the throwing knife with only a little hilt left, Nyobin pondered whether to pull it out. Can I pull it out and use it again? He usually uses a flying knife to peel fruits. Can this fruit still be peeled? Director, you're throwing knife. At this time, a clever guy stepped forward and pulled out the flying knife and handed it to Niobin. Put it at your place first. Niobin said with a look of disgust. After a while, the hall of the villa still retains some traces of the battle. Tu Yun's men and members of Bureau S were carrying the bodies. Niu Ju, it's all thanks to you that I can keep them all this time. Tu Yun said gratefully. To be honest, she was a little surprised that Bureau S took the initiative to come to cooperate. Mr. Tu, you are so polite. You should thank Deputy Director Luo of the General Bureau. If she hadn't explained it, I wouldn't have dared to pull everyone out of the bureau. Niobin smiled and said, maybe he didn't test the relationship between Tu Yun and Luo Bing in his heart. Bureau S has branches in every province and special zone. Luo Bing is in charge of the Bureau S branch of Fujian province, so Luo Bing is his immediate boss. Deputy Director Luo? A look of surprise flashed in Tu Yun's eyes. You mean Deputy Director Luo? Bin Luo? There is only one Deputy Director Luo in the general administration. Niobin was a little strange. Judging from Tu Yun's expression, she didn't seem to have anything to do with Deputy Director Luo. Of course, it was also possible that Tu Yun showed it to him deliberately, just not wanting him to know that the other party and Deputy Director Luo, it matters. Deputy Director Luo and I don't know each other. Tu Yun smiled and said, but I still have to thank Director Niu and Deputy Director Luo for their help. Seeing Tu Yun denying that he had nothing to do with Deputy Director Luo, Niu Bin became more sure of his suspicion. An hour later, Niu Bin left with the men, horses, and corpse. Tu Yun couldn't sleep, still thinking about why Luo Bing would help her. Madam, it's getting late, it's time to rest. Shao Dai came to remind. Okay, I get it. Tu Yun nodded. By the way, please arrange it and send someone to donate 50 million to the S Bureau of Fujian Province tomorrow, and the General Administration will also donate 50 million. Even though the S game made the entire martial arts world fearful, they really didn't have much money. Even Huajin-level warriors only earn tens of thousands of dollars a month. Then let alone An Jin and Ming Jin. Of course, what warriors need most to improve their cultivation is medicinal materials. The state will also provide some precious medicinal materials to Bureau S for their cultivation. But overall, the warriors working in Bureau S did not earn much as other warriors. Take Huajin warrior as an example. If you are willing to be a bodyguard for any wealthy family, not to mention hundreds of millions a year, but tens of millions a year is easy. Moreover, they will not be ordered around at will like ordinary bodyguards. They will only contribute when encountering major incidents. I definitely made money in one go. And the boss who hires him must be polite to him. So say it. It is really easy for a powerful warrior to make money. Early next morning, after Gao Yan got up, he went to the next door and knocked on the door. Li Yingnan, get up quickly and practice. I'll wait for you downstairs. Last night, Li Yingnan made him stay alone in the empty room. Today, he had to practice the opponent well. 2 hours later, Gao Yan directly picked up Li Yingnan, who was sore and limp, and threw her directly on the sofa in the living room, and he had no intention of giving her any medicinal wine. Hubby, what's wrong with Yingnan? Xing Xiaoyu asked with a worried look on his face. It's okay. For those who practice martial arts, just take a day and you'll be fine. Gao Yan said disapprovingly. Master, it actually doesn't take that long. Why don't you give me half a cup? Of medicinal wine? Li Yingnan said pitifully, feeling even more regretful in his heart. If he had known that his master was so vindictive, he should not have dragged Sister Xiaoyu to sleep with him. I'm sorry, Yingnan, the medicinal wine has been used up, and the master doesn't have it on hand either. Gao Yan said with a smile, thinking secretly in his heart, little brat, fight with me and see how I deal with you. Master, I was wrong. I never dare to do it again. Please forgive me, please. Li Yingnan, who was almost paralyzed, said with a crying voice. Honey, Yingnan is quite pitiful. How about you give her half a cup of medicinal wine? Xing Xiaoyu pleaded for Li Yingnan. Baby, it's not that I don't want to give it to her. I really don't have any. However, her brother should have some. How about this, you call your brother and ask him to send it to her. While talking, Gao Yan dialed Li Chaonan's mobile number and put the phone to Li Yingnan's ear. Brother, I'm almost exhausted from practicing too much. Can you send me a cup of medicinal wine to my master? Oh, what's going on? You didn't say anything even after the call was connected. Brother Yan is really annoying. Hello? Hello, Brother Yan, do you have no signal over there? Then I'll hang up. Gao Yan deliberately turned on the hands-free mode, so he and Xing Xiaoyu heard every word of Li Chaonan's words. Li Chaonan, I'm your sister. Are you really going to watch her die without saving her? Li Yingnan was angry. Is this still her real brother? It's just a cup of medicinal wine, but he pretended to have no signal. Brother Yan, please say something. If you don't, I'll hang up. Li Chaonan was still playing dumb. Li Yingnan was so angry that she hung up the phone before she could lose her temper. How about calling your dad again? Gao Yan suggested. Don't hit master. Li Yingnan said depressedly, my dad treats the wine as a treasure. He is afraid that my brother will take it away, so he locked it in the safe. How could he give it to me? Then, she looked at Gao Yan with tears in her eyes. Master, I really know I was wrong. Can you forgive me once? Don't do it again. Gao Yan saw that it was almost over, and said, if you do it again, I will let you lie on the bed for 3 days and 3 nights. Thank you, master, I promise I won't do it again. Li Yingnan was really scared. This master looked young, but he was an old, cunning man. After a while, Gao Yan brought half a cup of medicinal wine and asked Xing Xiaoyu to feed it to Li Yingnan. A few minutes later, Li Yingnan got up from the sofa and ran upstairs to take a shower. After breakfast, Li Yingnan said, Master, I'm going home. How about we play for 2 more days? Gao Yan asked hypocritically to stay. No need, master. Li Yingnan waved his hands quickly. She was really afraid of being dealt with by Gao Yan. If she stayed to disturb his and Xing Xiaoyu's world, he didn't know how he would deal with her. Really no need? I miss my mother. Li Yingnan made an excuse. Okay, since you miss your mother, I won't keep you here. Xing Xiaoyu found it very amusing to see this pair of masters and apprentices who had different opinions. At the same time, it was the first time that she discovered that her boyfriend seemed to be a bit shady. I have already taught you Zhuang Kung Fu. You have to practice it every day. 30 minutes at a time is enough. Otherwise, you will be easily injured. Gao Yan warned again. Suddenly, Li Yingnan's face turned dark. Since 30 minutes is enough, why did Gao Yan ask her to stand for 2 full hours in the first 2 times? Gao Yan could see Li Yingnan's thoughts at a glance. The first 2 times I asked you to stand for 2 hours, that's because I have medicinal wine here. Even if there is slight damage, it can be repaired with medicinal wine. Then master, can you give me some medicinal wine? Li Yingnan said cautiously. You are still a registered disciple, so I won't provide you with medicinal wine directly, but you can buy it. Gao Yan said, as long as you become an official disciple, I won't charge you any money. Li Yingnan didn't value money and immediately asked to buy 100 bottles. Gao Yan rolled his eyes, up to 3 bottles, 1 million for 1 bottle. Master, can you sell me 2 more bottles? Besides, there's not even 1 bottle left. Okay, I want 3 bottles. Give me an account number and I'll transfer the money right away. Then Gao Yan provided a bank account number to Li Yingnan. After a while, 3 million arrived. Gao Yan also got 3 bottles of medicinal wine for her. The cost of the medicinal wine was almost negligible, so he almost received a rebate of 30 million. Shortly after Li Yingnan left, Xing Xiaoyu also went to film a short play. As a result, the entire Platinum Palace No. 1 became empty. Suddenly, the phone rings. It was Tu Yun who called. Gao Yan, Sister Yun, good morning. Tu Yun, good morning to you too, brother. After some small talk, Tu Yun proposed to purchase a batch of medicinal wine from him. The last batch of medicinal wine was of great help to her and her warriors. And even 2 people who had been stuck at the peak of Mingjin for more than 10 years broke through to Enjin. Naturally, Gao Yan would not refuse Tu Yun and agreed immediately. Then Tu Yun asked for 100 bottles. Gao Yan secretly calculated that his inventory was no longer enough. So it was meant to be delivered in installments, with 40 bottles being given to the first batch and 30 bottles to be given every week for the remaining ones. After ending the call, Tu Yun directly transferred 100 million to Gao Yan. Almost 1 billion rebates were obtained. It seems that selling medicinal wine is also a good business, Gao Yan said secretly. Anyway, the martial arts family is relatively wealthy, so even 1 million bottles doesn't feel expensive. Think of this. Gao Yan couldn't stay any longer and called Zhao Mei directly, asking her to rent a small warehouse and purchase a batch of liquor and medicinal materials. 10:30 in the morning. Gao Yan received a call from the Audi 4S store. Tell him that he can pick up the car. So Gao Yan took a taxi and went directly. Less than 20 minutes after he left, a latest McLaren came to the Platinum Palace and went directly to Villa No. 1. Wei Jinlan took a deep breath to calm down, then got out of the car and rang the doorbell. Unfortunately, no response was received. After pressing the button a few more times, but still getting no response, she knew that Gao Yan was probably not at home. In desperation, she could only go back to the car and wait. Other side. Gao Yan arrived at the 4S store. Originally, the 4S store had prepared a car pick-up ceremony for him. But Gao Yan refused. Just drive away. Half an hour later, Gao Yan's figure appeared in the school district room. Close any door. He went straight downstairs and drove the Bentley Mulsanne towards the warehouse. Zhao Mei is very efficient. The things Gao Yan asked her to purchase have been piled in the warehouse. Next, Gao Yan invited Zhao Mei to make medicinal wine together. Noon. All the medicinal materials were made into medicinal wine. Gao Yan took out 40 bottles of medicinal wine from the mustard seed space and put it in the trunk, then went straight to Tianyun Club. Almost there. He called Tu Yun and drove directly to a villa. Had a meal with Tu Yun at noon. Gao Yan left in a hurry. Because he also made an appointment with Lu Yun to talk about something. The appointment place was a tea house. Lu Yun arrived before him and had already ordered tea and snacks. Please bring me a clean cup, Gao Yan said to the waiter. When the waiter brought the cup, Gao Yan took out a bottle of medicinal wine and poured half a cup, indicating to Lu Yun to taste it. Lu Yun was a little confused, but he still picked up the cup and drank the wine in one gulp. After a while, Gao Yan asked with a smile, "Old Lu, how do you like this wine?" "Mr. Gao, I feel that this wine seems to be of great benefit to us martial arts practitioners," Lu Yun said. "Good." Gao Yan nodded. Long-term drinking can enhance physical fitness, even if it is used to transform energy. Hearing this, Lu Yun's eyes became hot, and his eyes fell on the wine bottle and could not move away. "This bottle is for you." "How can I be so embarrassed?" Lu Yun said sorry, but his hands grabbed the wine bottle uncontrollably. "You can take it back for your second master to taste. If he thinks it's good, I can provide you with it for a long time in the future, 1 million per bottle," Gao Yan said. "Okay, I believe that the second master will definitely not be able to refuse. Such a good thing." Sure enough. Less than an hour after Lu Yun left, he received a call from Qin Zhihui and said that he wanted 1,000 bottles of medicinal wine. Gao Yan told him that 1,000 bottles would be fine, but he had to pay first, and the goods had to be supplied in batches. Qin Zhihui was not short of money at all. The jade market has risen recently, and his Qin family has made a lot of money. He directly ordered someone to call Gao Yan 1 billion. As soon as the money arrived, experience increased by almost 1 billion, and the system reserve funds increased by almost 10 billion. Then, Gao Yan personally sent 20 bottles of medicinal wine to Hongyun Stone Square and asked Qin Lin to send them back to the Qin family. He continued to go back to the small warehouse to make medicinal wine. Because during this period, Zhao Mei purchased a lot of medicinal materials. After making the second batch of medicinal wine, it was already past 4:00 in the afternoon. Gao Yan asked Zhao Mei to continue purchasing and left. He didn't know that Wei Qinlan was still waiting stupidly outside the villa. 5:00. Gao Yan drove the Audi A6 back to Platinum Crystal Palace. Seeing that the driver was Gao Yan, the security guard looked a little strange. He obviously had a Rolls-Royce at home, but he had to drive a car worth hundreds of thousands, and even took a taxi several times. The habits of rich people are really strange. When Gao Yan drove to the front of the villa, he found a McLaren parked at the gate. After the spiritual perception was turned on, he found a young girl lying in the car sleeping. So, he turned on the inside eye. The other party's data also appeared in his eyes. Name, Wei Qinlan. Age, 21. Height, 176 centimeters. Appearance, 96. Figure, 92. Charm, 97. Constitution, 66. Spirit, 78. Strength, ordinary person. Identity, Wei family's eldest daughter, the owner of the Hero Fighting Gym. Friendly value, 20. Special, 100. The name Wei Qinlan seems familiar? Gao Yan recalled a little and found that he had heard this name from Li Yingnan. The other party seemed to be Li Yingnan's mortal enemy. So, he got out of the car and came to the other party's car window and knocked on the glass. Wei Qinlan, who was awakened by the knock, frowned slightly, but immediately realized that she was waiting for him outside Gao Yan's villa, and quickly sat up and rolled down the window. "Hello, are you Mr. Gao Yan?" "It's me, who are you?" Wei Qinlan quickly opened the car door and got out, looking at Gao Yan excitedly, and said excitedly, "Hello, Mr. Gao, my name is Wei Qinlan, I came here to become your disciple, please accept me." Before Wei Qinlan found Gao Yan, he also asked the second housekeeper to investigate his information. Although this guy is a martial arts master, he is quite lecherous. The real girlfriend is Zhu Jianyue, the school beauty of Yangdong Science College. He also has a little lover, Xing Xiaoyu, here in the Magic City. Also, she is quite ambiguous with Chen Yue from Nandu University. In addition, the relationship with a mother and daughter is also extraordinary. At the same time, he also had a close relationship with the poisonous widow from Tianyun Club. Since she knew that this guy was lustful, she naturally wanted to do what he wanted. Therefore, she deliberately dressed up in an extremely sexy way. Not only did she deliberately reveal her two long, snow-white legs, but she also exposed her groove. In her opinion, Li Yingnan's appearance was the same as hers, but his figure was far inferior to hers. Even a firewood girl like Li Yingnan can succeed in becoming a disciple. A top-notch beauty like her who wants good looks and a good body will definitely be able to succeed as a disciple. Apprenticeship? Gao Yan's expression was a little strange. He glanced at the pair of snow-white hemispheres, and said to Wei Jinlan, "Get up first, let's go in and talk." A few minutes later. Villa Hall. Gao Yan invited Wei Zilan to take a seat. "Miss Wei, why do you want to become my teacher?" Gao Yan asked in a deep voice. "I know that you are a powerful martial arts master, and I love martial arts very much, so I came here to become your disciple." Wei Zilan said with an authentic expression of admiration. "You lied." Gao Yan directly exposed her words. "If I guessed correctly, you are not becoming your disciple to learn martial arts from me, but to fight with Li Yingnan." Upon hearing this, Wei Zilan's expression suddenly changed, and she said amiably, "Mr. Gao, although Li Yingnan and I don't like each other, I really like martial arts." "Okay, no need to say more, just go back, I won't accept you as my apprentice." Gao Yan waved his hand. He accepted Li Yingnan as his registered disciple in the first place. Firstly, Li Yingnan was really keen on practicing martial arts. Secondly, that was because the opponent's physique was very good. But this Wei Jinlan, with a physique of only 66, is far different from Li Yingnan. Even if he accepts him, he will probably not be able to endure hardships, and it will be difficult for him to achieve anything. Wei Zilan's face looked a little ugly, and she couldn't help but said, "I am not as good as Li Yingnan in any way. Why can you accept her but not me?" Gao Yan's face darkened. "Who do I accept as my apprentice? Do I need to explain to you?" "Miss Wei, please come back, but I won't send you off." "You." Wei Jinlan was so angry that she almost turned her face on the spot. Fortunately, she remembered that this person in front of her was not an ordinary person, so she suppressed her anger. But deep down in my heart, I felt a bit more resentment towards Gao Yan. Watching Wei Zilan leave, Gao Yan didn't take it seriously. A thought came to my mind. After extracting 2 more days of idle experience, his physical fitness increased a little. And asked the Red Emperor, "Xiaohong, how much profit do you have now?" Red Emperor, Boss, the current total revenue is almost close to 100 million US dollars. Not bad, keep up the good work. 100 million US dollars can be converted into more than 600 million Dashia coins. Even if you withdraw it, it won't be enough to upgrade, so you don't plan to use it for the time being. Now. Qin family. Outside the practice room. Except for a rosy-faced middle-aged man who was relatively calm, the other senior officials of the Qin family all looked worried. After a while, the door to the practice room opened and Qin Zhihui walked out. Second master, have you made a breakthrough? Lu Yun asked expectantly. In fact, Qin Zhihui's cultivation has been stuck at the peak of Anjin for a long time. During this period, he also took a lot of top-grade medicinal materials, but still failed to make a breakthrough. But after taking a sip of the medicinal wine Lu Yun brought back from Gao Yan, he actually felt that his bottleneck was loosened, so he ordered 1,000 bottles without hesitation, and took the medicinal wine Lu Yun brought back to the practice room for retreat. Second brother, congratulations. At this time, the rosy-faced middle-aged man smiled and said, Qin Zhihui's qi, which had just broken through, was still unstable. Therefore, as a Huajin warrior, he could naturally feel that Qin Zhihui had already broken through to Huajin. After hearing what the third master said, everyone else knew that Qin Zhihui had successfully broken through to Huajin. For a moment, everyone opened their mouths to congratulate. After all, the Qin family will become stronger if they have one more Huajin. Lu Yun, I can make a breakthrough this time. You have made great contributions. Please double your annual salary. Qin Zhihui looked at Lu Yun with a smile. By the way, after the first batch of medicinal wine is delivered, I will reward you with 2 more bottles. Thank you, master. Lu Yun said gratefully. By the way, second master, the first batch of medicinal wine has been personally escorted back by Qin Lin. Okay, take me there quickly. Qin Zhihui said excitedly that this medicinal wine is too important for a martial arts family like theirs. He achieved a breakthrough with a bottle of medicinal wine. As long as there is enough medicinal wine, the Qin family's dark energy may be able to break through to the transformation level. Seeing those 20 bottles of medicinal wine with my own eyes, Qin Zhihui quickly checked it himself and found that it was exactly the same as the bottle Lu Yun brought back. There was absolutely no problem. Third uncle, this medicinal wine can enhance the physique of our martial arts practitioners. I have ordered 1,000 bottles from Gao Yan. You can take 5 bottles back first. When you use up, the next batch of wine should be here. I will give it to you then. Send it here. Qin Zhihui said to the middle-aged man who looked a few years older than him. Okay, since the second brother said so, I won't be polite. The third master politely put the 5 bottles of medicinal wine into his pocket. Afterwards, Qin Zhihui gave Lu Yun 2 more bottles, and then gave each of the remaining 5 senior executives a bottle. He collected the remaining medicinal wine. After sending everyone away, Qin Zhihui picked up his mobile phone and dialed Gao Yan's number. On the phone, he thanked Gao Yan and told him that he had also broken through to the Huajin level with the help of the medicinal wine. Then he said that such medicinal wine was too cheap at 1 million per bottle, and he would take the initiative to raise the price to 2 million per bottle. But there was a request, hoping to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with Gao Yan. Gao Yan refused slightly and agreed. Then, he received another 1 billion transfer. This is a smart man, Gao Yan said secretly. It seems that he gave an extra 1 billion, but in exchange for a promise of long-term cooperation. The Qin family did not lose. What is the foundation of the Qin family? Money? Connections? Power? None of them. It is martial arts strength. If there is no martial arts strength, the Qin family would have been swallowed up by someone long ago. Do you really think that outsiders don't covet the jadeite mine controlled by the Qin family? In Haimen, it's useless to have money alone. You need to have strength. Before, the Miyamoto family and the Shilin group didn't dare to touch the Qin family because they were worried that the Qin family and the Ma family would join forces. Later, the Ma family was destroyed. The Miyamoto family, the Shilin group and the three major warlords planned to swallow up the Qin family's industry in Haimen. If Gao Yan hadn't helped, the Qin family would have suffered a big loss last time. Now, the Qin family has one more Huajin. After it is spread out, even if the Miyamoto family and the Shilin group still want to attack the Qin family, they dare not act rashly. If one or two more Huajin are born, the Qin family's industry in Haimen will be as stable as Mount Tai. Therefore, let alone 2 million to buy a bottle of medicinal wine, even 5 million is extremely cost-effective. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Yangdong's Bureau Branch. Xiao Nanjun is watching a piece of secret information sent back by an undercover agent. Qin Zhihui actually broke through? He was a little surprised. If he remembered correctly, Qin Zhihui had been stuck at the peak of Anjin for 9 years. During this period, he tried many times to attack the energy, but failed. How could the breakthrough be successful this time? There must be something weird in it. Think of this. He called Lu Tianlong, the director of the intelligence department, into the office seat. Lu Tianlong shouted respectfully. Xiao Nanjun nodded lightly. Old Lu, let the Qin family's undercover find out why Qin Zhihui broke through to the next level. This? Lu Tianlong showed a hint of embarrassment. What, is there a problem? Lu Tianlong said, Director, the undercover agent we assigned to the Qin family does not have a high status in the Qin family. I am afraid it will be difficult for him to investigate such secrets. Find a way. Xiao Nanjun said coldly, the stronger the martial arts family is, the heavier our work will be. We must find out the reason for Qin Zhihui's breakthrough. Yes. Lu Tianlong did not dare to refute any more and quickly agreed. Seeing that Lu Tianlong agreed, Xiao Nanjun's expression softened a lot and asked, is there any information about finding Ji's master? No. Lu Tianlong shook his head, not to mention that Ji is a Huajin warrior. We don't dare to approach him at all, so we can only keep an eye on him from a distance. As for his master, who is a Danjin warrior and has no contact with Ji, it is really difficult to find out. Okay, there's no need to rush this matter, but we still have to continue investigating. Xiao Nanjun nodded and said, if a mysterious Danjin doesn't understand the other party's background and origin, he will have trouble sleeping and eating. Unfortunately, several months have passed. Still couldn't find any clues about the other party. A few days flew by. August 31st came in a blink of an eye. Nandu Airport. Gao Yan stood at the exit and looked forward to it. Although he and classmate Xiaoxue video chat on WeChat every day, he still misses him very much after not seeing each other for a while. About 2 minutes passed. A large number of passengers poured out of the passage. Among the crowd, even if Xiaoxue didn't dress up deliberately, he was still like a phoenix among the pheasants, looking particularly dazzling. Husband. Classmate Xiaoxue glanced at the crowd picking up the plane and spotted Gao Yan. Put down your suitcase and rushed towards him. Gao Yan reached out and hugged her into his arms. At this moment, Gao Yan felt many jealous and hateful looks from the men around him. Tired of it for a while, Gao Yan let go of classmate Xiaoxue, holding the suitcase with one hand and pulling her towards the parking lot with the other. On the way back to the car, Gao Yan held the steering wheel of the Bentley Mulsanne with one hand, but his other hand was tightly connected with classmate Xiaoxue's. Classmate Xiaoxue seemed particularly excited. Ever since he got in the car, he hadn't stopped talking about what happened in the past few days. In fact, these things were already mentioned when the two were chatting on WeChat. But Gao Yan didn't feel impatient at all, and actually liked listening to it. Soon, the car returned to number 15 Yujinjiwen. Go take a shower first. Gao Yan smiled fondly. How about we get together? Classmate Xiaoxue extended the invitation with charming eyes. Okay, I'll rub your back, Gao Yan said with a smile. Reunion after a long absence is like firewood. A great war broke out. This brutal fight lasted for 3 hours before it ended. Moreover, Xiaoxue was not so tired as usual that he had to struggle to move his toes. Only then did Gao Yan remember that classmate Xiaoxue had taken the primary Constitution genetic medicine. Take a look at it with your discerning eye. Good guy, you absorbed it quickly. Enough. It has actually reached 80 points. Plus a woman's original talent. No wonder I still have energy left after persisting for 3 hours. Hubby, I'm hungry. Suddenly, classmate Xiaoxue said. Didn't I just feed you? Gao Yan said in surprise. I hate it, I'm hungry. Classmate Xiaoxue had a coquettish look on his face. Haha, I misunderstood. Gao Yan smiled awkwardly. I'll order takeout right now. 30 minutes later. Takeaway is delivered, after eating takeout. The two of them did not leave the villa, but stayed in the villa for most of the afternoon. Wait until after dinner. Classmate Xiaoxue felt that his combat power had returned to its peak, so he dragged Gao Yan into the canyon battlefield again. The next day came in a blink of an eye. Xiaoxue, who was full of energy, drove to school. She is from the student union and has to take part in picking up new students. And Gao Yan also has something to do today. I have to send my sister-in-law Chen Yiling to Nandu number 7 middle school to register. S Bureau, Yangdong branch. Xiao Nanjun once again watched the information sent back by the Qin families. Undercover agents. This information reported the reason for Qin Zhihui's breakthrough. At the same time, it also sent back a new message, that is, another person in the Qin family had reached the peak of dark strength and reached Hua strength. For a while, his face looked a little ugly. The Qin family has 2 more Hua Jing, which may affect the situation in Yangdong. This is not what he wants to see. What was even more incredible to him was that the Qin family had 2 more transformation powers, which actually had a lot to do with Gao Yan. Because Gao Yan provided a magical medicinal wine to the Qin family. Both Qin Zhihui and the newly born Hua Jin of the Qin family achieved breakthroughs with the help of medicinal wine. There was silence for 2 minutes. Xiao Nanjun picked up the phone and dialed a number, and reported the matter. To Deputy Bureau Luo Bin Luo. Bureau S headquarters. Luo Bing ended the call with Xiao Nanjun, hesitated for 2 minutes, and then headed towards the director's office. The medicinal wine that allows an gene to break through to transform into gene. Director Luo's eyes also flashed with shock, and he subconsciously said, "We must get the formula." "Director, I'm afraid this will be difficult," Luo Bing reminded. After being reminded by Luo Bing, the director also woke up. If Gao Yan only used ordinary energy, their bureau could use force to suppress the other party and hand over the prescription. But behind Gao Yan stood a master of Danjin. Even if the S bureau had Danjin, they still didn't dare to take action easily. After all, judging from the Ma family's affairs, Danjin was extremely protective, and they really used force to suppress Gao Yan. Maybe that Danjin will do something earth-shattering, and by then, everyone in their game will probably be in trouble. After thinking about it, Director Luo said to Luo Bing, "In this case, you can go to Nandu in person and test out Gao Yan's tone. If he is willing to take the initiative to hand over the formula, it would be great. If he is not willing, you can ask him to put forward conditions." "Director, it seems we can't come up with anything, right? Although the S game has great power and many masters, it is really poor. Not only do warriors eat a lot, but they also need a lot of medicinal materials to practice. Therefore, the annual funds are not enough." Upon hearing this, Luo Ju looked a little embarrassed. Suddenly, something moved in his heart. That kid is still young, and it's time for him to be passionate. You can try to fool him. Hearing this, Luo Bing felt a little disdainful in his heart. How could a young man who had reached Huajing at the age of 20 really be so easily deceived? However, she didn't expose it, but agreed. But she is not optimistic about this trip to Nandu. Registering my sister-in-law went smoothly. Gao Yan originally wanted to help pay for the tuition, but Qin Yoling had to pay for it herself. Gao Yan had no choice but to help her, but he helped her recharge her meal card worth 2,000 yuan. That afternoon, Gao Yan received another call from Tu Yun, asking him to go to Tianyun Club, saying that he wanted to introduce a friend to him. Tianyun Club. Under the guidance of Xiao Dai, he stepped into a beautifully and elegantly decorated tea room. In the tea room, Tu Yun was chatting with a short-haired and capable woman about the same age as her. Insightful eyes open. The opponent's data appeared before his eyes. Name, Luo Bing. Age, 31. Height, 171 centimeters. Appearance, 85. Body, 80. Charisma, 86. Constitution, 98. Spirit, 86. Strength, peak of strength. Identity, Deputy Director of Bureau S. Friendliness, 50. Special, 95. Quickly scanning the key points of this data extraction, first of all, the opponent was a strong man at the peak of his strength, and secondly, the opponent came from a department he had never heard of. Sister Yun. Gao Yan nodded towards Tu Yun, then sat down, and his eyes fell on Luo Bing. Is this the friend you want to introduce to me? Good. Tu Yun chuckled and nodded. Brother, let me introduce to you, this is Luo Bing, the Deputy Director from Bureau S. What department is Bureau S? Gao Yan was not used to pretending to understand something he didn't understand, so he asked questions directly. Let me explain this. Luo Bing spoke. Bureau S is a relatively special department, composed entirely of martial artists. Its main responsibility is to handle cases in the martial arts world, as well as major cases that the police cannot handle. Oh, so that's it. Gao Yan appropriately showed a hint of surprise. Luo Bing continued, Mr. Gao, we have heard of your name a long time ago. You are the only martial arts genius like you in the world. Thank you, Luo Ju, I just have a good master. Gao Yan said modestly. Suddenly, Gao Yan changed the subject. Luo Ju, you deliberately asked Sister Yun to invite me here, not just to get to know me, right? Indeed. Luo Bing nodded. Am I here for the medicinal wine in your hand this time? Your bureau also wants medicinal wine? Gao Yan said. The medicinal wine in your hands is of great benefit to the improvement of warriors, and we naturally need it. Gao Yan said, okay, I will sell it to the Qin family for 2 million a bottle. And the quantity of a bottle is about 500 grams. If your bureau needs it, I will charge you 1 million for a bottle. The expression on Luo Bing's face paused slightly, and then he explained, Mr. Gao, you don't know something. Our department relies entirely on state funding, so we are a little nervous about funding. Gao Yan frowned. Then what do you mean, you want to have sex for free? You can't say that. When Luo Bing heard the word free sex, a flash of embarrassment flashed in her eyes, because her thoughts were told, and she was indeed planning to come here for free. She continued, although our Bureau S cannot afford so much money, we can cooperate with you in certain aspects in exchange for your medicinal wine. Originally, she planned to ask for a prescription for the medicine, but after learning about the price of medicinal wine from Tu Yun, she was too embarrassed to ask for it again. They sold 1,000 bottles of medicinal wine to the Qin family for a total of 2 billion. And this was only sold to the Qin family, a martial arts family. If we cooperate with a few more martial arts families, there was no problem selling tens of billions that year. How could she have the nerve to ask for a prescription that was worth so much? Even if I ask for an estimate, Gao Yan won't give it. On the contrary, it will leave a bad impression on the other party. What about? Gao Yan asked. Although Bureau S is a special department, as long as he doesn't act recklessly based on his martial arts skills, he has nothing to fear from the other party. He really can't think of anything that he and the other party can work with. For example, we can provide you with some information about martial arts families. Luo Bing said. Why do I need information from a martial arts family? I have no intention of becoming the leader of the martial arts alliance. Gao Yan shook his head, obviously not satisfied with this. In fact, there was another sentence he didn't say, which was that Tu Yun was selling information. Based on their relationship, he knew it completely from Tu Yun, and there was no need to find a bureau. But after thinking about it, I still didn't say anything, just to save some face for others. Luo Ju, I have a suggestion here. Tu Yun, who had been silent until now, suddenly said. Mr. Tu, please speak. Luo Bing said. My brother is also a businessman. The most difficult thing in doing business is dealing with official people. If the S Bureau can provide convenience in this regard, I believe my brother is still willing to cooperate with you. Hearing this, Luo Bing looked thoughtful. After a while, she slowly said, as long as Mr. Gao's company does not violate the law, we are still willing to help solve some problems. Okay. Gao Yan nodded. To show my sincerity, I can give Bureau S 20 bottles of Medicinal wine. If I need your help in the future, I will give away a certain amount of medicinal wine, depending on the situation. What do Director Luo think? A smile appeared on Luo Bing's face. Thank you very much, Mr. Gao. You're welcome. I happen to have 20 bottles of medicinal wine in my car. I'll go get them. Gao Yan stood up and left. After a while, he came back with 20 bottles of medicinal wine. After getting the medicinal wine, Luo Bing didn't stay long before saying goodbye and leaving. Sister Yun, why do you want me to cooperate with them? I don't think it's necessary, Gao Yan said. After all, it is an official organization, so we have to give it some face. Tu Yun chuckled and explained, although you have Master Dan Jin behind you, there are also Dan Jin masters in the S Bureau. Try not to offend if you can. Okay, I got it. Gao Yan nodded. Anyway, the actual value of 20 bottles of medicinal wine was just that. The most important thing was the prescription. After staying in Tianyun Club for a while, Gao Yan was ready to leave. But Tu Yun asked Gao Yan to play with her. Gao Yan did not refuse. After more than 10 moves, Tu Yun took the initiative to stop the fight. Because she found that her strength had improved to the late stage of Hua Jin. But Gao Yan's improvement was greater. Congratulations, Sister Yun, for breaking through to the late stage of Hua Jin. It's far worse than you, a little monster. Tu Yun rolled her eyes. Gao Yan smiled. If he hadn't suppressed his strength, Tu Yun wouldn't be able to take even one of his moves. After all, he was in the middle stage of Dan Jin. In the evening, Gao Yan was having dinner with Chen Yue and her sister and grandma. Suddenly, he received a WeChat message from Chen Yusen. Boss, my new song My Hymn will be online in 10 minutes, remember to listen to it. Gao Yan, okay, got it, I'll go listen to it. This song was recorded a long time ago, but because past events is so powerful and swept the major charts, it can also avoid the impact. Of course, there are also singers who don't believe in superstition and release new songs at this time. As a result, they are all suppressed by past events. Now there is a saying on the internet that this song, Past Events, is simply poisonous. Even if the single is played on repeat for a night, it is still quite enjoyable. Of course, as the singer of this song, Yu Feifei also gained both fame and fortune. Last night, Li Chaonan sent him an income table. From the launch of Past Events to last night on the 31st. In just over 10 days, Yu Feifei's income from commercial performances, money making, endorsements, variety shows, and shows has reached 83.2 million. And now, the popularity of Past Events has not only not decreased, but is still rising. This situation may continue for several months. Xingchen Entertainment estimates that by the end of December this year, Yu Feifei can still make at least 200 million to 300 million. But also because of Yu Feifei's popularity, many entertainment companies have offered her olive branches, intending to poach talent from Xingchen Entertainment. Fortunately, Feifei is still relatively clear-headed. She knows that her popularity is all due to the song, Past Events, and without this song, she is nothing. Moreover, the copyright of this song is also owned by Xingchen Entertainment. Once she changes jobs, she will not be able to take this song with her. Besides, Jing Xiaoyu's short drama plan was also quite smooth. In just a few days, 3 short dramas were filmed and divided into 20 sections. One section was updated every day to slowly attract fans. 3 short dramas are enough for 60 days. Jing Xiaoyu happened to be going to shoot a TV series, so she stopped filming the short drama. After a week, Xing Xiaoyu has attracted a lot of fans through short dramas. At present, her followers have exceeded 500,000. However, at the suggestion of the guild staff, she also registered an account on Kuaishou to broadcast short dramas. The broadcast time is shorter than Douyin, but it actually attracts more fans than Douyin. The current total number of fans is even higher than Douyin, reaching more than 600,000. For this reason, Xing Xiaoyu also called Gao Yan to discuss whether to shift the focus to Kuaishou. After all, the traffic obtained by using short dramas there is greater. After receiving this call, Gao Yan went to the memory of the next 5 years and found that broadcasting short drama videos on Douyin does not seem to be as efficient as Kuaishou in attracting fans. However, that is also the future. If the trend of short dramas is also set off on Douyin, it may not be without a place in the future. So, Gao Yan's proposal went hand in hand on both platforms. At the same time, Xingchen Entertainment also took 7 stars to shoot several short videos and uploaded them to Douyin. The effect is very good. The star with the highest number of followers has exceeded 1 million. Douyin has just been created not long ago, and having 1 million followers is already very impressive on Douyin. Of course, this is also inseparable from Douyin's traffic support, because Douyin found that the 7 stars of Xingchen Entertainment registered Douyin accounts and uploaded several videos. Their senior management took the initiative to contact Xingchen Entertainment. The two sides also reached a preliminary cooperation, signed a loose agreement. The 7 stars have to upload a short video to the Douyin account every month, and the video content is not limited. And Douyin will also pay the corresponding fees. The most famous female star gave 1 million, and the other 6 stars gave 500,000. Of course, the money was not taken for free. These 7 stars can only upload videos on Douyin and cannot go to other platforms. 1 short video a month is too simple. It can be done in 2 minutes. Douyin also gave money, which is simply picking up money. Therefore, none of the 7 stars refused. In fact, Douyin also wanted to sign Xing Xiaoyu, but Xing Xiaoyu did not agree for the time being after seeking Gao Yan's opinion. Because Xing Xiaoyu is not famous enough and has not enough fans, mainly because she still has a killer that has not been used. As for what the killer is, don't forget that she is still a big anchor of Tiger Entertainment. Besides, even if she agrees to sign, the signing fee of 1 million is the maximum. And her videos are also broadcast on Kuaishou. If she signs, she can no longer broadcast on Kuaishou. In the case of not lacking money, naturally she can't agree. As the saying goes, there is no wall that is impenetrable in the world, not to mention that Li Chaonan did not ask the 7 stars to keep it secret. Therefore, the stars in the company soon knew that the 7 stars had received a signing fee from Douyin for shooting short videos. As the saying goes, money can move people's hearts. Before, most stars looked down on the so-called short videos and were unwilling to shoot short videos. Now that they saw that the 7 people made money, they changed their minds and begged to join the short video department to shoot short videos. In this regard, Li Chaonan did not deliberately make things difficult for them. Many people were selected to join. And under Gao Yan's suggestion, many dance short videos and singing short videos were shot and put on Douyin, because they have the star effect and are more popular. Therefore, now, there are as many as 18 stars who have joined the short video plan. Unconsciously, the time came to 6 o'clock. Gao Yan logged into the QQ Music software with his mobile phone. Unexpectedly, QQ Music actually gave Chen Yusin's new song a splash screen. Advertisement. Gao Yan clicked in directly and clicked to play the song. Put on headphones and listen carefully. 3 minutes later. The song ended. Gao Yan nodded secretly. Under the guidance of director Chen Yusin's singing skills have improved greatly. Plus this song is at least an A-level song. Therefore, it is quite beautiful and not inferior to classic songs. Gao Yan wanted to listen to it again. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He frowned slightly, picked up the phone and asked, "I am Gao Yan, who are you?" "Gao Yan, I am your mother, your father, and I came to Nandu to see you." A middle-aged woman's voice came from the phone. Gao Yan recognized it. It was the adoptive mother Yang Huishan, but unlike the coldness and disgust in the past, her tone this time was extremely gentle. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Gao Yan's mind. What did the adoptive father and mother do in Nandu? Faintly, he felt that the couple probably did not have good intentions. He said in a deep voice, "Aunt Yang, please respect yourself. We have severed our relationship. Don't call yourself mother anymore." On the other end of the phone, Yang Huishan wanted to explode as soon as she heard this. Fortunately, Gao Jincheng on the side gave her a fierce wink, so she suppressed her anger and said, "Look what you said, we have been in a relationship for more than 10 years after all, how can it be? Let's break it off, Gao Yan. During this time, your father and I have also reflected on it. And feel that we have indeed gone too far in these years. We are here to apologize to you specifically." Gao Yan didn't believe a word of Yang Huishan's lies. After all these years of being together, doesn't he still know the virtues of an adoptive father and adoptive mother? Even if they were a little nicer to him, he would respect them as his biological parents. So, he said coldly, "I can't bear your apology, and Aunt Yang, you and your husband have both signed the severance letter. We are now familiar strangers. At best." "What are you talking about, little bastard? We have raised you for so many years, and this is how you treat us." Even though her husband winked, Yang Huishan still couldn't suppress her anger. At this time, Gao Jincheng grabbed the phone and said to Gao Yan, "Xiaoyan, don't blame your mother. She has a bad temper recently. I apologize to you on her behalf. By the way, where are you? Let's come find you." Gao Yan, "No, tell me where you are, and I'll come find you." Gao Jincheng said quickly, "Xiaoyan, we are just outside your school." Gao Yan, "Okay, I understand. I'll be here in 20 minutes at most." After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan said hello to Qin Yue and the others before getting up and leaving. More than 10 minutes later, Gao Yan saw Gao Jincheng and Yang Huishan near the gate of Nandu University. "Xiaoyan, you're here." As soon as he saw Gao Yan, a smile appeared on Gao Jincheng's face, but Yang Huishan still had a cold face. "Have you eaten? If not, I will take you to eat," Gao Yan said. "We called you right after we arrived and we didn't even have time to eat." A few minutes later. A private room in a restaurant near the school. Gao Yan sat with Gao Jincheng and Yang Huishan. Already ordered. Gao Yan remained expressionless, and Yang Huishan was very unhappy. However, under the pressure of her husband, she did not speak, but Gao Jincheng kept greeting Gao Yan. Wenchuemi.cc. Not a moment. When the food was served, Gao Jincheng invited Gao Yan to eat together. "I've already eaten, you go ahead and eat." Gao Yan shook his head, but in his heart he was thinking about the purpose of the couple's arrival. After meal, Gao Yan took the two of them to a tea house. Gao Yan didn't bother to talk in circles with them and asked directly, "Tell me, what do you want to do in Nandu this time?" Upon hearing this, Yang Huishan was about to have another attack, but fortunately Gao Jincheng glared at her fiercely. Then Gao Jincheng said, "Xiaoyan, your mother and I have indeed been sorry for you all these years. We also know that you are a good and kind boy. We have no other purpose in coming this time. We just want you to come back to our place in the family." Seeing Gao Jincheng speaking sincerely, Gao Yan almost believed it. He said lightly, "Uncle Gao, Aunt Yang, since we have severed our relationship, there is no need to restore it. If there is nothing else, just that's it, I'll open a room for you and you can come back tomorrow." Yang Huishan finally couldn't help it anymore and yelled, "Little brat, how can you be so heartless? Fortunately, we raised you so big and allowed you to study. Now that your wings have hardened, you will immediately fall out with us. Are you still a human being? Do you believe it tomorrow? We will go to your school to help you spread the word and see how you behave in the future." Facing Yang Huishan's insults and threats, Gao Yan didn't react much. With his current methods, it would be no problem to make the two of them disappear without anyone noticing. How could he be afraid of their threats? As for going to school to cause trouble, as long as he is willing, they can't even get through the school gate. "Shut up!" Gao Jincheng yelled at Yang Huishan, "If you do this to Xiaoyan again, believe it or not, I will slap you." After being yelled at by Gao Jincheng, Yang Huishan suddenly didn't dare to speak. "Xiaoyan, don't be angry. Your mother is straightforward and has no ill intentions. Besides, we are a family, so how could we do such a thing?" Facing a couple with a bad face and a good face, Gao Yan sneered secretly. "Uncle Gao, I think my attitude has been made clear. Our relationship cannot go back to the past, and there is no need for you to force anything. I sit here and talk to you calmly now because of your past friendship, so I also hope that you can behave yourself well. Don't let the last bit of affection between us be exhausted." Hearing Gao Yan's heartless words, Gao Jincheng's face darkened. "Xiaoyan, do you really want to be so heartless?" "It's not that I'm heartless, it's that you are too greedy." Gao Yan had already guessed the couple's intentions. It was a lie to resume their relationship, but it was true that they wanted to get benefits from him. After all, his discerning eye is not a vegetarian. Gao Jincheng's friendliness towards him was only 1 point, and Yang Huishan's friendliness was even lower, actually minus 20 points. With such friendliness, no dog would believe it if he said he sincerely wanted to invite him back to the big family. As for why you want to resume your relationship with him? Most likely they knew part of his situation. Gao Jincheng's face turned red when his thoughts were revealed, and Yang Huishan was so angry that she cursed again. Gao Yan did not scold her. He got up and walked out of the box. As long as the couple returns to Jiangzhou honestly, he will not take any revenge. If they insist on going through trouble, don't blame him for being rude. "Stop, you are not allowed to leave." Seeing Gao Yan was about to leave, Yang Huishan reached out and took Gao Yan's arm. Gao Yan frowned and looked at her, and said in a sharp tone, "What do you want to do?" After being shouted at by Gao Yan, Yang Huishan suddenly felt fear in her heart, but greed finally defeated her fear. She said in a sharp voice, "Gao Yan, we know that you have made a fortune It doesn't matter if you don't restore our relationship, but you have to compensate us some money. How many do you want? Gao Yan joked. 5 million, and your Bentley Mulsanne. As long as you meet our conditions. We promise not to bother you in the future. Yang Huishan said with a glimmer of greed in her eyes. I have 5 million, and I also have a car, but I won't give it to you. Gao Yan shook his head. When Gao Jincheng and Yang Huishan adopted him, they couldn't have a child. Later, they got Gao Lang, and the reason why they didn't return him to the orphanage was because they were worried about losing face and being criticized, not because they had good intentions. Even so, after the two parties severed their relationship, Gao Yan also gave them a sum of money. But now, the couple is clearly driven by greed and want more from him. If you don't give it, we will go to your school tomorrow to make trouble and let your teachers and classmates see what kind of face you are like. Yang Huishan said with a look of resentment. That's up to you. Gao Yan shook off Yang Huishan's hand and walked out of the box again. Xiaoyan. Gao Jincheng shouted again. Gao Yan paused and looked at her. Uncle Gao, what else do you want to say? Hey, why bother? Gao Jincheng showed regret. You still have a bright future, there is no need to ruin your reputation just for this little money. In this way, we don't want your car, and you can just give us 4 million for the money. What do you think? Not so good. Gao Yan sneered and strode out of the box. Yang Huishan was about to give chase, but was held back by Gao Jincheng. Okay, this little beast is determined to sever ties with us. It's useless for you to keep him here. Are we going to let him go like this? Yang Huishan said unwillingly. How is it possible to let him go? Gao Jincheng's eyes flashed with a sinister look. I have a plan. We will find a printing shop later and write an article about the ungrateful behavior of this little beast. Then print him 1,000 copies and distribute them at the gate of their school tomorrow. Yang Huishan's eyes lit up. Husband, you still have a way, but he still refuses to give in? Then destroy him. Gao Jincheng said sinisterly, let's distribute flyers first. If he still refuses to give in, we will go to his school to make trouble, and then find a reporter to report this matter. Isn't that little beast doing business? Wait until his reputation is bad, and see who will go to his store. Okay, let's do it. It's best to make that kid bankrupt and become a pauper. And see if he is still crazy. Yang Huishan said with a face full of resentment. Outside the tea house, Hong Huang was relaying the conversation between the couple to Gao Yan word for word. After listening, Gao Yan's face became unusually cold. Originally, he had no intention of using any means against the couple. Now it seems that he has to teach them a lesson. Thinking of this, Gao Yan had 2 more bad luck cards in his hand. Use on Gao Jincheng and Yang Huishan. As soon as the voice fell, the 2 bad luck cards turned into 2 black lights and flew towards Gao Jincheng and his wife in the tea house. In the box, Gao Jincheng and Yang Huishan shuddered together. Both of them had a bad premonition. Ouch, my stomach hurts a little, I'm going to the toilet first. Gao Jincheng suddenly covered his stomach and shouted. Then he rushed out of the box and headed for the bathroom in a hurry. Bang! Gao Jincheng bumped into a strong man coming out of the bathroom. How the hell are you walking, are you blind? For some reason, Gao Jincheng couldn't control his temper at all, and subconsciously cursed at the strong man. The strong man was not someone to be trifled with, and he raised his hand and slapped Gao Jincheng in the face. "Old bastard, who are you scolding? Are you looking for death?" This slap made Gao Jincheng's eyes flash with stars, and then he became furious and punched the opponent in the face. But this strong man not only reacts quickly. Not only did he quickly avoid his punch, he also kicked him in return. With a bang, Gao Jincheng was kicked up and fell to the ground. Then, the strong man pounced on Gao Jincheng and fired his bow left and right at his face until he screamed in agony. Yang Huishan, in the box, heard her husband's screams. "Run out quickly. When I saw my husband being pinned to the ground and beaten, I immediately became jealous." Then he grabbed a wooden chair in the hall, rushed up, and hit the strong man on the head. "I'll wipe it." The strong man was startled and quickly ducked away. Bang! The wooden chair hit Gao Jincheng's head heavily with inertia, accompanied by a scream. Gao Jincheng tilted his head and fainted on the spot. "Husband!" This frightened Yang Huishan. When the strong man saw this, he rolled his eyes and quickly left. "You are not allowed to leave." Seeing that the murderer was about to run away, Yang Huishan rushed forward and hugged one of the strong man's legs. "Let me go." A fierce light flashed in the strong man's eyes, and he kicked Yang Huishan hard on the chest with another kick, sending her flying away. Then the strong man ran away. After the strong man ran away, people around him slowly gathered around, and the teahouse owner also picked up his mobile phone and dialed 110 and 120. Outside the teahouse, Gao Yan used his mental perception to witness everything he directed with his own eyes, but there was no change in the expression on his face. Because all this is their own fault. If they hadn't been greedy and wanted to harm him, why would they have ended up in this situation? Soon, the police came. After checking the teahouse's surveillance, a young policeman said, "Uncle Huang, this man seems to be a wanted criminal." The older policeman signaled to zoom in on the surveillance, and the strong man's face was revealed. "Isn't he the criminal on the latest wanted notice issued by the provincial department?" Later, the police reported it, while calling the teahouse owner and onlookers for questioning on the spot. According to the teahouse owner, the strong man who hit the man was not a guest of the teahouse, but a passerby who came in to use the toilet. The injuries of Gao Jincheng and Yang Huishan were not as serious as imagined. After being sent to the hospital for simple treatment, a police officer came to question the two of them. "Officer, have you caught the murderer? He beat our husband and wife so badly. We must make him worthy of losing everything." Yang Huishan said fiercely, "This probably won't work." One officer shook his head. "Why, don't you want to protect him?" Yang Huishan said angrily. The policeman's face darkened. "It's not that we want to protect him, but the person who beat you is a wanted criminal on the run, and he was in debt because of gambling. He was forced to do nothing by his creditor, and then he stabbed the creditor to death and escaped." Hearing the news, Gao Jincheng and Yang Huishan were immediately numb. The other party killed the creditor and escaped. In other words, it is impossible for the other party to compensate them. Then the beating they received was in vain. The police officer left in a hurry after taking notes. And the couple's misfortune has just begun. The couple stayed in the ward that night. Gao Jincheng got up to go to the toilet, slipped and fell, and broke his head. After the doctor treated his injury, he accidentally pulled the infusion tube while he was sleeping, causing the shelf hanging the infusion bottle to fall down, hitting Gao Jincheng right on his nose. The other party let out a scream, but was so frightened that Yang Huishan, who was sleeping soundly, fell off the hospital bed and broke her left leg. The doctors and nurses who came after hearing the news looked weird. This couple is simply possessed by evil spirits. When they entered the hospital, their injuries were not serious. Now they have only been in the hospital for a few hours. One of them hit his head and broke his nose. Another one broke his leg directly. And all this was not over yet. The whole night, the two couples did not stop. All in all kinds of bad luck, and even the hospital specially sent two nurses to guard the ward could not prevent the couple from getting injured. By early morning the next day, both of them were wrapped into mummies. Originally, he could be discharged from the hospital in 2 or 3 days. This time, he could not be discharged from the hospital in 1 or 2 months. This is unless they continue to add new injuries. Time goes back to yesterday evening. After seeing Gao Jincheng and his wife being taken to the hospital, he returned to the school district room. It has been more than an hour since Qin Yusin's new song was released. Gao Yan took out his mobile phone and logged into QQ Music again. And click on the new song list. Just 1 hour. My hymn has already reached the top of the new song chart. The main reason is that today is number 1, and even if other new songs are ahead, they are not ahead by much. Afterwards, Gao Yan clicked on the hot song list. The number 1 spot on the hot song list naturally belongs to Pastime, and its status is unshakable. It is estimated that in the next 2 months, it will firmly occupy the first place. Xingchen Entertainment is quite optimistic about Qin Yusin's new song, and they did not spend less on promotion before it was released. Although the momentum is not as good as Pastime, which was released last month, the potential is still quite strong. Therefore, it is now ranked 12th on the QQ Music Hot Song list. Subsequently, Gao Yan went to NetEase Cloud Music and Kuga Music to check. As expected, the new songs were all my hymn. As for the hot songs list, NetEase Cloud Music had already made it into the top 10, reaching the 7th place. The hot songs list on Kuga Music also made it into the top 10, but it was just at the end of the top 10. Sure. Seeing this data, Gao Yan knew that this song was sure. With such a result, Qin Yusin has a place in the music world. Hingdian, in a 5-star hotel. Xing Xiaoyu was also looking through the data on the music platform. Yusin, congratulations, you are going to be a big hit. Thank you. Qin Yusin replied gratefully, and at the same time, she was full of emotion. In her heart, she had been stumbling for several years and had not been able to achieve success. And she had joined Xingchen Entertainment for less than a month. She was on the verge of becoming a big hit. Then, she picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to Gao Yan, boss. Thank you. Gao Yan, you're welcome. Yes, Gao Yan has changed his WeChat name to his own name. Before, he named himself Born Talent to motivate himself. Now, he doesn't need to motivate himself anymore, he returns to his true self. And becomes himself. Gao Yan, how was the filming? Qin Yusin, it went smoothly, the crew took good care of Xiaoyu and me. Gao Yan, okay, keep up the good work, you will definitely become a big star in the future. Qin Yusin, thank you, boss, I will keep up the good work. By the way, when are you free? I will treat you to a meal. Gao Yan, let's talk about it after you finish filming. Qin Yusin, Xiaoyu and I don't have many scenes, it will be finished in 3 days at most. Gao Yan, okay, I will go to Shanghai in a while and tell you in advance. After finishing the chat with Qin Yusin, Gao Yan chatted with Xing Xiaoyu and Zhuo Jianyue again. Xiaozhua shared an interesting story with him. Today, I met a freshman who was very good at pretending, and deliberately showed off his wealth in front of her. As a result, Xiaoxue showed off his wealth in front of her with his watch and car keys. He directly hit her so hard that her face turned blue. Because he had to get up early tomorrow, Gao Yan didn't chat with Xiaoxue much. Similarly, Xing Xiaoyu would also join the group tomorrow. So the chat ended early. Extract experience. With a thought, Gao Yan extracted all the training experience accumulated in these days. Then, his physical fitness increased by 4 points directly, reaching 136 points, just a little more than his spirit. At the same time, Beijing Airport. As soon as Luhani got off the plane with 2 bodyguards, she saw her aunt Luo Bing standing not far away. "Auntie." Luhani hurried forward to greet her and took Luo Bing's arm affectionately. There is not much age difference between them, especially when her parents were busy with work and had no time to take care of her when she was a child. It was her aunt who took her to play, so the two of them have a very good relationship. "Are you tired from traveling all over the country during this time?" Luo Bing asked with a smile. "Not tired." Luhani pursed her lips and smiled. "It's just a good chance to take advantage of this opportunity to visit the great rivers and mountains. Otherwise I won't have the chance in the future." Upon hearing this, Luo Bing was a little silent. He wanted to comfort his niece, but when he opened his mouth, he didn't know how to comfort her. That's how it is in a big family. Marriage and work have been properly arranged by the family. You only need to follow the route set by the family. At best, you are loved by the family, at worst, you are a puppet of the family. She was relatively lucky back then and learned martial arts from a Danjin master. After successfully practicing martial arts, she naturally got rid of the control of her family and had greater autonomy. Otherwise, she would have probably married and had children under the arrangement of her family. Luhani seemed to see through Luo Bing's thoughts and said softly, "Auntie, I'm fine, you don't have to comfort me. In fact, I have long understood that in a family like ours, after enjoying the convenience and benefits brought by the family, it is natural that give something." Luo Bing felt very distressed for her niece's sensibility. But she couldn't change anything. Suddenly, something moved in her heart and she asked, "Are you planning to go on a blind date when you come back this time?" Regarding the blind date, Luhani had nothing to be shy about. She said calmly, "My family has arranged for Wu Jun and I to come and meet. Master Wu is coming?" Luo Bing frowned slightly. "What's wrong, Auntie? Is there anything wrong with Mr. Wu coming?" Luhani asked, curiously. She knew that her aunt worked in Bureau S and must have more information than she did. "How do you say it?" Luo Bing hesitated slightly and said, "Actually, this kid Wu Junlai is quite outstanding. He has outstanding appearance and talent. He is a doctoral student at Tsinghua University and started a business in his junior year. Now, the market value of his company has already reached, with more than 100 billion. The only criticism is that he is too carefree and can change girlfriends faster than clothes. However, he probably knows that he cannot make the decision on his own marriage, so he has always had a playful mentality. If he gets married, he is a good man if he can calm down in the end." Luhani didn't react much to Wu Jun's interest. To be honest, for people from a big family like them, being a woman is not a shortcoming. "Thank you, Auntie, for reminding me. I know." Luo Bing said again, "You come to contact Mr. Wu first. If you don't get along, my aunt will introduce you to a high-quality partner. When it comes to high-quality objects, Gao Yan flashes in Luo Bing's mind. This kid is not bad-looking, he is still a warrior at the peak of his energy level, and he might even be able to advance to his alchemy level in the future. And the other party himself is also very good at making money. Just with that medicine and wine formula, he would never be able to bear poverty in his life. The only regret is that that boy is also quite lustful. But the problem of being lustful is nothing compared to other problems. Who do you want to introduce to me? Lu Hani asked, curiously. Who didn't tell you first? If you and Wu Jun come together, just pretend that I didn't tell you. If it doesn't work out, it won't be too late to tell you. Luo Bing said with a smile. All right. Although Lu Hani was curious, she did not continue to ask. But if my aunt can introduce it in person, I guess the other party should be no worse than Wu Jun. The next morning, Gao Yan appeared at Nandu University in high spirits. As soon as I stepped into the classroom, I felt two resentful looks coming from classmate by Fumei and Yang Yu. A few days ago, Yang Yu called him again and invited him to meet, but Gao Yan refused again. He knew that Yang Yu's purpose of inviting him was simply for the hot pot base recipe he had. Nowadays, this boy Qinghao is running the brothers' hot pot restaurant in a prosperous manner. Branches were opened one after another. The more branches of brothers' hot pot restaurant, the greater the impact on Yang's hot pot restaurant. When brothers' hot pot restaurants open throughout Guangdong province, it is estimated that the Yang family's hot pot restaurant will not be far from bankruptcy. Although even if the hot pot restaurant goes bankrupt, the Yang family will not go bankrupt, but their assets will be greatly reduced. Your kid ate pig feed. We haven't seen each other for a while and you've gained so much weight. Gao Yan sat down next to Qinghao. As soon as he looked at the other person's body shape, he couldn't help but complain. I can't help it. Qinghao smiled bitterly and said, it's okay in Nandu. Our Qing families' connections are pretty good, but when we go out of Nandu and ask people to do things, we must drink. If I drink too much, my body will naturally gain weight. Then take it easy and don't develop alcoholic liver disease at such a young age. Gao Yan couldn't help but remind him. Qinghao was quite touched by Gao Yan's concern and explained, don't worry. I know it in my heart. Now we are expanding our territory and we need me as the boss to step in. Once things stabilize, there will be no need for me to step in. After a while, the class bell rang. The head teacher and counselor Fan Xian walked into the classroom one after another. Generally speaking, the class teacher only shows up during the beginning of the school year. At other times, the counselor manages the entire class. Really? The head teacher simply said a few words, congratulating everyone on entering the junior year, and then left, leaving the rest of the time to the counselor. Fan Xian. In a blink of an eye. It's time for get out of class to end. Along with a gust of fragrant breeze, there was someone else around. Hey, why are you always avoiding me? Yang Yu stared at Gao Yan, feeling very unhappy. This guy took advantage of her twice. She asked him out but refused to come out even once. Is there any? Gao Yan asked rhetorically. If not, then let's have dinner together tonight. No time. You. Yang Yu's teeth suddenly became itchy again, wanting to bite this bastard to death. Let's talk outside. Gao Yan stood up and walked out of the classroom. After a slight hesitation, Yang Yu followed. Soon. The rooftop of the teaching building. This teaching building has a very good view, with a panoramic view of the entire school playground. Today, the freshmen are undergoing military training in full swing. If we could go back 2 years, he would have been one of them. Following the sound of footsteps, Gao Yan knew it was Yang Yu without looking back. I know your purpose, but to be honest, I can't help your family. Gao Yan said without looking back. I know it too, but even if my dad doesn't give up, you can't see him for my sake. Yang Yu's tone was filled with pleading. Your face? Our relationship is normal. Gao Yan looked back at her with an expression that seemed to be a smile but not a smile. Do you usually touch my butt? Yang Yu gritted her teeth. Don't slander good people casually, I don't call it touching. Gao Yan defended seriously. Hypocritical. Yang Yu said bitterly. The dog man in front of her was getting more and more hateful. Actually, it's useless for me to meet your dad, but I have a suggestion. Gao Yan said thoughtfully. What proposal? Sell the hot pot restaurant under your name to Qinghao. Gao Yan said, in this way, you will lose less, and Qinghao's hot pot restaurant can also accelerate its expansion. No way, my dad won't agree. Yang Yu knew that her father planned to put the hot pot restaurant on the market, so how could he change hands so easily? If you don't sell it, then you will go bankrupt. Gao Yan said calmly, it is also a smart way to stop losses in time. Now that I have said this, it is your father's business to listen or not. I will leave. First. Standing on the rooftop for a while. Yang Yu then left. She decided to go to her father's company now to mention the matter to him. She also studies finance. Naturally, we understand the principle of stopping losses in time. But the truth is not hard to escape, but when it comes to it, how many people can do it? There is a sunk cost involved. Yang's father had put a lot of effort into running the hot pot restaurant chain in the Yang family and had high hopes for it. It was not easy to let him go. Why are you here? Seeing his daughter enter the office, Yang Yujiang was a little surprised. Did Gao Yan agree to meet? No. Yang Yu shook his head. Dad, I advise you to give up. Even if we meet, he will not sell you the hot pot base. Yang Yujiang's face darkened, and a look of reluctance emerged in his heart. How will you know if you don't try? At the same time, a sinister thought emerged in his heart. If he couldn't defeat Brother's hot pot restaurant head-on, he could do it secretly. It's not that he doesn't understand these dirty tricks, but he doesn't want to use them. After all, there is no airtight wall in the world. It would be fine if he defeated Brother's hot pot restaurant in an upright manner, but if he used despicable means to kill Brother's hot pot restaurant, the Qing family would probably fight him to the death. Dad, he gave us a suggestion. Yang Yu hesitated. What advice? Sell all our stores to Qinghao so that we can stop our losses in time. Yang Yu said, although their hot pot restaurant business has been greatly affected. But after all, Brother Hot Pot Restaurant has not yet spread to all cities in the province. In a city where there are no Brothers Hot Pot restaurants, their business is still good. Upon hearing this, Yang Yujiang's expression changed on the spot. This is impossible. Yang Yu persuaded, Dad, unless we can find a soup base that is better than the Brothers Hot Pot restaurant now, how long can we hold on when they expand to the whole province? If we let go now, we will still make money. Otherwise. Okay. Yang Yujiang interrupted his daughter arrogantly, and the idea in his heart became more and more determined. Then Qinghao is just a little kid, maybe I can't play with him. I see. Yang Yu was a little disappointed. Her father didn't agree, and there was nothing she could do. Other side. Pulled by Qinghao, Gao Yan came to the edge of the military training ground. And they were eating happily with an ice cream in their hands. Certainly. They were not the only ones to do this. The most outrageous thing was that the four girls got a small table from nowhere, with frozen watermelon and frozen drinks on it. Each of them also had cream ice cream in their hands, licking it happily. When the freshmen who were undergoing military training under the sun saw such seniors, they all cursed in their hearts. The fat man, Qinghao, is also cheap. While licking the ice cream, she deliberately made a loud noise. All the freshmen looked at him angrily. Instead of being ashamed, he looked proud. Howsy, are you interested? Gao Yan couldn't stand it anymore. Interesting, quite interesting. Don't forget, this is how we came here at the beginning. This is called passing on from generation to generation. Qinghao said proudly, this is also the first lesson given to them by the seniors too. Let them know what it means. People's hearts are evil. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but laugh and cry, and the memory of 2 years ago flashed through his mind. When they were in military training, there were seniors and seniors eating ice cream, frozen drinks, fruits, and the like at the edge of the playground. Let's go, I'm not interested in playing here with you any longer. Gao Yan gnawed off the last piece of ice cream, patted his butt, and stood up. Hey, wait a minute, I heard that there are 2 top beauties among the juniors this year. Qinghao shouted quickly. Not interested. Gao Yan left without saying a word. Cut. Qinghao curled his lips secretly. Isn't Chen Yue a schoolgirl? Soon. Gao Yan came to the snack street. With the start of school, the business of milk tea shops has become booming again. The 3 clerks in the store were busy making milk tea. But Chen Yue was sitting at a table with a boy and talking about things. You're here. Seeing Gao Yan, Chen Yue stood up quickly, then pointed at the boy and introduced, this is Su Heng, the director of the External Relations Department of our student union. Is something wrong, classmate Su? Gao Yan waved to Chen Yue to ask her to help, and then sat down in her original position. Are you the owner of this store? Su Heng asked, his tone slightly stiff. Is there a problem? Gao Yan asked. He still has a certain understanding of the External Liaison Department of the Student Union, which usually solicits sponsorship, but as far as he knows, the director of the school's External Liaison Department is a girl. Has someone been replaced? No problem. Su Heng squeezed out a smile. That's it, Mr. Gao. You also know that every time a new student enrolls, a welcome party must be held, but holding a party requires funds, so you're here to solicit sponsorship, right? Gao Yan rushed to say. Su Heng said, that's what I mean, but we don't get your sponsorship in vain. When the time comes, we will put up a banner for you to help promote your store. Okay, then I will sponsor you 5,000 yuan. Gao Yan said. It is not uncommon for the External Relations Department to solicit sponsorships. People who do business in the snack street are usually willing to give 1,000 yuan to others, and only a few hundred yuan to others. Gao Yan gave 5,000 yuan, which is already a very large sum of money. But Su Heng was obviously dissatisfied with the 5,000 yuan. As far as I know, classmate Gao, the sales volume of your milk tea shop is Very high, with a profit of tens of thousands every day. Do you want to make more contributions? Upon hearing this, Gao Yan was a little angry. Then do you know how much money I invested before? In order to get more members in the milk tea shop, I sold mobile phones at a price of 4,000 yuan. Every time I sold one, I had to lose 800 yuan. One day, it's a loss of tens of thousands, and this milk tea shop is still in the red. Then who knows, maybe what you are selling is a new machine or a parallel import? Su Heng said lightly. Facing Su Heng's slander, Gao Yan sneered, reached out and grabbed his collar, lifted him up, and threw him out of the store. Get out. Are you here to solicit sponsorship or to find fault? How will the student union send him? Come here with this thing like you. You. Su Heng was furious, but at this moment, Gao Yan glared at him. Thinking of the scene where Gao Yan picked him up and threw him out of the store, he immediately ran away in despair. Seeing this scene, everyone queuing up to buy milk tea cast curious eyes. Someone even asked, Boss Gao, what's going on? Hey, this guy is the director of the External Relations Department of our student union and came here to sponsor the orientation party. Originally, I planned to give him a sponsorship of 5,000 yuan, but he thought it was too little. A sponsorship of 5,000 yuan is not low. I know that most stores only give a few hundred. Isn't it? Boss Gao's 5,000 is already quite generous. Actually, this is nothing. As you all know, in order to accumulate membership, I sold mobile phones for 4,000 yuan. I had to lose tens of thousands every day, and I am still at a loss now. Gao Yan continued, when I said that, the boy actually said that what I was selling were new machines and parallel imports. I threw the boy out in a fit of anger. Good throw. Someone immediately shouted, those people in the student union, relying on their little power, always do nothing. Yes, we should teach these people a lesson. Moreover, I can testify for Boss Gao that the mobile phones sold in his store are all genuine, and they are definitely not new ones or parallel imports. Yes, I bought it too, it's absolutely not fake. Other side. Su Heng, who was thrown out of the store by Gao Yan, felt very embarrassed. After leaving the snack street, he became more and more angry as he thought about it, thinking that Gao Yan should be taught a lesson. Isn't it just to open a milk tea shop? No matter what, I want your shop to fail. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. The reason why Su Heng was so confident was that he dared to challenge Gao Yan when soliciting sponsorship. That's because his uncle Wan Jiping is the deputy director of the logistics department of Nandu University. The Snack Street is a store belonging to Nandu University and is managed by the logistics department. Su Heng came to the logistics department angrily and broke into Wan Jiping's office. Why are you here, kid? Wan Jiping couldn't help but smile and asked when he saw it was his nephew. Su Heng reached for the huazi on the desk, took out one and lit it. Uncle. Wasn't I going to meet the milk tea shop to solicit sponsorship? The other party didn't give me a penny and even threw me out. Do you think he is arrogant or not? No way. The merchants who rent the school's shops have to give the school more or less face. First of all, they operate on Nandu University's territory. Secondly, Most of the merchants in the snack street are related households, so the rent is low. Therefore, when encountering student unions seeking sponsorship, they will almost never refuse, and they will give more or less. Otherwise, if you take advantage of the school and don't give the school face, why should the school rent to you? Su-heng said quickly, Uncle, don't you believe what I said? You have to vent your anger for me. I heard that the business of that store is very good. The daily turnover is at least 10,000 yuan, which accounts for so much of the school. It's a huge bargain, but asking him to give me a small amount of sponsorship money is simply ungrateful. Are you talking about meeting a milk tea shop? Wan Jipeng asked thoughtfully. Yes, that's the store. Su-heng nodded repeatedly. Wan Jipeng has also heard of that shop. It is said that their milk tea has a unique taste and the business is very good. And that shop was transferred from Hubo. When Hubo was running a milk tea shop, the business was not very good. Unexpectedly, after Gao Yan took over, the business was booming. If you can get this store and the formula from the other party, you can easily get hundreds of thousands in 1 month. Suddenly, Wan Jipeng had his thoughts moved. If this store was still in the hands of Hubo, he would naturally not dare to have any evil intentions. But as far as he knew, Gao Yan didn't have any background in school. It was very easy for him to handle an ordinary student with a little money. So, he said to Su-heng, do you want to open a milk tea shop? Uncle, what do you mean? Su-heng probed. Bring that store over and we can do it ourselves. Wan Jipeng narrowed his eyes and said, Okay, Uncle, let me tell you, the business of that store is amazing. If we take over, we will definitely make a lot of money. Su-heng said excitedly. And Qinyouwei's beautiful appearance flashed in his mind. If he took over the milk tea shop and became the owner of the milk tea shop, wouldn't he be the first to win the first prize? But uncle, it won't be easy for us to take over that store, right? Su-heng Dao. It's not easy to get a milk tea shop. Wan Jipeng smiled proudly, however, I can talk to the other party first. If the other party is sensible, we can give him some compensation. If he is not sensible, we can only use some means. As long as something goes wrong when someone drinks the other party's milk tea, the school can intervene, not only to take back the other party's store, but also to ask the other party to hand over the formula for testing. In this way, the recipe is easily obtained and does not cost a penny. Okay, let's keep this a secret for now. Once we take over the milk tea shop, I'll hand it over to you to manage. Don't worry, Uncle, I'm very strict with my words, I promise not to tell anyone. Su-heng said quickly. You go back first, I'll ask Gao Yan to come here to talk. 10 minutes later, Gao Yan came to the logistics department and knocked on Wan Jipeng's office door. Please come in. Hello, Director Wan, I'm Gao Yan. What's the matter with you calling me here? Gao Yan asked politely, vaguely wondering if that boy Su-heng was causing trouble. Wan Jipeng was processing the documents. He raised his head and glanced at Gao Yan, and said in a stiff tone, You sit down first, and I will talk to you after I finish processing the documents. Good. Gao Yan sat down directly on the sofa and waited for the other party to process the documents. Time passed slowly, half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Wan Jipeng is still processing documents. Gao Yan didn't wait around, but picked up his phone and chatted with classmate Xiaozhua on WeChat. Because he has discovered that Deputy Director Wan wants to give him a blow. Seeing Gao Yan's unscrupulous look, Wang Jipeng was so angry that he was too lazy to delay any more time, and said in a gloomy voice, "Okay, I'm done with it, let's talk about business." "You said it, I'm listening." Gao Yan still didn't put down his phone, and his fingers were still typing on the screen flexibly. This scene fell into Wang Jipeng's eyes, but he became even more angry. "Gao Yan, I have checked the rental contract between you and the school. There are quite a few problems. If the school finds out, they will definitely punish you. If it is serious, they may even expel you." "WWW." Wang Jipeng said in a confident tone. "Yeah? What's the problem?" Gao Yan looked up at Wang Jipeng. Faintly, Wang Jipeng seemed to see a flash of ridicule on Gao Yan's face. Bang! Wang Jipeng finally couldn't help it and slapped the desk. "Gao Yan, please correct your attitude." "Isn't my attitude correct enough?" Gao Yan pretended to be confused, and then a sneer appeared on his face again. "Or are you, Deputy Director Wan, deliberately looking for trouble? I don't like beating around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't play this trick on me." Fuck. Wang Jipeng felt that he was about to explode. Su Heng really didn't lie to him. This kid was too arrogant. He sneered, "Since you want me to speak directly, then I will tell you directly that the rental contract you signed is not compliant. We want to take back your storefront. You say it is not compliant, so it is not compliant." Gao Yan sneered, "I have a contract, written in black and white. You can't take it back just by opening your mouth. If you insist on taking it back by force, I don't mind suing the school." "Are you threatening me?" Wang Jipeng stood up and glared at Gao Yan. "I'm not threatening you, I'm protecting my own legitimate rights and interests," Gao Yan said seriously. Suddenly, Wang Jipeng's face became extremely ugly. "Gao Yan, I advise you not to refuse a toast. Do you really think I can't deal with you?" "Okay, I'll wait for you to deal with me." Gao Yan stood up and strode out of the office. Fuck. Wang Jipeng cursed, with a hint of viciousness in his eyes. And just as Gao Yan walked out of the logistics department, Hong Huang had already collected Wang Jipeng's black material. "Xiao Hong, post it directly on the campus forum," Gao Yan ordered. He is not the kind of person who waits for others to make a move before fighting back. Since he knows that Wang Jipeng wants to make trouble for him, then kill him in advance. Hong Huang directly hacked the campus forum and pinned Wang Jipeng's black material directly to the top. This guy is not a good thing either. He has everything. The salary is only about 10,000, but he has 3 houses under his name. It's okay to embezzle. He also uses his power to rule female subordinates. Time passed in a blink of an eye for half an hour. Wang Jipeng's negative information has been widely spread among the student community, and the school's top management has naturally received the news. How could this happen? After being reminded, Wang Jipeng also saw his negative information post, and his face suddenly turned pale. Suddenly, the phone rang. When I picked up the phone, a very stern voice came from the inside. "Wang Jipeng, come to my office." Although Wang Jipeng was not directly fired, he was also suspended. At the same time, the school also launched an investigation into him. If everything said in the black material is true, Wang Jipeng will probably be fired. How so? Su Heng, who was still having a sweet dream, couldn't help but look surprised and worried when he learned that something happened to his old uncle. Soon He came to Wan Jipeng's home. I found Wan Jipeng drinking alone. Uncle, what on earth is going on? Are everything in that post true? Su Heng couldn't help but ask as soon as they met. It's true, I'm done this time. Wan Jipeng said with a bitter smile. What the hell, who is breaking the news? I will definitely not let him go. Su Heng said with clenched fists, because his uncle is his supporter in school. If my old uncle falls, he probably won't be able to continue being the head of the External Relations Department. After all, this position is operated through his old uncle. As for the original minister of the External Relations Department, he became the deputy minister. Now that they have the opportunity, how can the other party not add insult to injury? Wan Jipeng glanced at Su Heng indifferently, without much reaction. It was useless to find out who the whistleblower was now. What matters is how to get through this crisis. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Who? Su Heng asked. We are the police. Hearing that the police were coming, Wan Jipeng couldn't help but have a look of panic on his face. The school did not choose to call the police, but conducted a self-examination, which shows that the school still wanted to leave him a way to survive. Of course, this is not because the school has good intentions, but because the school is concerned about its own reputation. If done correctly, he might be ordered to return his property and expelled from school, but at least he won't go to jail. But now the police are here. Once the police intervene, his jail sentence will be settled. After watching his old uncle being taken away by the police, Su Heng was completely panicked. Just then, his phone rings. The caller was Du Yuhui, the president of the student union. Let him go to the student union immediately. Suddenly, Su Heng felt an ominous premonition in his heart. 10 minutes later. Student Union. Chairman Du, what do you want from me? Su Heng asked, pretending to be calm. Du Yuhui said coldly, Su Heng, Secretary Yi just talked to me. He is very dissatisfied with the work of your External Relations Department. Now I give you two choices. One is to resign yourself, so that you can save some face. The other is, I'll hold a meeting and ban you from the position of Minister of External Relations. You choose one. Do I still have a choice? Su Heng smiled bitterly and said, Chairman Du, I now formally resign to you as Minister of the External Relations Department. At the same time, I also apply to you to withdraw from the student union. Okay, I agree. Just fill in the application form later. Du Yuhui nodded. I will. Su Heng walked out of the student union in despair, and suddenly saw Gao Yan walking towards him. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed in Su Heng's mind, and he rushed towards Gao Yan, pointed at him and said, You bastard, did you come up with my uncle's dirty information? What do you think? Gao Yan looked at him teasingly. Son of a bitch, I'll fight you. Su Heng was furious and punched Gao Yan in the face. Unfortunately, before his fist could touch Gao Yan's body, he was kicked away. Tap. Gao Yan came to him and looked at him condescendingly. Do you have the right to be angry? If it weren't for you, would your old uncle end up like this? As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan walked past him and walked towards the student union calmly. Su Heng watched Gao Yan's back gradually disappear, and in the end he could only punch the ground in frustration. At the same time, a strong sense of regret and fear arose in his heart. What he regretted was that he should not have gone too far and went to his uncle to fan the flames. What was scary was that Gao Yan had collected so much dirty information about his uncle in just a few hours. If his old uncle was still here, he might still be able to fight Gao Yan. But now, the old uncle has been arrested and he has also been kicked out of the student union. An ordinary student can't even get angry like an ordinary man. After all, Gao Yan's force is there. At this moment, Gao Yan had arrived at the office of the student union liaison department. He reached out and knocked on the open door. "This classmate, is there something wrong with you?" asked an officer from the external relations department. Gao Yan smiled and said, "I am a student at the business school and the owner of a milk tea shop." "No, I heard that the external relations department is soliciting sponsorship for the New Year's party, so I sent the sponsorship fee." Hearing what Gao Yan said, the staff of the external relations department in the office were stunned. So proactive? You know, when they went to solicit sponsorships in the past, they worked hard, and they were reluctant to give some money. How can he be so active as Gao Yan and actually take the initiative to give money? For a time, they all had a great impression of Gao Yan. Qianlan, who had just regained the position of Minister of External Relations Department, warmly greeted Gao Yan to sit down and made him a cup of scented tea. "Boss Gao, how much do you plan to sponsor?" After Gao Yan took the cup and took a sip, Qianlan asked with a smile. "Originally, I planned to sponsor only 5,000 yuan, but the tea made by Minister Chen is delicious, so I will sponsor 10,000 yuan. Gao Yan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the other officers in the external relations department couldn't help but start making noises, which made Qianlan's face turn slightly red. Qianlan glared at everyone, and then said with a smile, "Since Boss Gao supports our work so much, when the time comes, we will promote your milk tea shop more." "Thank you, Minister Chen." Gao Yan nodded, then took out 10,000 cash and handed it to Qianlan. Soon, Gao Yan left the student union with Qianlan, personally seeing him off. Wait until Qianlan has just returned to the office. Several female officers came over. "Boss, do you want your contact information?" "No." Qianlan shook his head. When the women heard this, they all looked regretful. "Do you think Gao Yan is so handsome?" "Not only is he handsome, his milk tea is also very delicious." "Yeah, he's handsome and he can make milk tea. I don't know if he has a girlfriend." "Even if you don't have a girlfriend, it's not your turn, you're so fat." "It doesn't matter if I'm fat, the worst I can do is lose weight," the fat girl said unconvinced. The time came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After class, Gao Yan went straight to the milk tea shop and found that the business of the milk tea shop was particularly good. There were hundreds of people queuing up, including many freshmen wearing camouflage uniforms. Inside the bar, Qin Yue and her 3 employees were very busy. Seeing this, Gao Yan also rushed to help. With him as a new force joining in, Qin Yue and the 4 of them feel much more relaxed. Been busy for almost half an hour. The queue finally shrunk and Gao Yan also left the bar. Turn on your phone and log into QQ Music. There are now more than 20 minutes left before 6 o'clock, and it has been nearly 20 hours since Qin Yusen's new song was released. But the song by him has already reached the 2nd spot on the hot song list. First, it's still Yu Feifei's The Past. Later, Gao Yan looked at the situation of NetEase Cloud and Kugu. They were all the same. The first one was The Past and the second one was My Hymn. Gao Yan felt a little regretful. Without The Past, My Hymn would definitely have reached the top. Not bad though. This song, my hymn, is enough for Qin Yusen to eat for several years. Xiao Hong, how are Gao Jincheng and Yang Huishan? Gao Yan asked the Red Emperor. The Red Emperor sent him a video directly. Looking at the couple wrapped as mummies in the video, they laughed rudely. I hope these two people will be sensible and leave Nandu after being discharged from the hospital. Otherwise, he won't mind giving them 2 more bad luck cards. Gao Yan said secretly. The next day, September 3rd. Morning. Gao Yan received a call from Lu Yun. In a tea restaurant near the school. Gao Yan glanced at Lu Yun and smiled. Congratulations, your cultivation has improved a lot. Wensuemi.cc. Hehe, it's not worth mentioning. Second master gave me a few bottles of medicinal wine. Lu Yun said with a smile, and then he took out a post and handed it to Gao Yan. What's this? Gao Yan asked. This is an invitation. Lu Yun explained. I wonder if you have heard of the Martial Arts Exchange Conference? Never heard of it. Gao Yan shook his head, he was not a serious martial artist. Lu Yun also understood Gao Yan's situation and explained, this martial arts exchange conference will be held every 10 years. It is hosted by the Southern Martial Arts and the Northern Martial Arts in turn. This year it is the South's turn to host it. The time is written on the invitation letter and address. Gao Yan opened the invitation and took a look. The time was from October 1st to October 7th, and the address was Hongya Villa in Nanzisu City. What is the specific situation of this martial arts exchange conference? Gao Yan asked, curiously. Lu Yun explained, in the past 5 days, martial arts masters shared their martial arts training experiences every day, and every session a danjin martial artist was invited to share their experiences. The last person to come was Jiang Yan Wang. It is said that there will be 2 danjins coming this year, one is Chen Wudi and Qin Yujiang, and the other is Su Xiaoxiao, the life-killing kicker. Therefore, the invitations for this year are very popular. After a pause, Lu Yun continued, the 6th and 7th days are martial arts competitions. Of course, they are competitions between juniors. Anyone under 30 years old can participate. If you can stand out, you will not only gain a reputation in the martial arts world, but also receive rewards and guidance from Grandmaster Dan Jin. Don't you have a good relationship with that poisonous widow? Back then, her late husband won the first place in the martial arts exchange conference. Unfortunately, if he had not died early, with his qualifications, he might have been promoted to the late stage of Huajin. Having said this, Lu Yun looked at Gao Yan with envy. If Mr. Gao is willing to give up, with your strength, you will definitely come out on top and become famous in the entire martial arts world. Never mind. Gao Yan waved his hand, I don't need this false reputation. Yes, your master is Dan Jin. Lu Yun became even more envious, but Mr. Gao, you suggest that you can still participate. Maybe you don't need the guidance of Grandmaster Dan Jin, but I heard that the prize this time is a magic weapon made of meteorite. Magic weapon? Gao Yan was a little surprised. What is the specific situation? I don't know what kind of magical weapon it is. Lu Yun shook his head, but I heard that this magical weapon was built by the famous weapons master O Lao for 8 years. Someone once offered it 1 billion, but he didn't win it. Since someone offered 1 billion but didn't win, why would they use it as a prize? Gao Yan asked. Lu Yun said, because the three super martial arts families in the South are hosting the martial arts exchange conference this time. I guess they have promised something that Mr. O can't refuse. What's going on with the super martial arts family? Gao Yan asked. Lu Yun explained, martial arts families are also divided into strong and weak ones. Generally speaking, as long as there is Huajin in charge, it can be called a martial arts family, but this category is an ordinary martial arts family. If there are more than 3 Huajin warriors, it can be called a top martial arts family. As for a super martial arts family, there must be at least 8 Huajin warriors, and at the same time, there must be 3 at the peak of Huajin to be qualified to be called a super martial arts family. I see. Gao Yan suddenly said, then how many super martial arts families do we have in Daxia? Lu Yundao, not many. There are 3 in the south and 2 in the north. The 3 martial arts families in the south are Nangong, Dongfeng and Dong family, while our 2 martial arts families in the north are Ouyang family and Lu family. These super martial arts families, aristocratic families, are all families with extremely deep foundations. Not only are their financial resources quite amazing, but their connections are astounding. Take the Ouyang family, for example, their family wealth is at least in the trillions. They have more than 10 Huajin warriors and over 100 dark Jin warriors. In addition, there are many people from the Ouyang family in the army. Before that, Gao Yan was secretly proud of his trillions of wealth, but now it seems that the water in this world is deeper than he imagined. Suddenly, something moved in his mind. Doesn't the super martial arts family have a powerful Dan warrior? Lu Yun smiled mysteriously and lowered his voice. It is said that there is no such thing, but I guess it does. After all, the destructive power of Grandmaster Dan Jin is too strong and is easy to be feared. Even if there is one, they will hide it. Take the 5 major elixirs in our Daxia Ming dynasty as an example. None of them has established a martial arts family. Are they unwilling? Of course not. Because they themselves have a very strong intimidating power if they create a martial arts family again. Once they become big, they will either become members of the country, or the whole family will move overseas. Therefore, even if Dan Jin was born in a super martial arts family, he would have to hide it and not dare to show his face easily. As far as I know, 10 years ago, a member of the Ouyang family died suddenly at the peak of his power. In fact, the possibility of sudden death is unlikely, because the other party was only in his early 50s, and it was very likely that he had broken through to the elixir level and was thus hidden. Other super martial arts families also have many masters of Huajin who died suddenly. Therefore, if I guess correctly, 5 super martial arts families have Dan Jin, and there may be more than one. Don't the higher-ups know? Gao Yan asked. You should know, but since they have hidden their Dan Jin from the outside world, the higher-ups can tolerate it, but if it is exposed, I'm afraid the higher-ups will not sit idly by and ignore it. In addition, in these years, no Dan Jin warriors from the super martial arts family have appeared, so it doesn't matter whether they have Dan Jin or not. After all, the super martial arts family is already very strong and cannot threaten them. Next, Lu Yun also gave Gao Yan some popular science about the martial arts world. Before leaving, Gao Yan threw a bottle of medicinal wine to Lu Yun. The other party was overjoyed and said quickly, Mr. Gao, if there is anything you want to know in the future, as long as I can tell you, I will never hide It. Good. After Lu Yun left, Gao Yan was ready to go back for dinner. However, the phone rang again. Tianyun Club. In a villa. Tu Yun threw an invitation letter to Gao Yan. Suddenly, Gao Yan's eyes looked a little strange, because the invitation letter was exactly the same as the one Lu Yun gave him. Sister Yun, Lu Yun of the Qin family, just gave me a copy. Gao Yan said. Haha, it seems that the Qin family is determined to please you. Tu Yun said. With a smile. What's the meaning? Gao Yan asked. Not everyone can get this invitation. With such an invitation, even if someone bids 100 million, they may not be able to get it. Tu Yun explained. Yeah? Gao Yan said with some surprise. Tu Yun explained, although ordinary people don't know about the martial arts exchange conference, some top wealthy people still know about it. The exchange conference basically brings together most of the martial arts practitioners in Daxia. If they can participate in this exchange conference, they might be able to recruit some people. After all, not every warrior doesn't love money. Therefore, many top wealthy people attend every martial arts exchange conference, but the organizer will not send them invitations, so they can only find another way and spend money to buy invitations. Then, Tu Yun's eyes fell on the invitation. Do you still want this invitation? Yes, of course. This is not because he is greedy for money, but because he gained another billion in experience by selling this invitation letter. You have 2 invitations, what are you doing with them? Tu Yun asked with a smile. Of course I sell it for money. Are you short of money? Tu Yun asked. If you are short of money, my sister can lend you some. Thank you, Sister Yun, but I don't need to borrow the money. Gao Yan waved his hands repeatedly. He really was not short of money. Why, are you afraid of being accused of being a softie? Tu Yun joked. What do I have to be afraid of? Sister Yun is so beautiful, I won't suffer any loss even if I have to eat soft rice. Gao Yan said without hesitation. Really? Then sister will give you a chance to eat soft rice now. Do you want to? Yes, why not? While speaking, Gao Yan put his hand on Tu Yun's waist. Tu Yun's body trembled slightly, but she immediately regained her composure. She turned to look at Gao Yan and breathed out like a blue, brother, is sister's waist weak? I don't know, I'll squeeze it. Gao Yan Tian said shamelessly, and the hand he placed on Tu Yun's waist began to act erratically, and he did not forget to tease, sister's waist is so soft. Dirty brother, let me go quickly. Tu Yun scolded softly, with a hint of shyness and a blush on her charming cheeks. Tu Yun is already 27 years old. This is the age when women are not yet mature, but now she is like a plump and juicy peach that makes people want to take a bite. For a moment, there was a burning flame in Gao Yan's eyes. Suddenly, he only felt a pain in his waist and subconsciously let go. Tu Yun also took the opportunity to leave and rolled his eyes at him angrily. Smelly brother. You dare to tease even your sister. I will teach you a lesson this time and then next time, cut off your claws. Hey, sister, are you willing to do it? Gao Yan said with a bad smile. Actually, you can't blame me. The main reason is that Sister Yun is too charming. Get out. Tu Yunjiao said angrily, and then she floated out and headed outside. However, as she approached the door, she threw a card. There are 10 billion in it, and the password is 6 nines. Sister Yun, do you really want me to eat soft rice? Gao Yan shouted towards her back. Hearing this, Tu Yun staggered and turned around in embarrassment. Brother, You have a good idea. This money is lent to you and will be deducted from the medicinal wine in the future. So it's considered advance payment? Gao Yan asked. So be it. Tu Yun was worried that Gao Yan would say something ambiguous and inappropriate, so she had no choice but to nod in agreement. Thank you very much, Sister Yun. Gao Yan said happily, if it is borrowed, then there is definitely no experience, but if it is paid in advance, then there is experience. It was just as he expected. The system immediately beeped. 10 billion experience points were instantly transferred to the account, and with the tenfold return, the reserve funds also increased by 100 billion, reaching more than 1640 billion. Ding, the upgrade experience has reached the upgrade requirements. Does the host want to upgrade? Upgrade. Gao Yan responded. Ding, the system will start to upgrade, it will take an hour. The next moment, Gao Yan took out his mobile phone and dialed the number of Li Chaonan's father, Li Jianfei. Hello, I am Li Jianfei. Who is this? Gao Yan, Uncle Li, I am Gao Yan. Suddenly, Li Jianfei's tone became enthusiastic. It's brother Gao, what's the matter with the call? Gao Yan, Uncle Li, do you know about the martial arts exchange conference? Next month? Li Jianfei, I know, I attended the last one, and the Anjin bodyguard in my family was hired from the martial arts exchange conference. Wensuemi.cc. Gao Yan, does Uncle Li plan to go this time? Li Jianfei, I would like to go, but invitations are difficult to get. I heard that there will be 2 Danjin grandmasters attending this session, so invitations have become extremely tight. By the way, brother Gao, you are also a martial artist. You get me an invitation letter? Don't worry, I'll buy it at the market price. Gao Yan, what a coincidence, I just have one in my hand. Li Jianfei, that's great. Brother Gao, can you transfer it to me? Gao Yan, okay. Li Jianfei, okay, I'll arrange for someone to transfer the money to you. Gao Yan, okay, I'll mail the invitation to you later. Li Jianfei, no, you can't mail such an important thing. I'll arrange for someone to come to Nandu to pick it up for you. Gao Yan naturally had no objection to this. After chatting for a few more words, Gao Yan hung up the phone, got up and left Tianyun Club. Gao Yan drove to Yangdong Science College. Originally, he wanted to invite classmate Xiao Zhua out to eat, but at this moment, classmate Xiao Zhua and Song Yufei were already preparing food in the cafeteria, so he asked him to go to the cafeteria to eat. Soon, Gao Yan stepped into the cafeteria of Yangdong Science Department, glanced around, and found Zhuo Jianyue and Song Yufei. Sit down quickly. How about trying the food from our Yangdong Science Department? Classmate Xiao Zhua greeted with a smile. Gao Yan sat down next to classmate Xiao Zhua. I have long heard that the food in your school's cafeteria is delicious, and today I finally have the opportunity to taste it. For ordinary people, it tastes good, but for a rich man like you who is used to eating delicacies from the mountains and seas, it may not necessarily taste good. Song Yufei joked with a smile. Then it's a great honor for you to dine at the same table as this rich man? Gao Yan also joked. Bah! Your face is getting thicker and thicker. Song Yufei couldn't help spitting. Come on, rich man, I'll treat you to a chicken leg. At this time, Zhuo Jianyue picked up a chicken leg from her plate and put it on his plate. My little Zhuo is sensible, unlike me, who is not tactful at all. While speaking, Gao Yan deliberately glanced at Song Yufei. After being glanced at by Gao Yan, Song Yufei felt bad. She picked up the chicken leg, took a bite, and handed it to Gao Yan. Do you dare to eat it? Suddenly, Gao Yan lowered his head, took a bite on the other side of the chicken leg, and said proudly, what is there to be afraid of? You. Song Yufei stared at Gao Yan in astonishment. She didn't expect him to do such a thing. Seeing this, Xiao Zhua, who was standing by, almost laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. Yufei, you'd better not tease him, otherwise, you'll be the one who suffers. I won't eat it anymore, I'll give it to you. Song Yufei put the chicken leg on Xiao Zhua's plate. How about I buy you another one? Xiao Zhua asked. No, I'm just trying to lose weight. Okay, I'll give you mine. Gao Yan put his chicken leg on Song Yufei's plate, and Song Yufei smiled. Immediately, you're smart. Zhuo Jiangyu was originally the school beauty of Yangdong Science Department, and Song Yufei's appearance was not as good, but she was also a great beauty. Now Gao Yan sat next to Zhuo Jiangyu to eat together, and he seemed to be so familiar with Song Yufei. For a while, many boys cast envious and jealous eyes. However, Gao Yan had long been accustomed to such eyes, so he didn't feel uncomfortable at all, but ate with relish. After the meal, he wiped his mouth and said, it's really as good as it is. Said. The food in your university is really good. I will come here often to eat. Then I will support you. Xiao Zhua said quickly. Okay. The people who heard this nearby cursed in their hearts, saying that this man was so shameless. So shameless. He actually let the school beauty support him. He is not a man at all. However, after cursing, they felt sour in their hearts. After dinner, Gao Yan took Xiao Zhua's hand and strolled in the Yangdong Science Campus. Suddenly, Xiao Zhua said nervously, Husband, Professor Qin has a new project. And she asked me to be her assistant. Do you think I should agree to her? Do you want to go? Gao Yan asked. Yeah. Xiao Zhua nodded. Then go. Gao Yan supported, he didn't want his woman to be just a vase, and besides, women can't be idle. They have to have their own careers, otherwise, they are prone to wild thoughts. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many palace fights in the ancient palace, they were all idle. But if I go, I will have less time to accompany you. Xiao Zhua said. It doesn't matter, we are still young, there is still plenty of time in the future, do what you want to do, husband fully supports you. Husband, you are so nice. Moo. Xiao Zhua kissed Gao Yan on the face. Nandu University. Parking lot. Gao Yan sat in the Bentley Mulsanne, enjoying the air conditioning, with a transparent screen floating in front of him that only he could see. God-level income system, LV14. Host, Gao Yan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 180 centimeters. Appearance, 85. Physical fitness, 136. Spirit, 135. Charm, 90. Income return multiple, 10 times. Lottery, top lottery x2. Experience, 371,675. Stored funds, 164.615 billion, to be collected. Free attribute points, 30. After he and Xiao Zhua finished their meal, the system was upgraded. When choosing rewards, he still chose 2 top lotteries and 30 free attribute points. The income return multiple remained unchanged. System, use 2 top draws. Ding, open 2 top draws. Drawing. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a high-level biological person. And a mustard space amplification card. The prizes have been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. With a thought, Gao Yan's eyes fell on the system space. Then he saw the image of a middle-aged woman in her early 40s with an average appearance. At the same time, the other party's identity information also emerged in his mind. The high-level biological person is named Chu Hong, and his strength is at the peak of Dan Jin. The identity created by the system for her is an ordinary resident in Nandu City, serving as the principal of a kindergarten. It seems that it can't be used. No. Suddenly Gao Yan remembered his master, who made up out of nothing. It is completely possible to let Chu Hong pretend to be his Dan Jin master. With Chu Hong as a master, the loophole in his martial arts learning is filled. After all, during this period of time, the people from the S Bureau have been secretly investigating him. This made him feel very uncomfortable. He had sent 20 bottles of medicinal wine, but the other party still came to follow him. It was just right for the advanced biological people to teach them a lesson. In order to prevent them from continuing to follow him, otherwise, it would be inconvenient for him to teleport through the portal. Then, a card fell into his hand. Use. The next moment, Gao Yan felt that his mustard space had expanded many times. And had 10,000 cubic meters of space. The original mustard space was only 3 cubic meters. Now it has become 10,000 cubic meters. It is worthy of being a top-level lottery. This mustard space amplification card is really awesome. It was a little after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In the stepped classroom, Gao Yan and Qing Hao sat together listening to the teacher's lecture. Suddenly, Qing Hao took out his mobile phone and looked at it, and his face suddenly became extremely ugly. What's wrong, Haozi? Gao Yan asked. Brother Yan, something happened in the hot pot restaurant. A customer found maggots in the soup base. Qing Hao said with an ugly face. Gao Yan was stunned and asked, do you think it's a problem with our store, or someone is framing us? It can't be a problem with our store. Qing Hao said with certainty, the soup bases of our hot pot restaurant are now made in a unified manner, and then sealed and sent to the hot pot restaurant. At the same time, the kitchen is very strict in checking the ingredients, and maggots are impossible to appear at all. So it's a deliberate frame-up. Gao Yan's face sank. Brother Yan, I'll go to the store first and see what's going on. Qing Hao couldn't sit still. Okay, you go first, I'll come after class. Then Qing Hao asked the teacher for leave and hurried to the hot pot restaurant. And Gao Yan ordered Hong Huang to investigate the matter to see who was behind it. When Qing Hao arrived at the headquarters of Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant, he found that many reporters had already rushed there after hearing the news. And his face suddenly sank. When he entered the store, his face became even uglier. The customer who found the maggots was arguing with the store manager. Many people around were taking photos with their mobile phones, and some internet celebrities were live-streaming with selfie sticks. The popularity of Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant is inseparable from the promotion on the internet in addition to the soup base. Therefore, he also knows what the internet is like. If this matter is allowed to ferment and lead the rhythm on the internet, even if it is finally clarified that this matter has nothing to do with Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant, the business of Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant will be greatly affected. Boss, you are here. Seeing Qing Hao, a waiter hurriedly asked. Are you the owner of the hot pot restaurant? At this time, the customer who was holding the store manager suddenly shifted his focus and stared at Qing Hao. "Yes, I am the owner of Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant, sir." Before Qing Hao could finish speaking, the man pointed at Qing Hao's nose and cursed, "How the hell do you do business and let me eat maggots? If you don't give me an explanation today, I will smash your nose shop." Qing Hao is a son of a wealthy family. He has never been scolded by others. But he still suppressed his inner anger and said calmly, "Sir, please calm down. Losing your temper will not solve the problem. I want to see the soup base that caused the problem first, may I?" "Why, do you suspect that we put the maggots in ourselves?" the man sneered. "Sir, don't get me wrong, I didn't mean it." Soon, Qing Hao came to the table and saw a few cooked maggots on a plate. Then use a spoon to fish out a few more from the soup base. He looked back at the store manager. "Have you checked the surveillance camera?" "Boss, we have checked and found no problems," the store manager said. For a moment, Qing Hao's heart sank again. The surveillance did not detect the problem. Could it be that there was something wrong with the soup base? Wensuemi.cc. Just then, Qing Hao's phone rang. It was Gao Yan, calling. "Haozi, I sent you a video, please take a look first." After hanging up the phone, Qing Hao clicked on WeChat and then clicked on this video. There were two people in this video. One of them is the man who caused the trouble. After watching the video, Qing Hao had a chill in his eyes, and then said to the people in the store, "Everyone, we have investigated the cause. Now, I will play a video on the TV in the lobby. After watching this period, I believe everyone will understand what's going on." Later, Qing Hao used his mobile phone to connect to the TV in the lobby and played the video. This video is not long, only a few minutes. The general content of the video is that a man seeks out a man who is causing trouble by putting maggots in the hot pot soup base to frame his brother's hot pot restaurant, and promises to give him 100,000 yuan after the incident is completed. The man who caused the trouble also swore that even if there was surveillance, he would not be able to detect his movements, because he had learned magic and his skills were very fast. Once the truth came out, the man wanted to run away. But Qing Hao had already asked the waiter to intercept the man. After a while, the police arrived and took the man and his companion away directly. Through Hong Huang, Gao Yan also learned about the situation of the hot pot restaurant. Then he whispered to the Red Emperor, "Xiao Hong, your efficiency is quite high this time." "Red Emperor, thank you boss for the compliment, because I have been upgraded." Gao Yan was a little surprised. "You can actually level up?" Red Emperor, "Of course, boss, I can level up after absorbing a lot of knowledge." After class, Gao Yan called Yang Yu and took her to the rooftop of the teaching building again. "Why did you call me here?" Yang Yu asked somewhat dissatisfiedly. "Tell your father to stop." Gao Yan stared at Yang Yu. "What do you mean, stop what?" Yang Yu asked, puzzled. "Just now Qing Hao asked for leave, do you know where he went?" Gao Yan asked. "How should I know? Could it be that something happened at the hot pot restaurant?" Yang Yu's face changed slightly, thinking of Gao Yan's words. She immediately understood that her father probably did something to Brother's hot pot restaurant. Gao Yan continued, "Just now something happened at the main store of Brothers hot pot restaurant. Someone found maggots in the soup base. Of course, this is not the problem of the hot pot restaurant, but a man named Huang Lifei put it in, and then the thief cried thief, and this Huang Lifei was secretly contacted by your father." Hong Huang found more than one video, but Gao Yan only gave Qinghao one video. Did my dad really do it? Yang Yu's face changed several times in succession. Gao Yan took out his mobile phone and showed Yang Yu a video. The person in the video was her father's personal assistant. After watching the video, Yang Yu asked worriedly, "You didn't show this video to others, did you?" "Not yet." Gao Yan shook his head. "If your father doesn't stop, I will give this video to Qinghao. You should know what the consequences will be." "Thank you, I will go to my dad now." Watching Yang Yu leave in a hurry, Gao Yan sighed. Because the incident was clarified quickly, it would not have any impact on the brothers' hot pot restaurant. For Yang Yu's sake, he didn't expose it. If Yang Yujiang still didn't stop, he wouldn't be polite anymore. Yang Yu hurried to Yang Yujiang's office. Then he asked, "Dad, did you instruct Brothers Hot Pot to put maggots in it?" "What nonsense, how could I do such a thing? How could Yang Yujiang, this old fox, admit it so easily?" "Haha." Yang Yu sneered, "Do you know that your personal assistant's contact with others was filmed on video? How did you know?" Yang Yujiang's eyes were a little flustered, and he was secretly angry at his assistant for not doing things carefully. "Don't worry about how I know it, Dad, listen to my advice, stop it," Yang Yu persuaded. Yang Yujiang's face showed a struggle, considering whether to stop. Seeing this, Yang Yu decided to take a drastic measure. "Dad, do you want to go to jail?" Hearing this, Yang Yujiang was alert. Yang Yu continued, "Dad, if you sell the hot pot restaurant to Qinghao now, at least you won't lose money. Once you insist on doing it, the incident will happen and you will be arrested. What's the use of having more money?" "Okay, I listen to you, stop it, and sell the hot pot restaurant to Qing." "How?" Yang Yujiang nodded, but after saying this, he seemed to have aged a few years, and his body softened in the boss chair. "Dad, are you okay?" Yang Yu asked with concern. "I'm fine, you go out first, I want to be alone." Yang Yujiang waved his hand weakly. On the other side, Gao Yan also came to the brothers' hot pot restaurant. Qinghao saw him and said happily, "Brother Yan, you are here. How is it, everything is handled?" Gao Yan asked with a smile. "Everything is handled, there will be no future troubles," Qinghao said with a firm tone, "but Brother Yan, we can turn around the reputation so quickly thanks to your video. By the way, where did you get the video from?" "A friend sent it to me," Gao Yan said lightly. "Oh." Qinghao did not ask any more questions. In the past few months since he founded the hot pot restaurant, he has become more mature in his dealings with people. "By the way, this bottle of medicinal wine is for you. Drink half a cup every morning. It's good for your body." Gao Yan took out a bottle of medicinal wine and handed it to Qinghao. "Thank you, Brother Yan." Qinghao took the bottle and thanked. "Okay, I'm leaving." Leaving the hot pot restaurant, Gao Yan drove to Nanchi Kindergarten. It took less than 2 minutes to arrive at the kindergarten. The advanced biological person, Chu Hong, appeared. She opened Gao Yan's car door and got in. "Master." Chu Hong shouted respectfully. "From now on, you are my master in front of others, and you call me boss in private," Gao Yan ordered. "Okay, boss. By the way, the people from the S Bureau are following me, you go and teach them a lesson." "Okay, boss." The next moment, Chu Hong got out of the car. Her eyes fell on a black commercial vehicle parked on the street 100 meters away. She exerted force on her feet, and the whole person disappeared on the spot. Immediately afterwards, she appeared in front of the commercial vehicle. Crash! The treated glass window of the commercial vehicle shattered, and then a hand fell on the driver's neck. The other party fainted on the spot. Not good. There were 3 more people in the car. Seeing that the situation was not right, they were about to draw their guns. But at this time, Chu Hong opened the car door and rushed in. The 3 people only felt a flash before their eyes, and their hands became lighter, and the guns in their hands had changed hands. For a moment, the faces of the 3 people became extremely ugly, and at the same time they felt a great pressure. Tell me, why are you following my apprentice? Chu Hong stared at the 3 people coldly. Under the pressure of her momentum, the 3 dared not move at all. Senior, don't get me wrong, we have no ill will towards Gao Yan. Yes, we are from the S Bureau. S Bureau? Chu Hong's eyes flashed with disdain. I'll spare you this time, and I won't do it again next time. Otherwise, even if you are from the S Bureau, I will kill you. As soon as the voice fell, Chu Hong got out of the car. Seeing Chu Hong return to the outside of the kindergarten, the members of the S Bureau gasped desperately. The pressure brought by a Danjin master was too strong. They quickly moved the unconscious driver to another location and drove away without looking back. Yangdong S Bureau branch. The team that went to follow Gao Yan was standing in front of Xiao Nanjun, the director of the S Bureau branch, with a dusty face. Tell the details of what happened. Xiao Nanjun said lightly. Yes. Then, one of them told the whole story word for word. After listening, Xiao Nanjun was silent. He covered a distance of more than 100 meters in a breath. Only Danjin masters could have such explosive power at such speed. And it was not an ordinary Danjin, at least the late Danjin. The leader of these 4 team members was An Jin, and the team members were all at the peak of Ming Jin. They were also equipped with guns, so they could fight even if they met Hua Jin. But they were not good enough in front of Danjin. You go out first. Xiao Nanjun waved his hand. After a while, Lu Tianlong came to his office. Director, what do you want? Go and investigate the situation of Nanchi Kindergarten. Remember to be secretive. Yes. Lu Tianlong turned and left. Xiao Nanjun fell into deep thought. This Danjin who suddenly appeared was very likely Gao Yan's mysterious master. But he didn't expect that it was a female Danjin. Women have always been emotional animals. No wonder they would destroy the entire Ma family because of the Ma family's assassination of Gao Yan. Fortunately, he had no ill will towards Gao Yan. We just sent someone to keep an eye on them. Otherwise, if that female Danjin gets angry, she might even wipe out the entire S Bureau. Gao Yan just returned to the school district room downstairs. Then I received a call from Qin Yue. What's the matter, Yue? Qin Yue's soft voice came from the phone. Are you coming back for dinner tonight? Girls in Southwest Province are famous for their spicy nature, which is also the origin of hot girls, but Qin Yue, a hot girl, is not spicy at all, but looks extraordinarily weak. Come back, I'm already downstairs. Gao Yan replied. Oh, that's just right, the food will be ready soon. After parking the car and going upstairs, Gao Yan went straight to the next door without going back to his room. The door was ajar. He opened the door directly and saw Shen Lingling walking out of the kitchen, carrying dishes. Lingling is here too? Gao Yan said casually. Yes, I'll have a meal. Shen Lingling said with a smile. At this time, Chen Yiling also stuck out her head from the kitchen and shouted to Gao Yan, "Brother-in-law, you are back." Gao Yan nodded, but Shen Lingling was a little surprised. "When did you and Yue get together? That girl didn't tell me." Gao Yan smiled and said, "During the summer vacation." "You are really being advantaged." "Why, am I bad? Am I not worthy of Yue? I just don't deserve it. Deduction of 1 day's salary. You avenge your private revenge." Shen Lingling was furious. "Yes, I just want to avenge my personal revenge. If you say a few words of blessing, how about I not only not deduct your salary, but also give you a salary increase?" Gao Yan teased. Shen Lingling waved her fist. "In my dreams, I will not give up for 5 buckets of rice. However, I never tell lies. You and Yue actually get along quite well as a couple, and you are very fond of Yue. It's pretty good, eh? Match made in heaven." Chen Yiling, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but laugh. "Sister Lingling, where are your principles?" Shen Lingling looked embarrassed and quickly got into the kitchen. After dinner, because Shen Lingling was ignorant, Gao Yan couldn't call Chen Yue next door to bully her as usual. Then he went back to the next door alone. Just after taking a shower, there was a knock on the door. "Open the door and take a look." It was actually Li Yingnan. "Master, are you happy to see me?" Li Yingnan said with a smile. "No, I always feel like there's no good reason for you coming here. Master, you have wronged me this time. I am here to give you money this time." After welcoming Li Yingnan in, the other party presented a black card from the Swiss bank with both hands like a treasure. "Master, this is what my dad gave you. There are 200 million US dollars in it, and there are 1 to 6 numbers in it. Isn't it 1 billion Dasha coins? Why did your dad give you an extra 200 million? Gao Yan asked. "My dad said that invitations for this year's event are in short supply. The prices outside are like this, and they are still expensive but not marketable," Li Yingnan explained. "Okay, you wait, I'll get the invitation." Gao Yan pretended to enter the bedroom to get the invitation, but he actually took it out from the mustard seed space. After thinking about it, he took 5 more bottles of medicinal wine, 3 bottles to increase physical fitness, and 2 bottles to nourish the kidneys. "This is the invitation letter. I will forward these 5 bottles of medicinal wine to your father for me." "Thank you, master." Li Yingnan quickly reached out and took it. Later, Gao Yan asked about Li Yingnan's recent results, and Li Yingnan also answered seriously. In fact, Gao Yan had already used his insight to check Li Yingnan's condition, and his physical fitness had reached 74 points, which was comparable to the middle stage Ming Jin's physical condition. However, Gao Yan wanted to see how high her potential could reach, and then teach her martial arts after her physical condition could no longer be improved. Li Yingnan didn't stay because he was busy going back to pay errands. He stayed for a while and then left. Yangdong's Bureau Branch. Director's Office. Xiao Nanjun was looking at an identity document on the computer, very seriously. The owner of this identity information is named Chu Hong. Chu Hong was born in May 1960 in Juzhou, Zhenjiang. "I am 55 years old this year and unmarried. Nor any relatives." He was originally the principal of a kindergarten in Jiangsu. In July 2013, he sold the kindergarten he had been operating for many years, and came to Nandu City to buy Nanchi Kindergarten and appointed himself as the director. While serving as the director of the kindergarten, Chu Hong was deeply loved by the children. She is affectionately called Mother Dean. But such a seemingly ordinary kindergarten director is actually a great Danjin master. Who would believe it? Who dares to believe that this Dean's mother, who was loved by children, once slaughtered a martial arts family? This is the real hidden place in the city. Xiao Nanjun sighed. Then, he picked up the phone and dialed Luo Bing's number. The call is connected. Xiao Nanjun said in a deep voice, Luo Ju, Gao Yan's master, Dan Jin has appeared. Oh, who is it? Upon hearing the news, she suddenly stood up from her place on the sofa in the living room of her niece's house. Xiao Nanjun said, the opponent's name is Chu Hong, and he is currently the director of a kindergarten in Nandu. It is initially estimated that his strength is in the late stage of Danjin, but I am not sure about his specific strength. Later stage of pill strength? Luo Bing was surprised, knowing that the Danjin in Game S was only in the middle stage. By the way, how did you discover her? Luo Bing asked, curiously. Xiao Nanjun told the story of the discovery. After listening, Luo Bing's face darkened. Don't send people to investigate Gao Yan in the future. I'm afraid they have discovered it long ago. They just don't want to argue with you. But his master is a protective person. Fortunately, you don't have any ill intentions. Otherwise, the 4 team members you sent may become corpses. Xiao Nanjun responded with some embarrassment, Luo Ju, I know, I will definitely not send anyone else. Luo Bing, that's good. Also, don't investigate Chu Hong anymore. Grandmaster. Danjin's perception is more powerful than you think. Xiao Nanjun nodded, okay Luo Ju, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Luo Bing put away her phone and decided to go back to the bureau in person. Auntie, are you going out? Seeing Luo Bing changing clothes, Lu Hani, who was applying facial mask, asked. Yeah, something happened at the last moment, I have to go to the bureau. Then go slower on the road. Luo Bing drove all the way to Bureau S and came to the director's office. You're not off work, why are you here? Luo Ju asked, curiously. We found Gao Yan's master. Luo Bing said mysteriously. After listening to Luo Bing's report, Director Luo couldn't help but look thoughtful, and then looked at Luo Bing. Do you think we should ask Mr. Fei to go to Nandu to test it out? An unknown Danjin, he felt that Bureau S should pay more attention to it. After all, Danjin's destructive power was so powerful that it could not be described as a humanoid nuclear bomb. You can try, but Mr. Fei can't go alone. After all, the opponent is likely to be in the late stage of Danjin. Luo Bing thought for a while and gave his own advice. How about you bring 3 Wajings to accompany you in person? You and Gao Yan will have some friendship. Bureau Luo said after careful consideration. Can. Luo Bing nodded, we'd better pay a formal visit to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Later, Luo Bing went to visit Mr. Fei. Mr. Fei is also quite interested in Chu Hong, who has been hiding for many years. So we decided to fly to Nandu tomorrow. The next morning, in a small classroom, Qinghao came to the classroom with a face of joy, sat down next to Gao Yan, and whispered, Brother Yan, let me tell you some good news. The Yang family plans to sell their chain of hot pot restaurants to us. Congratulations, after taking over their store, you will be the veritable hot pot prince of Yangdong. Gao Yan said with a smile. Hee hee, it won't happen, it won't happen. Qinghao modestly said that this acquisition can be said to be of great benefit to Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant. First of all, there is no need to worry about competing with the Yang family's hot pot restaurant chain. Although the soup base of Yang's hot pot restaurant is far inferior to that of Brothers Hot Pot Restaurants, it is still the largest chain of hot pot restaurants in Yangdong and has a stable customer base. Even if it is killed by Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant in the future, it will still cost a lot of energy and money. Secondly, expansion also takes time. But after acquiring Yang's hot pot restaurant, there is no need to waste energy and time on opening new stores. In addition, the employees at Yang's hot pot restaurant are also veterans. You can continue to use it after acquiring it. There is no need to spend energy and time recruiting and training new employees. Therefore, if the Yang family's hot pot restaurant is successfully acquired, it will save at least 2 to 3 years for the brothers' hot pot restaurant. So how did your talk go? Gao Yan asked. I'm inexperienced, so I leave all negotiations to my parents. Qinghao shook his head. After one class, Yang Yu called Gao Yan to the rooftop. My dad has already planned to sell our hot pot restaurant to Qinghao. Yang Yu said. Wise choice. Gao Yan nodded. However, my dad has a small request. Yang Yu said hesitantly. He asked to talk to Qinghao's family. What's the use of telling me? Gao Yan said in surprise. He's afraid that Qinghao's family won't agree. Then tell me. My dad wants to invest in Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant. Hee, your dad is quite smart. If you can't beat him, then join him. Gao Yan joked, if the Qinghao family doesn't agree, it's useless to tell me. After all, I only have 30% of the dry stock in one store, and Qinghao gave it to me. Yang Yu curled her lips, tisk, pretend I don't know. If it weren't for your share of the hot pot base, Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant would be what it is today. Also, if it weren't for you, my dad wouldn't be able to sell the hot pot restaurant to the Qing family. Therefore, if you are willing to help, the Qing family will not refuse. Don't think of me as so important. Although Qinghao is now the owner of Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant, it is his parents who paid for the purchase of your hot pot restaurant this time, so I may not be able to influence their decision. Yang Yu said, my dad only wants 20% of the shares. If the Qing family agrees, the Yang family's hot pot restaurant can be directly merged into the Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant without paying a penny. This will also greatly ease the Qing family's problems. Funding problems. The Yang family's chain of hot pot restaurants can be said to have opened throughout Yangdong province, with hundreds of them. And the current revenue is pretty good. If the Qing family wants to eat it in one bite, it can't be done without more than 1 billion. Therefore, directly acquiring shares is indeed a very good suggestion. But there will be a risk of a dove occupying the magpie's nest. After all, the Yang family's hot pot restaurant chain was built by Yang Yujiang, and the managers were also his people. If he sold the hot pot restaurant, the managers would have no choice. But now that he has become a shareholder, the management will definitely choose to listen to Yang Yujiang. At that time, he will seize power. It's not easy. Therefore, it seems that the Qing family can take advantage of the investment, but it also has hidden dangers. Hey, are you willing to help? Seeing Gao Yan's silence, Yang Yu couldn't help but urge. No help, let your father talk to himself. Gao Yan thought for a moment and decided not to get involved in this matter. It was true that he and Qing Hao were good brothers, but they had nothing to do with his parents. If his guess about Yang Yujiang is true, such a problem will occur in the future. He was the one who caused this incident. Would Qing Hao blame him? Therefore, he would never do such a thankless thing. You really don't want to help? Yang Yu was a little angry. I persuaded my dad to sell the hot pot restaurant to Qing Hao's family only after listening to you. Now you want to turn your back on me? Why do you listen to me? Gao Yan sneered disdainfully. You are a kind reminder to advise your dad to stop in time. I am not forcing your dad to sell the store. Yang Yu still has a young lady's temper and is too self-righteous, which Gao Yan doesn't like. You are trying to burn bridges. Yang Yu stamped her feet in anger. You can ask your father not to sell it. Gao Yan said calmly, okay, I can't help you with this matter, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan left the rooftop directly. Looking at his disappearing back, Yang Yu couldn't help but cursed. Asshole. Gao Yan hummed a little tune and walked towards the milk tea shop. But midway, he received a call from Tu Yun, asking him to go to Tianyun Club. Wensuemi.cc. So he diverted to the parking lot and drove to Tianyun Club. Tea room, inside the private room. This time there was not only Luo Bing, but also an old man with a ruddy complexion and 3 energetic warriors. Throw out a clairvoyant eye. Gao Yan learned the old man's identity. The opponent's name is Fei Yuanhua, and his identity is the enshrinement of Bureau S. He is a strong man in the middle stage of Danjin and is already over 70 years old. But a warrior with Danjin can hold the loss of his own essence. Although the opponent is over 70 years old, his physical strength is already quite abundant. But his physical fitness and spirit are not as good as his own. The opponent's physical fitness is over 100, but it is only 112 points, and his spirit is only 86 points. If they fight, the opponent will definitely not be his opponent. Mr. Gao, let me introduce you to this. This is our S-Bureau's worshipper Fei Yuanhua, Mr. Fei. At this time, Luo Bing spoke. Hello, Mr. Fei, I meet you, the junior Gao Yan. Gao Yan smiled and saluted. Although they are both Danjin, the other party is much older than him, so it's nothing to salute. What a martial arts genius, your blood and qi are as vigorous as the sun, I can't compare to you. Fei Yuanhua's eyes seemed to have 2 golden lights. And he looked at Gao Yan with a burning gaze. Mr. Fei, you are too kind. Gao Yan said modestly. Mr. Fei smiled and said nothing more, but a hint of doubt and puzzlement flashed in his eyes, because he had a feeling that the young man in front of him was at the same level as him. However, the young man in front of him was only 20 years old. It was already extremely shocking to reach the peak of Huajin, so how could he reach Danjin? At this time, Luo Bing said, Mr. Gao, the main reason for our coming this time is to visit your master. Do you think it's convenient? Gao Yan thought for a while and said, let me call my master. If she is willing to see you, I will invite her to Tianyun Club. If she is not willing, I can't do anything. Then I'll trouble Mr. Gao. Gao Yan nodded and walked outside the tea room to make a phone call. After a while, he returned to the tea room and said, my master will come over later, but Sister Yun has to arrange someone to greet him, so as not to be unable to enter the door of your club. Ask for a fight. Tu Yun rolled her eyes at Gao Yan and said angrily. About half an hour passed. Chu Hong came to Tianyun Club. Gao Yan quickly stepped forward and respectfully called master. Chu Hong's acting skills were good. She smiled at Gao Yan with a doting look on her face, and then her eyes fell on Tu Yun and others. Suddenly, everyone felt a pressure. Even Fei Yuanhua is no exception. Little girl Tu Yun has met Senior Chu. At this time, Tu Yun took 2 steps forward and bowed to Chu Hong. Xiao Tu, do you mind if I call you this? Chu Hong said with a smile. I don't mind, but it would be more affectionate for me, Senior, to call me Xiaoyun. Okay, I'll call you Xiaoyun. Xiao Gao always mentioned you in front of me. You are also a good boy. Chu Hong praised. Tu Yun felt happy and smiled gently. Thank you for the compliment, Senior. In fact, Xiaoyun has always regarded Xiao Gao as a younger brother. That's good. Chu Hong nodded with satisfaction, although I have been teaching Xiao Gao these years, my understanding of the martial arts world is completely blank. As a sister, you must give him more guidance. Okay, Senior, Xiaoyun knows what to do. Then, Chu Hong's eyes slowly swept over Luo Bing, Fei Lao, and others. Senior, I am Luo Bing from Bureau S, and this is Mr. Fei, our enshrined man. From Bureau S. Feeling Chu Hong's gaze, Luo Bing also made a junior salute and introduced him. Chu Hong nodded with an indifferent expression. I heard Xiao Gao say that you want to see me. Now that I'm here, you can say it. At this time, Fei Lao took a step forward, his slightly rickety body suddenly straightened up, and he exuded a strong fighting spirit. He stared at Chu Hong and said, It is rare to meet an opponent, so I am very happy to see you. I ask you for advice. I hope it will come true. Can? Chu Hong nodded. This is not a good place to fight. Why don't you 2 seniors change places? Tu Yun suggested. Good. Soon. Everyone moved from the tea room to a cleared basketball hall in the club. There are also warriors from the clubhouse guarding the basketball hall, to prevent others from approaching. In the basketball gym, Fei Yuanhua and Chu Hong stood more than 10 meters apart. This distance is very far for ordinary people. But for Danjin masters, it can be achieved in an instant. As for Gao Yan and his entourage, they stood at the edge of the basketball stadium and watched the game. Brother, who do you think will win? Tu Yun lowered her voice. Of course it's my master. Gao Yan said without hesitation that Chu Hong had a cultivation level at the peak of Danjin, and his physical strength was also very strong, reaching 150 points, and his mental strength also exceeded 100. His cultivation level, physique, and spirit were all much higher than Fei Yuanhua's, so he really couldn't find any reason to lose. At this time, Luo Bing said, Mr. Gao has so much confidence in your master. Why don't we make a bet? Gao Yan looked at Luo Bing in surprise. How to bet? Luo Bing said, if Mr. Fei wins, I win. Otherwise, if your master wins, you win. If you lose, give me 50 bottles of medicinal wine. If you win, how about I introduce you to a top beauty? Forget it about the top beauty. Gao Yan shook his head. I have a girlfriend. If she hadn't known Gao Yan's situation, Luo Bing would have really believed it. After secretly despising this XSP, she smiled and said, as far as I know, Mr. Gao is also a romantic figure. I can guarantee that this top beauty introduced to you, both in terms of looks, figure, and family background, they are quite good. Suddenly, Gao Yan's face darkened slightly. He ignored Luo Bing's identity. This woman was the deputy director of Bureau S, and she must have gotten a rough idea of his situation. However, he was also a little curious about what kind of beauty the other party would introduce to him. Anyway, he would not suffer any loss, so he nodded. Okay, I made a bet with Luo Ju. It's a deal. Luo Bing had a successful smile on his face. Seeing the smile on the other person's face, Gao Yan felt vaguely that he had been fooled. Just then, the two people standing 10 meters apart moved. Boom! The two people turned into two rays of light, one black and one white, and collided with each other. The momentum was like a comet hitting the earth. For a moment, the entire basketball stadium shook. At the same time, everyone's ears were buzzing, forcing Luo Bing to yawn and others to step back. Gao Yan was actually not affected. But after all, what he revealed was only his cultivation of energy, so he also took a few steps back. Dong dong dong. The battle between the two continued, and every impact would make a loud noise, almost forcing everyone to exit the basketball gym. At the same time, the two are also very fast. Except for Gao Yan, no one else could see their movements clearly. So strong. Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and she put herself into the situation. She suddenly felt that she was nothing at this late stage of energy transformation. If she faced anyone in the fight, she would not be an enemy with one move. Luo Bing, who was at the peak of his strength, could barely see their movements clearly. Fei Lao practices Bejiquan, and his fists are unparalleled in strength and move forward indomitably. Chu Hong, on the other hand, used Xingyiquan. She was obviously a woman, but her fists were even more fierce than Fei Lao's. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled groan came from the venue. However, Fei Yuanhua's body fell to the ground of the basketball hall, but his back seemed to be equipped with a spring. It bounced up as soon as it hit the ground, but the floor that came into contact with his back turned into sawdust and sputtered away. Come! It was obvious that he had vented the energy in his body into the ground. However, Fei Yuanhua, who had just bounced up, was attacked by Chu Hong again. This time, he only resisted 3 moves, before Chu Hong hit his shoulder with the hidden leaf hidden flower and bagwazang. His whole body flew upside down, like a kite with its string cut off, and hit the wall heavily. Pfft! Fei Yuanhua pulled his body out of the wall, but left a deep human-shaped pit. Mark. Seeing Chu Hong coming to kill again, Fei Yuanhua quickly raised his hand. That's enough, that's enough. That's it for now. The old man is convinced. If we continue to fight, the old man's body will fall apart. In fact, he still has a lot of spare strength, but this time it is for a discussion and to find out Chu Hong's strength, not a life and death battle. So there is no need to continue the fight. Fei Lao, are you okay? Seeing that the battle was over, Luo Bing stepped forward and asked with concern, this is their strongest fighting force in the game. If it is destroyed, the losses will be great. Luo Ju, I'm fine, but I have to thank Grandmaster Chu for showing mercy. Fei Lao waved his hand and said he felt it during the fight. Chu Hong did not use all his strength. Of course, he did not use his killing move. However, he was sure that even if he used his killing move, he would still be no match for the opponent. You're not bad, Chu Hong said calmly, and then disappeared into the basketball hall in a flash. The floor of the basketball hall was broken a lot and there were many potholes, but this loss was nothing to Tu Yun. Mr. Gao, you won this bet. I will call you after I return to the capital and make arrangements. Luo Bingchao said to Gao. Haha, the gambling game is just a joke, don't take it to heart, Luo Ju. Gao Yan said with a smile. Although I am a woman, I still keep my word and am willing to admit defeat. Just wait for my good news. Oh well. After talking about it for this reason, Gao Yan couldn't refuse. Isn't it just a meeting? Is it possible that the other party can force him to get married? After a while. Inside a military vehicle. WWW. Hua Jin was driving, and Luo Bing and Fei Lao were sitting in the back seat. Fei Lao, what is Grandmaster Chu's specific strength? Luo Bing asked. The other party has great reservations, but at least he is in the late stage of Danjin, and may also be at the peak of Danjin. Fei Yuanhua said seriously. Suddenly, he changed the topic, that Gao Yan is not simple either. His qi and blood are no weaker than ordinary Danjin. Plus, with the guidance of a master who is at the peak of Danjin, it is estimated that he will be able to achieve Danjin in a few years. Can it become an elixir within a few years? This is too evil. Hearing what Mr. Fei said, Luo Bing couldn't help but look shocked and envious. It had been 3 years since she reached the peak of Huajin, but she hadn't even touched the threshold of Danjin. Moreover, she is also a disciple of Grandmaster Danjin. Fei Lao seemed to have guessed what Luo Bing was thinking, and said with a smile, although your talent is also very good, it is far behind Gao Yan. He has just transformed into energy, and his energy and blood are comparable to Danjin. A natural seed of elixir. A natural elixir seed? There are still people like this? Luo Bing asked doubtfully. Of course. Mr. Fei nodded. Do you know why Danjin is so rare? I don't know. Luo Bing shook her head. She hadn't even touched the threshold of Danjin, so naturally her master wouldn't tell her these things. After all, even if you say it, if you don't reach the realm, it will just be more trouble in vain. Fei Lao explained, the key to holding the elixir is whether there is sufficient qi and blood. The process of holding the elixir is very dangerous and requires a lot of energy and blood. If you don't have enough qi and blood, you will be seeking death if you dare to try to hold the elixir. Qi and blood come from 2 ways. First, it is innate, and second, it is nourished through medicinal materials. However, there are limits to this. After all, the human body is resistant to medicine. For example, the requirement for Baodan is 100 qi and blood. Some people are born with strong qi and blood, and are born with more than 90 qi and blood. When he cultivates to the point where his energy is transformed and his qi and blood increase, his qi and blood can easily exceed 100, which can support the consumption of Baodan's qi and blood. Some people are born with only 30 qi and blood. Even if they practice to transform their energy, it will only be 50. After nourishing with medicinal materials, it will be good to reach 80. If such a person wants to hold the elixir, he will never be able to achieve it in his lifetime. If he has to hold the elixir by force, it is no different from seeking death. The reason why Lao Chao is so sure that Gao Yan can break through to Baodan in just a few years is that his qi and blood are like an oven, at least above 200, as long as he understands the key to Baodan. If he wants to Baodan, he can still not a piece of cake. Besides, since he was able to achieve Huajing at the age of 20, his understanding must not be much different. With Grandmaster Chu's guidance, even if he achieves Baodan within the next year, I won't be surprised. Hearing this, Luo Bing was a little silent, looked at Fei Lao, and said, Fei Lao, if you calculate my current energy and blood using numbers, how much can I have? It should be around 82.120.cc. Fei Lao said, compared to 1 month ago, your qi and blood have improved a lot. Have you taken any top-notch medicinal materials during this period? 1 month ago, your qi and blood were at most 80. Not really. Luo Bing shook her head. Suddenly, she thought of something. He also got a bottle of the medicinal wine she got from Gao Yan. Now she has drank most of the bottle. In other words, the growth of her qi and blood has a lot to do with medicinal wine. Think of this. She quickly told everyone about the medicinal wine. Do you still have medicinal wine that can increase qi and blood? The director should still have a few bottles in his hand. Luo Bing said. Then give me a bottle of research. Fei Lao said thoughtfully. There should be no problem. By the way, Mr. Fei, do I still have hope of breaking through to Danjin? Luo Bing asked. There are still some. Fei Lao thought for a while and said, as long as you can reach 100 qi and blood before the age of 40, you can hope to break through to the elixir level, because after the age of 40, your qi and blood will begin to decline. If you want to break through the elixir level again, strength is several times more difficult than before the age of 40. Also, don't have children, because having children will cause a loss of qi and blood. Of course, if you have reached the level of elixir, the impact of having children will not be big. Thank you, Mr. Fei, for your advice. I have benefited a lot from talking to you like this. Luo Bing said gratefully. It doesn't matter. Fei Lao waved his hand. Your master is also a master of Danjin. He will tell you these things sooner or later, as long as he doesn't blame me for doing things for me. My master probably didn't tell me this, because he didn't have any hope of breaking through the alchemy. Luo Bing said sadly. Don't belittle yourself either. Mr. Fei consoled him. It is rare to be able to reach the peak of Huajin at your age. To achieve Danjin, it requires too much physical talent. Otherwise, Danjin would not be so rare. Other side. Gao Yan stayed at Tianyun Club for a while and then left. Not far from the clubhouse, he saw Chu Hong standing on the roadside. So, he slowed down slightly, and as soon as the figure flashed, Chu Hong opened the door and got into the passenger seat. Boss, I have offended you many times before, please forgive me. As soon as he got in the car, Chu Hong began to apologize. After all, although she also pretended to be his master at Gao Yan's request, especially when she called her boss Xiao Gao many times, she was still a little uneasy inside. It's okay, just acting. Gao Yan smiled disapprovingly. He was not stingy enough to deliberately embarrass Chu Hong just because she called him Xiao Gao a few times, because she cooperated with his acting. Thank you, boss. Chu Hong also breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, are you going back to kindergarten? Gao Yan asked. Right. Do you have a car now? Gao Yan asked again. No, but I've been in the kindergarten for a long time, so I shouldn't need a car. Chu Hong said. Gao Yan said thoughtfully, in this case, you give me your bank card and I will transfer some money to you. Your boss is not short of money. You can buy yourself a better car and a high-end suit. The house you ordered, after all. You are also a Danjin master. Although Chu Hong is 100% loyal to him, even if he doesn't give him anything, the other party will still be loyal, but there is no need to treat your own people badly when there is no shortage of money. Thank you, boss. Chu Hong was not pretentious and reported her bank card number to Gao Yan. Gao Yan directly ordered the system to transfer 100 million from the reserve funds to Chu Hong. After driving Chu Hong back to kindergarten, Gao Yan found that it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So he found a random restaurant to have a meal and drove to the snack street. I found a lot of people queuing up outside the milk tea shop, and most of them were freshmen wearing camouflage uniforms. Moreover, several tables in the store were also occupied by freshmen. So Gao Yan went directly to the bar to help. Gao Yan is very agile and can make milk tea very quickly. One person serves as the envoy of 3 people. As a result, queues are shortening rapidly. By the way, have you eaten? Gao Yan suddenly thought that the store was so busy, wouldn't Qin Yue, Shen Lingling and others have missed their meal? Not yet. Our milk tea has become famous among freshmen in various schools. Since 12 o'clock, we have been busy making milk tea and have no time to eat at all. Shen Lingling complained. In this case, I'll treat you to lunch. Gao Yan said, the 4 of you are going to have dinner together. Just leave this place to me and I will reimburse you for the meal. Let me stay and help. Qin Yue said. Need not. Gao Yan waved his hand, go and eat, I will feel sorry for you if you are starving. Nasty. Shen Lingling curled her lips. Qin Yue blushed prettily. Soon, Gao Yan took care of all the customers. Rested for a while. 3 more girls came in wearing camouflage uniforms. 2 of them were pretty, with looks above 80, and the 3rd one was even prettier. She should be from Western Xinjiang and exuded an exotic aura. Even without using the insight eye, Gao Yan could tell that the opponent's appearance was above 95. What flavor do you want? Gao Yan asked. After the 3 girls reported the milk tea they needed, Gao Yan started making it. Your milk tea. Gao Yan placed 3 cups of milk tea on the counter. Handsome guy, are you the owner of the milk tea shop? One of the round-faced girls asked. How do you know? Gao Yan asked with a smile. The round-faced girl said, this is not the first time we come to buy your milk tea. Your milk tea is so delicious that we drink 2 cups every day. Really, then thank you for taking care of business. Gao Yan smiled and said, which school are you from? We are from Nanning. My name is Zhu Manyun. They are both my classmates and roommates. This is Bei Mengtian, she is Amuyi, and she is from Shijiang. Isn't she beautiful? I see it. Gao Yan glanced at Amuyi and said with a double entendre. Feeling his eyes, Amuyi's cheeks turned slightly red and she quickly lowered her head, appearing shy. Handsome guy, you are a student too. You already know our names. Can you tell us our names too and add us on WeChat by the way? My name is Gao Yan, from the business school of Nandu University. I am a junior this year. While talking, Gao Yan also took out his mobile phone, called up the QR code, and asked the 3 girls to scan it. After adding WeChat, Zhu Manyun waved to Gao Yan, Senior, let's leave first. We will come to take care of your business in the future. Okay, thank you then. Gao Yan responded with a smile. After walking out for a while, Zhu Manyun couldn't help but said, wow, I didn't expect that the owner of that milk tea shop is so handsome and has such a good temperament. I will drink his milk tea every day from now on. Beijing. Bureau S, Headquarters. Small conference room. After Luo Bing and Fei Lao return to the S game, this meeting begins. Those who participated in this meeting were all senior officials of Bureau S. The purpose of this high-level meeting is to discuss how to treat Chu Hong, the great master of Danjin. In view of the fact that except for the time when the Ma family was wiped out, and the fact that the other party had served as the principal of the kindergarten as an ordinary person for many years, he did not do anything excessive. The advice from most senior executives is to treat it as if there is no such person. Of course, some senior officials feel that it is too dangerous for Danjin, like Chu Hong, to stay in society, and it is best to let them join the S. Bureau. Then Mr. Fei, who had been silent all this time, spoke up at this time, saying that he was 80% sure that Chu Hong was at the peak of his Danjin. Immediately, these senior executives shut up. If the opponent was only in the late stage of Danjin, with Fei Lao and a large amount of energy, he could still suppress the opponent. But there is no guarantee of the peak of Danjin. Once a person at the peak of his Danjin is angered and does something extreme, their entire bureau will not be able to shoulder this responsibility. The meeting is over. Mr. Fei stopped Luo Ju. Fei Lao, what can you do? Luo Ju asked politely. Luo Ju, I heard from Luo Bing that you have a magical medicinal wine in your hand. Can you give me a bottle? Mr. Fei looked at Luo Ju and said, Okay, no problem. Mr. Fei is the only master of Danjin in Bureau S, and he is more cooperative with their work. He is still willing to give up a bottle of medicinal wine. After getting the medicinal wine, Mr. Fei returned to his office with satisfaction. I found a cup, opened the cork and filled it. Smell it. There is a faint medicinal aroma in the medicinal wine, but the liquor used to make the medicinal wine is ordinary liquor. Picked it up and took a sip. The taste is also average, far worse than his favorite Mao Tai. Take a sip of medicinal wine. Fei Lao closed his eyes and felt it. After a while, a look of surprise appeared on his face, because he discovered that the medicinal wine was quite powerful and could actually nourish his body. You know, when he reached the middle stage of Danjin, he had already tempered his physical body to a very powerful point. Even if you swallow a century-old ginseng, it will be of no use. Think of this. He drank the medicinal wine in the cup directly. Soon, more powerful medicinal power exploded in his body, and he couldn't help but let out a comfortable groan as he felt the medicinal power of the medicinal wine nourishing his body. Good stuff. In the end, Mr. Fei couldn't help but praise, because he found that his physique had actually improved slightly, although the improvement was very small. But if he were to use his energy and blood to temper it, it would take at least a month's work. Looking at the remaining medicinal wine in the bottle, he simply picked up the bottle and drank the entire bottle without leaving a drop. When the medicine is completely absorbed by his body, Fei Lao opened his eyes with satisfaction. Such a bottle of medicinal wine was comparable to his hard work for more than half a year. What made him even more excited was the energy and blood in his body actually became much more abundant. And this medicinal wine was obtained from Gao Yan. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Gao Yan's extremely powerful energy and blood might not be innate, but might be improved by relying on this medicinal wine. Think of this. He couldn't sit still anymore and hurried to Director Luo's office, knocked on the door and entered. Fei Lao, what are you doing? Seeing Mr. Fei in a hurry, Luo Ju was a little puzzled. Luo Ju, the medicinal wine you gave me is of great value to us martial arts Practitioners. Is it possible that it will also be useful to Mr. Fei? Luo Ju said in surprise. It works. Mr. Fei nodded vigorously. 1 bottle of medicinal wine is worth half a year of my hard work. If there are 10 bottles of medicinal wine, maybe I can break through to the late stage of Danjin. If there are enough medicinal wine, it is possible to reach the peak of Danjin. Now it was Luo Ju's turn to be shocked. They had already attached great importance to this medicinal wine, but they did not expect that this medicinal wine was more important than they thought. Luo Ju, how did you get this medicinal wine from Gao Yan? Fei Lao asked. It was a gift from the other party. Luo Ju said, but he also sells this medicinal wine to others. Unfortunately, the Bureau's funds are not enough. How much does a bottle cost? Fei Lao asked. 2 million bottles. Luo Ju said that according to the information they investigated, the medicinal wine Gao Yan sold to the Qin family was all priced at 2 million, but the price for Tu Yun was only 1 million. Of course, Gao Yan and Tu Yun were closely related, so it was understandable that he would accept 1 million. Prodigal son, such a good thing only costs 2 million a bottle. Mr. Fei couldn't help but said, this kind of medicinal wine, which is beneficial to the elixir, is not expensive even if it sells for 10 million. Really? Luo Ju asked excitedly. Certainly. Mr. Fei said with great certainty, with elixir strength like ours, we have locked up our energy and blood by holding elixirs. However, it does not mean that our qi and blood will not decay and be consumed. Especially after taking action, this kind of decline and consumption will intensify. This medicinal wine can improve our physique and replenish our qi and blood. If we drink this medicinal wine for a long time, it will not only restore us to our peak state, but also continue to improve our strength. Go and ask other Danjin whether they would buy such a good thing. Don't say 10 million or 20 million, they will have to hold their noses to recognize it. Director Luo's eyes were shining. He picked up the landline on his desk and dialed an internal number. Xiao, how much funding do we have in the Bureau? Xiao Chenwei reported, Director, we have just been allocated funds for this quarter. In addition to the 50 million donated by Tu Yun last time, we still have 220 million on the account. But on the 15th of this month, we have to it. Takes more than 80 million to pay for a batch of medicinal materials, among other things. Before Xiaochen could finish speaking, Bureau Luo said in a deep voice. Okay, all the money in the account will be sealed for me. Don't use it for the time being. If anyone wants money, let him come to me. Xiaochen, okay Director, I understand. Luo Ju plans to resell medicinal wine? Fei Laoxiao asked. Director Luo smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Fei is laughing. Our bureau's funds have always been tight. Since you have judged that this medicinal wine is so powerful, you can resell a batch while others don't know the news to earn some money for the bureau. At this time, Mr. Fei took out a bank card and put it on the table. Fei Lao, what are you doing? Fei Lao said, when you are buying medicinal wine, help me buy a batch. Don't worry, I will buy it for my own use. Hearing this, Bureau Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Of course there is no problem with this little thing. To be honest, he was worried that Mr. Fei would also be involved in this business. After all, the other party was enshrined by Dan Jin. If the other party insisted on participating, he would not be able to refuse. Send Fei Lao away. Bureau Luo called Luo Bing. Luo Ju, what are your orders? Luo Bing is like this. I plan to use our bureau's funds to purchase a batch of medicinal wine from Gao Yan. I will leave this task to you. How much do you want to buy? Luo Bing asked. Our bureau still has 220 million in funds, so we bought them all. Luo Ju waved his hand. Buy them all? Luo Bing was surprised. Director, if all the funds are spent, what will happen to other expenses? Don't worry, other expenses will be fine, just go and do it quickly, the sooner the better. Bureau Luo said disapprovingly. Bureau S was specialized in dealing with matters in the martial arts world, and he naturally knew the situation of the martial arts world very well. He could sell medicinal wine to those who needed it most. And those people are not short of money, so they can also make a lot of money. Gao Yan was a little surprised to receive a call from Luo Bing to buy medicinal wine. What's even more surprising is the other party actually wants to buy 240 million medicinal wine. Considering that Bureau S is a national department, Gao Yan only charged them 1 million for a bottle, which made Luo Bing very satisfied. During this time, Gao Yan didn't let Zhao Mei do anything else and made medicinal wine in the small warehouse every day. Therefore, the quantity of medicinal wine has also been increased. That evening, Luo Bing came to Nandu with the money. After receiving the money, Gao Yan also delivered 240 bottles of medicinal wine to her. Gao Yan originally wanted to treat Luo Bing to a meal, but the other party said that he had a mission and would wait until the next opportunity to have a meal. 9 p.m. Luo Bing returned to Bureau S with medicinal wine. Mr. Fei was waiting in Bureau Luo's office. Mr. Fei, these 20 bottles of medicinal wine belong to you. Luo Bing smiled and said, Mr. Fei gave him 20 million. Why are there 10 more bottles? Fei Lao said unexpectedly. Luo Bing explained, Gao Yan only charges us 1 million for a bottle. This guy is very generous. Fortunately, he is not my disciple. Otherwise, if he wasted a good thing like this, I would have to break his legs. Upon hearing this, Luo Ju and Luo Bing both looked at each other. Then, Mr. Fei left with the wine. Before leaving, he said that he would stay in seclusion for a while and not to disturb him if nothing happened. Luo Ju, how should this batch of medicinal wine be distributed? Luo Bing looked at the remaining 220 bottles of medicinal wine and asked. To tell you the truth, we all underestimated the efficacy of this medicinal wine. Mr. Fei told me that this medicinal wine also has a great effect on Danjin. I plan to sell this batch of wine. Luo Ju said. Is this going to be a problem? Luo Bing said worriedly. What's the problem? Our bureau's funds are never enough. We have to find ways to raise funds ourselves. Even if the superiors know, they won't say anything. 2. Luo Bing nodded. Their salary and treatment were seriously inconsistent with their strength. Of course, if it was for salary and treatment, they would not join the S Bureau. Soon, someone came to Director Luo's office, and soon they took away all the medicinal wine that Luo Bing had brought back. .1chwemi.cc. An hour later, the first call came in. Luo Ju, I have sold all 50 bottles of medicinal wine. The price of a single bottle is 20 million. Upon hearing the news, Luo Ju couldn't help but be overjoyed. Okay, good job. 20 million bottles, 50 bottles is 1 billion. For a moment, he had to sigh, the martial arts family is rich. Subsequently, Calls from other people came one after another. All the medicinal wine they brought out was sold, and they were all sold at a price of 20 million, in exchange for a total of 4.4 billion. Even if the cost of 220 million is deducted, it can still make a huge profit of 4.18 billion. Ronald Luo, please call and ask Gao Yan how much medicinal wine he still has. We all want it. Luo Ju became proud and said to Luo Bing. Okay, chief. Luo Bing immediately picked up the phone and dialed Gao Yan's number. At this moment, Gao Yan was adding the 30 free attribute points gained from the upgrade to his spirit, bringing his mental power to 145 points. The sensing range expanded again, reaching a radius of 500 meters. In other words, as long as he turns on his mental perception, even if there is any trouble within a radius of 500 meters, he will not be able to hide it from him. At this time, Luo Bing called again. Gao Yan teased, Luo Ju, are you going to introduce me to a beautiful woman? Upon hearing this, Luo Bing's forehead darkened slightly. It's not Mr. Gao. It will take some time to introduce the beauty. I called you to purchase another batch of medicinal wine from you. Running out so quickly? Gao Yan asked in surprise. That's more than 200 bottles. Luo Bing lied, we have a lot of people in Bureau S, and more than 200 bottles are not enough to divide the points. Gao Yan was not suspicious and asked, how many more bottles do you want? Luo Bing, how many more do you have on hand? Gao Yan thought about it secretly. The two major buyers of medicinal wine now are the Qing family and Tu Yun. The Qing family delivers every week. For the next delivery, a new batch of medicinal wine can be used. As for Tu Yun, she still had a lot on hand, so there was no need to rush to give it to her. So, he said, I still have about 300 bottles on hand, how many do you want? Luo Bing, all of them. Gao Yan, okay, no problem. Luo Bing, then I will come to Nandu to pick it up in person tomorrow. Gao Yan, okay, call me when you get there. After ending the call, Gao Yan felt something was wrong. When they met for the first time before, Luo Bing claimed that Bureau S was financially tight. Only a short time had passed before Bureau S actually became richer and richer. Think of this. Gao Yan said to the Red Emperor, Xiao Hong, let me investigate and see what the Bureau S is doing buying so much medicinal wine. The upgraded Xiao Hong is becoming more and more efficient. In just 2 minutes, it completed Gao Yan's mission. After listening to the Red Emperor's report, Gao Yan suddenly felt that he had lost tens of billions. He thought he was already evil enough. After all, dozens of bottles of medicinal wine can be made for a few thousand yuan, and the cost of one bottle of medicinal wine is up to 100 yuan. He sold 1 million and already felt a little guilty. Unexpectedly, Bureau S was countless times darker than him and actually sold a bottle for 20 million. It seems that I have underestimated the effect of this medicinal wine. Gao Yan said secretly. Do you want to raise the price? Suddenly, he had an idea. But after thinking about it, he still refused to raise the price. First of all, Qin Zhihui was very knowledgeable about the Qin family. They took the initiative to mention 2 million a bottle, so it would look greedy for him to raise the price again. As for Tu Yun, the other party misunderstood that he was short of money and directly gave him 10 billion, which can be said to be affectionate and righteous to him. If the price were to be raised, he would not be able to say such a thing. As for the S Bureau, although they made a lot of money, the money was not enough to make him jealous. Moreover, raising prices rashly will have an impact on the relationship. between the two parties. Although he is not afraid of the S Bureau, there is really no need to offend the S Bureau just because of a little money. At worst, he will control the quantity of medicinal wine shipped in the future. If someone else buys it, he won't be too late to raise the price. In this way, the Qin family, Tu Yun and the Bureau will all be grateful to him. Call up the system interface. The upgrade experience has reached 5.15 billion. As for the system reserve funds, it also increased by 2.4 billion, reaching 1.6604 billion. Now. Nanning, girls' dormitory. Zhu Manyun was playing with her phone carelessly. She took the initiative to send Gao Yan a WeChat message at around 7:00 in the evening. But it's already past 9 o'clock now. Gao Yan did not reply to her. Is it possible that the other party is a cold-blooded man? But during the daytime communication, the other person clearly gave her a sunny and gentle feeling. Or is it because the other person is so enthusiastic about us because we bought his milk tea? Hypocritical man. When she thought of this, she felt a sense of resentment in her heart. Suddenly, a thought occurred in her mind. Did the other party fall in love with Amoy or Bei Mengtian and deliberately ignored her? Think of this. She asked Bei Mengtian and Amoy at the same time, asking whether Gao Yan had contacted them. Both women said no. Hearing the two women's answers, she suddenly felt a lot more balanced. Humph, this bitch, if you dare to ignore this fairy, I will never buy your milk tea again. Zhu Manyun said secretly, but recalling the delicious taste of the other party's milk tea, she suddenly felt a little reluctant to give up. In fact, she misunderstood Gao Yan. Gao Yan, who had already mastered the skills of a time management master, and the other girls she didn't know, were all using second mobile phones. As for the second mobile phone, he kept it in the mustard space most of the time. Therefore, he did not have time to check WeChat on the second phone. After the matters in the bureau were settled, Luo Bing also drove home. Her home is not far from Bureau S, only about 10 minutes drive. Auntie, you're so late today, are you hungry? Do you want me to make you some midnight snack? Lu Hani, who was watching dramas on her tablet on the sofa, smiled and greeted. No, I've already ordered takeout, and we'll have some drinks together later. Luo Bing said while changing his shoes. He is a master of energy conversion and consumes a lot of energy. No matter how much he eats, he doesn't worry about gaining weight. Soon, Luo Bing, who changed into a set of home clothes from the room, sat down on the sofa and asked, You and Wu Jun came to meet today, right? How do you feel? Outstanding appearance, extraordinary temperament, smooth conversation. Humble and polite. Lu Hani said lightly. Then do you have a crush on him? Luo Bing asked. It seemed that her niece had a good impression of Wu Junlai. So her introduction to the beautiful woman to Gao Yan would have to come to nothing. However, she would not deliberately speak ill of Wu Jun because of this. If her niece failed, she would have to introduce someone else. Anyway, she didn't tell Gao Yan, and the one she introduced was Lu Hani. It's just the first time we've met, so where's the good impression coming from? Just say you don't hate him. Lu Hani said speechlessly, this is a family marriage anyway, as long as you don't hate the other party, good impressions are not important. As long as you don't hate me, you can try to get along with me for a while. Luo Bing nodded. Lu Hani didn't want to talk about this topic. Although she agreed with the arrangement at home, she still had some resistance deep down in her heart. So, She changed the subject and asked, "You are coming back so late. Do you have any important matters in your bureau?" "There's nothing important. I just cooperated with the director on a reselling operation." Luo Bing smiled and said that the reselling of medicinal wine was not a secret. Sooner or later, others would know about it, so it was not considered a leak. Wensuemi.cc. Besides, Lu Hani will not spread rumors randomly. Reselling what? Lu Hani became interested, but she knew that Bureau S was a special department dedicated to managing the martial arts world and had nothing to do with reselling. A batch of medicinal wine probably made more than 4 billion. Luo Bing smiled and said, "But don't tell anyone about this." The latter sentence was directly ignored by Lu Hani. Even if her aunt didn't warn her, she knew the importance and would not tell anyone casually. She asked curiously, "What kind of medicinal wine can you make more than 4 billion? By reselling a batch?" So, Luo Bing told the whole story. After listening, Lu Hani said thoughtfully, "If this matter reaches the ears of that Gao Yan, will he feel grudge against you?" "Hey, there's nothing the director can do." Luo Bing smiled bitterly and said, "There are not enough funds to pull it out. And we martial arts practitioners are particularly good at eating. Also, we also need medicinal materials for practice. Although we don't join the S Bureau for the salary, we don't care about the salary. If we even eat food and medicinal materials, if you can't be satisfied, I'm afraid you will become disloyal sooner or later." "This is also true." Lu Hani nodded, "But I have a suggestion. I suggest you talk to that Gao Yan openly and honestly. You can't hide the matter of selling medicinal wine for a long time. Instead of the other party being dissatisfied when he finds out about it, it's better to tell him the truth as early as possible, as long as the other party is willing. A long-term cooperation with your bureau will not make more than just a few reselling operations." "You have a point." Luo Bing nodded thoughtfully. "They sold it to us at a discount of 1 million yuan, but we used it to make sky-high profits. Instead, we hid it from the other party. If it were me, I wouldn't feel comfortable. How about that? Treat people with sincerity, and let's make money together. I will mention it to Director Luo when I get to work tomorrow." Soon, takeaway arrives. Luo Bing and Lu Hani started eating and drinking. She is a martial arts practitioner and has a good drinker. Although Lu Hani is not a martial artist, she is born with a good drinker. This is also the reason why Luo Bing is willing to drink with her. Other side. Gao Yan had already finished taking a shower and was lying on the bed. With a thought, experience is extracted. Constitution increased a little again, reaching 137 points. Tisk, it's cool to have a cheating device. Gao Yan secretly thought, and then took out the second mobile phone in the mustard space. He clicked on the WeChat account and found that the Nanning freshman who was added today sent him a WeChat message at 7 p.m. It's been 3 hours now. The other party is a freshman and is still in military training. He should be sleeping at this time, so he did not reply and decided to reply tomorrow. Same. Jing Xiaoyu and Chen Yusen also sent him WeChat messages. The content of Chen Yusen's WeChat was okay, but it was Jing Xiaoyu's WeChat that tickled his heart. It was a pity that the other party was still filming in Hingdian, otherwise, he would have to shuttle over to take care of him. The next morning, in the classroom, Qinghao whispered, "Brother Yan, Yang Yujiang plans to use his family's hot pot restaurant chain to invest in our brother's hot pot restaurant, and he only wants 20% of the shares. Do you think we should agree? What do you think? Gao Yan didn't answer, but asked instead. Qinghao said, I feel something is wrong, but I can't tell what is wrong. Why do you think so? Qinghao Dao, after all, there will be no pie in the sky. Yang's hot pot restaurant chain is worth at least more than 1 billion. Even if our brother's hot pot restaurants have not yet opened, there are only 10. Together, the market value is at most 100 million, even if both parties after the merger, the market value will be up to 2 billion. If I exchange more than 1 billion for 400 million shares, I don't believe that Yang Yujiang has such good intentions. Where are your parents? What do they think? Gao Yan asked again. They are still hesitating, but I can see that they are more excited. Chung Hao said, Brother Yan, what do you think? I think there are 2 possibilities. Gao Yan said. Qinghao looked like he was listening. Gao Yan continued, first, Yang Yujiang is optimistic about the development of brother's hot pot restaurant. After his family's hot pot restaurant is merged and reorganized, the business of brother's hot pot restaurant will definitely explode, and it will be listed soon. By then, even if brother's hot pot restaurant, the market value of the hot pot restaurant is only 50 billion, and he will make a lot of money if he holds 20% of the shares. After a pause, Gao Yan added, there is a second possibility. There are only 10 brothers hot pot restaurants now, but there are hundreds of Yangs. Once merged, Yangs will definitely have the most people in management. In the end, he wants to seize the dominant position in the company. Can you beat him? Upon hearing this, Qinghao's expression changed drastically. Yes, the other party must be a bird occupying a dove's nest. No, we can't cooperate with him. I'll call my dad now. Slow. Gao Yan raised his hand. First of all, this is just my analysis. I don't know whether the other party will do this. Secondly, after knowing the other party's thoughts, you can completely not give him a chance to intervene and let him feel at ease. Just be a major shareholder. That makes sense. Qinghao nodded, and then said gratefully to Gao Gao, Brother Yan, thank you for reminding me. By the way, I can't take this class for the time being. I have to go back and discuss countermeasures with my parents. Go. Gao Yan waved his hand. 11 o'clock in the morning. Gao Yan received a call from Luo Bing, but he was here to conduct a second transaction. The meeting place was a tea house near the university town. When Gao Yan arrived, it was discovered that there was not only Luo Bing in the box, but also an extremely beautiful young woman. He had a chance encounter with this woman in an antique shop in Hanyang. Mr. Gao, let me introduce to you. This is my niece, Lu Hani. Hani is Mr. Gao Yan Gao. Hello Mr. Gao. Hello Miss Lu. Both parties greeted each other politely. After some pleasantries and sitting down, Luo Bing suddenly stood up again and bowed to Gao Yan to apologize. Mr. Gao, there is something that I have to apologize to you for. After listening to her niece's suggestion last night, Luo Bing went to Bureau S this morning and reported the matter to Director Luo. Director Luo is also a smart man. It's just that I was afraid of poverty before and was blinded by money. Luo Bing suddenly woke up after being reminded like this. Not only did he agree with her proposal, but he also said that Gao Yan would make up the difference in price for the batch of medicinal wine he purchased previously. And this proposal was made by Lu Hani. So, Luo Bing decided to bring his niece with him. Firstly, it could help him check for leaks and fill up the gaps. Secondly, maybe the two young people could spark a spark. It's not that she just wants to please Gao Yan. Instead, he plans to help his niece. Once her niece marries Wu Jun, her future fate will be determined. But she and Gao Yan got along. With Gao Yan supporting her, she can almost completely make her own decisions in life, without having to stay in the Wu family and be a housewife. Luo Ju, what are you doing? Gao Yan looked at Luo Bing in surprise and reached out to help her up. Mr. Gao, in fact, we did not use the wine you sold to us ourselves, but resold it, and we also sold it for a high price of 20 million bottles. Luo Bing said with a look of shame. Gao Yan was a little surprised to hear Luo Bing tell the truth. According to his understanding, Bureau S was short of funds. As long as the other party didn't tell the truth and kept buying wine from him and reselling it, they would definitely make a lot of money. Now that they told the truth, he couldn't understand their thoughts. Mr. Gao, this is what we think about it. You have medicinal wine, and our Bureau S has channels. How about we cooperate? Luo Bing asked again. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan suddenly came to his senses. The reason why Bureau S revealed the truth was for long-term considerations. Bureau S is an organization that specializes in managing the martial arts world, and it must have a good understanding of the martial arts world. If they sell wine, they will definitely be able to find accurate users. On the contrary, he seemed to have a great background, but he was really unfamiliar with the martial arts world. Therefore, cooperating with Bureau S is a good choice. So, he asked, how do you plan to work together? Luo Bing said, we have two methods of cooperation. The first is sharing. Mr. Gao, you provide us with medicinal wine and we sell it. The profits obtained will be divided into 70 and 30, you 7 and we 3. The second is that we will provide the medicinal wine to us. How about you purchase the medicinal wine and let us sell it, and the purchase price is set at 10 million bottles? By the way, for the medicinal wine you purchased last time, after you choose the cooperation method, we will also make up the difference. Luo Bing's proposal can be described as sincere. After thinking for a while, he said, I choose the second cooperation method. Luo Bing and Lu Hani were both surprised when they heard Gao Yan's choice. Obviously, Gao Yan would benefit more from the first method, but he chose the second one. Mr. Gao, I'm a little surprised, why did you choose the second method of cooperation? At this time, Lu Hani said. Gao Yan smiled and said, 2 reasons. First, the second method of cooperation is relatively simple. Second, Bureau S treats me with sincerity, so I will naturally reciprocate the favor. Hearing what Gao Yan said, Luo Bing was a little lucky. Fortunately, he listened to his niece's advice, otherwise, he would really hate Gao Yan after the incident. Thinking of this, he said, we purchased 240 bottles before, and we will make up the price difference of 9 million per bottle for you. Haha, Luo Ju, you're welcome then. Gao Yan said with a smile. It should. The price difference for each bottle is 9 million, and 240 bottles is 2.16 billion. At the same time, Bureau S will purchase 300 bottles this time, each bottle costs 10 million, that is 3 billion. However, they don't have enough money. Only 4 billion can be paid temporarily, and the remaining 1.16 billion will be paid within a week. To this, Gao Yan readily agreed. Luo Ju, would you like to have dinner with me this time? Gao Yan asked. Then thank you Mr. Gao, for your hospitality. Luo Bing nodded and agreed. Can you two eat spicy food? If so, let's go have hot pot. Gao Yan asked. No problem, to be honest with Mr. Gao, our ancestors are from the southwest. So we eat hot pot all the time. Luo Bing explained with a smile. Okay, I'll go eat hot pot. So, Gao Yan called Qinghao to leave a box, and went to the hot pot restaurant with Luo Bing and others. Half an hour later, Gao Yan and his party came to Brothers Hot Pot restaurant. Qinghao was not there, so the store manager came to receive them. The box has also been arranged, the most luxurious box on the second floor. When the soup base and vegetables are all served, Gao Yan asked everyone to use their chopsticks. Mr. Gao, are there no dipping sauces? Lu Hani asked with a smile. This hot pot restaurant needs dipping sauce. You can taste it first. If you think it's not good, it's not too late to ask for dipping sauce. With some doubts, everyone picked up the dishes and started eating. After tasting it, they all felt that the hot pot was extremely delicious. Not bad, I didn't expect that hot pot without dipping sauce can be so delicious. Luo Bing praised. Then Luo Ju, just eat more and be satisfied. Gao Yan joked. Luo Bing was not a pretentious person, and the hot pot tasted really good, so she ate a lot of it. Several of the men she brought also had great appetites. Gao Yan was not polite either. Wensuemi.cc. Therefore, in just half an hour, the waiter had already delivered the dishes 5 times in succession. After meal, Luo Bing rinsed his mouth with tea and said with a smile, this trip is not in vain. Not only did I reach a cooperation with Mr. Gao, but I also had such a delicious hot pot meal. I will take you with me the next time Mr. Gao comes to the capital. Try our delicious food in Beijing. After meal. Because Luo Bing had to bring the medicinal wine back for business, Gao Yan did not persuade him to stay. On the way to the airport, Luo Bing asked Lu Hani, Hani, what do you think of Gao Yan? I don't have much contact, so I can't judge. Lu Hani thought for a while, but this person is still quite open-minded. Luo Bing said, even though he is young, he is already a martial arts expert. At the peak of his strength, and a senior in our bureau has concluded that he will definitely be promoted to Danjin in the next few years. At the peak of transformation energy, isn't it the same as you, Aunt? No comparison. Luo Bing shook his head, his energy and blood are far superior to mine. If we fight, I will probably not be his opponent. Speaking of this, she said meaningfully, if you want to get rid of the shackles of the family, maybe Gao Yan can help you. Hearing this, Lu Hani was stunned, but it was difficult to make a decision. For a while. At this time, Luo Bing added, opportunities are rare and fleeting. If you seize it, it may change your destiny. Thank you, Aunt, for reminding me, I will consider it. Lu Hani nodded, she knew that her aunt was giving her a hint. Yidui Yun, Boss Gao, we came to buy your milk tea again. Why are you not in the store? Gao Yan, I only go to the store occasionally. Yidui Yun, your milk tea is really delicious. Is there any secret recipe? After returning to school after lunch, Gao Yan received another WeChat message from Zhu Manyun. It was too late last night and he did not reply to Zhu Manyun, but out of courtesy, he replied to the other party in the morning. How didn't come to the big class in the afternoon? He should be busy with the merger and acquisition of hot pot restaurants. The class is over today, and there will be another holiday tomorrow. Therefore, after class, Gao Yan sent a WeChat message to Xiaoxue and asked her to have dinner with her. However, classmate Xiaoxue did not reply. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan opened his golden eyes and looked at Yongdong's science. I found Xiaoxue in the school laboratory, carefully recording experimental data under the guidance of a beautiful professor. Since classmate Xiaoxue was busy with business, Gao Yan did not bother her again. So Gao Yan walked to the snack street. Since school started, the business of the milk tea shop is getting better and better. Neither Chen Yue nor Shen Lingling was there, so he walked directly into the bar to help. I was busy for about half an hour. Gao Yan handed the prepared milk tea to the guest, and suddenly a familiar voice sounded, "Boss Gao, what a coincidence, you are here too. It's you. What flavor are you drinking today?" Gao Yan glanced at the three little ones and asked with a smile. "We want." After Zhu Manyun reported 3 flavors of milk tea, Gao Yan quickly started making it. Soon, Gao Yan placed 3 cups of milk tea on the counter. "Your milk tea is ready." "Thanks." Because there were still many people lining up behind him, Zhu Manyun, who wanted to say a few more words to Gao Yan, was embarrassed to speak. But after half an hour, she sent Gao Yan the right WeChat message again. At this time, Chen Yue and Shen Lingling had arrived. Gao Yan then exited the counter. After a while, Gao Yan said to Chen Yue and Shen Lingling at the bar, "Yuling is coming back for dinner tonight. I'm going to buy some food. Shen Lingling, you can come over for dinner tonight too." "Hee, you don't need to tell me, I will go," Shen Lingling said without any politeness. That since the last time she went to Chen Yue's house to have a meal, she tasted the sweetness and went there often. However, she also knew that Chen Yue's family was in difficulty and expressed her willingness to provide living expenses. After Chen Yue refused, she would buy some fruits and snacks every time she went there. 7 p.m. Gao Yan left next door, and while taking a shower, classmate Xiaoxue called. Student Xiaoxue just came out of the laboratory. She was complaining to him that she was so tired and hungry. Therefore, Gao Yan couldn't help but joking, "Is your Professor Qin Huang Shuren? Isn't he also giving you dinner?" Student Xiaoxue explained, "Actually, Professor Qin is very good. It's just that the experiment reached a critical moment and could not be interrupted. However, after the experiment was completed, she gave money to senior brother Wang and took us to dinner. I didn't go with him." "Why don't you go?" Gao Yan asked with a smile. "Senior brother Wang, who works as an assistant in the laboratory, has always been courteous to me recently," Xiaoxue said, a little depressed. "Then you didn't show him your car keys and watch?" Gao Yan joked. Xiaoxue said distressedly, "Hey, it was the car key and watch that caused the trouble. Didn't I tell you last time that there was a freshman who loved to pretend? I couldn't help showing off my car key and watch. As a result, this matter was brought up on the school forum, and now it is said in the school that I am a top rich second generation, and then senior brother Wang, who used to have an average relationship, keeps showing off to me." Puff. Hearing this, Gao Yan couldn't help laughing. "Baby, you are shooting yourself in the foot. Don't laugh at people." Hearing Gao Yan's laughter, classmate Xiaoxue couldn't help but smile. "Okay, I won't laugh, I won't laugh. Let's do this. I happen to be free now, so I'll come and have dinner with you." "No need, I'll just find a place to eat. Wait for me at the school gate, I'll be right over." After finishing speaking, Gao Yan hung up the phone directly. On the other side, Yangdong's science department, downstairs in the laboratory. After Xiaozhua put away his mobile phone, he couldn't help but smile sweetly. And then walked leisurely towards the school gate. Gao Yan flew all the way. Only 20 minutes later, the car appeared in front of the gate of Yangdong Science. Xiaozhua, who had been very familiar with his car for a long time, ran over. With excitement on his face, opened the passenger door and got in. This scene happened to be seen by a group of men and women coming back from outside. "Look, isn't that junior sister Zhua?" A girl glanced at the Bentley Mulsanne and said, "No wonder she doesn't want to eat with us. It seems that the rumors are true. Not to mention that she drives a Ferrari, and there is a Bentley Mulsanne coming to pick her up. I just don't know who is picking her up. Family, or boyfriend? It shouldn't be family." Another girl followed. Junior sister Zhua's hometown is in the southwest, and her parents are not here, so the person who picks her up should be her boyfriend. While speaking, she deliberately looked at Wang Xianfeng and found that his face was really ugly. Wang Xianfeng, are you interested in junior sister Zhua? The girl who spoke first joked. She and another girl were both interested in Wang Xianfeng, mainly because Wang Xianfeng was not only excellent in academics, but also very handsome. Although his family conditions were a bit poor. But the school had already guaranteed him admission to graduate school, so in their eyes, he was a potential stock. Unfortunately, they both hinted to each other several times, but the other party pretended not to understand. It was not until they found that Wang Xianfeng was constantly courting Zhua Jiangyue that they realized that Wang Xianfeng was not ignorant of their hints. It was that the other party did not fancy them. Therefore, now seeing Wang Xianfeng being humiliated, they felt a little happy in their hearts. "No, I'm just taking care of my junior sister," Wang Xianfeng said lightly, and then quickened his pace towards the school. At this moment, he was in a bad mood. He thought that with his outstanding appearance and extraordinary talent, he should be able to attract Zhua Jiangyue. Unexpectedly, the other party did not like him at all. "You know, there are many girls chasing her in school. Although none of them are as beautiful as Zhua Jiangyue, there are also several who are only slightly worse than Zhua Jiangyue." Therefore, he thought that as long as he took the initiative, he should be able to pursue Zhua Jiangyue. Of course, his purpose of pursuing Zhua Jiangyue was not pure. Because he was a sophisticated egoist, if he hadn't known that Zhua Jiangyue drove a sports car worth millions and wore an expensive watch, he would not have taken the initiative to pursue Zhua Jiangyue. Unexpectedly, he failed in his first attempt to pursue a girl. Tisk. Looking at Wang Xianfeng, who left angrily. Both girls pouted secretly. "Husband, where are we going to eat?" In the Bentley, Gao Yan drove with one hand, while the other hand was holding hands with Xiaozhua. "Take you to a big meal," Gao Yan said casually. "No need, just eat something nearby. I've already booked a seat." More than 10 minutes later, Gao Yan parked the car outside a high-end restaurant, and then walked in. Holding Zhua Jiangyue's hand, he booked a small private room. Moreover, after they arrived, exquisite dishes were served on the table. "Eat quickly." Gao Yan picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of pork ribs for Zhua Jiangyue. "Husband, you are so nice, I reward you." Little Zhua kissed Gao Yan on the face, then picked up the chopsticks and started to eat. That night, naturally, classmate Xiaozhua did not go back to school, but went to live at Number 15 Yujinjuan with Gao Yan. Gao Yan felt a little regretful. Even on weekends, Xiaoxue has to go to the laboratory to do work. You obviously have 3 girlfriends, but you spend the weekend alone? Sitting on the balcony of the villa, Gao Yan suddenly felt a little lost. Xiaoxue went to the laboratory, Xing Xiaoyu was filming in Hengdian, and Chen Yue was busy with the milk tea shop. On the contrary, he seemed a little idle. As for practicing, there are also cheating devices to help. The property under his name is managed by Fang Zhenzhen at Sunday Mall. The milk tea company also has Lin Xiumin. As for investment companies and charitable funds, they are also managed by their biological people. He doesn't need to worry about Xingchen Entertainment. Li Chaonan's abilities are pretty good. Even making medicinal wine is done by Zhao Mei. For a moment, he really didn't know what he should do. Just when Gao Yan felt bored, Zhu Manyun sent him a WeChat message, "Boss Gao, what are you doing?" "Gao Yan, I am thinking about an extremely important issue." "Yidui Yun, what's the problem?" "I didn't disturb you, did I?" "Gao Yan, I am thinking about global warming. How high should I turn on my air conditioner at night?" "Yidui Yun, you are so boring, you actually think about such a problem." "Gao Yan, you don't have military training today?" "Yidui Yun, today is Saturday." "Gao Yan, I was so focused on thinking that I forgot that today is Saturday." "Yidui Yun, Boss Gao, you should be familiar with Nandu, right?" Half an hour later, Gao Yan drove to the west gate of Nandu Conservatory of Music. The west gate is not the main entrance, but the side entrance. The reason why he came to Shimen was because Shimen was closest to the girls' dormitory. In the previous chat, Zhu Manyun mentioned that the 4 girls in their dormitory wanted to visit Nandu on the weekend, but because they were not familiar with it, they asked him to be their tour guide. It happened that Gao Yan had nothing to do, so he agreed. Gao Yan glanced around and found no trace of Zhu Manyun or the others nearby. Fortunately, it will only be 1 minute later. 4 fresh and beautiful girls appeared at the school gate. Gao Yan said that he had met Zhu Manyun and the other 3, but he had never seen the other girl. This girl is a little aloof and does not get along with the 3 Zhu Manyun girls. Her dress also looks quite high-end, especially the bag she is carrying. Is this year's new model from Hermes? Zhu Manyun looked around and subconsciously ignored the Bentley Mulsanne. Because in her subconscious mind, Gao Yan probably didn't know how to drive a Bentley Mulsanne. "Xiaoyun, has the tour guide you invited not arrived yet?" Bei Mengtian asked. "I'll call and ask." Zhu Manyun took out his mobile phone. At this moment, the door of the Bentley Mulsanne not far away opened. Gao Yan stepped out of the car and waved to them, "Here." When they saw Gao Yan and Zhu Manyun walking out of the Bentley Mulsanne, the 3 of them looked surprised. They did not expect that Gao Yan was so rich. The 4th girl's eyes lit up, but she immediately returned to normal, and her expression became cold. "Wow, Boss Gao, you are actually so rich. Isn't your car cheap?" Zhu Manyun didn't have any plans. After getting in the car, he looked around and asked, curiously. Bei Mengtian seemed a little nervous. As for Amoy, her behavior was no different from before, but her eyes towards Gao Yan were a little more curious. On the other hand, the 4th girl pretended to be aloof. Although her expression was calm, she had been secretly looking at Gao Yan. "Why, don't I look like a rich person?" Gao Yan joked. "Of course not. Who among the rich would sell milk tea?" Zhu Manyun said matter-of-factly. "What you said seems to make sense. Gao Yan thought for a while and nodded. I'll just tell you. Zhu Manyun nodded proudly. Suddenly, she changed the topic. Boss Gao, where are you going to take us to play today? Gao Yan said, we can go to Jinsha Lake to play first, and then take you to eat brother's hot pot at noon. How about finding a KTV to sing in the afternoon? Okay, since none of us are familiar with Nan, let's just follow your arrangement. Zhu Manyun nodded, then pointed to the fourth girl and said, Boss Gao, let me introduce to you, her name is Yu Tong Tong, she is also our roommate, but she had something at home and delayed her registration time, so she only came yesterday. You are better than Tong Tong, I am Gao Yan. Gao Yan turned around and said hello to Tong Tong. Hello, I am Yu Tong Tong. Yu Tong Tong replied in a calm tone. After saying hello, she took out her mobile phone to check the price of Gao Yan's car. When she found out that the landing price of this car was around 6 million, she couldn't help but be deeply surprised. I didn't expect that my 3 roommates could actually make friends with such a powerful second-generation rich man. Yes, in her eyes, Gao Yan is the second generation of rich people. Along the way, Zhu Manyun was the most active. Bai Mingtian is the quietest, but Amoy also reveals some of her true character, and is not as quiet as she imagined. As for Tong Tong, she has been pretending to be aloof. After driving to Jinsha Lake, the group rented a medium-sized boat that could accommodate 6 people. This boat has 2 paddles, front and rear. As soon as he got on the boat, Zhu Manyun greeted Amui and occupied 2 oar positions. But they struggled for 2 minutes. Although the boat was off the shore, it was circling nearby. You don't row like this, I'll teach you. The front paddle is mainly used to control the direction, and the back paddle is the power to move forward. Under Gao Yan's guidance, the cruise ship finally set off steadily towards the center of the lake. Today is the weekend. There are still many people who come to Jinsha Lake for boating. Seeing that there was only one boy, Gao Yan, on a boat, and the other 4 were all beauties, envy and jealousy could not help but appear in his eyes. At the same time, a young man standing at the bow of a large cruise ship that could accommodate 12 people had an idea. Let his companions control the boat to approach Gao Yan's boat. As novices, Amui and Zhu Manyun panicked when they saw the big ship approaching, and became flustered. After disrupting the rhythm, the whole boat began to circle in place again. After teasing them, the big ship left. Zhu Manyun was so angry that he cursed the other party as a psychopath. Unexpectedly, the departing ship suddenly turned around and came back. Then the young man stood at the bow and pointed at Zhu Manyun and said, Girl, did you scold me just now? What if I scold you? You are a bunch of psychopaths. Zhu Manyun was not afraid at all, but stood up and put her hands on her waist. Suddenly, the young man's face looked a little ugly, and he said coldly, Hit them, knock them over directly. Because everyone was wearing life jackets, even if the boat capsized, they would not be drowned, at most they would become drowned chickens. Therefore, the other people on the big ship had no scruples and immediately controlled the big ship to hit Gao Yan's ship. Bang! Under the collision, Gao Yan's ship suddenly shook violently, and the 4 girls screamed in fear. They held the side of the boat tightly with both hands and dared not move, for fear that they would fall into the lake if they moved. At this time, standing on Gao Yan, he jumped and landed on the big ship. Then he kicked the young man into the water, and then grabbed the 4 people paddling on the boat, grabbed them one by one, and threw them all into the water. In the frightened eyes of several girls on the big boat, Gao Yan returned to his own cruise ship, replaced Amui's position, and drove the boat away at a high speed. After paddling more than 10 meters, the four girls woke up from their dreams. Shi Wen said with stars in her eyes, "Boss Gao, you are so awesome." Because of this incident, apart from Yu Tong Tong, who still pretended to be aloof, the relationship between the three little ones and Gao Yan became much closer. We rode for more than an hour. Seeing the temperature gradually rising, everyone was ready to leave. Unexpectedly, as soon as we stepped ashore and walked not far away, a group of people with malicious intentions surrounded us. The leader was the young man who was first thrown into the water by Gao Yan in the lake. "What do you want to do?" Zhu Manyan's expression changed slightly. "What do you think?" Wang Jia shouted coldly, "Do you think that pushing us into the lake is just over?" It was obvious that the other party was trying to regain some ground because of what happened just now. Zhu Manyun still wanted to argue with them. At this time, Gao Yan took 2 steps forward and said calmly, "You know what is right and wrong on the lake. Take your people and get out of here. Otherwise, there will be no, it's as simple as just throwing you into the lake." Seeing Gao Yan's calm eyes, Wang Jia felt inexplicably panicked. When he thought about how strong the other party seemed to be, he became even more uneasy. However, when he saw more than a dozen brothers around him, he became more courageous. "Who are you threatening? No matter how strong you are, can you still return the favor? He can't beat more than 10 of us. How about you try?" Gao Yan's expression changed. He didn't pay any attention to these little karami who could cook anything. "Brother Jia, you have made it clear that you will not be punished with a toast, so give him a good beating first." The flat-headed young man standing behind Wang Jia said in an irritable tone. And as soon as he finished speaking, he punched Gao Yan in the face. Unfortunately, he was caught before his fist landed on Gao Yan's face. "You fucking, let me go." With a bang, a big foot kicked the irritable young man in the abdomen, and then he flew several meters out of thin air and landed on the ground in a weird posture, lying on the ground with all 4 limbs, just like a humanoid toad. Poof. Poof. Seeing this scene, the 4 girls couldn't help but laugh, and the originally tense atmosphere relaxed. "Come together." Seeing his companion being made a fool of himself, Wang Jia became furious and called on everyone to take action. Facing a group of young people rushing towards him, Gao Yan stepped into them. Bang! 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 Screams and groans were heard. It only takes more than 10 seconds. More than a dozen men who besieged Gao Yan were all knocked to the ground, lying on the ground, moaning. Afterwards, Gao Yan took out his mobile phone and dialed Gao Weilan's number. About 10 minutes passed. Police from a nearby police station arrived. Take away all the more than 10 people led by Wang Jia. As for Gao Yan and his party, they didn't follow them to the police station. Gao Weilan made the call personally, and no one was seriously injured. It was Wang Jia and his party who took the initiative to stir up trouble. The people at the police station were naturally willing to give Gao Weilan face, so they only asked a few questions at the scene and did not ask Gao Yan and the others to follow him back to the police station. "Wow, Boss Gao, who are you? Even the police are so polite to you." "You are not the legendary second-generation top official, are you?" After the policeman from the police station left, Zhu Manyun couldn't help but stare at Gao Yan curiously and asked. "No." Gao Yan couldn't laugh or cry and said, we are responsible for today's matter, and my friend is from the city's criminal police team, so the police station is willing to sell face. If the matter is more serious, it will be useless even if it has a relationship. So that's how it is, but you are still quite powerful. By the way, you defeated more than 10 people so quickly just now. Have you ever practiced martial arts? Zhu Manyun asked again. Yes, I have practiced boxing for a few days. None of the 4 girls believed Gao Yan's modest statement. After how many days of practice, could he easily defeat more than a dozen adults? They really thought they were all little girls of 5 or 6 years old. Gao Yan continued, it's almost time, let's go to the hot pot restaurant. I have to say, the business of Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant is very good. If you hadn't booked a private room in advance, you would have had to queue up to eat. I don't know how the Qing family and Yang Yujiang were talking about it. After tasting the taste of Brothers Hot Pot, all 4 women were conquered. The final check cost more than 500. After meal, a group of 5 people found another KTV to sing. Since there were only 5 people, everyone only had one winner. How about we have a drink? Zhu Manyun suggested. Okay, I agree. Lai quickly agreed. I'm not a good drinker. Bei Mengtian said weakly. It doesn't matter. If you don't drink well, just drink less. How about you, Boss Gao? Zhu Manyun asked Gao Yan. Gao Yan raised a finger. Is it possible that there is only one bottle? Zhu Manyun asked. Gao Yan smiled and said nothing. So Zhu Manyun ordered a box of beer, a fruit plate and 2 snacks. Then he said to Gao Yan, Boss Gao, thank you for taking us out to play today. I will leave this first song to you to sing. Whatever song you sing, I will help you. I'm tone deaf, so I won't sing. You are all from the Conservatory of Music. You sing, and I will be responsible for applauding. Gao Yan waved his hands modestly. No, you have to sing, don't you think so, sisters? Yes, Boss Gao sings first. Boss Gao, just perform a song. Okay then, please order a song called Green Rain for me. Gao Yan reluctantly said that his refusal just now was sincere, but after the refusal, he remembered that he had won a master-level singing skill, so he did not refuse again. Wow, Green Rain by An Luan, this song is quite difficult. While talking, Zhu Manyun ordered some good songs for Gao Yan and clicked to play. Boss Gao, please. Bei Mengtian handed over the microphone with both hands. Thanks. Gao Yan took the microphone, and a burst of classical music gradually floated out from the speakers in the box. As soon as the intro music ended, Gao Yan started singing. Originally, none of the 4 girls had high expectations for Gao Yan's singing skills. But after hearing his singing, the 4 girls were stunned. After the song was over, the 4 girls couldn't help but applaud vigorously. Boss Gao, you sang so well that we didn't even dare to show our shame. Zhu Manyun said with some resentment. I told you that I am only responsible for applauding, you have to let me sing. Gao Yan said with a smile. Your singing skills are very good and can be compared with professional singers. Boss Gao, are you also studying music? At this time, Yu Tong Tong asked curiously. No. Gao Yan shook his head. I don't usually sing, this is the first time. This is my first time singing with such good skills. Who would believe it? Boss Gao, are you in Versailles? Not really. Can you play one more song? I feel like I haven't heard enough yet. Amoy said. Yes, one more song. No need, I'm afraid if I keep singing, you will be embarrassed to sing. Gao Yan waved his hand. The girls tried to persuade him again, but seeing that Gao Yan really didn't want to sing, there was nothing they could do. I stayed at the KTV until around 5 p.m. before leaving. After having dinner together again, Gao Yan drove them back to school. Senior brother Gao, can you add me on WeChat? Yu Tongtong looked at Gao Yan shyly. Okay, you swipe me, or I'll swipe you. After watching the four girls enter the campus, Gao Yan drove away. Yu Tongtong, are you interested in Boss Gao? Zhu Manyun looked at Yu Tongtong and asked. And you? Facing Zhu Manyun's questioning, Yu Tongtong was not afraid at all, but looked at Zhu Manyun provocatively. I'm asking you, not you asking me. Zhu Manyun became more and more angry. Yes, I just have a crush on him. You are shameless. How shameless am I? He is not your boyfriend. Yu Tongtong said disdainfully, it's not a fair competition, but I don't think you can compete with me. Who said that? Yeah? When saying this, Yu Tongtong's eyes deliberately glanced at Zhu Manyun's chest, which made Zhu Manyun very angry. You two, stop arguing. At this time, Bei Mingtian couldn't help but persuade her, Boss Gao is already in his junior year, so he must have a girlfriend. What's the use of arguing here? Yes, I also agree with Tian. You should first find out whether Boss Gao has a girlfriend. I also echoed. Gao Yan did not go back to the school district house. Instead, he drove directly to number 15 Yujinjiwen. He took a quick shower and changed into loose home clothes. Gao Yan lay down on the sofa in the living room again. There was an unread WeChat message on his phone. It was from Zhu Manyun, asking how much he spent today and saying that all the expenses today were split. Gao Yan replied to the other party, saying that it was not necessary, he would treat. But Zhu Manyun insisted on paying, so Gao Yan had to give the other party an amount. Then Zhu Manyun directly transferred the money to him. At this time, Yu Tongtong sent him another WeChat message, Senior brother Gao. I had a lot of fun today, thank you. Gao Yan, you're welcome, I'm also very happy. Tongtong, then senior brother, are you free tomorrow? I want to treat you to a meal alone, thank you for taking us out today, and you spent a lot of money today. Looking at the message sent by Yu Tongtong, Gao Yan suddenly realized that Zhu Manyun did not mention the AA with the three roommates, but paid the money for her and the three roommates. As for Yu Tongtong's invitation to dinner, he did not refuse and agreed directly. Chatted with Zhu Manyun and Yu Tongtong for a while. Gao Yan remembered that he had not watched live broadcasts for a long time. But he did not forget to recharge the money in the virtual currency card into the accounts of several live broadcast websites every day. After all, it would be invalid if it was not recharged. Log into HuYu Live Network first. Coincidentally, Jing Xiaoyu was broadcasting live. Entering the live broadcast room, I found that Chen Yusen also appeared on the screen. The two women were doing street live broadcasts in Hingdian. The popularity of the live broadcast room is very high. There are more than 2 million people. This is the 6th day since Chen Yusen's new song My Hymn was launched. Although it was suppressed by past events and could not top the hot song charts of the three platforms, its position on the new song chart was unshakable. In addition, the quality of this song is far better than the single she released before. Therefore, she gained a lot of fans. During this period, she rarely broadcast live, so fans have been looking forward to it. She appeared in Jing Xiaoyu's live broadcast room to repay Jing Xiaoyu's kindness. If it weren't for Jing Xiaoyu's help, she would not have signed a contract with Xingchen Entertainment and got the opportunity to sing a high-quality song. The two beauties in the same frame are very attractive. Tiger Entertainment also gave a big recommendation on the homepage. There are also a lot of rewards. It has been more than half an hour since the broadcast, and the rewards have exceeded 1 million yuan. I am not Brother Yan, rewarding Yubao Luxury Cruise X100. I am not Brother Yan, rewarding Yubao Luxury Cruise X200. I am not Brother Yan, rewarding Yubao Luxury Cruise X300. I am not Brother Yan, rewarding Yubao Luxury Cruise X1000. Originally, luxury cruise ships could only be swiped one by one, but later Gao Yan felt it was too troublesome, so he contacted Tiger Entertainment to modify the reward mechanism, allowing 100 ships to be rewarded at one time. 1,000 luxury cruise ships were thrown down, and the popularity of the live broadcast room increased at a visible speed. At the same time, the big brothers in the live broadcast room took the lead in brushing "I am not Brother Yan's bullshit." For a while, the screen was full of these words. Although Jing Xiaoyu had long been accustomed to Gao Yan's generosity, she was still shocked and a little headache to see him reward 5 million at a time. "Yusin, you live broadcast first, I'm going to the bathroom." Jing Xiaoyu stuffed the live broadcast phone to Qin Yusin and ran to the side to call Gao Yan. This made the fans in the live broadcast room dumbfounded. The big brother just rewarded 5 million, and the anchor ran away. Some people even set the pace for this. Fortunately, Qin Yusin was still there, and immediately helped Jing Xiaoyu to control the situation, but she was a little speechless in her heart. What are you outsiders worrying about for the couple's affairs? At the same time, she was also a little envious of Jing Xiaoyu. Gao Yan simply spoiled her to the sky. Jing Xiaoyu is an anchor. Just make her the #1 in Tiger Entertainment. The guild made Jing Xiaoyu feel wronged, so it bought a guild and made Jing Xiaoyu the president. In addition, it also arranged for her to act with 2 movie emperors. She lived in a luxury villa worth more than 100 million yuan, and drove a luxury car worth millions. More than 10 minutes passed. Jing Xiaoyu returned to the live broadcast room with a sweet smile on her face. At this moment, the number of people in the live broadcast room had already exceeded 3 million. Tiger Entertainment also took advantage of this incident to promote it. Gao Yan stayed in the live broadcast room for a while. Then he strolled to the live broadcast rooms of the anchors of the Fable Guild. Some time ago, when he rewarded Jing Xiaoyu, he occasionally rewarded them. There was a certain increase in the popularity of these anchors. However, after not coming for a while, the popularity of their live broadcast room returned to the old state. Therefore, when they saw the big boss coming, they all took out 12 points of enthusiasm to lick all kinds of kneeling. As for whether they would be despised by other fans, they don't care. Fortunately, Gao Yan did not let them down. He swiped 10 luxury cruise ships in the live broadcast room of all the online anchors of the Fable Guild. What made Gao Yan laugh and cry was that now the anchors of the Fable Guild have moved to Tiger Entertainment to broadcast live. Mainly because the big bosses go to Tiger Entertainment more often and are easily favored. In less than an hour, Gao Yan spent more than 6 million. Once again, the fans of Tiger Entertainment saw what a super rich man is. Gao Yan had long since quit Tiger Entertainment live broadcast. Even his own anchors have given rewards, so there is no reason not to give rewards to my sister-in-law. So, he entered the live broadcast platform of his sister-in-law Chen Yuling. As expected, Chen Yuling is also live broadcasting. Compared with before, Chen Yuling is now much more mature and can already get along well with water friends. I paid 60,000 in one go. Gao Yan decisively left. Then my sister-in-law called again. Tell him not to do it again in the future. Gao Yan quickly promised that this was the last time, and Chen Yuling let him go. Just then, the phone rang. Gao Yan was a little surprised when he saw the number. It was actually Senior Qian Bauer calling. Hey, Senior, do you miss me? Qian Bauer, Ba, I miss you so much. Gao Yan, even if the senior sister is a ghost, she is also a beautiful ghost. Qian Bauer, can you be more serious? Gao Yan, not good. Qian Bauer, I really can't do anything with you, Junior, I have something to ask you for help. Gao Yan, Senior, do we need to be so unfamiliar with our relationship? Tell me, what's the matter? Qian Bauer, do you have time now? It would be better for us to have an interview. Half an hour later. In a coffee shop. Gao Yan was listening to Qian Bauer's story carefully. Her father passed away when she was 5 years old, and then her mother remarried directly. She was raised by her grandparents. In these years, her mother has never visited her, and there has been no contact between the two parties. But in the past few days, her mother, who had not been seen for many years, suddenly found her. She originally thought it was her mother's conscience who wanted to rekindle the mother-daughter relationship with her. However, the mother-daughter relationship only lasted a few days before the other party exposed her true purpose. Qian Bauer's mother's name is Xiaolei. Shortly after leaving this home, she remarried. But when she came back this time, she wanted to arrange a particularly good marriage for Qian Bauer. Qian Bauer was not stupid, he was also the boss of a company, and he immediately understood that his mother's return this time was probably not to rekindle the relationship between mother and daughter. But it has another purpose. So, she lied about having a boyfriend. But Xiaolei kept asking to meet her future son-in-law. In desperation, Qian Bauer had to ask Gao Yan for help. Junior, can you help me? Qian Bauer said pitifully. Hey, what do I mean? Don't say I'm pretending to be my boyfriend. Even if I'm really my boyfriend, there's no problem. Gao Yan said with a smile. Qian Bauer glared at Gao Yan, you know how to tease me, but let's just say this. Let's discuss the details now to avoid betrayal after we meet tomorrow. While Gao Yan and Qian Bauer were discussing how to deal with Xiaolei, Lu Hani was carefully looking at a document that had just been delivered in Beijing. On the way back to Beijing, after a conversation with her aunt, she had some thoughts. If there was a choice, who would be willing to be a puppet of the family? Moreover, she herself was not a vase, she had her own ideals and ambitions. But she also understood that she and the family were one, and now the family needed to make friends with the Wu family through marriage. If she did not follow the family's arrangements, it was very likely that the two families would become enemies. Therefore, in the face of her aunt's proposal, although she was tempted, she did not dare to make a rash decision, because she did not know Gao Yan, and did not know whether Gao Yan could withstand the pressure from the Wu family, or even their Lu family. Everyone was an adult, and they had to consider things comprehensively and could not act arbitrarily. Therefore, she specially arranged for someone to investigate Gao Yan's information. This information was quite comprehensive. Almost all of Gao Yan's deeds from childhood to adulthood were investigated. Clearly. What puzzled Lu Hanyi was that, according to the information, he had already worshipped Chu Hong as his master, but why did he stay in the Gao family all these years? And he never resisted the difficulties and humiliations of the Gao family and Gao Lang. It was not until the first half of this year that he chose to break up with the Gao family. However, after reading the following information, she vaguely understood Gao Yan's thoughts. He should have regarded the Gao family as a stone to temper his character. Of course, it may also be Chu Hong's well-intentioned arrangement. It must be said that this kind of tempering has a great impact on Gao Yan's character. Before the second semester of his sophomore year, he was penniless. In addition to studying every day, he even had to do odd jobs to earn living expenses and tuition fees. Warriors are proud, let alone martial arts geniuses like Gao Yan. He can put down the warrior's airs, not use the means of warriors to make profits, but choose to do odd jobs as an ordinary person to make money, which just shows the strength of his character. And there is an interesting record in the information. This Gao Yan once pursued a green tea named Bai Wei, but failed to confess. In the eyes of ordinary people, Bai Wei can barely be called a goddess, but she is not worthy of supporting a talented warrior like Gao Yan. After the confession failed, Gao Yan also quickly came out and gradually showed his extraordinariness. Why didn't he show it earlier or later, but only after his confession was rejected? This made Lu Hanyi think of a possibility of refining the heart in the world. In Lu Hanyi's opinion, Chu Hong, the great master of Danjin, must have accumulated a lot of wealth. And Gao Yan is her only disciple. If this huge wealth is rashly handed over to Gao Yan, it is very likely that he will be blinded. Warriors are also human beings and love money. But if the mind is confused by wealth, it is probably difficult to achieve great success in martial arts in the future. Therefore, Chu Hong will not rashly hand over these riches to Gao Yan, but wait until he has passed many tests before handing the wealth to him. It must be said that Chu Hong's training of Gao Yan was extremely successful. Judging from Gao Yan's behavior in the past few months, he is not a money-loving person. On the contrary, he has a taste of treating money as dirt. Otherwise, he would not have spent tens of billions and made the rice and Zhongwei mobile phones cheaper for nothing. Although Sunday Mall also gained benefits, in her opinion, it is not worth mentioning. Let's talk about the medicinal wine. After the S Bureau resold it, it was sold at a high price of 20 million. She didn't believe that Gao Yan didn't know the true value of the medicinal wine. Even if Gao Yan didn't know, would Chu Hong, the Danjin Grandmaster, not know? But he still chose to sell it at a price of 1 million, which means that he doesn't care about money. And before she went to Nandu with her aunt to meet with Gao Yan, it also proved her guess. Knowing that he could earn more by sharing the profits, he still chose to sell it to the S Bureau at a price of 10 million per bottle. The only criticism is that this guy is more lustful. Not only does he have 3 girlfriends, but he also has some unclear relationship with the poisonous widow of Tianyun Club. In addition, there is Qian Bauer upstairs. As for Lin Xiumin and her daughter, there is no special relationship. Gao Yan is just repaying his gratitude. From this, it can be seen that Gao Yan is a man who values love and righteousness. In terms of martial arts cultivation, the other party has the cultivation of the peak of Huajin, which is a unique existence among the younger generation. And there is also a grandmaster at the peak of Danjin to support him. Therefore, even if Gao Yan is not from a martial arts family, his deterrent power is not worse than that of a super martial arts family. This gives him the strength to talk to the Wu family and their family. Close the information in his hand. Lu Hani closed her eyes and thought deeply. Gao Yan is indeed a good target to help her get rid of the puppet. But is Gao Yan willing to fight against the Wu family for her? Today's Gao Yan has money, strength, and background. Why should he go against a powerful family for her? It is true that she has extraordinary beauty, talent, and noble status, but Gao Yan is not bad either. Wensuemi.cc. Moreover, his girlfriend Shui Jianyue is not inferior to her in terms of appearance and talent, except for her status. What reason does Gao Yan have to abandon Shui Jianyue and marry her? If Gao Yan wants to enter the officialdom, she is an advantage as a daughter of the Lu family. Unfortunately, from now on, Gao Yan has no intention of entering the officialdom. Therefore, her status is not tempting in front of Gao Yan. Thinking of this, her heart darkened, and she smiled bitterly. Auntie, you still think things are too simple. Gao Yan can help her get rid of the identity of a family puppet, but Gao Yan is not a puppet that can be manipulated by others. Are you just going to give up like this? Lu Hani murmured. If she didn't know about Gao Yan's opportunity, it would be fine, but since she already knew it, she would be unwilling to give up. Why not give it a try? Lu Hani was moved. If she wanted Gao Yan to pay for her, she had to let Gao Yan fall in love with her first. But would Gao Yan, who had experienced the tempering of the world, fall in love with her easily? It's difficult. But she still wants to try. In the coffee shop, Gao Yan and Qian Bauer have finished their talk and agreed to have lunch with Swiss Xiaolei at noon tomorrow. Watching Qian Bauer leave, Gao Yan said to the heir, Xiaohong, did you hear my conversation with my senior sister? Hong Huang, boss, do you need me to investigate Swiss Xiaolei? No matter how Hong Huang is upgraded, he will obey Gao Yan's orders. Before he gives an order, the other party will not take any action. Investigate. Hong Huang, okay, boss, please give me 5 minutes. In less than 5 minutes, Hong Huang sent a good file to Gao Yan's mailbox. Back to number 15 Yujinjuan, Gao Yan retrieved the file and checked it. After reading it, he couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth. Just as Qian Bauer expected, Swiss Xiaolei came to Nandu not for the so-called mother-daughter relationship, but to marry Qian Bauer to a fool, and then help her second husband out of trouble. You have a good plan, but how can you covet my woman who has been selected? Gao Yan sneered. As for whether he should continue to pretend to be Qian Bauer's boyfriend, of course he should. It's just right for Swiss Xiaolei to give him an assist. After all, fake acting can also become real. Black Province, Longjiang City. In a large village. This village is called Lujia Village. The surname Lu is the common surname in Lujia Village. More than 90% of the population in the village have the surname Lu, which is also the origin of Lujia Village. The village chief of Lujia Village is named Lu Shifeng. At the same time, he is also the patriarch of the Lu family. Now, Lu Shifeng's large mansion. There were 2 middle-aged men sitting on the Kong, drinking and talking. Shiyang, you have worked hard on this trip. Have you investigated the source of the medicinal wine? Lu Shifeng raised his glass, touched it with Lu Shiyang, and asked. Hearing this, Lu Shiyang nodded, Brother, we have investigated clearly. The source of this medicinal wine is in Yangdong province. Yangdong Province? Lu Shifeng frowned slightly. It is impossible for those three martial arts families in Yangdong Province to have such a secret recipe. Brother, this secret recipe does not come from the three families of Wei, Sun, and Qin, but from a young man named Gao Yan. At this point, he picked up the wine bottle, filled it for himself, and drank. Before continuing, that Gao Yan is not an ordinary person. He is already at the peak of Huajin when he is over 20 years old. In addition, his master is also an elixir. The specific level of the powerful person is too short, and it has not been investigated yet. It's just Dan Jin, it's not like our Lu family doesn't have it. Lu Shifeng sneered and said, such a secret recipe must be obtained as soon as possible, otherwise it will be much more difficult for the Ouyang family and the aristocratic families in the south to react. Yes, the Lu family is one of the two super martial arts families in the north. However, unlike other aristocratic families, the Lu family has always existed in the form of a village. Daughters of the Lu family do not marry outside the family, and the sons-in-law they recruit will also change their surname to Lu. Therefore, 90% of the people in Lujia village have the surname Lu. As for the remaining 10%, they are just people with foreign surnames who did not want Lujia village to be too conspicuous and deliberately arranged it. Brother, I'm afraid it's hard to get such a precious secret recipe. Lu Shiyang looked embarrassed. You have to get it even if you can't get it. With this secret recipe, our Lu family will definitely be able to prosper for hundreds of more years. A fierce light flashed in Lu Shifeng's eyes. Bring someone to talk first. If Gao Yan is willing to hand over the secret recipe, then naturally, but if that kid doesn't know what's going on, and directly captures him and asks him for the secret recipe, as for the elixir behind him, I'll ask Uncle Wu to find out for himself. Let the fifth uncle take action, will this? Lu Shiyang said with some worry, this fifth uncle is already a dead person in this world, mainly to hide it, so as not to be targeted, but if the fifth uncle takes action, he may not be able to hide it. If it's an ordinary matter, naturally, we can't let fifth uncle take action. But this is related to the prosperity of my Lu family for hundreds of years in the future. It doesn't matter even if it is exposed. Anyway, many people suspect that fifth uncle is not dead. After hearing what Lu Shifeng said, Lu Shiyang didn't try to persuade him anymore, so he nodded, okay, brother, I will take people out tomorrow morning. Will the fifth uncle come with me? No need, fifth uncle will go there secretly. It's better not to be exposed as much as possible. Lu Shifeng shook his head. I know, brother. Lu Shiyang nodded. Okay, after we finish talking about business, let's have a good drink tonight. Haha, risk your life to accompany the gentleman. Dry. It was around 9 o'clock the next morning. Gao Yan received a call from Qian Bauer. Then the two drove to Jinjiang Hotel, respectively. Sui Xiaolei is used to living in big villas, so naturally she is not used to living in the house left by Qian Bauer's grandfather, and she even feels unlucky. Therefore, during the past few days in Nandu, she stayed in the high-end suite of Jinjiang Hotel. Let's go up first, I've already called her. Qian Bauer took the initiative to hold Gao Yan's arm. No rush. Gao Yan waved his hand and we went to sit in the hall for a while. Gao Yan took Qian Bauer to the tea room in the hotel lobby, asked the waiter to bring a pot of black tea, and then sent the information investigated by the Red Emperor to Qian Bauer for her to watch. With some doubts, Qian Bauer began to read this information, and her face became more and more ugly. In the end, a look of anger appeared on her face. She looked up at Gao Yan. Is this all true? Gao Yan did not answer directly, but said, this matter is not difficult to investigate. Song Wulong is also the richest man in Bin City, and the story of his stupid son is almost known to everyone. Your stepfather's company has serious problems, and ordinary people can't help him at all. Therefore, Song Wulong is his life-saving straw. Although Song Wulong's son is a fool, Song Wulong is not willing to marry an ordinary daughter-in-law. Otherwise, even if you are a fool, with Song Wulong's wealth and influence, there will be a lot of girls willing to marry into the Song family. Over the years, finding a suitable wife for his stupid son has become Song Wulong's heartache. If your stepfather helps him solve this problem, Song Wulong will help him resolve the problem out of gratitude. Even because of the marriage relationship, your stepfather, your career can also be taken to the next level. Qian Bauer suppressed the anger in his heart and asked puzzledly, Song Wulong didn't expect to marry again. At his age, he can have another son, right? Gao Yan said, this Song Wulong is a lover. Although he is the richest man in Bincheng, he has never touched a woman again after his wife died. Moreover, his silly son is also the result of his and his wife's love. If he marries his wife, and after giving birth to a child, in order to fight for the family property, his stupid son may not end well. That's it. Qian Bauer suddenly realized. Since you already know the truth, do you still want to care about your mother? Gao Yan looked at Qian Bauer and asked. Qian Bauer's face showed a struggle. At this time, Gao Yan continued, the grace of raising is greater than the grace of giving birth. Your mother has not come to see you for so many years. This time she came to use you. Senior sister, don't be confused. Do you think I'm that stupid? Qian Bauer rolled her eyes at Gao Yan unhappily. Of course not. In my eyes, senior sister is a smart girl. How could she be stupid? Gao Yan quickly flattered her. Gao Yan, what do you think I should do? Qian Bauer's face suddenly showed a little hesitation. Be tough, tear your face directly. A mother who pushes her daughter into the fire pit is not worthy of respect. Gao Yan thought for a while and said, if I am more tactful, I will continue to pretend to be your boyfriend, and you have to act like you want to marry me. She may retreat when she sees difficulties. Of course, I think this possibility is not great. Why? Qian Bauer asked. Her husband is about to go bankrupt, and she has been living a life of luxury with your stepfather for these years. Once her husband goes bankrupt, she will not only lose her luxurious life, but may also be burdened with a large amount of debt that she will never be able to pay off in her lifetime. You are her only lifeline. Do you think she will let go easily? That makes sense. Qian Bauer nodded. Then what do you think she will do? Of course, she will try every means to break us up, Gao Yan said. But when Qian Bauer heard this, it caused some misunderstandings, and she quietly rolled her eyes at Gao Yan. After a while, Gao Yan and Qian Bauer came to the room where Swiss Xiaolei lived hand in hand. After ringing the doorbell, a middle-aged beautiful woman opened the door. Hello, Auntie, I am Gao Yan, Bauer's boyfriend. I have been on a business trip these days, so I came to visit you now, Gao Yan said in a perfunctory manner. Come in. Swiss Xiaolei glanced at Gao Yan lightly, turned around and left, and then sat down on the sofa in the room. Gao Yan didn't care, followed him into the room, and also sat on the sofa. Which made Swiss Xiaolei's expression pick up, and she became more and more disgusted. Her purpose of coming to Nandu this time was to trick Qian Bao to benching. Then marry her to Song Wulong's stupid son. Unexpectedly, his daughter already had a boyfriend, so Gao Yan, who naturally blocked her plan, didn't like it. What do you do? Suddenly, Swiss Xiaolei spoke. I opened a small company. Gao Yan said with a smile. Then do you have a car? Swiss Xiaolei continued to ask. Yes, Bentley Mulsanne. Gao Yan took out the car keys and put them on the table. Suddenly, Swiss Xiaolei's heart sank, and she continued to ask, do you have a house? Yes, it's a villa in the community. It's a little worse, but after Bauer and I get married, we can change to a bigger one. As he spoke, Gao Yan took out the house deed and put it on the table. Swiss Xiaolei couldn't help but pick up the house deed and looked through it. It was indeed a real house deed, not a forged one. How is your company's profit? Swiss Xiaolei asked again. It's okay, only 560,000 yuan in profit every day. Gao Yan said lightly. For a moment, Swiss Xiaolei's face became very ugly, and Qian Bao, who was standing next to her, saw her mother being humiliated. For some reason, she wanted to laugh inexplicably, but fortunately she controlled herself. At your age, it's not bad to have such an achievement. Swiss Xiaolei suppressed her inner discomfort and said something against her will. However, I can find a better in-law for my Bauer. If you really love Bauer, break up with her. Hearing this, Gao Yan was amused. This woman was too shameless. She couldn't make things difficult for him in the garage work, but she morally blackmailed him. Qian Bao at the side couldn't help but want to speak. But Gao Yan stopped her with his eyes, and then said jokingly, a better in-law family, I wonder what you mean, aunt. The son of our benching richest man. Swiss Xiaolei said proudly, and looked at Gao Yan with some contempt, although you have a car, a house, and a company, you are still far behind the richest man in benching with a net worth of 10 billion, and he has only one son. Mr. Song's assets will be inherited by his son in the future. If I remember correctly, Song Wulong only has a stupid son. Gao Yan said with a smile, Aunt Sua, you don't want Bauer to marry a fool, do you? How do you know? Swiss Xiaolei's face was a little more flustered and uneasy. Gao Yan sneered, not only do I know that Song Wulong's son is a fool, I also know that your current husband's company is about to go bankrupt. You want Bauer to marry that fool just to please Song Wulong so that your husband's company can get through the difficulties, right? You. The truth was exposed. Swiss Xiaolei felt so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into, and even her tone became stuttering. Gao Yan sarcastically said, what do you mean by you? I have never seen such a shameless mother like you. You abandoned Bauer and left for more than 10 years. Now you think Bauer can help your family through the difficulties, so you think of your daughter. What do you mean by me? If I were you, I would have no face to live if I did such a thing. I should have found a piece of tofu and killed myself. Where in the world can there be a mother like you? Other mothers want to be open-hearted to their children, but you abandoned your family and daughter when you were young. When you encountered difficulties, you thought of your daughter. Let me ask you, how can you have the face to come back to her? After being scolded by Gao Yan, Swiss Xiaolei's face first turned blue, then purple, and finally became hideous. She simply tilted her head and fainted. Seeing this, Qian Bao couldn't help but shake. Gao Yan, is she okay? It's okay, she just fainted due to anger, and she will wake up by herself in a while. Gao Yan waved his hand disapprovingly, and then said to Qian Bao, you won't blame me for talking too much. If she didn't know her mother's plan, she would still care about the mother-daughter relationship. But after knowing that Swiss Xiaolei wanted to marry her to a fool, the family affection in her heart gradually dissipated. Especially after knowing that Gao Yan's conditions were good, she still wanted to marry her to a fool, and the remaining family affection had disappeared. Sure enough. After a few minutes, Swiss Xiaolei woke up by herself. Oh, you woke up, I thought you were too embarrassed to wake up. Gao Yan saw this, and teased. Okay Gao Yan, she was criticized. It's not that Qian Bao is kind, but she is worried that Gao Yan will anger the other party to death, which is also a troublesome thing. Her face darkened, and she said in a cold voice, Ms. Zhua, from now on you are no longer my mother, and I am no longer your daughter. You have no say in my affairs. As soon as she finished speaking, she took Gao Yan's hand and said, let's go. Don't go. Swiss Xiaolei panicked and fell to her knees. Bao, please save my family. I really have no other choice. Gao Yan turned around and looked at Swiss Xiaolei coldly. Ms. Zhua, I have a piece of advice for you. Don't bother Bao anymore. If you don't bother her, your husband will go bankrupt at most. If you continue to bother her, I will tell your current husband about all the assets you have secretly transferred over the years. Hearing this, Swiss Xiaolei's face suddenly turned pale. After all, she is a second marriage, so although her current husband treats her very well, she has always had her own little thoughts. Therefore, over the past 10 years, she has also transferred a lot of assets. Total is almost tens of millions. It would be best if her current husband does not go bankrupt, and she can still be a rich wife. If her current husband goes bankrupt, she will divorce him. With the assets transferred over the years, she can also spend the rest of her life in peace. But if her husband knows about this, these assets will definitely not be kept. After all, her husband is in need of money to fill the hole now. If he knows that she has money but doesn't take it out, he doesn't know how he will deal with her. No, I promise I won't bother Qian Bao again. Remember what you said, and leave Nandu today. Gao Yan threatened. Okay, I'll leave right away. Swiss Xiaolei was really scared. She didn't know why Gao Yan knew everything. In the elevator, Qian Bao pulled out her hand. Gao Yan joked, no way, you're going to destroy the bridge so soon. You stinky junior, you only know how to take advantage of others. Qian Bao rolled her eyes at Gao Yan. I'm not a fool. I won't take advantage of you. As he spoke, Gao Yan reached out and grabbed Qian Bao's hand. When she was about to struggle, Gao Yan's deep voice rang in her ear. Bao, can I take care of you in the future? Faced with Gao Yan's sudden confession, Qian Bao seemed a little panicked. And for a moment he didn't know how to respond to Gao Yan. Seeing this, Gao Yan lowered his head and leaned forward, kissing her moist and sweet lips. At first, Qian Bao was slightly resistant. But gradually, she forgot to resist and even responded clumsily. Bite. At this moment, the elevator arrived at the ground floor. Qian Bao quickly pushed Gao Yan away, took 2 steps back, wiped his mouth quickly, and then quickly looked out of the elevator. When she found 2 people standing outside the door, she couldn't help but glared at Gao Yan angrily. If she hadn't reacted quickly, someone would have discovered her. The two got out of the elevator, but Qian Bao walked quickly outside the hotel. Gao Yan reached out and grabbed her wrist and asked, "Are you angry? Don't do this in public again." Qian Bao warned. "Then no one can do it?" Gao Yan's eyes lit up. "Not allowed either." Qian Bao said angrily, "There is still something to do in the company, so I will leave first. Then let's have lunch together?" Gao Yan said. "No, the company's new game is at a critical stage of development. I have to go back and keep an eye on it." Watch Qian Bao drive away. Gao Yan frowned. It was clear that Qian Bao's friendship level with her was above 90, and she had a good impression of him. It stands to reason that her confession would not fail. Why does she seem a little resistant to me? Suddenly. Could it be? Suddenly, Gao Yan thought of a possibility. Qian Bao lived above him, while sisters Chen Yue and Chen Yuling lived next door. Could it be that Qian Bao knew that Chen Yue was his girlfriend, so she didn't respond to his confession and was resisting him? Think of this. He directly opened his inside eye and tracked Qian Bao's car. It was just as he expected. Qian Bao drove not far from the hotel and stopped on a service road. "Xiaohong, eavesdrop on Qian Bao." Gao Yan gave the order directly. Qian Bao stayed on the service road for 5 minutes. The Red Emperor also successfully eavesdropped on a piece of her soliloquy. After listening to Qian Bao's soliloquy, Gao Yan confirmed his guess that Qian Bao did know about him and Chen Yue. Therefore, she was very confused when faced with Gao Yan's confession. Want to let go, but reluctant to let go. If she doesn't let go, she doesn't want to be the third party. No wonder, before this, senior sister Bao didn't take the initiative to contact me. So that's it. Gao Yan said secretly. Damn it, time management master is really not that easy to be. Gao Yan regretted that he should not have placed Chen Yue and the others next door in the first place. Even if you rent an apartment in the same community, this kind of thing will not happen. This is a lesson, you must remember it and you won't do it again in the future. However, although Qian Bao knew that he was a playboy, his friendliness did not drop, which meant that he still had a chance, but he would have to put some effort into it. So, how to start? Gao Yan began to think about it. Just then. WeChat message from Yu Tong Tong, Senior Brother Gao, I have already made a reservation for the restaurant. I will send you the address first. See you in the evening. Gao Yan, okay, see you tonight. Immediately afterwards, Yu Tong Tong sent the address of a restaurant. Gao Yan replied with an okay, indicating that he understood. Then, Gao Yan turned his attention back to how to capture Qian Bao. Stalking? Create romance? Give a gift? For a moment, several plans flashed through Gao Yan's mind. But after thinking about it, he denied it. Because he doesn't know Qian Bao well enough yet. And his personal account manager at Longxing is Qian Bao's best friend. Maybe we can learn about Qian Bao's preferences from her, and then prescribe the right medicine. Then he picked up his phone and dialed Susie's number. Half an hour later. An upscale coffee shop in the city center. Gao Yan sat in a window seat. Holding a silver spoon in his hand, he stirred the coffee in the cup. A melodious piano music floated in the restaurant. 2 more minutes. Susie appeared in the coffee shop wearing professional attire. She looked around for a while, and when she found Gao Yan, she walked over quickly and said apologetically, Sorry, Mr. Gao, I'm late. It's okay, please sit down. Gao Yan smiled, then called the waiter and signaled Suzy to order coffee for herself. Mr. Gao, I wonder what your orders are for inviting me here. Since becoming Gao Yan's personal customer service, she not only received a promotion, but also received a salary increase. Even the president has to be polite to her. And all of this was brought about by the man in front of him. Therefore, she was quite grateful to Gao Yan. You and Bauer are good friends, right? Gao Yan asked. Yes, Mr. Gao, we have been in the same dormitory since freshman year, and we talk about everything. Suzy said. I am chasing her, so I need to know some of her preferences. I would like to ask Miss Su to help me. Gao Yan directly stated his purpose, without beating around the bush. Happy to serve you. So in the next hour or so, Suzy told Gao Yan one by one about Qian Bauer's personality and preferences. Before leaving, Suzy said seriously, Mr. Gao, Bauer is a good girl. I hope you won't let her down. I will. Gao Yan nodded. Then I'll leave first. Gao Yan nodded gently. From Suzy, Gao Yan got to know Qian Bauer a little better. First of all, Qian Bauer looks carefree on the surface, but he is very sensitive on the inside. It has to do with her family. When she was a few years old, her father passed away and her mother abandoned her. She grew up without parents, which created her sensitive heart. She doesn't open up to people easily, so she doesn't have many friends, but if you really become friends with her, she will treat you as a relative. During college, there are also many boys pursuing her. However, none of them were successful. Later, Suzy asked her out of curiosity what kind of boys she liked. Qian Bauer said that she likes boys who are domineering and have heroic qualities who can protect her. Therefore, she looks down on any of the boys who try to please her in various ways. Now, Gao Yan understood why senior sister Bauer had a crush on him. Because when her company was in crisis, his appearance saved her company and saved the house left by her grandfather. Isn't this the hero that girls most desire? But when he confessed his love in the elevator before, Qian Bauer didn't respond because he knew he had a girlfriend. But after he forcibly kissed her, she didn't react excessively. Could it be that she liked this tone? Ha ha. Thinking of this, Gao Yan smiled and stretched out his hand to grab it. Bauer, you can't escape my grasp. But before that, one thing must be resolved. Chen Yue and the others have to be allowed to move, otherwise, when the two girls meet, there will inevitably be a surer field. Think of this. Gao Yan stood up, paid and left the cafe, then drove to the university town. He plans to buy a house near the university town for sister Chen Yue to live in. Soon, Gao Yan came to the real estate agency where he was last time. Mr. Gao, it's you, come in quickly. As soon as the agent from last time saw Gao Yan, he warmly greeted him. After the other party planned to make him tea, Gao Yan raised his hand to stop her and said, I want to buy a house in Green Island International. Are there any suitable houses? The Green Island International community is more than 1,000 meters away from the school district house where Gao Yan currently lives. Moreover, it is also a high-end community, and the housing prices are also more expensive. The most important thing is that Green Island International is closer to Chen Yuling's high school. If she moves here, it will undoubtedly be more convenient for her to go home to eat and go to school. The agent quickly said, we still have a lot of properties in Green Island International. I wonder what Mr. Gao's requirements are. Gao Yan thought for a moment and said, it would be best to have 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. The house next door to him used to be lived only by Lin Xiaoming and her daughter, so there was no problem. But now there are 3 people living there. Sister Qin Yue can only be allowed to live in the same room. Qin Yiling is already a high school student and should have her own privacy. Therefore, she should be allowed to live in a separate room. There are still quite a lot of houses with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. The agent was delighted. Houses in school districts are usually bought to make it easier for children to study. After their children graduate, most of them will choose to sell. Therefore, 1-unit houses and 2-unit houses are more in demand. 3-unit apartments are neither easy to rent out nor easy to sell. Therefore, in the real estate agency, there are more than 20 houses of 3 to 1. Subsequently, the agent introduced Gao Yan and recommended several good houses. Gao Yan directly inspected the houses with his insightful eye. Finally, I fell in love with the suite on the 4th floor of Unit 1 in Building 7. He chose this suite for 3 reasons. First, this suite is close to the north gate of the community. There is a road across the road from the north gate to Nandu No. 7 Middle School. It is very convenient for Qin Yiling to go to school. Secondly, the decoration and lighting of this suite are quite good. Finally, this suite has been decorated for a year, but the owner has not moved in yet. That's it, Gao Yan said. Mr. Gao, don't you go and see the scene? The agent said in surprise. No. Gao Yan waved his hand, you quote a honest price, and I can pay it today. Green Island International is a new community. The greening and various convenience facilities in the community are quite good. In addition, there is a small lake in the community. This is also the origin of the name Green Island International. The total area of this suite is 122 square meters. The unit price is 25,000, and the total price is 3.05 million. The transfer fee is half for the buyer and the seller. Mr. Gao, to tell you the truth, the landlord's psychological price is 3 million. Intermediate road. Come. Gao Yan shook his head, let's do this. You call the landlord, 2.8 million. And I'll pay the full amount without a mortgage. If you can persuade him, I'll personally send you a red envelope of 10,000 yuan. Mr. Gao, I promise to persuade the other party, the agent said excitedly. Soon, the agent came back and said happily, Mr. Gao, the landlord agreed, 2.8 million, but the full price must be paid. Okay, get the contract. Soon, Gao Yan signed the house purchase agreement, paid a certain deposit, and then sent a 5,000 red envelope to the agent. He also said that the remaining 5,000 yuan would be given to him after the transfer of ownership. The first 5,000 is to appease the other party, and the remaining 5,000 is to make the other party interested and complete the order as soon as possible. It was already 11:30 when I left the real estate agency. Gao Yan decided to go to Qin Youwei's place for dinner. Unexpectedly, I just came downstairs. 5 people got out of a commercial vehicle parked not far away. 5 transformation strengths. Gao Yan's eyes changed slightly. As a warrior in the middle stage of Danjin, he could naturally see the strength of these 5 people at a glance. Mr. Gao, please introduce yourself. My name is Lu Shiyang. I come from the Lu family in Black Province. Can we chat? The middle-aged man in the lead said with a smile. This person was Lu Shiyang, who was sent by Lu Shifeng to seize the secret recipe of medicinal wine. Okay. Upon hearing about the Lu family, Gao Yan couldn't help but think of Lu Yun and the two super martial arts families in the north that he had mentioned. Scan with your discerning eye. As he expected, the other party was that person from the Lu family. It is indeed a super martial arts family. There are 5 transformation energies at the beginning. Moreover, the friendliness of the other party is very low. The leader, Lu Shiyang, only has 5 points of friendliness, while the other 4 have even lower levels of energy and 0 friendliness. It seems that some people in the Lu family are not good-natured. Let's go talk outside, Gao Yan added. Although Gao Yan was confident of taking down these 5 people on his own, it would be bad if he hurt Chen Yue and the others next door. No, let's talk here. Lu Shiyang shook his head. I heard that Mr. Gao has a magical secret recipe for medicinal wine. Please give me a price. It turns out you are here for the secret recipe of medicinal wine. Gao Yan was stunned. He thought for a while and said, since you are here for the secret recipe of medicinal wine, you should know its value. For 200 billion, I will sell you the secret recipe of medicinal wine. Hearing Gao Yan's asking price of 200 billion, Lu Shiyang's eyes suddenly turned cold. Although his Lu family could afford 200 billion, they didn't want to take it. So, he said in a deep voice, how about 20 billion? After the secret recipe belongs to us, you can continue to prepare the medicinal wine, but you can only use it yourself and cannot sell it to others? Mr. Lu really has a good price. I ask for 200 billion, and you counteroffer 20 billion. Listening to the other party's giving tone, Gao Yan smiled disdainfully. I forgot to tell you that I will sell you the 200 billion secret recipe. But I can still continue to make medicinal wine and sell it to the outside world. If you want to buy it out, 200 billion is not enough, at least 1 trillion. 200 billion is enough to upgrade the system to level 20. Therefore, the Lu family is willing to pay 200 billion. He is really willing to sell them the secret recipe of medicinal wine. Of course, if the other party can offer 1 trillion, it doesn't matter even if it is a buyout. 1 trillion is enough to upgrade the system to level 100, and 100 top draws will make a fortune. 1 trillion? Hearing the exaggerated number reported by Gao Yan, Lu Shiyang couldn't help but have a cold murderous intent in his eyes. The kid in front of him was too ignorant and really thought that the money of their Lu family was blown by the wind. So, he squinted his eyes and said, little brother, don't be too greedy. In this way, I will buy out your secret recipe with 50 billion. If you agree, my Lu family owes you a favor. If it weren't for the fact that there was a Dan gene behind this kid, he would have taken action directly and didn't want to talk nonsense with him at all. What favor is worth 950 billion? Otherwise, I also owe you a favor. I don't want 950 billion, just give me 100 billion. Gao Yan sneered. Are you sure you want to go against our Lu family? The murderous intent in Lu Shiyang's eyes became stronger. Gao Yan curled his lips. I have never seen such an arrogant person as you in my life. Business requires mutual consent. Why, if I don't sell it to you, I will go against your Lu family? Yes, you can understand it this way. LV Shiyang nodded. In that case, please go back. Gao Yan waved his hand. If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. LV Shiyang shouted softly, reaching out to grab Gao Yan's throat. At this time, Gao Yan had a mocking smile on his face and said, Xiaohong, control the surveillance video of the entire community. While speaking, he had a strange silver pistol in his hand. For some reason, after seeing the silver pistol in Gao Yan's hand, Lu Shiyang felt a huge fear in his heart, and subconsciously, he flew back. Unfortunately, it was too late. Biu! The laser like lightning instantly caught up with Lu Shiyang and shot through his eyebrows. Collect! The next moment, there was a corpse in the mustard seed space. The other 4 Huajin were stunned when they saw this, and then their hair stood up. Biu! 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 Gao Yan pulled the trigger 4 times in a row. At such a close distance, with the cover of mental power, his shooting skills were better than those of a sharpshooter. Therefore, the 4 Huajin of the Lu family also followed Lu Shiyang's footsteps, first shooting the laser through the forehead, and the body was also put into the mustard seed space. The reason why he did not use the Baodan cultivation to kill them was that it would cause too much noise. Using a laser gun is simple and convenient, and it will not cause any noise. Putting away the laser gun, Gao Yan said, Xiaohong, erase the surveillance video of the community for a week, and destroy all the cameras in the community. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved. Since the Lu family dared to come to rob the secret recipe of the medicinal wine, they must know that he has a Danjin master. Therefore, they probably sent a Danjin master here. Thinking of this, he immediately opened his inside eyes and looked at Nanchi Kindergarten. Through the inside eye, Gao Yan's sight quickly came to Nanchi Kindergarten. Today is Sunday. Kindergartens are closed. However, as the principal, Chu Hong lives in the kindergarten. Although Gao Yan gave her 100 million last time, buying a house also takes time. Currently, Chu Hong is the only one in the kindergarten. But under a big banyan tree on the street outside the kindergarten, there was an old man sitting on a pony wearing a straw hat. This old man looks to be in his 70s or 80s. It looks like he has half his foot in the coffin, but in fact, this person is a master at the peak of his alchemy power. Data reading through the inside eye. Gao Yan instantly determined the old man's identity. The other party's name is Lu Chongshan. He is 95 years old and his cultivation level is at the peak of Danjin. His seniority in the Lu family was so high that even the current head of the family had to call him fifth uncle. 8 years ago, the Lu family gave birth to a new Danjin, so they arranged for him to fake his death. Therefore, according to the household registration, this Lu Chongshan is already a dead person. The reason why he was guarding outside Nanchi Kindergarten was probably to stop Chu Hong, so as to give Lu Shiyang and the other 5 people a chance to seize the secret recipe of medicinal wine. If Gao Yan was only at the peak of his Huajin, even if he had the peak of his Danjin in the background, he would probably be captured and forced to give him medicine and wine prescriptions. It's a pity that the Lu family didn't know his true cultivation level, let alone his methods. Since you are already a dead person, then I will let you be a real dead person. Gao Yan's eyes turned cold. Unexpectedly, Lu Zhongshan, who was sitting under the banyan tree with a peaceful face, frowned when he had just developed murderous intent. Obviously, he felt that someone was malicious towards him. Gao Yan, who had been observing him through the inside eye, was also shocked. He naturally knew that the master of holding pills had a certain sense of danger, so he quickly suppressed the murderous intention in his heart. Moreover, this Lu Chongshan's mental strength is as high as 112 points, and his sense of danger is better than that of ordinary Baodan. Lu Chongshan looked around with half-closed eyes and found nothing unusual. And then he breathed a sigh of relief. However, judging from the twinkling eyes, he did not relax his vigilance. It's not easy to think of killing the other party, Gao Yan secretly said. Unless he uses the Gang Gene experience card. But it's really not cost-effective to waste a Gang Gene experience card just for an old man. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved and he had an idea. Think of this. He immediately left the community, stopped a taxi, and went straight to Nanshi Kindergarten. 10 minutes later, the taxi passed by the street of Nanshi Kindergarten. Gao Yan did not look at Lu Chongshan with his naked eyes, because the perception of the strong man holding pills was very sharp, and even if he looked at him, the other party would feel it. With a thought, a bad luck card and a rare card turned into two invisible black lights and flew towards Lu Zhongshan under the banyan tree. And it sank directly into his body. Subconsciously, Lu Zhongshan shuddered, and he had a bad premonition in his heart, feeling that he was going to be in bad luck. Gulugu. Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from his stomach. What's going on? Lu Chongshan had a strange look on his face. He was a strong man at the peak of Baodan. His control over his body had reached a subtle level, and he would never have diarrhea at all. But at this moment, he discovered that the large intestine in his body was moving uncontrollably. At the same time, a strong sense of discomfort quickly reached the ground. Gate. Damn it. Lu Chongshan cursed and quickly mobilized the strength in his body to calm the peristalsis of his large intestine. But no matter how he controls it, the peristalsis of the large intestine could not be calmed down, but instead continued to intensify. At this time, a car sped by, but its tire hit a stone. Call out. The stone was squeezed by the car tires and shot towards Lu Zhongxing at an extremely fast speed. Lu Zhongshan, who was annoyed in his heart, raised his hand and pointed at the stone. With a pop, the hard stone was turned into powder by his finger. But such a distraction. His control over his body weakened slightly, causing a certain stream of heat to escape from the ground door, followed by a foul smell. After smelling this smell, Lu Chongshan's eyes glazed over for 2 seconds. And then his face turned livid. At the peak of his elixir power, Tang Tang actually had his pants down. If someone found out, would he still want his face? Think of this. He quickly headed towards the nearby public toilet. What he didn't notice was that another taxi passed quickly on the street a few meters away. Wensuemi.cc. Inside the car, Gao Yan sighed a little. He was indeed a strong man holding pills, and his control was strong. But you can control one sparse card, but what about the 2? What about 3? Therefore, he decisively took the second taxi to make a comeback and blessed Lu Chongshan with 2 more rare cards. Think about it. Gao Yan blessed the other party with another pregnancy card. I have to say, the 3 sparse cards exerted their power, and even the peak of Baodan couldn't stop it. The consequences are Lu Chongshan directly transformed into a splatoon. The passers-by around him were dumbfounded, and some of them even took out their mobile phones to take pictures, intending to post them online. Ah! Lu Chongshan was crazy. He had never been so embarrassed in his whole life. He turned into a hurricane and rushed into the public toilet like lightning. This was followed by a crackling sound. Ha ha ha. At this time, Gao Yan in the taxi finally couldn't help laughing. Lu Chongshan squatted for more than half an hour. His stomach was completely empty, and his whole body looked much weaker and older. When he was about to leave the public toilet, he suddenly realized that he didn't bring any tissues. Moreover, all the pants on his body were stained with Yanita Ko. Therefore, he had to think about how to leave the public toilet. Fortunately, the master of Danjin is a bull, and he actually solved the problem of wiping his butt by using his strength to drive his muscles. Then when no one was in the toilet, he went to the sink to wash his pants. But when he turned on the faucet, he found that there was no water. For a moment, the martial arts that had been tempered for more than 90 years felt like it was collapsing. Suddenly, Lu Chongshan felt something strange in his belly. When he looked down, he found that his belly was bulging, like a pregnant woman. Just now I was only focused on squatting and ignored my stomach. Only this time did I realize that my belly was like that of a pregnant woman who was 5 or 6 months pregnant. What shocked him even more, when he found out through internal vision, he was actually pregnant. Ah! Lu Zhongshan roared and slapped the sink table with his hand. With a bang, the sink table shattered into pieces. Just then, the figure flashed past, and a middle-aged man appeared out of thin air at the door of the public toilet, holding a strange-looking silver pistol in his hand. Baiu! 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 Gao Yan fired 3 shots in a row, 2 of which were avoided by Lu Zhongshan. But when he shot the 3rd shot, a bad luck card occurred, causing him to stumble, and then he was shot in the heart. Seeing this, Gao Yan immediately fired 2 more shots. Completely killed Lu Zhongshan, the peak of Danjin. He originally wanted to take the other person into the mustard seed space, but after thinking about it, Gao Yan gave up, because he was worried that the other party would pollute his mustard seed space. Leaving Lu Chongshan's body behind was just a deterrent to the Lu family and other super martial arts families, so that they would not continue to plot against him. Think of this. He quickly left the public toilet. Less than 2 minutes after he left, a man hurriedly broke into the public toilet. When he saw Lu Zhongshan lying on the ground, lifeless, he couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. More than 10 minutes later, police from the local police station came after hearing the news. Looking at the deceased lying in the public toilet, wearing only a pair of underwear and with a bulging belly, he had a strange expression on his face. Busy dealing with this Danjin from the Lu family, Gao Yan didn't have time to go home for dinner. I had to find a random restaurant outside to deal with it. Other side. After the police took Lu Chongshan back to the police station, they began to investigate his identity. When I found out that the deceased was actually a dead person who had been dead for more than 8 years and whose household registration had been cancelled, I couldn't help but be surprised. Fortunately, the city bureau quickly took over the case. After all, Lu Chongshan did not die normally, but was killed by someone else. With further investigation, this case alarmed Bureau S again. How could it be him? When Xiao Nanjun personally brought people to see Lu Chongshan's body, he couldn't help but show surprise and shock. In the eyes of ordinary people, Lu Chongshan has died of old age. But in Bureau S's files, Lu Chongshan's death is a question mark. It is not easy for a person with peak Danjin to live to be hundreds of years old. Therefore, Bureau S has always suspected that Lu Chongshan faked his death. What a coincidence. 8 years ago, Xiao Nanjun was still working at the S Bureau headquarters. I happened to hear about Lu Chongshan's death, discussed it with my colleagues, and read Lu Chongshan's information, so I was deeply impressed. Unexpectedly, 8 years have passed. Lu Chongshan actually died in his jurisdiction. Suddenly, his expression became extremely solemn. The Lu family's peak elixir. Power died in his jurisdiction. The Lu family would definitely not let it go. Once the Lu family intervenes, can he suppress the Lu family? Report it. It must be reported. Thinking of this, he immediately issued a gag order. Then he quickly reported the matter to Bureau S headquarters. Bureau S headquarters also attaches great importance to this matter. Dan Jin is the pinnacle of martial arts. The death of a Dan Jin is definitely not a trivial matter, not to mention that the person who died was the pinnacle of Dan Jin from a super martial arts family, so it deserves even more attention. First of all, the S Bureau headquarters first confirmed this matter in detail several times. Subsequently, Director Luo summoned all the deputy directors, and even Mr. Fei, who was in seclusion, was invited out. The appearance of Lu Chongshan, who was already dead, in Nandu, is no longer worth discussing. What is being discussed now is who killed Lu Chongshan. Wait until everyone has read the information. Luo Ju said in a deep voice, "Everyone, tell us your opinions." Viewed from the crime scene, Lu Chongshan did not have a fierce fight with anyone before he died. What's even weirder is that what killed him seemed to be a laser weapon. But laser weapons have been under development, and even the beautiful country with the most advanced technology has not been able to produce laser weapons. What is even more incredible is that Lu Chongshan is suspected of being pregnant. Moreover, before he died, he had diarrhea. An ordinary person filmed him running to the public toilet quickly while having diarrhea. Don't talk about Dan Jin. Even if Hua Jin has very strong control over itself, it is impossible to have diarrhea due to Dan Jin. After all, at the level of Dan Jin, even if they swallow poison raw, it will be difficult for them to have diarrhea. Therefore, Lu Chongshan's death can be said to be full of mystery. Could this matter be related to Chu Hong? A deputy director suspected the public toilet where Lu Chongshan died was only a few hundred meters away from the kindergarten where Chu Hong was. Not very likely. At this time, Mr. Fei said, although Chu Hong may be at the peak of Dan Jin, her strength should not be as good as Lu Zhongshan. After all, Lu Zhongshan has been at the peak of Dan Jin for many years. Besides, the stronger the warrior, the more powerful he will be. Proud, even if Chu Hong wants to kill Lu Zhongshan, he will fight him openly and will not use such despicable methods. I don't think it's Chu Hong, but Gao Yan is very likely. At this time, another deputy director spoke. This deputy director was not in charge of the branch, but was specifically responsible for intelligence statistics. Gao Yan, how is it possible? He has just reached the peak of his strength. Luo Bing retorted subconsciously. The deputy director continued, at the beginning, Shoichiro Hashimoto and Keiko Toki sneaked into Nan's, our country, and attacked the Tianyun Club of the Poisonous Widow. The Shui family provided a lot of help. It would have been difficult to deal with Poison Widow Tuyun's strength. As a result, Hashimoto Shoichiro, his student Dongmu Keiko, and a group of men were all killed by a mysterious man overnight, and the Shui family was responsible for disposing of the bodies. Both Hashimoto Shoichiro and Toki Keiko were suspected of being pregnant, and their fatal injuries were exactly the same as Lu Chongshan's. They both seemed to have been killed by laser weapons. By the way, all their subordinates also imagined having diarrhea. But that doesn't mean it's lofty words. Luo Bing frowned. Deputy Director Luo, don't worry, just listen to me and continue my analysis. The deputy director waved his hand and continued, Poison Widow's achievements today are mainly due to the reputation of King Jianghel, but that's all. Therefore, she didn't have any capable experts at all, but Gao Yan had a close relationship with her. I just suspected that Gao Yan did this. But the strange thing is that when I investigated Gao Yan's whereabouts, on the night when Hashimoto Shoichiro was killed, Gao Yan was not in Nan's, but farther away. It can be inferred from this, that under Gao Yan, there is a team composed of high-level warriors. There is also a master of voodoo in this team. It is suspected that pregnancy and diarrhea are caused by voodoo. According to Deputy Director Zhao's analysis, it is really possible that Gao Yan did this. After listening to Deputy Director Zhao's analysis, several deputy directors present felt that it made sense. But why did Gao Yan want to kill Lu Zhongshan? I'm afraid it has something to do with the medicinal wine. At this time, Director Luo said, we have resold a lot of medicinal wine during this period. Although the transaction targets are not super-martial arts families, we must not be able to hide it from their spies. So, Lu Chongshan went to Nandu for the secret recipe of medicinal wine? Luo Bing said. It's very possible. Director Luo nodded. Deputy Director Zhao, please ask someone to investigate and see who else from the Lu family has gone to Nandu. Please wait. Deputy Director Zhao took out his mobile phone and gave instructions. About 5 minutes later, he received a text message. After reading the text message, he said, the Lu family's trip to Nandu this time is obviously led by Lu Shiyang. There are 5 transformations in total. If my analysis is not wrong, Lu Shiyang, that pair of people were responsible for seizing the secret recipe for medicinal wine, while Lu Chongshan was responsible for intercepting Chu Hong. With the Lu family's domineering style, they would definitely not buy the secret recipe honestly. They probably threatened Gao Yan, and then Gao Yan got angry. Kill them. At this time, almost everyone present believed that Lu Chongshan died at the hands of Gao Yan. But how should they treat Gao Yan next? How should we face the Lu family? Gao Yan was their partner, and almost all of the 2 batches of medicinal wine were sold. It also brought huge profits to the S Bureau. If Bureau S betrays Gao Yan in order to give the Lu family an explanation, don't say that they can't pass the test of reputation, they can't even pass the test of their heart. Thinking of this, Bureau Luo sighed, Deputy Bureau Luo, Deputy Bureau Zhao. Please take people to Nandu. First communicate with Gao Yan and see if Lu Chongshan and others were killed by him. Yes. The 2 said in unison. Because the situation was urgent and with the approval of Bureau Luo, Luo Bing and Deputy Bureau Zhao took a special plane to Nandu Tianyun Club. While drinking tea, Gao Yan pondered Luo Bing's purpose of meeting him again. Does Bureau S suspect that Lu Chongshan and others were the perpetrators of my crime? But I didn't show any flaws. Suddenly, he showed a wry smile. Who else could have the strength to deal with Lu Zhongshan and his party in Nan? Apart from her and Chu Hong, who else could they do? Therefore, even if there is no evidence, Bureau S will doubt him and Chu Hong. However, he was a little curious, what would be the attitude of Bureau S? Brother, Luo Bing and the others have already got off the plane, and my people have just picked them up. At this time, Tu Yun walked in. She came to sit next to Gao Yan and whispered, I heard that a Dan Jin from the Lu family died in Nandu. Brother, this matter doesn't have anything to do with you, does it? The timing of Luo Bing and others meeting with Gao Yan was so coincidental that she had to be linked to Lu Chongshan's death. Yes, I killed him. Gao Yan nodded. Did you really kill me? Tu Yun's voice suddenly rose. It's me. After being confirmed by Gao Yan again, Tu Yun couldn't help but have a look of panic and worry on her face. You are in big trouble this time. Why don't you run away quickly? Why run away? Gao Yan asked. That's the Lu family, one of the 5 super martial arts families in our Daxia. Tu Yun said solemnly, brother, you don't know something. The super martial arts family is much more terrifying than we imagined. Once the matter is exposed, they will definitely not let you go. Therefore, before they receive the news, leave immediately, otherwise, when they react, they won't be able to leave even if they want to. Sister and Lian, the Lu family is not as scary as imagined. Gao Yan smiled. He was currently in the middle stage of Danjin, and Chu Hong was at the peak of Danjin. What's more, he also had a Gangjin experience card. Even if the Lu family's elixir power comes out in full force, they may not be able to defeat him. Brother, you don't know something. Tu Yun shook her head solemnly. The 5 super martial arts families are in lost to each other. They are in the same spirit and advance and retreat together. If you offend one family, you have offended 5 families. Hearing this, Gao Yan's face darkened. Sister Yun, what are the specific strengths of these 5 families? Tu Yun shook his head again. The 5 major martial arts families are so good at hiding their clumsiness that they usually only reveal one powerful Dan warrior. But in fact, no one knows how many powerful Dan warriors they have. Do you know how many Dan powerful warriors they had when the bureau was first established? Zun Danjin? Gao Yan shook his head. Tu Yun continued, when Bureau S was first established, there were 9 major elixir powers. The purpose of establishing Bureau S in Daxia was to integrate the order of the martial arts world and put shackles on all warriors. Back then, there were many masters in the S game, and they wanted to conquer the entire martial arts world with their absolute strength. It went very smoothly at first, but after meeting the 5 super martial arts families, something unexpected happened. I don't know exactly what happened back then, but I know that the 9 Danjin masters from the S Bureau were ambushed by the Danjin masters from the 5 major martial arts families. After that battle, all 9 Danjins in Bureau S were wiped out. It is unclear how many Danjins from the 5 major martial arts families died. As for Mr. Fei from Bureau S, he only joined later. The death of Joda Danjin in Bureau S made the higher-ups extremely angry. It is said that someone proposed to destroy the entire martial arts world and ban martial arts, and many big shots agreed. But it didn't take long for the matter to go away. The person who proposed the ban on martial arts retired due to illness not long after. However, the above has also reached some kind of agreement with the 5 super martial arts families, and Bureau S can manage all warriors except the super martial arts families. So, brother, even if you have the support of Senior Chu, you are still no match for the 5 major martial arts families joining forces. I'll go. Are they so arrogant? After listening to Tu Yun's story, Gao Yan felt that his 3 views had been refreshed. They are not arrogant, but confident. Tu Yun smiled bitterly and said, although heavy thermal weapons are very strong, you still have to hit the enemy. All warriors who have entered Danjin have a certain sense of crisis. If the higher-ups want to send out a large army to encircle and suppress the enemy, they will flee before the army arrives. Or if you want to use missiles, they will sense it in advance as soon as you launch it, but it will still be useless. If Dan Jin turns into an assassin afterwards, unless you are also a top master, you will not be able to stop him. Otherwise, the higher-ups would not have compromised with the 5 major martial arts families. Do the 5 major martial arts families have gang Jin? Suddenly, Gao Yan asked. Have no idea. Tu Yun shook her head. There is no one in 10,000 who can reach Dan Jin, let alone a gang Jin warrior. But if there is a gang Jin warrior, he will definitely be born in the 5 major martial arts families. After all, their heritage is too deep. Brother, listen to my sister. If you say so, leave quickly. Your talent is extremely outstanding. You have been hiding abroad for more than 10 years. It won't be too late to come back when you have strength comparable to that of the 5 great families. Sister Yun, things haven't reached that far yet. Gao Yan shook his head. Of course, if it is really impossible to resist, I will definitely not fight against them stupidly. If he was just an ordinary Dan Jin, facing such a powerful 5 martial arts families, he would definitely have only one way to escape overseas. But he has a system, so he's scared. Besides, he has the tool of sect. Even if all the masters from the 5 major martial arts families come to Nandu, he can easily leave. Seeing that the persuasion was ineffective, Tu Yun said helplessly, okay, if you don't leave, then my sister will face it with you. Sister Yun, you are so kind. Gao Yan was moved and put his arms around Tu Yun's waist. This time, Tu Yun did not dodge, but turned her head and rolled her eyes at him. How long has it been, and you are still in the mood to take advantage of your sister? Hearing this, Gao Yan was not ashamed, but proud. In my heart, the only things I can't live up to are food and beautiful women. I really thought you could cover up your XSP nature by saying this. Tu Yun said angrily. Sister Yun, are you jealous? Gao Yan joked with a smile. You're so jealous, take your claws away quickly. Tu Yun shouted. Gao Yan also gave up when he saw the opportunity, and quickly withdrew his palm. Time passes. The people from Bureau S finally arrived. After some pleasantries, both parties took their seats. Mr. Gao, I have a very important question. I hope you can answer it truthfully. Luo Bing stared at Gao Yan and said. What's the problem? Luo Bing said, does Lu Zhongshan's death have anything to do with you? Gao Yan wanted to deny it, but in the end he nodded. I did it. The reason why he admitted it was because there was a feud between the S Bureau and the 5 super martial arts families. He believed that they would not tell the Lu family about it. Of course, it doesn't make much difference whether Bureau S will reveal this news to the Lu family or not. After all, Lu Chongshan, Lu Shiyang and others are here to seize the secret recipe. Now, Lu Chongshan is dead and the other 5 Huajin are missing. Even if there is no direct evidence, he is the Lu family's biggest suspect. Do you have a Gu master under your command? Deputy Director Zhao suddenly asked. What's the use of Gu master? Gao Yan said in confusion. Deputy Director Zhao said again, before Lu Chongshan died, he first suffered from diarrhea and then a false pregnancy. Except for the masters of voodoo magic, I really can't think of anyone who can secretly predict the power of a pill. Hearing Deputy Zhao's analysis, Gao Yan's expression was a little strange, but Neither the sparse card nor the false pregnancy card could be explained, so it was a good excuse to blame it on Gu. So he nodded. I didn't expect Deputy Director Zhao to be so knowledgeable. Mr. Gao, Lu Chongshan and others came to Nandu for your secret recipe of medicinal wine? At this time, Luo Bing asked. Indeed. Gao Yan nodded, showing a bit of helplessness. Actually, they are willing to pay real money to buy my secret recipe, and I won't keep it to myself. But I didn't expect that they were not willing to pay at all, and they wanted to force me to find out. Prescription, in desperation, I had no choice but to fight back. It's possible that the Lu family can do such a thing. Luo Bingbing snorted. In the era of warlords melee, the Lu family were bandits who gathered in the mountains and forests. It was not until the founding of our country in Daxia that the Lu family restrained themselves, but they still did not stop killing people and grabbing treasures. Later, Daxia, as the country becomes stronger, they become more honest. Gao Yan suddenly realized that the ancestors of the Lu family were bandits. No wonder he wanted to arrest him and ask for the secret recipe when they couldn't reach an agreement. His behavior showed a gangster spirit. Mr. Gao, this matter can't be kept secret for long. I believe it will be known to the Lu family soon. Do you have a way to deal with it? Deputy Director Zhao asked in a deep voice. Does the Lu family have strength? Gao Yan asked. Probably not. Deputy Director Zhao said, in these years, we have not relaxed our surveillance of the 5 major martial arts families, and we have not discovered the existence of Gangjin warriors. However, it's hard to say. It is said that those who have reached Gangjin can live to be 150 years old. Our S Bureau has only been established for more than 20 years. If they had hidden the Gangjin warriors before then, we would not have been able to get the news. My master is Gangjin, Gao Yan said with a smile. He can use the Gangjin experience card to his biological bodyguards, and then pretend to be his master. What, you still have a master, and also Gangjin? Deputy Zhao and Luo Bing both looked extremely shocked. Tu Yun on the side was shocked, surprised, and at the same time a bit resentful. It was a shame that she had been worried about him for so long. After a while, Luo Bing said, no wonder you are so calm after offending the Lu family. It turns out that Gangjin is behind the scenes. At the same time, she also decided in her heart that she must persuade Lu Hani again after returning to Beijing. Haha, with Mr. Gao having such a backing, we feel more at ease. Even if the Lu family is strong, they would not dare to act rashly. Deputy Director Zhao said with a smile. Chatted for a while. Luo Bing and Deputy Director Zhao took the people away. Smelly brother, are you deliberately watching your sister's jokes? As soon as the people from Bureau S left, Tu Yun couldn't help but settle the score with Gao Yan and punched him in the chest. Gao Yan said quickly, Sister, don't be angry. I don't dare to laugh at you. I don't want to meet people from Bureau S anyway, so why don't we wait until they arrive? Real? Of course it's true. Okay, since you have such a strong backing, the Lu family probably won't dare to take action easily, but you have to be careful to prevent the Lu family from using any vicious methods. Thank you, Sister Yun, for reminding me. I will pay attention. Gao Yan nodded. Just as Gao Yan walked out of Tianyun Club, another 1.16 billion yuan was received in his bank account. The upgrade experience also exceeded 10 billion, reaching 10.31 billion. Ding, the system meets the upgrade requirements. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Ding, start upgrading, it will take 1 hour. In the blink of an eye, it was an hour later. The system has also been upgraded. 2 options are given. The old rule is to choose the second one, which only upgrades and does not increase the return multiplier. Therefore, you get a top draw and 30 free attribute points. With a thought, the data panel appeared. God level income system, level 14. Host, Gao Yan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 180 centimeters. Appearance, 85. Constitution, 137. Spirit, 145. Charisma, 95. Revenue return multiple, 10 times. Draw, top draw x2. Experience, 31,675. Stored funds, 1,712.05 billion, to be collected. Free attribute points, 30. This time, Gao Yan was not going to add more mental power, because his perception range was already large and sufficient. No matter how far it was, he could use his inside eye. www. It is better to add attribute points to the physical constitution and break through to the late stage of Danjin as soon as possible. Constitution +1. Constitution +1. Constitution +1. After clicking 10 times in succession, Gao Yan's physique reached 147 points. You must know that Chu Hong's physique at the peak of Danjin is only 150 points. Therefore, his current physique has exceeded that of the later Danjin by many points, and is unusually close to the peak of Danjin. As for his own strength, Gao Yan felt that it had increased by about 30%. And it is relatively easy to break through to the later stage of Danjin. However, the breakthrough is not in a hurry. Draw first. The system uses 2 top draws. Ding, the top lottery is open. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a high-level biological person. Congratulations to the host for getting the title of Suit Thug. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Gao Yan was quite familiar with the first reward, but he was a little confused about the second reward. It seemed like this was the first time he had won the title after so many draws. But what comes out of the top lottery is definitely not simple. With a thought in his mind, Gao Yan's eyes fell on the system space. First of all, this advanced biological man is also a master of Danjin, but he is not as strong as Chu Hong. He is only in the late stage of Danjin, and he is younger. He looks only about 30 years old, and she is still a woman. After thinking about it, Gao Yan set her identity as Chu Hong's junior sister and his senior uncle. It makes sense for Gang Jin to teach Chu Danjin. Their names are Chu Yu. After setting it up, the system launched Chu Yu. And before today passed, he went to meet with Chu Hong. Let's talk about the title of Suit Thug. This is a golden virtual medal that can be worn directly on the attribute bar. So what does this thug in a suit do? As long as you wear a suit, your physical strength will increase by 10 points. And your mental strength will increase by 10 points. Physical fitness data includes comprehensive data such as speed, strength, endurance, etc. His physical fitness is now 147 points. With Qinghao in a thug suit, wouldn't it be possible to reach 157 points, which is 7 points higher than Chu Hong, who is at the peak of Danjin? Just then, the phone rings. It was classmate Xiaozhua calling. When Gao Yan answered the phone, he couldn't help but say, "Baby, do you miss me?" "No." Classmate Xiaozhua decisively denied it. After some chatting, classmate Xiaozhua got down to business. "Husband, my mother sent 2 sets of clothes you customized to the school. Come and pick them up." Upon hearing this, Gao Yan remembered that his mother-in-law had customized 2 formal suits for him, and the formal suits should be suits. Just happened to get the title of suit thug. My mother-in-law immediately sent me the clothes, which was really considerate. Then Gao Yan immediately went downstairs and drove to Yangdong Science College. Soon, Gao Yan arrived at the gate of Yangdong Science School. Then I saw classmate Xiaozhua standing at the door holding a bag. "Baby, it's so hot, why don't you wait for me in the dormitory?" Gao Yan reached out to help her wipe away the fine sweat on her forehead and said distressedly, "I just got the package from the security room, so I'm waiting for you here." While he was talking, classmate Xiaozhua gave him the bag in his hand. "Hubby, I have to go back to the laboratory, so I won't talk to you anymore," etc. Gao Yan stopped her. Classmate Xiaozhua understood and kissed her on the cheek before re-entering the campus. Watching classmate Xiaozhua disappear from the campus, Gao Yan also turned around and got in the car, heading straight to number 15 Eujinjiwen. Number 15 Eujinjiwen, bedroom on the 2nd floor. Gao Yan had already put on a dark blue corset suit. This suit is made of special fabric. It is refreshing and breathable when worn on the body, and you don't feel restricted at all when you move your hands and feet. I have to say that Mr. Li's skills are amazing. With a thought, the system panel appeared. The title of Suit Thug has already taken effect after he puts on the suit. Therefore, the physical column is displayed as 147 plus 10, and the mental column is displayed as 145 plus 10. What's even more interesting is that after wearing this suit, the charm that was originally only 95 points actually reached 98 points. Suddenly, someone sent him a WeChat message. I picked up my phone and saw that it was from Yu Tong Tong, senior brother Gao. I have already set off. See you later. As soon as he saw this WeChat message, Gao Yan remembered that Yu Tong Tong had made an appointment with him for dinner. The suit was very comfortable and he had no intention of changing it, so he wore it directly and went downstairs to drive to the appointment. As expected from Bureau S. Although Sha Nanjun issued a gag order, but the news of Lu Chongshan's death still reached the Lu family. After receiving the news of Lu Chongshan's death, Lu Shifang felt very unbelievable. The 5th uncle was at the peak of Danjin, and it had been almost 20 years since he reached the peak of Danjin. Therefore, how could he die in Nandu with his extremely pure cultivation? Think of this. He immediately called Lu Shiyang. Unable to get through. Later, he called several of Lu Shiyang's entourages, but still couldn't get through. Suddenly, his heart sank. Not only the 5th uncle died, but something happened to Lu Shiyang and the other 5 people as well. Damn, how could this happen? Lu Shifang couldn't understand that there was just an ordinary martial arts family in Nandu, and the Lu family could just send 2 Huajin over and wipe them out. Although Gao Yan, who possesses the secret recipe of medicinal wine, has a Danjin master, he is definitely no match for his 5th uncle. The 4 transformation energies brought by Lu Shiyang were more than enough to defeat Gao Yan. How could the whole army be annihilated? Think of this. He immediately called Lu Shibao. Lu Shibao is his cousin and highly trusted by him. He is Lu Shiyang's deputy. Brother, why did you call me here? Lu Shirbao said with an honest face. He is honest and honest on the surface, but in his heart, Lu Shirbao is a quite ruthless person. Shiyang and fifth uncle went to Nandu to seize something. I just received news that something happened to them. You should immediately mobilize our troops to investigate and find out who did it. How is that possible? Hearing Lu Shifeng's words, Lu Shirbao showed an expression of disbelief, and then a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Brother, don't worry, I will investigate this matter clearly, and no one involved will be let go. Pass. Be careful, after all, even the fifth uncle was tricked, the other party should not be easy. Lu Shifeng reminded. I will. After Lu Shirbao left, Lu Shifeng also got up and left his house, then headed towards the mountain behind the village. He zipped through the jungle. Half an hour later, he had penetrated deep into the old forest and came to a valley. The entrance to the valley is guarded. Everyone bowed and saluted when they saw Lu Shifeng. After passing through the narrow passage, the sight suddenly opened up, revealing a scene of paradise. There is a faint fragrance of flowers in the air. Soon, he came to a retro-style house in the middle of the valley. Why are you here, kid? Lu Shifeng came and stood behind an old man watering flowers. The old man knew it was him without turning around. Dad, my fifth uncle is gone. Lu Shifeng's voice was low and authentic. What's going on? The old man suddenly turned around, and there was a huge scar on his face. This scar stretched diagonally from his forehead to the left side of his chin, which looked quite terrifying. The old man's name was Lu Badian, and he was the general manager of the 3 eastern provinces back then. Because he has done too much evil. Shortly after the founding of Daxia, he had faked his death and escaped, and has been hiding in this valley. The scar on his face was left by an old martial arts master who used a sword in the village when he led people to rob a village when he first debuted. In fact, he could get rid of this scar after reaching Baoding, but he has never done so, firstly because he is used to it, and secondly, to remind himself. Lu Shifeng told the whole story. After hearing this, Lu Beixian's brows furrowed together. After a long while, he slowly spoke. Your fifth uncle's strength is only slightly weaker than mine. Even 3 or 5 pills cannot defeat him. If he wants to escape. Let alone you probably fell into the trap above. Lu Shifeng narrowed his eyes. Dad, do you mean that the higher-ups want to attack us again? What do you think? Lu Badian glanced at his son and continued, 20 years ago, our 5 families joined forces to kill all the pills in Bureau S, forcing the superiors to surrender. Now they have been dormant for more than 20 years. Most likely because they want to let's liquidate 5 of our families. No way. Lu Shifeng shook his head. As far as I know, the S round is only in the middle stage of Danjin. Not to mention the 5 of us, it is no match for any of us. Madness. Lu Badian said angrily, the S game is probably just a cover arranged by the above. If I guessed correctly, they should have secretly trained a group of masters. That medicinal wine is just a bait they released to lure us to fight for it. After listening to his father's analysis, Lu Shifeng was a little panicked. Although it was difficult for heavy weapons to kill Danjin warriors, after so many years of development, he could not kill them. Which Danjin has no descendants. If the army can't kill Danjin, can't they also kill your descendants? Therefore, it was precisely the reason why the 5 families stopped after ambushing the 9 great Danjin in the S Bureau. Because they don't dare to completely fall out with their superiors. Once you really fall out, maybe the Dan gene of the 5 families can survive, but most of the clan members will die. Of course, the higher-ups dare not do this. If he really did this, wouldn't he be forcing the Dan gene of the 5 families to turn into assassins? In short, both sides have concerns. Dad, what should we do now? Lu Shifeng asked. Stand still for the time being. Also, give the other 4 families a reminder. Lu Badian thought for a while and said. Could it be that 5th uncle and Shi Yang died in vain? Lu Shifeng asked unwillingly. Now is not the time for revenge. Lu Badian shook his head. They are hiding, and we are hiding. Since the higher-ups want to deal with us, they will show their flaws. Let us first find out their specific strength and then take measures. Okay, Dad, I know what to do. Lu Shifeng nodded and left the valley. Other side. Gao Yan drove to the restaurant. This is a Western restaurant. The moment he walked into the restaurant wearing a custom-made suit, he became the most handsome guy in the restaurant. All the women looked at him with wonder and a bit of obsession, while among the men, some were appreciative, some were shocked, but most of them were jealous and envious. Similarly, Yu Tongtong, who discovered Gao Yan's arrival, also showed a look of obsession. She didn't expect that Gao Yan in a suit could be so handsome, especially when Gao Yan walked towards her. She could clearly feel her heartbeat speeding up. Like a deer bumping around. Gao, senior brother Gao, you are here. I kept you waiting. No, I just arrived too. Gao Yan sat down opposite Yu Tongtong and asked, have you ordered? Not yet, I don't know what you like to eat. Yu Tongtong said with a red face. The two of them spent almost an hour eating this meal. After the meal, Yu Tongtong went to pay the bill, but was told that the gentleman at the same table with her had already paid in advance. Senior brother Gao, didn't you say I would treat you? Why did you go and pay? After returning to her seat, Yu Tongtong said angrily. Gao Yan smiled and said, it doesn't matter who pays. What matters is the intention. I have already felt your intention. Upon hearing this, Yu Tongtong felt that senior brother Gao was very good at flirting, so she took the opportunity to say, senior brother Gao is so good at talking, he should have a girlfriend, right? Yes, I already have a girlfriend. Gao Yan did not deny it, but nodded and admitted it. Suddenly, Yu Tongtong's heart sank. She didn't expect Gao Yan to have a girlfriend. She stood up and said, let's go. After leaving the restaurant, Yu Tongtong forced a smile, senior brother Gao. I'll go back to school first. We have to continue military training tomorrow. Then I'll take you? No, I'll take a taxi. Watching Yu Tongtong leave in the car, Gao Yan also walked to where he parked his car. In fact, he could completely hide the fact that he had a girlfriend, and then invite Yu Tongtong to watch a movie. Maybe he could take the opportunity to get to second base. But he didn't have this mind. He planned to go back to the villa and break through his current cultivation. Number 15 Yujinjuan. In the yard. After returning home, Gao Yan changed into loose clothes and practiced a set of boxing. His movements were very slow. Just like those old men and women practicing Tai Chi in the park. But as he moved, bursts of thunder would occasionally come from his body. If there were experts here, they would definitely exclaim, tiger and leopard. Thunder sound. There are 4 major realms of holding the elixir, namely, refining the flesh, refining the organs, refining the blood, and refining the bones. When the organs are tempered to the extreme, the tiger and leopard thunder sound can be born. With the addition of points to the physique, the blood in Gao Yan's body has become more and more vigorous, and the speed of tempering the internal organs is naturally greatly increased. As time goes by, the probability of the tiger and leopard thunder sound appearing is getting higher and higher. In the end, it is completely connected. Swish! Suddenly, Gao Yan opened his mouth and spit out, and a chi arrow broke through the air, shot out, flew 7 or 8 meters, and hit the wall. Accompanied by a rustling sound, a lot of stone powder slid off the wall. And Gao Yan seemed to be oblivious to all this, and he was seen sitting on his hips with the elixir in his arms, like an old monk in meditation. For a full half an hour. He opened his eyes and straightened his body, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. After the internal organs were tempered to perfection, he took the opportunity to impact the late stage of elixir strength. Successfully entered the late stage of Danjin. A thought moved. The system panel appeared. Physical fitness increased from 147 to 152, an increase of 5 points. Spirituality increased from 145 to 148, an increase of 3 points. Both physical fitness and spirituality exceeded the peak of Danjin. Even if he were to fight with the peak of Danjin now, he could win. After all, the peak of Danjin of Lu Chongshan was far inferior to Chu Hong, let alone being compared with him. Suddenly, Gao Yan thought of the Lu family. He had let the S Bureau spread the word that his master was Gang Jin. With the deterrence of the Gang Jin strongman, the Lu family would definitely not dare to act rashly. But it's possible. After all, the Lu family suffered such a big loss, they would definitely not give up. Thinking of this, he stepped into the villa, took out his mobile phone and ordered, "Xiao Hong, investigate the Lu family's nest." Hong Huang, okay, boss. Only 10 minutes passed. Hong Huang found the location of the Lu family's nest. So, Gao Yan took out the anywhere door and marked a coordinate in a forest 10 miles away from Lujia village. And he traveled through the anywhere door. After putting away the anywhere door, Gao Yan activated the inside eye. Lujia village is a large village with a population of more than 8,000 people. And most of these villagers are not ordinary people, but warriors. There are more than 2,000 Mingjin warriors, more than 500 Anjin warriors, and hundreds of Huajin warriors. However, there is only one Danjin warrior in the village, and he is only in the middle stage of Danjin. Obviously, the warriors in the village are only the strength of the Lu family on the surface, and there must be something hidden in secret. They can easily send out a Danjin peak. Gao Yan judged that the Lu family might have 10 Danjin. Even if there are not 10 people, there must be 5 or 6. Should we break in and kill that Danjin? After a little hesitation, Gao Yan rejected this idea. Xiao Hong, keep an eye on Lu Shifeng. Hong Huang, okay, boss. Through the inside eye, Gao Yan knew that Lu Shifeng was the patriarch of the Lu family. However, his strength did not reach Danjin, but the peak of Hua Jin. If the Lu family wants to make a move, they will definitely contact or meet their hidden masters. After finding out the number of their masters, use the Gang Jin experience card to catch them all. Suddenly, Gao Yan's mind moved, and he communicated with the system, if I steal the money in the Lu family account through Hong Huang, it is not considered a profit? The system does not encourage the host to do this, so no experience is provided. Getting the system's answer, Gao Yan couldn't help but feel a little Disappointed. Otherwise, if all the money of the Liu family is obtained, the system will be upgraded by dozens of levels. After staring for a while, without any other discovery, Gao Yan returned to number 15 Yujinjuan through the arbitrary door. At the same time, in a mountain on the edge of the capital. This mountain was almost hollowed out. It turned out that this was the residence of a special research department. Later, the department moved and the place became vacant. It didn't take long for it to become a department of the martial arts group. The martial arts group was built 20 years ago. To be precise, its background was after the 5 super martial arts families ambushed the 9 Danjin masters in the S Bureau. The purpose of the establishment of the martial arts group is to use force to control force, and is specifically used to suppress the 5 super martial arts families. I have to say, the power of the country is strong. Over the past 20 years, the martial arts group has given birth to 12 Danjin and hundreds of Huajin. During this period, the superiors will also send military groups to secretly perform some difficult tasks abroad. So far, the military groups have never failed. It's a pity that Gang Jin has never been born in this group of people, so they can only hide in the dark. Boss, do you think Lao Jiao has a high chance of breaking through? In a hall of the base, 2 men were sitting at a table drinking wine. It's hard to say. The middle-aged man with a Chinese character named Boss is one of the 12 Danjin masters in the martial arts group, and he is also the deputy leader of the martial arts group. And the Lao Jiao, they call him, is also a master of Danjin, and has reached the peak of Danjin. He went into seclusion 3 days ago to attack Gang Jin. If Lao Jiao can succeed this time, we won't have to hide in this dark place where we can't see the light of day. Lao Lu said. Warriors are human beings and have emotions. Except for performing tasks, they rarely leave the base to avoid being discovered by people in the martial arts world. Therefore, even Danjin masters will feel irritable if they stay in such a place for too long. Yes, I hope Lao Jiao can succeed this time. The man with a square face also nodded. Although he had never complained, in fact, he really wanted to leave this place. But when the martial arts group was created, rules were set. Without the birth of Gang Jin, this group of people can only live in darkness forever. Only when Gang Jin is born can they have a chance to see the light of day again. After Luo Bing returned to the capital, he stayed in Bureau S and held a long, high-level meeting. By the time he got home, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Auntie, you are back. I made a midnight snack, let's eat some together. Lu Hani greeted. Okay, I just have something to tell you. Let's chat while eating. Luo Bing came to the table and sat down. Lu Hani took a bottle of Maotai, opened it, and filled both glasses. Luo Bing is a warrior and has a good drinker. Lu Hani has learned to taste wine since she was a child, so she has a good drinking capacity. After a few glasses of wine, the atmosphere gradually opened up. Luo Bing said bluntly, Hani, how have you considered the matter I mentioned to you last time? I'm going to try it. Lu Hani nodded. In the past few days, she had met with Wu Jun again. Although Wu Junlai was excellent in all aspects and behaved appropriately in front of her, he always gave her a sense of hypocrisy wearing a mask. Of course, it can also be understood as quite a city. After all, coming from a big family like theirs, no one has a lot of wealth. Even she wears a mask most of the time. But, if it's just getting along with friends, that's it. Lovers also have to wear a mask. When she thinks that after getting married, The two of them may be in the same bed but have different dreams. She will inevitably feel a sense of resistance in her heart. What's more, once she marries into the Wu family, she can only be a full-time wife. The end of such a life can be seen at a glance. If she was a mediocre person, she would have accepted her fate. But she is very smart, has her own ideals and ambitions. She couldn't accept this kind of life where she could see the end at a glance. Luo Bing was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Okay, my aunt supports you. However, her face immediately darkened, and she said in a solemn tone, Honey, if you really want to try it, my aunt will give you a few reminders. Please speak. Lu Hani also showed a serious look. Luo Bing pondered and said, Gao Yan's background is bigger than we thought. But he was born in the market. From these few contacts, it can be seen that he is not a regular person, let alone that's the trick of a vain person, so when you get along with her, don't play the trick of the aristocratic family. It's better to exchange sincerity for sincerity. She has come into contact with many children from aristocratic families. Although they are not high-minded and low-handed, due to their birth and background, they will inevitably develop the problem of being bossy and bossy. Even many second generations have formed their own circles. As far as he knew, there were hundreds of second-generation circles in the capital, large and small. These circles have their own rules and regulations. If you want to blend in with them, you have to follow their rules. But in fact, their exclusiveness is very serious. Even if you kneel down and lick you desperately, they won't say anything on the surface, but secretly they will laugh at you and treat you like a second-rate person. The Lu family's status is not low. As the legitimate daughter of the Lu family, Lu Hani naturally has her own small circle, and she is also one of the big sisters among them. It would be fine if Lu Hani's target was someone who was at the same level as them and knew the ins and outs, but if it was an outsider, like Gao Yan, people in their circle would definitely think of ways to test and make things difficult for Gao Yan. Gao Yan is not old, but he is not weaker than her at the peak of his strength. How could such a strong person be made things difficult and oppressed by a group of second-generation people? Therefore, she had to inoculate Lu Hani to prevent her from doing stupid things and ruining Gao Yan. Auntie, does he have any more powerful background? Lu Hani asked, curiously. His master is Dan Jin, and his master is Gang Jin. Luo Bing said with an envious look. To be honest, even she was envious of such a background. She knew that the above had created a mysterious department that was much more powerful than the S Bureau, and the biggest goal after the establishment of this department was to cultivate a powerful person. Members of this department secretly select young talents who are good at practicing martial arts. They enjoy the best training resources, learn various martial arts techniques at will, and have one-on-one guidance from instructor Dan Jin. The reason why she knew this department was by chance. Because her master is one of the Dan Jin instructors in this department. But more than 20 years later, there is still no Gang Jin born in this department. It can be said that the whole country has not been able to cultivate a Gang Jin. This shows how rare Gang Jin warriors are. If Gao Yan's master is willing to do things for the country, easily achieve high status. With the birth of nuclear weapons, the confrontation between major powers has shifted from overt to covert. It seems to have become smaller. But it is more dangerous and cruel. Therefore, the requirements for the personal qualities of those who perform tasks are getting higher and higher. And powerful warriors are naturally the best choice to perform tasks. As far as she knew, there were several secret departments at the same level as bureaus, including the Secret Service Department established by the government and the Military Intelligence Department established by the military. Because these departments are operating overseas. Therefore, their reputation is not as great as that of bureaus. But Luo Bing knew that the comprehensive strength of these departments, and even the number of experts, were not comparable to the S Bureau. Gang Jin. Lu Hani's little mouth opened wide. She comes from a family like hers. Although she doesn't practice martial arts, she still knows what Gang Jin represents. If the Lu family could be related to a Gang Jin, it has huge benefits for the entire Lu family. Therefore, Gao Yan has such a background, so there will be no family obstruction between her and him. On the contrary, if the Lu family knows about it, they may even add fuel to the flames. Wensuemi.cc. Originally, she planned to invite Gao Yan to Beijing to attend a high-end party, and then introduce her friends to him to deepen the relationship between the two sides. But now it seems that this cannot be done, because she knows her friends' personalities too well. In their eyes, except for Beijing, people from other places are country people. Even if she is suppressing them, they will give face on the surface, but they will not take it seriously in secret. And Gao Yan is a warrior, and he will definitely not spoil them. Once the two sides have a conflict, she will become a person who is not a human being. Aunt, what do you think I should do? Thinking of this, she subconsciously asked Luo Bing for advice. Your aunt is still single and can't help you. Luo Bing shook her head. She had a short relationship, but broke up soon. Therefore, she didn't have much experience in matters between men and women. Okay, I'll figure it out myself. Lu Hani was a little disappointed. The next morning, Gao Yan appeared in the classroom on time. Qinghao also came. Howsy, how did the talk go? Gao Yan asked. Although he didn't mention anything, Qinghao knew what Brother Yan was asking. So he said, it's done. They will invest in all the hot pot restaurants and occupy 18% of the shares. Then congratulations. Gao Yan smiled. Hey, I always feel there are hidden dangers, but my parents really can't refuse this pie. Qinghao smiled bitterly. Yes, the pie thrown by Yang Yujiang is really very tempting, and ordinary people really can't resist it. The current market value of Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant is less than 100 million. And what about Yang's chain Hot Pot Restaurant? It's worth more than 1 billion. Without spending a penny, it swallowed up an industry worth more than 1 billion. It's a typical case of a small fish swallowing a big fish, paying only 18% of the shares, even though it knows that the pie may be poisonous. Still can't resist the temptation to eat him. People are self-centered, always thinking that they are the protagonist, the chosen one, and that they can control everything. I guess Qinghao's parents think this way. He couldn't interfere too much in this matter. He has reminded Qinghao, and I believe Qinghao has also reminded his parents with the same words. But if people don't take it seriously, if you go and complain, not only will they not appreciate it, but they will become dissatisfied. Besides, this is all his guess. What if Yang Yujiang doesn't have that kind of intention? Or maybe Qinghao's parents have the means to suppress Yang Yujiang? By the way, Brother Yan, Wednesday is my mother's birthday, and I want to invite you to attend. Are you free? Suddenly, Qinghao said. Okay, Wednesday, right? I will definitely go. As soon as Gao Yan nodded and agreed, the class bell rang. This class is a class meeting class. There are two main things. The first thing is to pay the class fee, and the second thing is to come up with several programs for the class to participate in the New Year party. Everyone sign up actively. Don't ask me to call your name, Counselor Fan Xian said. But after more than 10 seconds of silence, no one took the initiative. Fan Xian hated the fact that iron cannot become steel, and his eyes fell on Su Lingfang, the squad leader. Su Lingfang, you are the squad leader, it's not too much to put on a show, right? Su Lingfang said bravely, it's not too much. Then, Fan Xian's eyes fell on Zhang Feifei, the Literary and Art Committee member. Classmate Zhang Feifei, you are the Literary and Art Committee member. It's not too much to put on a show, right? It's not too much. Zhang Feifei agreed happily. Fan Xian's eyes scanned the classroom again, and finally landed on Yang Yu. Classmate Yang Yu, how about you put on a show? Okay, but I have a request. Yang Yu said. What request? I want Gao Yan to help me put on a show. Yang Yu said loudly. Upon hearing this, the boys in the class looked envious. Fan Xian's expression was also somewhat meaningful, and he looked at Gao Yan. Classmate Gao Yan, did you hear what Yang Yu said? What do you think? Teacher Fan, I really have no literary talent, why don't I find someone else? Gao Yan shook his head. I can assist Yang Yu. At this time, Zhou Yuchao shouted loudly. I also apply to assist Yang Yu. Another boy shouted after him. Next, several boys took the initiative to apply. Fan Xian asked Yang Yu, Gao Yan doesn't want to. Yang Yu, please choose one of these boys. No. Yang Yu shook her head decisively, I will support Gao Yan. As long as he is willing to assist me, I guarantee that my program will be selected. In that case, Gao Yan, please come and assist Yang Yu. Fan Xian stopped asking Gao Yan for his opinion and directly announced the result. Brother Yan, cowhide. Qinghao gave Gao Yan a thumbs up under the table. Gao Yan was a little speechless. He really didn't know what was wrong with Yang Yu, but the counselor had already called his name, so he could only agree. After all, Fan Xian had been nice to him before, and it was hard for him to refute the other person's face. After a class, Gao Yan was about to leave the classroom. Yang Yu stopped him. Is something wrong? Let's find a place to discuss what program to put on. Yang Yu said. You acted confident just now. You should have a plan, right? Do you need to discuss it with me? Gao Yan joked. Faith is faith, but there are no plans yet. Yang Yu said proudly, you agreed to the counselor in front of the whole class. Are you trying to give up your choice? Okay, let's find a place to discuss it. Gao Yan did not refuse again. A few minutes later, in a private room of a cafe outside the school. Tell me, what do you want to do? Gao Yan stirred the coffee in the cup and seemed a little careless, but in fact, his insightful eyes were observing a car not far outside the coffee shop. Through the inside eye, he has determined their identities as spies from the Lu family. But the strength is not strong. The strongest one is in Jean, and the other three are just Ming Jean. I have a plan. I'll play the piano and you'll dance with me. Yang Yu said. Slyly. Backup dancer? Fortunately, Gao Yan hasn't drunk coffee yet, otherwise he would have to sneer at the woman in front of him, are you kidding me? I can't dance at all. I'll teach you. Yang Yu said, you seem quite smart, you should be able to learn it soon. Don't learn. Gao Yan decisively refused. You don't have a sense of collective consciousness yet. Since you are here to Assist me, you have to listen to me. Yang Yu said forcefully. You are overthinking. The most I can do is help you with your ideas. Don't ask me for performances. Gao Yan did not accept this, and then lowered his voice. Yang Yu, I advise you not to go too far, otherwise, don't blame me for punishing you. While speaking, Gao Yan also waved his hand in the void. As soon as she saw his gesture, Yang Yu recalled her memories and felt a hot feeling in a certain part of her body, but her eyes were a little more excited. And she said provocatively, you dare. Gao Yan stood up and sat down next to Yang Yu. What do you want to do? I advise you not to mess around. Yang Yu said in a trembling voice, not sure whether she was excited or scared. Give you a chance to reorganize your language. Gao Yan stared at her with a smile. No, I want you to dance with me. If you don't agree, I will report it to the counselor and say that you are not cooperative. Yang Yu said very forcefully. It seems you are determined to get beaten. Gao Yan sneered, stretched out his hand and pulled Yang Yu to press her on his legs, and then he slapped her buttocks. Pa! Accompanied by a crisp sound, Yang Yu also let out a muffled groan. But strangely, she did not struggle. If he observed Yang Yu's expression at this time, he would find that she bit her lips and closed her eyes, with a bit of shame and desire in her expression. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Gao Yan raised his hand and hit her twice. And asked, are you still making trouble? If you have the guts, beat me to death. Yang Yu said, but her voice was nasal. Provoking me, right? Gao Yan sneered, continued to raise his hand and fell, and slightly increased his strength. Yang Yu couldn't help but groan in pain, but she still didn't mean to beg for mercy. For a while, Gao Yan also had a headache. After straightening the other person's body, he found that Yang Yu actually closed her eyes and bit her lips at this moment, with a blush on her beautiful cheeks, revealing an alluring charm. Hey, are you okay? Gao Yan shook her arm. At this time, Yang Yu opened her eyes, and her eyes were watery, as if they could swallow people's sight. Suddenly, Yang Yu rushed over without any warning, and Gao Yan subconsciously thought that the other party wanted to bite him again, and quickly stretched out his hand to push the other party. Then, both of them were a little dumbfounded, because the place where his hands touched was soft, and Yang Yu's cheeks became redder, which was simply delicate and beautiful. Asshole, don't let go. Seeing that Gao Yan had no intention of letting go, Yang Yu couldn't help but scolded in shame. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Gao Yan quickly retracted his hand to apologize. Who knows? Yang Yu sneered. Then what do you want? Hearing this, Yang Yu was so angry that she gritted her teeth and spat out 2 words, dancing partner. No. If you dare to refuse, I will sue you for being a hooligan. Yang Yu threatened. Who knows? Gao Yan pouted, okay, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Come back. Seeing Gao Yan leaving quickly, Yang Yu was so angry that she couldn't help but curse, Gao Yan, you stinky bastard, you only know how to bully me. While cursing, she couldn't help but lie on the table and cry. Okay, you are so old and still crying, wipe it off. At this time, a voice sounded in her ears, and Yang Yu subconsciously looked up and found that the bastard had actually returned. Gao Yan looked at the beautiful face in front of him, and suddenly felt moved. He reached out to wipe her tears with a tissue and said gently, be good. Don't cry. Just then, Yang Yu suddenly reached out and grabbed Gao Yan's hand, lowered his head, and bit it. With Gao Yan's reaction speed, he can avoid even if he is caught off guard. But he didn't dodge, and deliberately let Yang Yu grab him and bite him. He also showed a very painful look. See, Yang Yu, you are a dog, please let me go. Hearing Gao Yan's screams, Yang Yu was very happy and felt a bad breath coming out of her mouth. Then she let go of Gao Yan and said proudly, "You bastard, if you dare to bully me again, I won't bite you to death." Gao Yan glanced at the 2 rows of teeth marks on the back of his hand. Expressionlessly pulled out a tissue from the paper box on the table and wiped off the remaining saliva on his hand, then crumpled the tissue into a ball and threw it into the trash can. Then he turned around and walked out of the box. Yang Yu, who originally had a proud expression on his face, suddenly froze and felt a little panicked in his heart. "Hey, aren't you angry?" Gao Yan didn't answer and had already walked to the door of the box. "I said, you are too stingy. You hit me so many times, and I just bit you." Seeing that Gao Yan had opened the door and was about to leave the box, Yang Yu became even more panicked. "Come back, if you are really angry, I will bite you back at worst." "Where to bite?" Gao Yan turned around and looked at her with a joking look on his face, not even the slightest bit angry. "Roll." Yang Yu suddenly realized that she was being played, and subconsciously grabbed the coffee cup on the table and planned to throw it at the stinky bastard, but after thinking about it, she still didn't do that. Although she was willful, she also knew that everything had its limits. If she really took the coffee and threw it away at Gao Yan, the relationship between the two may have ended here. Gao Yan naturally saw Yang Yu's movements, and couldn't help but show a gratified gesture like an old father, and smiled at her. You have grown up and know how to behave." Upon hearing this, Yang Yu was stunned for a moment, then became furious, stood up and rushed towards Gao Yan quickly. But Gao Yan made an unexpected move. Instead of running away, he walked towards her. Bang! Because she rushed too fast, Yang Yu crashed directly into Gao Yan's arms. But a clever force resolved the force of her collision and did not cause her to feel any pain. At the same time, 2 strong arms wrapped around her body, and at the same time, her body was tightly pressed against the body of some stinky bastard. Yang Yu opened her eyes, and suddenly felt 2 burning eyes falling on her face, and she stared subconsciously. Suddenly, a low and hoarse voice came out of Gao Yan's mouth. "Woman, you successfully caught my attention." Hearing this saucy remark, Yang Yu broke out and laughed out loud. "Woman, are you laughing at me? Do you know what price you will pay?" Giggle. The second saucy remark came, making Yang Yu tremble with laughter. "No, Gao Yan, you should quickly collect your magical power, you won't make me die from laughing, so you can inherit my huabe? Woman, I advise you not to challenge my bottom line." Gao Yan released his third slutty sentence. "I challenge you, what can you do to me, just a little bit?" Yang Yu made a provocative face at Gao Yan and stuck out her tongue. But at this moment, Gao Yan lowered his head suddenly. Ugh! Suddenly, Yang Yu's eyes widened. Looking at the handsome, but a little hateful face in front of him, he forgot to resist for a moment. Until, after a while, Gao Yan let go of Yang Yu, who was already limp in his arms, and then breathed hot air into her ear. "This is what happens if you challenge my bottom line. Do you want to try again?" Yang Yu did not dare to provoke Gao Yan anymore, and stood up from his arms with great effort, then grabbed her bag from the sofa and rushed out the door. "I'm leaving." Gao Yan smiled and did not hold back. Through the inside eye, he discovered that Yang Yu's friendship level had reached 97. This is already a piece of meat that reaches your mouth and cannot escape. When Gao Yan walked out of the cafe, he found that the car monitoring him had left. He didn't take it seriously either. The opponents were just a few little shrimps, so he couldn't get the desire to do anything, and he didn't even want to waste the prop cards on them. After all, the card mall is only refreshed once a month, so you have to use it sparingly. However, it's almost time for the card mall to be refreshed, and it will be refreshed early tonight. Noon. Gao Yan came to the canteen of Yangdong's science department again. I had lunch with my classmate Xiaozhua. What left him speechless was when he left, he was blocked. Is something wrong? Gao Yan looked at the boys in front of him playfully. Boy, you are not welcome in our school. I'm warning you not to show up in our school again next time, the leading boy said angrily. Gao Yan, what if I say no? Then don't blame us for beating you up. At this time, Gao Yan took out the key to the Bentley Mulsanne and waved it towards them. Do you know them? As soon as they saw the Bentley logo, the expressions of the boys present changed slightly. I'm not showing off my wealth, I just want to tell you whether you can afford the consequences before making a certain decision. If you give me a good beating, maybe you can vent your anger. But what will I do? I will ask a lawyer to sue you. Anyway, I don't need the legal fees. You are still students. Once the lawsuit is involved, how do you think the school will react? Even if they don't expel you, they will give you a major live it. Yangdong Science is a key university among key universities. It is not easy for you to get in, but you are expelled just because of your personal impulse. Do you think your parents will be disappointed? Okay, stop talking, we can't afford to offend you, let's get out of here. The leading boy left with a dark face. When the other boys saw this, they smiled at Gao Yan and left quickly. Classmate Gao Yan, I didn't expect you to be so eloquent. No wonder, Shua Jiangyue is so devoted to you. At this time, a slightly sarcastic female voice came from not far behind. Gao Yan turned around. It turns out to be Professor Qin. He was a little strange. The last time they met, Qin Yiren's attitude towards him was relatively cold. The second time they met, she actually started to ridicule him directly. So he opened his clairvoyance eyes. The inside eye that combines the golden pupil and the data I can see more secret information. No wonder, it turns out to be like this. After seeing a certain secret message from Qin Yiren, Gao Yan couldn't help but be shocked and decided to remind classmate Xiaozhua to keep a distance from Qin Yiren to avoid being taken advantage of. Sensing Gao Yan's strange look, Qin Yiren felt a little uncomfortable. Classmate Gao Yan, I am taking Zhu Jianyue to work on a very important project recently. I hope you won't disturb her. You are too lenient. Gao Yan said rudely. What did you say? There was a hint of anger on Qin Yiren's face. I said you were too lenient. You are just a teacher. What qualifications do you have to dictate her life? As he spoke, Gao Yan suddenly took a step towards the other party, but was so scared that Qin Yiren stepped back. What do you want to do? Wensuemi.cc. Gao Yan stared at the other party coldly and warned, Professor Qin, I advise you to stay away from our Xiaozhua and don't try to take advantage of her. Otherwise, don't blame me for making someone's special hobby public to the world. Qin Yiren's mind went blank and her face turned red as she said, I don't understand what you are saying. Whether you understand it or not, you just need to remember what I said. As soon as he finished speaking, a warm smile appeared on Gao Yan's face. Professor Qin, I'm leaving first. When I have time, Xiaozhua and I will treat you to dinner. Watching Gao Yan leave, Qin Yiren changed his mind several times, then sighed softly and continued walking towards the laboratory building. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. The time came to the early morning of that night. Because at this time, not only the card mall will be refreshed. The system will also evaluate his performance this month, and then reward a certain number of draws. Ding, the behavior evaluation is open, please wait for a moment. Ding, the evaluation is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 A-level evaluations, 6 B-level evaluations, 2 C-level evaluations, and 1 D-level evaluation. After hearing the answer announced by the system, Gao Yan felt a strong sense of curiosity. System, how is this evaluation done? The next moment, the detailed rules of the evaluation directly entered Gao Yan's mind. After reading the evaluation rules, he instantly understood what this evaluation was about. The system will evaluate his behavior in 3 directions. The first is the direction of income. From August 10th to now, in terms of income behavior, he has obtained 2 A-level evaluations. Second, in terms of martial arts behavior, he killed a Danjin peak, so he got another A-level evaluation. Killing 5 Huajin, he got 5 B-level evaluations. The third direction is the girlfriend. Chen Yusen's operation received a B-level evaluation, while Qian Bauer and Yang Yu's operations received 2 C-level evaluations. As for Jing Xiaoyu, Shu Jiangyue and Chen Yue, they had already established their relationship, so they did not receive any evaluation rewards. Therefore, if you want to get more evaluation rewards, you have to dig deeper into income, martial arts, and girlfriends. An A-level evaluation can be exchanged for a top-level lottery, a B-level evaluation can be exchanged for a high-level lottery, a C-level evaluation can be exchanged for a mid-level lottery, and a D-level evaluation can be exchanged for an ordinary lottery. Now, Gao Yan has 3 A-level evaluations, 6 B-level evaluations, 2 C-level evaluations, and 1 D-level evaluation. System, convert all the evaluations into the number of draws. Ding, the exchange is complete, the host can draw. From low to high, let's start with a normal draw. Ding, the normal draw begins. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a truth card, which has been issued to the system space, please check it yourself. The so-called truth card means that after using it on the target, the other party will tell the truth within the next half an hour. It is not needed for the time being, Gao Yan directly put it into the mustard space. System, use 2 intermediate draws. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 blank literary skill cards, which have been issued to the system space, please check it yourself. What the hell? After checking the 2 cards, Gao Yan felt that the reward given by the system was a bit perfunctory. What are these 2 cards for? In short, you only need to write a certain literary skill in the blank space of the card, and then you can master this skill after using it. For example, if you write piano in the blank space of the card, this card is a piano skill card, and after using it, you can master the piano skill. But what use are literary skills other than showing off? Keep it for now. Gao Yan also put the 2 cards into the mustard space and started the advanced lottery. He was still looking forward to it. After all, 6 advanced lotteries should be able to open a good thing, right? Ding! Congratulations to the host industry for a designated acquisition card. Real estate X10, luxury cars X5, famous watches X5, yachts X2, and private custom clothing X50. Seeing the 6 prizes, Gao Yan looked a little weird. Could it be that the system thought he was too miserly, so it deliberately opened real estate, luxury cars, and famous watches to him? To be honest, he really doesn't look like a trillionaire at all. In addition to the 2 properties he actively purchased, one is Platinum Palace No. 1 in Magic City, and the other is Ujinjiwan No. 15 in Nandu. There is also an ordinary school district house that he hasn't got. He is not like some rich people who have their own properties in major cities across the country. As for luxury cars, let alone, the only one he can show off is the Bentley Mulsanne, and the Rolls-Royce in Shanghai was given by Li Chaonan. He only has one watch. No yacht. No private jet. I guess even the system can't stand it, so it deliberately offers such a reward. Hey, I embarrassed the rich man. Gao Yan smiled bitterly. Then, he checked the 6 rewards. The role of the designated acquisition card is very simple. He only needs to designate a company or industry, no matter whether the other party is willing to sell it. As long as he has enough money, he can achieve forced acquisition. Gao Yan thinks it's good. If he doesn't like someone, he will use the designated acquisition card to forcefully acquire his company. Let's talk about the 10 properties. These 10 properties are located in 10 different cities, and they are all finely decorated. You can move in at any time, and the price of each property is not less than 10 million. And the property deeds of these 10 properties are quietly lying in the system space. Gao Yan opened the property deeds and looked at them. These 10 properties are located in Magic City, Beijing, Shanghai, Rongqing, Huaqing, Jiangqing, Jinling, Nandu, Chang'an, and Jincheng. And the properties are all located in high-end residential areas. Let's talk about the 5 luxury cars, which are Rolls-Royce Phantom, Bentley Skycross, Mercedes-Benz G, customized version, Maybach, and Porsche 918. The price of each car is not less than 5 million. Let's talk about the watches, which are Patek Philippe 5271 to 3.5 million. Rolex 116595 Original Diamond Rainbow, D, 3 million. Roger Dubuis W Series Double Tourbillon, 3.5 million. Richard McLaren Limited to 75 pieces worldwide, 8 million. Women's watch, Van Cleef & Arpels Lover's Bridge, a full diamond, ladies watch, even the strap is inlaid with sparkling diamonds, 2.03 million. The 5 watches are lying quietly in the system space. Gao Yan directly transferred to the mustard space. As for the 2 yachts, one large and one small, the small one is worth more than 10 million, and the large one is worth 120 million. Now they are all affiliated with a yacht club in Sanya. The system has paid the maintenance fee for the next year, and also gave a club membership card. The last is the 50 sets of private custom clothes, which include spring, summer, autumn and winter Chinese and foreign styles, and each set of clothes is made of extremely expensive top-grade materials. In short, in the next few years, he doesn't have to buy clothes anymore. Gao Yan looked at the styles of these 50 sets of private custom clothes, and he felt that he liked them all. It seems that the system has also considered his preferences. The next 3 top draws are coming. System, use the top draw. Ding, the top draw is open. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a Gang Gene experience card and 2 advanced biological people. Not bad, he is quite satisfied with the results of the 3 top draws. After all, the Gang Gene experience card is a one-time use, and he only has 1 card in his hand. Now he has drawn another card, which makes him more confident. 2 advanced biological people, with Dan Gene cultivation. In the era when Gang Gene was not obvious, Dan Gene was the top boss. However, the 2 advanced biological people this time are a man and a woman. The man is in his 40s and has reached the peak of Dan Gene cultivation, while the woman is in her early 30s and has reached the late stage of Dan Gene cultivation. What's more interesting is that this male advanced biological person also has the skill of a housekeeper, and the female biological person has the skill of a cook. After a little thought, Gao Yan named the male biological person Chu Xiu and the female biological person Chu Xing. Chu Xiu is the housekeeper, and Chu Xing is the chef. All the draws are over, and it's time for the card mall. However, what is different from the past is that the current card mall will not directly issue cards, and must conduct blind selection. Therefore, after opening the card mall, what appears on the screen are 3 blind boxes. Gao Yan has 3 opportunities to open the blind box. Cards are divided into 4 levels: purple, gold, silver, and red, with purple being the highest level and red being the worst. Looking at these 3 blind boxes, Gao Yan hesitated which one to open. He was very suspicious. The blind box idea was copied by the system from his idea. Open the middle one. Gao Yan stretched out his hand a little, and the blind box in the middle exploded with a bang, and a salute special effect appeared. Suddenly, Gao Yan rolled his eyes. The system was getting more and more complicated. When the special effect disappears, a red card appears. Suddenly, Gao Yan's face darkened, and he drew the red card for the last time. This luck was really bad. The red card issued is a false pregnancy card. The stock is 100 sheets. Gao Yan was slightly pleased with the number of cards in stock. Once the fake pregnancy card was used, it was quite effective. The unit price of this fake pregnancy card is 1 million yuan each. Empty it directly. After deducting the reserve fund of 100 million, there were 100 more false pregnancy cards in the system space. Then Gao Yan directly transferred it to the mustard space. There are also 2 opportunities to open blind boxes. Gao Yan decided to wash his hands first. His hands smelled so bad. Come to the bathroom. Gao Yan washed his hands seriously for 3 minutes. Return to the bedroom again. 3 more blind boxes appeared on the screen. I still choose the middle one. The same salute special effect. When the special effect passes, a red card appears. My darn thing. Gao Yan was furious and felt that the system was playing psychological tactics with him. After calming down his inner emotions, Gao Yan's eyes fell on the red card. This card is a stun card. After use, the target will be stunned for 10 seconds. Gao Yan's eyes lit up. If you use the stun card on the enemy in battle, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble to the enemy. The inventory is still 100 pieces. The selling price is 100,000. Nothing to say, just clear the inventory. Although the card mall is refreshed once a month, the number of cards has increased 10 times. You must know that in the past, the maximum inventory was only 10 cards. However, this is quite a test of luck. If there are 100 purple cards in stock, that would be a huge profit. One more chance to open a blind box. But Gao Yan hesitated. The first 2 cards were red cards, which meant that his luck was really smelly tonight. Even if he washed his hands, it would be useless. If a red card is issued again, then a great opportunity that can only be refreshed once a month is wasted. So, Gao Yan decided not to use the third opportunity to open the blind box for the time being. I'll find a little fairy to drive with him tomorrow. Early next morning, just after Gao Yan woke up, he sensed 2 more people in the villa. He was startled, and immediately relaxed after using his mental perception to explore. The 2 extra people in the villa were none other than others. It was the 2 newly drawn biological beings, Chu Xiao and Chu Xing. And Chu Xing was already preparing breakfast in the kitchen. There is an idle cheating device, so Gao Yan doesn't even need to do morning exercises. Take a quick shower. When they came downstairs, Chu Xing in the kitchen hurriedly came out to say hello. Chu Xiao, who was working as a gardener outside to trim flowers and plants, also put aside his work to pay homage to his master. You can just call me sir from now on, Gao Yan said. Yes, sir. The 2 said in unison. Sister Xing, when can we eat? Gao Yan asked casually. Sir, it will be ready in 5 minutes. Good. 5 minutes later, Chu Xing served Gao Yan a Chinese breakfast. They are porridge, steamed buns, and 2 plates of side dishes. After tasting it, Gao Yan was very satisfied. The 3 seemingly simple things were all very delicious and in line with his taste. Especially the buns. There are 5 buns on a plate with 5 different flavors. Something moved in my heart. Gao Yan said, Sister Xing, do you have any extra buns? Chu Xing said, yes sir, there are 12 more steamed buns. Then you pack 8 for me, 2 for 1 portion, and 4 bowls of porridge. Gao Yan ordered. After breakfast, Gao Yan was ready to go to school. As a housekeeper, Chu Xiao had already helped Gao Yan drive the car out of the garage and cleaned it inside and out. Uncle Xiao, you are interested? Gao Yan took the key from Chu Xiao's hand and nodded towards him. He first drove to Yangdong University and called Zhuo Jianyue. Knowing that she was still in the dormitory, he drove directly to the dormitory. Why are you here? After a while, Zhuo Jianyue came out of the dormitory building, opened the car door and got in. I hired a butler and a chef, and I brought the breakfast made by the chef for you to try. If you like it, I will arrange for the butler to deliver it to you every morning. While talking, Gao Yan handed 2 bowls of porridge and 2 portions of steamed buns to classmate Xiaozhua. Classmate Xiaozhua smelled it and nodded, it smells so good. Then hurry up and eat. Thank you, husband. Zhuo Jianyue kissed Gao Yan on the face and happily returned to the dormitory building with breakfast. Just returned to the dormitory. Song Yufei saw the breakfast in Zhuo Jianyue's hand, and couldn't help but joked, that guy is quite thoughtful, he actually gave you breakfast. It's very fragrant, come and try it. Xiaozhua said with a smile. You eat first, I'll put on makeup first and come back. Song Yufei said. That's up to you. Student Xiaozhua picked up a bun and bit it open. Suddenly, a strong fragrance filled the air. The 2 roommates who were still sleeping in the dormitory woke up one after another. Wow, the buns smell so delicious, Jiangyu, where did you buy them? My boyfriend sent it to you, do you want to eat it? Eat. There are exactly 4 buns, 1 for each person. The portion of this bun was not small, but after eating it, both roommates subconsciously focused on the last bun. At this time, Song Yufei also came out from the bathroom after putting on makeup. After smelling the smell of steamed buns, she saw the eyes of the other two roommates, and said quickly, "The last one is mine, don't grab it." As for the gruel, there were only 2 bowls. Shui Jiangyue did not share it with the other 2 roommates. After Gao Yan left Yongdong Science Department, he called Chen Yue and Chen Yuling and told them not to have breakfast. When he drove to the gate of the community, he saw Chen Yue and Chen Yuling. He greeted the 2 girls to get in the car, and Gao Yan handed them the breakfast he had prepared. Both women were full of praise for the taste of breakfast. First send Chen Yuling to the high school, and then take Chen Yue to the university. Just before Chen Yue got off the car, Gao Yan stopped her. The other party subconsciously came over to kiss his face. Although Gao Yan stopped her for this purpose, he did not refuse. "Give me your hand." Chen Yue stretched out her hand honestly, then grabbed her hand and asked her to stretch out a finger and pointed towards the void. "What are you doing?" Chen Yue looked at Gao Yan suspiciously. "Haha, it's okay, go to class quickly," Gao Yan said with a smile. "As expected of my little fairy, this is so prosperous." After Chen Yue left, Gao Yan couldn't help but laugh. Because the blind box he asked Chen Yue to open for him turned out to be a purple card. Moreover, there are a full 5 in stock. In addition, the effect of this purple card is also quite powerful. The purple card drawn is the invisible card. The unit price is 1 billion. After use, you can become invisible. Of course, there is a time limit for invisibility, and the use time is 1 hour. After use, it takes 24 hours to recover. With 5 invisibility cards, you can have 5 hours of invisibility. The most important thing is that this invisibility is not light invisibility. As long as you reach the invisible state, you can ignore all attacks. But the user can attack others. I have to say that this stealth card is quite incredible. If you use the stealth card to become an assassin, you will definitely become the number 1 in the world. The blind box will be opened next month. If I don't open it myself, I have to ask Chen Yue to open it for me. Gao Yan secretly made a decision. If Chen Yue opened all 3 blind boxes, this time, he might be able to get 3 types of purple cards. Clear inventory directly. 5 billion was also deducted from reserve funds. Putting the 5 invisibility cards into the mustard space, Gao Yan got out of the car and walked towards the classroom. At the same time, he was also wondering whether Chen Yue should be rewarded for helping him such a big favor. She will definitely not accept expensive gifts. Suddenly, he thought that he had drawn 5 watches in the lottery last night. The Van Cleef and Arpels Lover's Bridge was a women's watch, so he might as well give it to her. But this watch is a diamond-encrusted watch. Wouldn't it be too ostentatious? No matter, my girlfriend, just show off. Besides, a watch is not as conspicuous as a luxury car. Not everyone can recognize that this watch is worth 2.03 million. When Gao Yan came to the classroom, he was about to pass by Yang Yu, but the other party pointed to the empty seat next to her and said, "Sit here." Is something wrong? Gao Yan sat down. Seeing Gao Yan like this, Yang Yu was so angry. She just kissed him in the coffee shop yesterday, but today she looked like a fine person. And from yesterday to now, this guy didn't even send her a WeChat message, let alone a phone call, which made her very angry. But out of inner reserve and pride, she was unwilling to ask Gao Yan directly. So she could only say angrily, can't I call you when nothing happens? Of course. Gao Yan smiled. Hearing this, the anger in Yang Yu's heart dissipated a lot, and he said deliberately, how do you think about what I mentioned to you yesterday? What are you considering? Dance. Impossible. Gao Yan decisively refused. How about I accompany you, and you dance? Wensuemi.cc. Do you also play musical instruments? Yang Yu said in surprise. Isn't it just a musical instrument? Although I am not proficient in everything, I can still do two things. Gao Yan said proudly. Didn't I draw 2 blank art cards last night? Just write down what musical instrument you want to master. I don't believe it. It's none of my business if you don't believe it. You. For a moment, Yang Yu wanted to bite someone again. The guy in front of him spoke so irritatingly that he wanted to bite him to death. Class is almost here, I'm going back to my seat. Because Gao Yan discovered that Yang Yu's girl at the same table was here. Seeing Gao Yan leaving her seat, the girl at the same table asked curiously. Yang Yu, are you and Gao Yan in a relationship? Don't talk nonsense, no. Yang Yu objected nervously. It was obvious that the two of them were very intimate, but that bastard just didn't express his feelings. Maybe she had to take the initiative as a girl. It's not the best. I heard that he already has a girlfriend and he still works in her milk tea shop. The girl at the same table reminded. Yeah? Yang Yu's face changed slightly, then she pretended to be curious and asked. That girl is also from our school? What does she look like? Very beautiful, no worse than you. My deskmate said something against her will, because Chinyowe's appearance was even better than Yang Yu's, especially after taking the genetic medicine. Her appearance had increased a lot. After knowing that Gao Yan had a girlfriend, Yang Yu was a little distracted throughout the class, and she gritted her teeth with hatred. No wonder the guy didn't confess his love, it turned out that he already had a girlfriend. No, I must keep distance from that stinky bastard from now on. Yang Yu secretly made a decision. After class, Gao Yan checked his phone. I found an additional friend request on WeChat. Note, I am Luhani. Gao Yan was a little surprised as to why the other party wanted him. But he still accepted the friend request. Lu Su, are you in class? Gao Yan, get out of class has just ended, but there is still another class to come. Lu Su, I have no other intention in adding you. I just want to ask you about your entrepreneurial experience. I also want to start a business recently. Gao Yan has some incredible entrepreneurial experience. He is completely hands-off as the shopkeeper of Sunday Mall. The milk tea company is also run by Lin Xiaomin. However, with Lu Hani's identity, there is no one better to turn to than him. If she wants to gain entrepreneurial experience. If she really believed what the other person said, he would be a fool. This is just an excuse for Lu Hani to add him. So, what is the real purpose of Lu Hani adding him? Since he already knew that the other party was not looking for him to ask for advice on starting a business, Gao Yan naturally would not talk about his entrepreneurial experience. Instead, he chatted casually with the other party. Occasionally, they would tease each other. Anyway, I brought it to my door, so if I don't flirt with you, it's useless. The other end. Seeing Gao Yan's words to tease her, Lu Hani couldn't help but be speechless. For a while, thinking to herself, this guy is really lustful. But for some reason, she didn't feel disgusted at all. On the contrary, it feels quite interesting. After all, most of the peers she came into contact with were polite to her. And they were cautious and flattering when speaking in front of her. Even the blind date, Wu Junlai, did not dare to have any deviant words or behavior during the two contacts with her. The school bell rang. Gao Yan ended the short chat. As for Lu Hani's reaction, he didn't bother to think about it. The time came to 11:20. The second class is over. There are no classes in the afternoon either. So, Gao Yan went directly to the milk tea shop. There were not many people at this time. Gao Yan called Chen Yue out from the bar. Reach out. Chen Yue looked at him, hesitated slightly, and then stretched out her hand. At this time, Gao Yan took out a box, opened it, and put a diamond-encrusted watch on Chen Yue's wrist. It's a perfect fit. This watch will be yours from now on. Gao Yan very much suspected that the system was intentional, because the watch fit just right on Chen Yue's hand and did not need to be adjusted. Isn't this watch expensive? Chen Yue asked. It's not expensive, only a few thousand yuan. You lied to me. With so many diamonds on this watch, it must be very expensive. Chen Yue was not stupid and retorted immediately. These diamonds are fake, and they are all broken. You can buy a pound for dozens of yuan. Gao Yan coaxed. Real? Chen Yue somewhat believed it, because in her opinion, a watch would not be set with so many diamonds. Of course, when did I lie to you? At this moment, Gao Yan's cell phone rang. The call was from the intermediary. The other party asked him if he was free in the afternoon and that he needed to go to the housing authority to go through the transfer procedures. There happened to be no classes in the afternoon, so Gao Yan agreed immediately. The transfer in the afternoon went very smoothly. But it will take a few days to get the house book. But that suite already belongs to Gao Yan and he can move in at any time. So, accompanied by the agent, he came to the apartment, first hired a cleaning company through the property management company to clean it, and then contacted a lock replacement company to change a set of locks. After sending the promised red envelope to the agent said enthusiastically that he must call her if he could be of use to her in the future. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. As soon as the house was acquired, Xing Xiaoyu also sent a message that her scene had been filmed and she returned to the Magic City at noon and asked him when he would be there. Ever since Xing Xiaoyu went to Hengdian to film, the two never met again. Therefore, Gao Yan missed her very much. So, he immediately said that he would fly to the Magic City this afternoon and let her wait for him in vain. Because he could be transported directly to the Magic City through any door. Eliminating the time of flying, Gao Yan was not in a hurry. It was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that he arrived at the apartment through any door. Then drove the Audi A6 to number 1 Platinum Palace. Husband, why did you come so soon? As soon as she saw Gao Yan, Xing Xiaoyu rushed forward excitedly. Gao Yan lowered her head and kissed her without saying a word. After a deep kiss, the two finally relieved themselves of their lovesickness. Chen Yusen is not with you today? Gao Yan asked, casually. Xing Xiaoyu said, she is very busy now. Isn't her song very popular? The company accepted some endorsements and advertisements for her, but she left the crew directly without even returning to the Magic City. Then are you envious? Gao Yan asked. I'm not envious. Xing Xiaoyu shook her head. Are you sure? I'm really not envious. Xing Xiaoyu said seriously, and stretched out her hands to wrap around Gao Yan's neck. Husband, I am very satisfied with my current life. You don't have to worry about me having other ideas. After realizing that Jing Xiaoyu was really not jealous, Gao Yan nodded. Okay, if you want to be a singer someday, just tell me, I still have good songs. During this period, he obtained 2 more A-level songs through entertainment cards. Unfortunately, S-level songs were too difficult to produce. But there's no rush now. After all, the songs of 2 singers from Star Entertainment are dominating the charts, and the new songs of the other 2 singers are also gaining momentum. Album sales are sluggish these days. Singers generally no longer release albums. Instead, just release singles to maintain popularity. Even if an album is released, it will not be a physical album, but a digital album. But digital albums are only suitable for top idols, and those who buy albums are their fans. It is still not possible for ordinary singers to release digital albums. Therefore, the current way for singers is to release singles to accumulate fame and then make money through endorsements, advertisements, and variety shows. Honey, we haven't seen each other for so long, don't you miss me? Suddenly, Jing Xiaoyu said in Gao Yan's ear. Of course I do. Then what are you waiting for? Upon hearing this, Gao Yan couldn't understand why. He directly picked up Jing Xiaoyu and headed towards the bedroom upstairs. Unfortunately, Jing Xiaoyu's physical condition is far worse than that of classmate Xiaozhua. It won't work after more than an hour. Think of this. Gao Yan first went to the bathroom and filled the bathtub with water. Then he picked up Jing Xiaoyu, who was already asleep, and put him in the bathtub. Husband, what are you doing? Jing Xiaoyu woke up and found herself lying in the bathtub. She thought Gao Yan was taking her to take a bath. Here, drink this. Gao Yan took out a bottle of genetic medicine and brought it to Jing Xiaoyu's mouth. Jing Xiaoyu, who trusted him 100%, drank the bottle of genetic medicine without asking. Xiaoyu, this is a special medicine that can improve your physique. A lot of impurities will come out of the pores of your body later, so don't panic. After explaining, Gao Yan left the bathroom. Hearing this, Jing Xiaoyu was still a little confused. However, she believed that her husband would not lie to her, so she stared at her body curiously. Suddenly, Jing Xiaoyu felt a gentle force spread from her stomach to her limbs, and her body, which was extremely exhausted from the battle, not only recovered, but also became full of strength. Immediately afterwards, she felt her skin itching. Then, she discovered that some black stuff came out of her pores. Ah, so disgusting. Jing Xiaoyu couldn't help but said that she didn't expect that there was such a dirty thing in her body. Fortunately, her husband was out, otherwise she would be so embarrassed. Half an hour later, Jing Xiaoyu walked out of the bathroom wearing a bath towel. Gao Yan subconsciously threw out an inside eye. The appearance value increased from 91 to 95 points. Constitution increased from 62 to 68 points. Body size increased from 98 to 99 points. Charm points increased from 95 to 98. It has reached the level of a double S beauty. Husband, what you gave me to drink is so magical. I feel a lot more beautiful. Jing Xiaoyu said excitedly. As expected, as a woman, the first thing she cares about is always her appearance. Gao Yan stretched out his hand and hugged her into his arms. This is a special medicine from a special research institute. In the next month, your body will continue to get stronger. However, don't leak it to outsiders, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. I know, husband. Jing Xiaoyu nodded quickly. Now that we have recovered our strength, shall we have another match? Gao Yan's hands began to become irregular. Xing Xiaoyu's cheeks blushed slightly, and then she took the initiative to offer a sweet kiss. The physical constitution increased by 6 points, and Xing Xiaoyu's combat effectiveness also increased a lot. Therefore, after the battle, she still had some energy left to cling to Gao Yan's arms and talk. During this time, Xing Xiaoyu has been running a short video account. The number of views and likes on the video continues to grow, and Douyin seems to be interested in supporting it. Therefore, Xing Xiaoyu's followers on Douyin have exceeded 1 million. Kuaishou is also pretty good, with over 900,000 followers. Douyin once again asked Xing Xiaoyu to sign a contract, but she did not agree. Chatted for a while. The two simply washed up and changed into clothes and went out to eat. After dinner, when we returned to the villa, there was another big fight. Early next morning, Gao Yan showed up at school as usual. After a while, Qinghao arrived and said to Gao Yan, "Brother Yan, at 7:00 tonight, Jinyan Hotel." "Okay, I get it." Gao Yan nodded. Today is the birthday of Qinghao's mother. After annexing the Yang's hot pot chain, the Qing family and his wife are very high-spirited. Therefore, this birthday party will be organized in a grand manner. Of course, they also want to take the opportunity to increase the Qing family's influence in Nandu. Therefore, many business celebrities from Nandu were invited. I have little experience in gift-giving. However, now that there is a butler, I can call and ask for advice. So, after class, he called Chu Xiu and asked his good brother's mother what to give her for her birthday. Chu Xiu said that this matter could be left to him. So, Gao Yan directly transferred 10 million to his card, and also transferred 10 million to Chu Xing's card. That evening, Gao Yan drove to the downstairs of Jinyan Hotel. Chu Xiu had already bought him a gift, a pair of good quality jade bracelets, worth around 500,000 yuan. Through Xiaohong's investigation, Gao Yan also had a general understanding of the Qing family. Qinghao's father, Qing Chunhui, is mainly engaged in the seafood business. In addition, his family also owns a seafood hotel and dozens of seafood food stalls. The mother's name is Tang Yubin. The total assets of the Qing family must have totaled over 1 billion. After annexing the Yang's hot pot restaurant chain, the Qing family's assets will directly double. It is for this reason that the Qing family couple cannot resist this temptation. Take the elevator to the 16th floor of the hotel. This floor has been booked by the Qing family. Qing Hao, the son, and Tang Yi, the niece, acted as receptionists in front of the hall. "Brother Yan, you are here." Qing Hao greeted him warmly. "Hello, Gao Yan." Tang Yi also greeted him with a smile. Gao Yan responded to Tang Yi and started chatting with Qing Hao. However, Qing Hao still had to receive guests, so the two did not chat much. He was not familiar with Tang Yubin, so he stuffed the gift box containing the jade bracelet into Qing Hao's hands and asked him to pass it on. Tonight's birthday dinner was a buffet. Now, most of the guests have arrived. Qing Chunhui and Tang Yubin and his wife are holding red wine glasses in their hands, standing with a group of people and talking loudly. Gao Yan's arrival did not attract anyone's attention. He took a glass of juice from the table, picked some snacks, and came to a corner of the banquet hall, eating quietly. About 10 minutes later, after eating the snacks, Gao Yan looked around the entire banquet hall. Curiously, the guests in the hall were chatting in groups of 3 or 2. The most people were on Qing Chunhui and Tang Yubin's side. It can be seen that the couple is very proud now, with a look of high spirits on their faces. Moreover, Tang Yubin likes to use gestures to emphasize his tone when speaking. To be honest, Brother's Hot Pot restaurant can be as big as it is today. Thanks to my son. Suddenly, Tang Yubin changed the subject. If he hadn't insisted on helping a poor classmate and spent 500,000 to buy the hot pot base recipe in his hands, there would be no Brother's Hot Pot restaurant today. But my son is also very kind. After the first hot pot restaurant opened, he gave the poor boy 30% of the shares. Hearing this, the people around praised Qing Hao for not only having vision, but also being loyal and righteous, and saying that good deeds will be rewarded. Hearing the praise from everyone, Tang Yubin's smile became brighter and brighter, and he continued, "My boy is indeed kind and righteous." Later, after founding the company, he invited that poor classmate to join. Unfortunately, poor people are poor, and their vision is too short-sighted. They simply did not accept my son's kindness. Otherwise, he would be the major shareholder of our Brother's Hot Pot restaurant today. Speaking of this, Tang Yubin's face could not help but show some sarcasm. And everyone also cooperated with Tang Yubin to constantly belittle Gao Yan. Although they were more than 10 meters apart and the banquet hall was noisy, Gao Yan still heard Tang Yubin's words clearly. Suddenly, his face became a little ugly. This Tang Yubin seems to have a greater hostility towards me? Gao Yan frowned, as if he had not offended her. Could it be? Gao Yan thought of a possibility. He had reminded Qing Hao to beware of Yang Yujiang's fraud. After Qing Hao told his analysis to his parents, they did not take it to heart. Not only that, they probably hated him. What a human heart. Thinking of this, Gao Yan smiled bitterly. Suddenly, he felt that staying here was meaningless. So he stood up from his seat and walked out of the banquet hall. Since Tang Yubin was already dissatisfied with him and hated him, why should he stay and continue to listen to Tang Yubin's ridicule? If she was not Qing Hao's mother, Gao Yan would have made her live a life worse than death, based on those words. "Brother Yan, where are you going?" Seeing Gao Yan coming out, Qing Hao, who didn't know the inside story, asked, with a smile on his face. "I suddenly encountered something urgent and had to rush to deal with it." "Sorry, Haozi, please apologize to your mother on my behalf," Gao Yan said in a calm tone. "Is it urgent?" Qing Hao asked again. "Very urgent." Gao Yan nodded seriously. "Then I'll take you there." Qing Hao chased after him. "Oh, come on, I wanted to have a few drinks with you tonight." "Okay, go back, you still have to entertain guests." Just as the elevator arrived at this floor, another guest arrived. Qing Hao hurriedly greeted them warmly. "Uncle Wang, Uncle Ma, you are here. Please come in." Gao Yan waved to Qing Hao and stepped into the elevator. After sending the guests to the banquet hall, Qing Hao returned to the door. "Xiao Hao, I feel that Gao Yan's sudden departure is a bit strange." Tang Yi said thoughtfully. "No way, didn't he leave in a hurry?" Qing Hao frowned slightly. "He is not blaming me for neglecting him, but it shouldn't be. Brother Yan is not such a stingy person." "Well, I'll go in and ask." Tang Yi entered the banquet hall, and then asked 2 waiters, and learned that Gao Yan did not receive a call before leaving. This deepened her suspicion. With doubts, she came to the second aunt and second uncle who were surrounded by the crowd. When she heard the words from the second aunt, Tang Yi's face suddenly changed. Because her second aunt was still mocking Gao Yan. Did Gao Yan choose to leave because he heard what the second aunt said? But Gao Yan was clearly a long distance away from the second aunt just now. And he couldn't hear what the second aunt said clearly? Thinking of this, she decided to check the surveillance of the banquet hall. Under Tang Ye's means, the hotel quickly agreed to her request to check the surveillance. Her main attention was on Gao Yan. She checked the video before Gao Yan left several times and found that Gao Yan suddenly changed color after eating snacks and looking at the whole banquet hall. Then he frowned again and got up and left. It seems that Gao Yan should have heard what the second aunt said. Tang Yi sighed lightly. Knowing that the second aunt had completely offended Gao Yan, she originally wanted to use this dinner to build a relationship with Gao Yan. After all, the price of jadeite is still rising. If she can cooperate with the Qin family with the help of Gao Yan's relationship with the Qin family, it will be of great benefit to her company. Unfortunately, she didn't even have time to talk to Gao Yan. He left. Should I tell Xiaohaozi? Tang Yi hesitated. To be honest, she also felt that her second aunt seemed a bit ungrateful. If it weren't for Gao Yan's recipe, there would be no Brothers Hot Pot restaurant today. Although Qinghao spent money to get the recipe. But that little money, how can it compare to the true value of this hot pot base recipe? As for Gao Yan not knowing the value of the recipe, that's nonsense. Even if he didn't know it at the beginning, he should have known it when Brothers Hot Pot restaurant became popular later, right? But Qinghao invited Gao Yan to invest again, and he still refused. At that time, Gao Yan made a lot of money by gambling on stones. So, he didn't invest because he didn't want to take advantage of Qinghao, or maybe he looked down on this little benefit. And she also knew that Yang Yujiang had tried to get the hot pot base recipe many times, but Gao Yan rejected it. Suddenly, Tang Yi felt worried. Although they had signed a contract for the transfer of the recipe with Gao Yan, what if Gao Yan held a grudge because of what happened today and sold the recipe to other hot pot restaurants? Not to mention the 100 million in compensation. Such a valuable recipe, even if there was a 100 million penalty, they would still rush for it. Thinking of this, she couldn't sit still, and hurried to find Qinghao and told him her guess. After listening, Qinghao was very angry. He was about to rush into the banquet hall, but was stopped by Tang Yi. Calm down, there are so many people in the banquet hall now, are you going to go to your mother to make trouble now? Qinghao took a deep breath to calm himself down. Don't worry, I won't make trouble with her, I just go to her to verify it. Don't be impulsive. Tang Yi reminded again. Entering the banquet hall, Qinghao saw his mother holding a glass and toasting everywhere. He walked up quickly. Mom, come with me, I have something to tell you. What can't I say when I go back? It's very important. Okay then. The mother and son came to a corner of the banquet hall, and then Qinghao stared at his mother and said, Mom, have you ridiculed Brother Yan in front of everyone before? It seems so, I just said it casually. Tang Yubin said casually. Mom, how could you do this? Qinghao asked angrily. Now, he was sure that his cousin's analysis was true. Brother Yan probably left in anger because he heard his mother's ridicule. Why, are you blaming the mother? Tang Yubin's face sank slightly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with his son's performance. Mom, don't forget that our brother's hot pot restaurant can be what it is today, thanks to the hot pot base recipe provided by Brother Yan. Qinghao argued, and at this moment he was a little disappointed with his mother's performance. Tang Yubin sneered, you are right, the recipe does play a big role, but the Recipe is also bought by us. Why, we spent millions, do we have to be grateful to him? Hearing his mother's words, Qinghao felt very uncomfortable, but even so. You can't ridicule him in front of others? Tang Yubin said disdainfully, I just told the truth, and besides, I didn't say it in front of him. Why are you so excited? It's not okay if you don't say it in front of him, Mom, I hope you apologize to Brother Yan. Qinghao gritted his teeth and said, What, you want me to apologize to him? What kind of international joke is this? Tang Yubin said in surprise, and at the same time, she became more and more dissatisfied with her son. Isn't it right to apologize for doing something wrong? Qinghao said angrily. That's enough. Tang Yubin said in a low voice, Xiaohao, Mom doesn't want to argue with you anymore, and I don't want a gap between us, because of an outsider. You should think about what Mom said. As soon as the voice fell, Tang Yubin turned away, and a smile reappeared on her face. Qinghao stood there for a while, and then smiled bitterly and walked towards the door of the banquet hall. How is it? Tang Yi asked. Sister, you guessed it all. Qinghao smiled bitterly again. Tell me, how should I face Brother Yan in the future? Hey, I can't help you, you can do it. Tang Yi looked at Qinghao with some sympathy. His cousin valued feelings too much. At the same time, he also felt that the second aunt and her husband had been a little arrogant recently. And it was the second aunt and her husband who entrusted her to force Gao Yan to sign the transfer agreement. As a result, she offended Gao Yan because of this. If it hadn't happened, maybe she could have connected with the Qin family through Gao Yan. For a while, she also had some complaints and dissatisfaction with Qing Chunwei and Tang Yubin. On the other side, after Gao Yan left the Jinyan Hotel, he drove to Yujinjiwen. At the banquet, he only had some snacks and didn't eat enough. Drove back to the villa. Chu Xiu was already waiting for him there. Gao Yan got out of the car, threw the key to him, and walked into the hall. Sir, do you need to eat? Chu Xing asked. Get me something to eat. Gao Yan nodded. Not long after, Chu Xing brought him a few side dishes and a bowl of pork ribs and corn soup. The pork rib soup had a medicinal aroma, but it was delicious. The side dishes seemed simple, but the taste was also quite good. In less than 10 minutes, Gao Yan ate the soup and vegetables cleanly, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. To be honest, he was indeed disgusted by Qinghao's mother tonight. He was already a little uncomfortable in his heart because she forced him to sign the transfer agreement before, and now she mocked him in front of others. He didn't want revenge, but he had to consider his relationship with Qinghao as a brother. Although Qinghao couldn't be blamed for this matter, and he didn't want to vent his anger on Qinghao, he felt uncomfortable when he thought of Tang Yubin's face. If he continued to be a brother with Qinghao, he would definitely have contact with his parents in the future. In order not to be disgusted in the future, he should slowly distance himself from Qinghao now. Concentrate your mind. Gao Yan came upstairs. He took a shower first, and then took out a blank art skill card from the mustard seed space. After thinking about it, he picked up a pen and wrote the word guitar on it. Soon, the handwriting melted into the card. Immediately afterwards, another line of words appeared on the card: Master Guitar Skills. Use. The card turned into a white light and sank into the center of his eyebrows. Immediately afterwards, Gao Yan's mind was filled with a lot of guitar knowledge. Then, he took out the blank art skill card of the second chapter, filled in the word piano, and after using it, he gained the master-level piano playing skill. Then, he took out the talent card he had drawn before. This talent card can produce 1 talent per month, and the last time it was master-level singing. Now, 1 month has passed, and the second talent has been generated. Use it. Then Gao Yan obtained master-level acting skills. It's useless. Gao Yan was a little disappointed. He didn't want to be an actor, so master-level acting skills were useless. Uncle Xiao, go get me a guitar. The next moment, Gao Yan got up and walked out of the room, shouting to Chu Xiao downstairs. Okay, sir. After just over 40 minutes, Chu Xiao got back a guitar. After taking the guitar, Gao Yan first adjusted it, and then held the guitar and sang. TSK, TSK, not bad. With this singing and guitar skills, if you go to sing, you can make at least a few hundred a day. Gao Yan was secretly happy. So, Gao Yan played and sang for almost an hour, and the depression in his heart also disappeared. Put away the guitar. Gao Yan went to the study and picked up a book to read. Unknowingly, the time has come to 11 o'clock. Gao Yan was about to go to bed when he received a call from Qinghao. What's wrong, Haozi? Is there something wrong? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and then he said, Brother Yan, I'm sorry. Why are you saying sorry for no reason? Gao Yan joked. Qinghao said, Brother Yan, you should have heard what my mother said. Right? Gao Yan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Qinghao to know the reason for his departure. After a slight hesitation, he still said truthfully, yes. I heard it. Qinghao, I'm sorry, Brother Yan, I apologize to you on behalf of my mother. Gao Yan, okay, Haozi, I accept your apology, don't think too much. Qinghao, Brother Yan, thank you for your understanding. Gao Yan, it's getting late, go to bed early. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan couldn't help but sigh softly. At the same time, Wu Group, inside the base. A closed room suddenly opened. A tall and strong young man with messy hair walked out of it, looking quite sloppy, and even exuding a foul smell. Although the image of the young man was not very good, but his eyes were particularly bright. Brother Jiao, have you broken through? The two people who had been waiting outside asked with expectant eyes. Lucky success. Lao Jiao smiled and nodded. I'll tell the boss right now. A person's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. After a while, 9 figures rushed over one after another. Lao Jiao, I heard that you broke through, is it true? The voice came before the person arrived. The 12 Danjin of the Wu group did not join the Wu group at the same time. After all, in addition to resources and techniques, if you want to achieve Dan Jin in martial arts, you still have to open up qualifications and talents. Therefore, among the 12 Danjin of the Wu group, 6 people are the first batch of members of the Wu group, the other 4 are the second batch, and the remaining 2 are the third batch. Lao Jiao is not a member of the first batch, but the second batch. However, his talent and qualifications are extremely amazing, but he has become the strongest Danjin of the Wu group, and now he has broken through to Gang Jin. It's true, boss, I finally broke through. Lao Jiao was also quite excited. After 20 years, the Wu group finally gave birth to the first Gang Jin, and the Wu group no longer had to hide in this dark base like before. After confirming that Lao Jiao had indeed reached the level of Gang Jin, the boss Jin Hai confirmed. He quickly reported the matter. About 2 hours passed. A convoy drove into the military group's base. A group of big guys got out of the car one after another, including Director Luo of Bureau S. However, Luo Ju's status among this group of people is not the highest. The one with the highest status is an old man wearing a Chinese tunic suit. Bu Su, you are welcome to come and inspect our military team. Team leader Cui Hongdong and deputy team leader Jin Hai came forward to greet them. Although Cui Hongdong is the leader of the martial arts group, he is only in name only. Jin Hai, the deputy leader, is basically in charge of the affairs of the martial arts group. Team leader Cui, team leader Jin have worked hard for you all these years. I heard that Comrade Su Long broke through to gain Jin. Please take us to see it. Subu said in a gentle tone. Bu Su, please come this way, everyone, please come this way. Cui Hongdong led everyone towards the training room of the martial arts group. Lao Luo, what do you think? Luo Ju smiled and said, I see with my eyes. Tang Guang glared at him, you know what I mean, do you think this martial arts group really gave birth to Gang Jin? This Tang Guang is the director of the 5th Intelligence Bureau. The work of Special Intelligence Bureau 5 is mainly responsible for intelligence work and espionage operations in Southeast Asia. However, the number of warriors in the 5th Special Situation Round is not as good as that in the S round. When encountering some difficult tasks, Special Intelligence Bureau 5 will often turn to Bureau S for help. Therefore, the relationship between the two directors is relatively good. Luo Ju said speechlessly, do you think the martial arts team has the guts to make such a joke? 2. Tang Guang smiled, feeling that what he just said was a bit stupid. For others were traveling with them. Like both of them, they are heads of special departments. Soon, the group arrived at a spacious training room. In the training room stood another 11 Danjin members of the martial arts group. The leader was none other than Lao Jiu Sulong, who looked rather slovenly before and exuded a rancid smell. At this point, he has been cleansed and put on a well-fitting camouflage uniform. Hello, Comrade Su Long. Subu's eyes lit up, he stepped forward quickly and stretched out his hand towards Lao Jiu Sulong. Hello Subu, I am Su Long. Su Long quickly said respectfully, this group of people were all trained by the country, and even if they reached the level of strength, they would not develop the so-called arrogance. Comrade Su Long, I heard that you have broken through to Gang Jin. Can you show it to us? Subu said with a smile on his face. Sure. Su Long nodded. The so-called Gang Jin warrior combines the strength and qi and blood in the body to condense it into a terrifying force. This power is called Gang Jin. And it can attack out of the body. I saw Su Long coming to a target, standing more than 10 meters away, and then raising his hand a little. With a pop sound, an invisible energy penetrated the center of the target. Subsequently, Su Long showed his strength and speed again. He can hit a punch with a force of 10,000 kilograms. And his speed, with a casual sprint, reached the speed of sound. His defense is also quite abnormal. Ordinary pistols couldn't even break his skin, leaving at most a white spot on his skin that would disappear quickly. As for heavy weapons, they can definitely hurt him, but with his reaction and speed, it is impossible to hit him. Well, after watching Su Long's test with his own eyes, Subu couldn't help but applaud. Although he knew that the Gangjin warrior was very powerful, he didn't expect that he was so powerful that he was like a Superman. Today's matter will be kept secret for the time being, and no word will be spread about it. Subo looked around and said to everyone. Everyone nodded. Later, Subo asked Cui Hongdong, Jin Hai, and Su Long to follow him. Data on paper is certainly not as impressive as seeing it with your own eyes. Therefore, it is necessary to let others see Su Long's strength and let them know Su Long's value. You must know that in order to cultivate a gang gene, a lot of manpower, material resources, and money have been spent, and there has been no success in the past 20 years. Proposals have been made to cut funding and resources for the armed forces. It was only because of his hard work that he saved the resources and funds of the military group. He didn't expect Su Long to be so ambitious and achieve gang gene so quickly. He was going to feel proud this time. The next morning, Gao Yan ate the breakfast cooked by Chu Xing and asked Chu Xiao to deliver two breakfasts to Xiaoshua's classmate before driving to Nandu University. But before leaving, he also told Chu Xiao to buy a piano. Now that you have master-level piano playing skills, you can buy a piano and play it occasionally. After Gao Yan entered the classroom, I found that Yan Yu actually turned his head to the side on purpose, as if he didn't want to talk to him. He thought the other eldest lady had lost her temper, so he didn't take it seriously. He glanced at Qinghao's position. It's empty now. Qing family villa. Tang Yubin was standing outside Qinghao's room, raising his hand and knocking on the door. Son, get up and eat. The door opens. Qinghao's expression looked rather haggard. Didn't you sleep well? Tang Yubin asked. Well, I have a little insomnia, Qinghao said lightly. Tang Yubin frowned. You wash up first, and then we have a chat. A few minutes later, at the restaurant table, mother and son were sitting opposite each other. Qing Chunhui had already gone to the company first. Now that brother Hot Pot wants to annex Yang's Hot Pot restaurant chain, there are a lot of things that have to be dealt with. Are you still blaming Mom for what happened yesterday? Tang Yubin said in a gentle tone. Qinghao didn't speak, but his meaning was obvious. Tang Yubin sighed. Son, Mom understands that you value feelings, but Mom tells you as someone who has been through this before, even if nothing happened last night, the brotherly relationship between you and Gao Yan wouldn't last long. Why? Qinghao was puzzled. Tang Yubin pondered and said, Brother's Hot Pot restaurant is able to reach its current scale, right? It all depends on that hot pot base recipe, right? Good. Qinghao nodded. Tang Yubin continued, then the problem comes. Now after annexing Yang's, the market value of Brother's Hot Pot is close to 2 billion. After it is listed in the future, it can reach tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. If that recipe is yours, yes, you only exchanged it for more than 2 million. Will you be willing to do so? This? Qinghao didn't know how to answer. Tang Yubin continued, no one will be willing to accept it. I can even conclude that when that day comes, Gao Yan will definitely be jealous of you and resent you. By then, can your brotherly relationship still be maintained? This time it was Qinghao's turn to be silent. Seeing Qinghao's expression, Tang Yubin was very satisfied. Since your relationship will break down sooner or later, instead of becoming life and death enemies in the future, it is better to break off this relationship early. If you really feel guilty, if he encounters difficulties in the future, at worst, we can help him. After a moment of silence, Qinghao nodded, I understand, Mom. Seeing this, Tang Yubin smiled, that's right, hurry up and eat, then go to the company with me, learn more experience from your dad and me. After all, the company will be in your hands in the future. At the same time, Tang Yubin secretly decided to send someone to help his son drop out of school. As long as he did not come into contact with Gao Yan, he would not be afraid of his son being bewitched by Gao Yan. Nandu No. 7 Middle School. Although school has only started for more than 10 days. But Chen Yiling has already made a little best friend. After just a few days of getting along, the two little ones have become more and more attached to each other. Even if they go to the toilet, they hold hands together and are almost inseparable. After today's morning class, Chen Yiling went to the toilet with her best friend Yan Shui again. As soon as she walked out of the toilet, a group of boys came up to her, making Chen Yiling frown slightly. The leader was Geng Xiaolong, who was from the next class. He had been pestering her these past few days, but she just ignored him. Unexpectedly, the other party brought someone to block her outside the toilet. Today, Geng Xiaolong said with a smile, Chen Yiling, there is a Marvel movie coming out recently. How about we go together after school? Look, I have already bought the tickets. No, get out of the way. Chen Yiling looked at the other party with disgust and decisively refused. Give me some face. Geng Xiaolong still said with a smile, and blocked the way of the two women. Sister-in-law, our brother Long is crazy about you, just agree to it. Sister-in-law, our brother Long is handsome and rich, so you should just obey him. At this time, Geng Xiaolong's followers began to boo. Chen Yiling's pretty face turned red with anger when she heard the two people calling them names. When the two followers saw this, they immediately laughed, Brother Long. Look, our sister-in-law is shy. Geng Xiaolong, on the other hand, scolded proudly, why are you talking to my sister-in-law and not apologizing? www. The two followers pretended to apologize. Geng Xiaolong, you are too shameless. Lingling doesn't like you at all. If you pester her again, be careful, I tell the teacher. Yan Shui, a good best friend, couldn't stand it anymore and scolded. Go away, I'm talking to my wife, why are you, an outsider, interrupting? Geng Xiaolong glanced at Yan Shuiyuan disdainfully. Crack. At this moment, a crisp slap sounded. Feeling the burning pain on his cheek, Geng Xiaolong stared at Chen Yiling in disbelief. How dare you hit me? Geng Xiaolong, I'm warning you, if you dare to talk nonsense in front of me and others again and ruin my reputation, see how I deal with you. Chen Yiling said with a cold tone, her face cold. Then, she pushed Geng Xiaolong away and pulled Yan Shui away quickly. Brother Long, that bitch is too arrogant, should we teach her a lesson? A little follower suggested in a low voice. A ferocious look flashed in Geng Xiaolong's eyes, what the hell, if you dare to slap me, she must pay the price. Other side. Chen Yiling and Yan Shui have returned to the classroom. Yan Shui reminded in a low voice, Lingling, I heard that Geng Xiaolong is a gangster in our school. If you hit him, she will definitely retaliate against you. You must be careful. Don't worry, Xiaoxue, I'm not afraid of him. Chen Yiling waved her fist. Ever since her brother-in-law gave her the magical liquid, she had undergone major changes. First of all, her strength was several times greater than before. Not only that, she also found that her endurance, speed and physical strength had increased a lot. You know, during the military training in the first few days of school, even the boys complained a lot, but she didn't feel tired at all, but felt extra relaxed. Moreover, after practicing the military-style boxing taught by her instructor, she was actually able to make a fist mark on a tree. Little did she know that after the transformation of the primary genetic medicine liquid, her physique could be compared to that of a warrior in the early stages of Anjin. Seeing that her best friend didn't take this matter to heart, Yan Shui was very worried. Lingling, how about we tell the teacher? Need not. Qin Yuling waved her hand disapprovingly. Don't worry, even if Geng Xiaolong comes to cause trouble, I will protect you. After school that day, Qin Yuling and Yan Shui walked out of the school together. As soon as she walked a certain distance, Qin Yuling found someone following her. Really? Some distance away from the school, Geng Xiaolong appeared from the front with 2 followers. At the same time, 7 or 8 people appeared from nearby and surrounded the 2 girls. Lingling, what should I do? Yan Shui nervously hugged Qin Yuling's arm and asked. Don't worry, it's okay. Qin Yuling comforted her softly, but when she saw that Geng Xiaolong had brought so many people to block her, she was still a little nervous as she had never fought before. Qin Yuling, I will give you a chance now. If you are willing to agree to be my girlfriend, forget about the past. Otherwise, don't blame me for bullying women. Geng Xiaolong sneered. Dream. Go to hell. With the intention of striking first, Qin Yuling rushed towards Geng Xiaolong and hit him in the face with her fist. With a bang sound, Geng Xiaolong was punched by Qin Yuling and flew several meters away. Seeing this scene, Qin Yuling was also a little shocked. Her strength was actually so great, and then, with a touch of excitement in her eyes, she punched and knocked all 2 of Geng Xiaolong's followers away. She wanted to go back and teach the other people a lesson, but found that those guys had already fled after seeing her knocking 3 people away one after another. Wow, Lingling, you are so powerful. Seeing this scene, Yan Shui was stunned. Hey, didn't I tell you, I'm very powerful? Seeing her best friend's surprised expression, Qin Yuling couldn't help but feel a little proud. The next morning, Qin Yuling is teaching in the classroom. Suddenly, the head teacher arrived. Qin Yuling, Yan Shui, please come out. When they learned from the head teacher that Geng Xiaolong's parents brought the injured Geng Xiaolong to the school to demand justice, the 2 little girls couldn't help but show a look of panic on their faces. 10 minutes later, Gao Yan received a call. Then he hurried to Nandu No. 7 middle school. When I arrived at the education office, I found Qin Yuling and a little girl with short hair standing there with their heads bowed. Lingling, are you okay? Gao Yan asked. Brother-in-law. Hearing the voice, Qin Yuling quickly raised her head with a look of grievance on her face. Noticing the aggrieved expression on Qin Yuling's face, Gao Yan's face darkened, and his cold eyes swept across the teaching office. For a moment, everyone in the office felt a heavy pressure. Fortunately, this pressure disappeared quickly, making everyone feel that the feelings just now were all an illusion. Are you this little bitch's brother-in-law? Suddenly, a fat middle-aged woman asked loudly, and then pointed to the young man next to her, who had a few missing teeth and a swollen nose. Look, how did you teach that little bitch to beat my son? It's like this. Boy, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, your family will never have peace from now on. At the same time, a tall, strong man with a fierce face stood up from the sofa and threatened sternly. Faced with the couple's insults and threats, Gao Yan's eyes turned cold. You have a bad mouth and deserve a beating. Crack. The obese middle-aged man only felt a blur in his eyes before he was slapped away and fell to the ground in the education office. Immediately afterwards, he turned around and punched the tall, middle-aged man hard in the abdomen. The other party also followed in his wife's footsteps and was punched away. This? Seeing this scene, the dean and class teacher in the office were shocked. As for Geng Xiaolong, he shrank into a ball in fear. After a brief moment of shock, the dean reacted and quickly shouted, "Sir, this is a school. If you have anything to say, please speak it up. Don't hit anyone." On the other hand, Chen Yiling's class teacher was shocked, but at the same time, she felt a little inexplicable happy in her heart. Who told this couple to be too arrogant before? Moreover, she already understood the whole incident. Although it was Geng Xiaolong who was injured, Chen Yiling and Yan Shui could not be blamed at all. Therefore, when she saw them beaten to the ground, she had no sympathy at all. Instead, she felt that evil people should be tortured by evil people. "I'm sorry, someone insulted my sister and couldn't control themselves, so you were shocked." Gao Yan turned to the dean and Chen Yiling's class teacher. "Dean of students, no, it doesn't matter, as long as you don't do anything anymore. Class teacher, I can understand your behavior, but it's always wrong to take action. I hope this gentleman will not be so impulsive in the future." Gao Yan nodded gently, "You are absolutely right. By the way, you should be Lingling's class teacher." "My name is Gao Yan, and I am Lingling's brother-in-law." Gao Yan's attitude greatly increased the class teacher's favor. "Hello Mr. Gao, my name is Xing Yan, and I am Chen Yiling's class teacher." "Gao Yan, Mr. Zeng, can you tell me what's going on?" "I rushed over after receiving the call. I don't know the specific situation." So, Xing Yan led Geng Xiaolong to pester Chen Yiling outside the toilet and behave like a hooligan in words. Later, after school yesterday, she led a large group of people to surround Chen Yiling and Yan Shui, but she was beaten by Chen Yiling and told the story. After listening, Gao Yan looked at Chen Yiling and asked, "Lingling, is that so?" Chen Yiling nodded. "Brother-in-law, that's what Teacher Xing said." "Well done." Gao Yan encouraged. "Ahem, it's wrong for Mr. Gao to hit someone." At this time, Xing Yan reminded. "Yes, it's wrong to hit people." Gao Yan agreed, "But when you encounter danger, you still have to take action. You can't let yourself suffer. Do you understand?" "I understand, brother-in-law." Chen Yiling nodded seriously. At this time, Gao Yan's eyes fell on Geng Xiaolong's parents. At this moment, the two of them had recovered and got up from the ground, but when they looked at Gao Yan, there was a little more fear in their eyes. "Tell me, how do you want to solve it?" "Compensate, you must pay." Chen Suilian glared at Gao Yan. "Our son was beaten like this, and you hit both of us again. If you don't pay compensation, we will call the police." "Then how many do you want?" Gao Yan asked. 1 million, you must compensate our family 1 million. Chen Suilian said. Quickly. 1 million, right? Don't worry, I'll give your family 10 million. Gao Yan said with a smile. Real. Chen Suilian's eyes lit up, but greed flashed in her eyes. Of course it's true. Give me your card number and I'll have someone transfer money right away. Gao Yan said with a smile still on his face. You know what's going on. Chen Suilian said proudly, suddenly feeling that the slap she received was quite a bargain. On the other hand, Geng Zuhui felt a little uneasy in his heart. The other party beat the couple as soon as they came and showed an extremely strong attitude. But now, his attitude changed drastically and he took the initiative to pay 10 million yuan to settle the matter. Brother-in-law, we can't pay them so much money, it's too cheap for them. Qin Yuling couldn't help shouting when she saw that her brother-in-law wanted to pay so much money. Lingling, don't talk. Can you leave this matter to your brother-in-law? Gao Yan looked at her and said. Okay, brother-in-law. Although Qin Yuling was reluctant, she still had no objection. Give me your card number. Gao Yan said to Chen Suilian again. Do you really want to pay? Am I joking with you? Wensuemi.cc. Chen Suilian, wait a moment, my card number is 622. But seeing that Gao Yan really wanted to give money, Geng Zuhui became more and more uneasy. Gao Yan took out his mobile phone and pretended to make a call, but in fact he secretly ordered the system to transfer 10 million to this account. Putting away his phone, he said to Chen Suilian, okay, the money will be received soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Suilian's mobile phone received the payment information from the bank. When she saw that she had really received 10 million, she couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Husband, the money has arrived, it's really 10 million. Geng Zuhui turned to look at the screen of his mobile phone. His wife's account had indeed received 10 million. He subconsciously looked at Gao Yan, only to find that Gao Yan smiled meaningfully at him. Feeling this smile, Geng Zuhui felt chills all over his body, and there was a deep fear in his heart. 10 million is not a small amount. The other party can transfer 10 million to them in 1 minute, which shows how huge the other party's net worth is. If you have money, you have connections and connections. Therefore, such people will be afraid that their husband and wife will call the police and compensate them 10 million yuan. But the other party just gave it to me. Then, this 10 million is likely to be money to buy a life. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat, and shouted quickly, honey, we can't take this money. He compensated us himself, and we didn't force him, so why can't he take it? Chen Suilian was unwilling to give up the huge sum of money she had just received. When the dean and Zhang Shuyan witnessed this scene, they didn't know what to say. At the same time, they were shocked by Gao Yan's handiwork. Seeing his wife's money-obsessed look, Geng Zuhui got angry and whispered in her ear, we can't get this money. If we take this money, we will die. Who are you scaring? Chen Suilian smiled disdainfully, can he still kill us? Why can't you listen, you tiger bitch? Geng Zuhui said angrily. I don't care. Anyway, I won't return the money. Chen Suilian said as if she wanted money more than her life. You. Geng Zuhui was furious. You have taken the money. Is this matter over? At this time, Gao Yan's voice sounded. Yes, since you have already paid the money, we will not pursue it. Chen Suilian was afraid that Gao Yan would regret it, so she quickly replied. Okay, Lingling and your classmates go back to school. Gao Yan said to Chen Yuling. Okay, brother-in-law. After Qin Yuling left, Gao Yan said to the director of teaching and the head teacher Zhang Shuyan, since the matter has been handled, director, teacher Zheng, I will take my leave. Mr. Gao, take care. Both said politely. After leaving the teaching office, Gao Yan seemed to say to the air. Xiaohong, check them for me. Hong Huang, got it, boss. His money is not so easy to take. He must make this family pay the price. On the other side, Geng Zuhui and his wife also took Geng Xiaolong out of the teaching office and headed home. Along the way, Geng Zuhui was very careful, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened along the way, and the three of them got home safely. Chen Suilian looked at her husband and said with some disdain, "Look at you. You are so cowardly, you are so tall, for nothing." They had just stayed at home for less than 20 minutes. The phone rang. It was the manager of the gym. As soon as the call was connected, the manager's anxious voice came, "Boss. There is a power outage in our store." "It's just a power outage, why do you have to come to me for such a small matter?" Gao Yan said unhappily. The manager quickly explained, "No, boss, only our store has a power outage. The others are not out of power, the property has also come to check, and found no problems." Gao Yan, "Okay, I see, I'll come over and take a look." He is the owner of a gym. He used to be a fitness coach and participated in bodybuilding competitions and won a good ranking. Therefore, with this, his gym business has always been good.